Good morning, Patriots. I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I actually scheduled this for 11:30, but because I had a guest that I thought was going to get here at 11, but they're not going to get here until closer to 11:30. So I'm going to go ahead and get us started with our first video, and I'll deal with my guest when they get here. So we got a lot of things going on around the world, a lot of things going on here in the States. Congress is somehow got a thumb up their wazoos and incapable of making a proper decision. Our representatives on the Republican side are gerrymandering and pretty much just screwing each other over every chance that they get. Oh, the guest is, my guest isn't for you guys. My guest is for me. At the beginning of this season, I had some plants that were brought out to me to sell off. And because of the fact that we've had no customers in the last 3 years, I went ahead and gave them to a friend of mine, and he went ahead and grew them out and is delivering the medicine to me today. But you guys will be preoccupied with what I have to play for you. Some of the stuff that I'm going to play is going to be pretty controversial this morning. Normally I would start off with our X-22 and stuff like that, but I have something that is resonating very high with me this morning. Navy vet, anonymous anomaly, as you guys know him by now. Rob is, he's been a good friend. He's passed on a lot of information to me that is very credible, very factual. And he released a report on his page yesterday. I think a lot of people are kind of a little bit sketchy about going because they don't know who anonymous anomaly is. I think when people realize that it's that it is our old Navy vet, because he got kicked from YouTube, that's his new neighbor. John Slow Country, in regards to John Boehner, that guy's a traitor right from the get go. I wouldn't trust a word he said. But back to this video. We're watching all this stuff going on between Israel and Palestine, it's time that people begin to understand. Okay, I've been repeating this for the last week to get people to understand Israel was never a country. Okay. Israel was a people, okay? And that people was scattered around the world, okay? God scattered them around the world when he bound their languages and basically each tribe was or each segment was sent off into a different part of the world, and put some really great distance between all the tribes, and what people don't realize is that the tribes of Israel are scattered throughout the entire world. It's not the Jewish community. Okay. There was much more than that. And Israel was a place for Muslims, Christians, and Jews to all go to. And it's the idea of controlling the Holy Land, and such. But this first video that I'm going to play for you guys is called "The Mystery of Israel Solved," and it's put out by. It was put out by. Oh Lord, I did not catch the name of the website, but I will add that to the banner as we get going. But I'm going to start off with that, and then we'll get into our X-22 and stuff like that. This is the primary topic on everybody's plate right now, although it shouldn't be. We shouldn't be worried about what's going on in Israel. We shouldn't be worried about anything other than what's going on in our own country. But a way to alleviate the focus that everybody's putting over there, we can redirect that focus back to ourselves by laying out the facts. There's no fiction in this. It's fact. It's fact based. There's a lot of research behind it, and the information is extremely accurate. So let's go ahead and get started with that. And like I said, when my guest comes, I'll deal with him, and then by the time he leaves, we'll be on to our regular stuff. Thanks for bearing with me. Thanks for coming early. Like I said, I had this scheduled for 11:30, and kind of moved it up, according to his visitation. So, trust me, I'm grateful that he's showing up today, because I literally was down to my last quarter of a jar after 3 years. My last 3 years, I've been consuming things that I grew before, and I'm finally down to the nitty gritty. So him showing up today is perfect. And I cannot complain about it. So, okay, let's go ahead and get this started. And again, this was re-released by Anonymous Anomaly, who we know as Rob, our Navy vet. Okay, and let's take a listen to this. I think you guys will find this extremely interesting.
I am David Sorensen from StopWorldControl.com. In this video, I present to you truths.
Okay, that's it. Stop world control.
And realities.
Let me back it up a little bit here so that we can get that address. And I'll drop the banner so people can write it down. I'll just make a link.
I am David Sorensen.
Okay, give me a second to type this up so that I can get this into the chat. And those of you that have hats can pass this on as new viewers join us, because I know they won't see all of the chat. Stop world control .com. Okay. So that's the website. There is a lot of comprehensive information on the website. Okay. Corroborating evidence to all of this. So, when you get done watching this, feel free to go over and check out their site, and grab as much information as you can, because the more we present this to other people, is to really, dig in. And once you dig in and you have factual information to give to people, then it stops this bantering that's going back and forth. So here we go.
From StopWorldControl.com. In this video, I present to you truths and realities that are extremely difficult to comprehend. Information that will shock us to the core, because it challenges everything we believe. It turns our world upside down, and it reveals something so evil that it is almost incomprehensible. Yet it is the truth. If we want this world to become a better place, then we cannot afford to deny obvious realities. We must have the courage and the sincerity to face truth. I invite you to have this courage and sincerity when you watch this video. It will be difficult. It will be very challenging. But it will also expose something extremely nefarious in this world that every human being needs to be aware of. Several former members of the Israeli Defense Force have come forth because they are extremely concerned about what is going on in Israel. They testify how the military in Israel is the most advanced high-tech army in the entire world. They also reveal how the borders between Israel and Gaza are the most heavily secured borders anywhere on earth. High-tech sensors alert the Israeli Defense Force from the moment that even a small animal approaches the borders. Yet, hundreds of Hamas fighters were not only able to approach the border, but they blew up the fences. They entered Israeli territory and started destroying homes and burning down villages and killing Israeli people without any semblance of defense by the Israeli military. Turns out that shortly before this attack, the government had ordered the removal of all military presence from that area. Hamas was literally given a free pass to enter and start their operation. In the next videos, you will hear former members of the Israeli Defense Force explain that something very, very, very concerning is going on in Israel.
שתפו את הסרטון הזה כמה שיותר, כי תקשיבו רגע, אני שירתתי כסמב"צית חי"ר במהלך מלחמת צוק איתן, אני שירתתי באוגדת עזה, כל השירות שלי היה תומכת לחימה בזמן מלחמת צוק איתן שעזה הייתה באוגדת עזה. תקשיבו לי ותקשיבו לי טוב, אין מצב בעולם שיכולה להיות כזאת התקרבות לגדר, אוקיי? מבלי שאנחנו לא נדע מזה. התצפיתניות יושבות בבונקרים 4 שעות, הן לא יכולות לעשות ככה, הן מול מסך. לא יכול להיות מצב, שום מצב, שהיו מעירים אותי בלילה על יונה, על חסידה שהתקרבה לגדר, על מקק שעבר מתחת לגדר, היו מקפיצים את כל הגזרה. איך נכנסו עם טרקטורים, איך נכנסו עם טרקטורים 400 איש ואף אחד לא שם לב.
October 7th, 2023. This is Efrat Fenigzon and I'm here to share an update from Israel-Hamas war, which started this morning. Apparently, Israeli defense forces that were supposed to be around Gaza were placed around the West Bank because of security concerns, so that the Gaza envelope was left unoccupied with military. They say around 60 to 80% of that area was left without the IDF forces that were supposed to be there. A year ago, there was a military operation in Gaza to prepare for such events, and ongoingly there are trainings for these kind of scenarios. This raises serious questions for me anyway about Israeli intelligence. What happened? 2 years ago, there was a successful deployment of underground barriers with sensors to alert exactly on these kind of terrorist breaches. Israel has one of the most advanced and high-tech armies. How come there was zero response to the border and fence breaching? I cannot understand that. Personally, I served in the IDF 25 years ago in the intelligence forces. There's no way, in my view, that Israel did not know of what's coming. A cat moving alongside the fence is triggering all forces. So what happened to the strongest army in the world? How come border crossings were wide open? Something is very wrong here. Something is very strange. This chain of events is very unusual and not typical for the Israeli defense system. The current government is highly corrupt in my view, while the previous one was no better. I don't care about having a popular opinion. I care about exposing evil forces wherever and whomever they are. So to me, this surprise attack seems like a planned operation on all fronts. If I was a conspiracy theorist, I would say that this feels like the work of the deep state. It feels like the people of Israel and the people of Palestine have been sold once again to the higher powers that be. At the same time, this is still very, very difficult to fathom.
How come the strongest army, the strongest intelligence, the most sophisticated intelligence in the world in Israel makes it possible for few hundred Hamas fighters to enter Israel and make all of this happen, while in that area the Hamas fighters did not meet Israeli army or any defense or any protection or anything, as if the Israeli government was planning to offer the Hamas fighters this whole area on a silver plate. This, is not logical. Israel has the most sophisticated intelligence, has a strong army, the strongest in the Middle East, and allows something like this. So there is more behind it. Israel has sacrificed its own people, sacrificed the civilians on the borders of Gaza, took away the protection, took away the army, and allowed Hamas to do what they did.
The following footage was released by Hamas. Here we can see them place explosives on the fences that are extremely heavily secured with high tech, but not a sign of Israeli response. They blow up the fences on several places. Here you have an aerial view of how they are breaking through and destroying the infrastructure. We can even see how they are literally entering onto Israeli territory with their vehicles full of armed soldiers. And not a single attempt of the Israeli Defense Force to stop them in any way. They literally received a free pass to enter into Israel. They can even drive on the roads of Israel. This is another video released by Hamas showing how they are able to blow up the security fences and enter Israel unhindered. We have to understand that this is not some massive army invading Israel. It's basically a low number of terrorists. The incredible, powerful military of Israel could have stopped them in a breeze, but they didn't. So what is really going on here? Why was there no response from the Israeli Defense Force when armed soldiers from Hamas entered Israeli territory, even blowing up the fences and going deep into Israel and starting to burn down villages and kill people and kidnap people? Why was the Israeli military removed from that whole area right before this attack? Why was the mainstream news media instructed not to be honest to the public? And why did they wait for 12 hours to inform Israel? There is clearly something very, very nefarious going on here. A criminal operation at government level of the worst kind. The question is, what is their agenda? What is the purpose? I believe that the answer is given by this letter that was sent by the government coalition in Israel to Prime Minister Netanyahu. It shows that they demand an immediate invasion into Gaza and a complete seizing of control of that whole area that belonged for the past decades to the Palestinian people. And indeed we see that immediately Israel responds and does something that they have been wanting to do for decades. A complete all-out attack on Gaza, where 2.5 million innocent Palestinian people live. Families like you and me, mommies, daddies, children, grandfathers, grandmothers, just beautiful people. They are being bombarded. They're being murdered en masse. This is homicide of the worst kind. And this invasion by Hamas is the perfect excuse to accomplish this.
بس المربع كله المربع اللي قالوا يخلوه ضربوه.
What every person in the world should know is that more than half of the 2.3 million people in Gaza are children younger than the age of 15. This means that Israel is now bombing more than 1 million young children.
دمار شامل وواسع في هذا المكان. عشرات الصواريخ تقريبا 50 غارة كانت فجر اليوم على هذا المكان على بيوت المواطنين. موطني ذا الهباء. اسحب شهيد اللي عاش في قلب المخيم ننقل لكم الصورة من قلب مخيم جبالة. نحن الآن في الترانس تحديدا شهداء بالعشرات وجرحى. هذا هو ما يحدث الآن في غزة في مخيم جبالة تحديدا. هذا سوبر ماركت رابعة سابقا.
The destruction that is being unleashed on 2.5 million families, mummies, daddies, children, grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, nieces. I use these words to get my point through. These are people who live there in Gaza, and now Israel is wiping them out. They are destroying thousands and thousands of families under the excuse of a Hamas attack. On top of that, Israel cut off all water, power, gas and food from these 2.5 million people. Here we can see utter darkness in the entire Gaza area. Hundreds of thousands of families have no drinking water, have no electricity, no gas and no food. What is really disturbing is that less than 2 weeks before Israel launched their attack on Gaza with the purpose of permanently eliminating it, Netanyahu showed a map during the General Assembly at the United Nations. This map is called the New Middle East. When you look at Israel, then the Palestinian regions have been completely removed. There is no sign anymore of any Palestinian presence on the map of the New Middle East that Netanyahu showed less than 2 weeks before they launched their attack on Gaza. With every false flag operation, it is always the same principle. Some entity wants to commit a horrendous crime, but they don't want to be blamed for it. So they have to use another entity to shift the blame to. In this case, it is very clear. They use Hamas. Hamas is supposedly the bad actor here. And all Israel does supposedly is defend itself. So now they have the right to do something which they have wanted to do for decades. Completely eradicate the whole Gaza Strip and commit horrendous homicide on the Palestinian people. The next question we then have is, why would Hamas cooperate with Israel? In the next clip, we probably find the answer. US Senator Ron Paul exclaimed in the US government that Hamas is actually an organization that is set up by Israel, financed by Israel, to work for Israel.
You know, Hamas If you look at the history, you'll find out that Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat.
What Senator Ron Paul said is confirmed by a man called Ronald Bernard. He worked at a high level in the so-called financial elites, the most wealthy and most powerful in this world, who control the world theater behind the scenes. He explains how terrorist organizations are essentially funded by the same sources that also fund the organizations that supposedly fight those terrorists.
Which is not surprising, considering they are involved in the flows of money. Those are your clients. You also have governments to deal with, multinationals. You have to deal with secret services, and what they now call terrorist organizations. You get all of the groups that are involved with the big money as clients. Then you start seeing the connections, so they might be compartmentalized as you just mentioned, regarding knowledge. But because I am in the middle, I see how they relate to another. You see the money coming from this place, then going to that place, etc. You keep gaining information and thereby an overview of what is really going on.
So do you have to serve and keep all of those groups happy, including terrorist organizations? You were trying to keep everybody happy?
Yes.
My God.
That was my job.
Keeping all the balls in the air.
Yes, indeed. So one of the things that I found out, I did not know that before, but now I do, is about secret services. You think they are there to serve and protect a people, country, etc., but they actually turn out to be the criminal organizations, to be more precise. The system is heavily so. We are talking about financing wars, creating wars, so basically creating a lot of misery in this world. So, lots of conflict. And then I think to myself, if only people knew what the world is really like. Secret services will stop at nothing. Nothing. But they also have their flows of money, because if they are trading in drugs or weapons or, for that matter, people, all that money has to go somewhere. Everything has to be financed.
You say if, but you could confirm they are doing this?
All of them. All of them.
You can view the full interview with Ronald Bernard on the website stopworldcontrol.com/Bernard. He explains much more about what's really going on in our world, behind the scenes of the puppet theater that is put up for the public. Because it is a puppet theater indeed.
This surprise attack seems like a planned operation on all fronts.
אין מצב בעולם שיכולה להיות כזאת התקרבות לגדר, אוקיי? מבלי שאנחנו לא נדע מזה.
Israel has sacrificed its own people, sacrificed the civilians on the borders of Gaza.
Since they started their invasion of the land of Palestine more than 80 years ago, several hundreds of thousands of people have been murdered by the Israeli forces. And as you can see on this map, they have gradually been stealing all their land, their farms, their vineyards, their homes, all their possessions. And then ultimately they locked up these people in Gaza, which is the largest open-air prison in the world, with the highest suicide rate in the world, because life is so unbearable there. There is something very important that we all need to realize concerning Hamas. Hamas was created so that Israel could play victim. Israel is the actual aggressor who invaded a peaceful region, murdered hundreds of thousands of people, stole all their land, their homes, their farms, their vineyards, all their possessions, and locked them up in open-air prisons and in areas where these people are terrorized every day of their life. Still, a majority of humanity looks at Israel as if they are the victims. That is the success of Hamas. And this is how psychological operations work that are run by intelligence agencies to manipulate mankind. Here you see footage from Palestinian people before the invasion by the Zionists. These are no terrorists, these are no dangerous people, these are just happy families, just like you and me. A former soldier from the Israeli Defense Force explains how they literally terrorized these millions of people on a daily basis.
What most haunts you and your conscience about what you did in your time as a soldier?
For me, it's the routine way we control the Palestinians, right? A Palestinian can wake up in the morning and not know if he will be at work on time, go to sleep, not know if soldiers will invade his home. We basically control the most simple and basic elements of life.
It's designed to break down the population of Palestinians and show them who's in charge and humiliate them on a daily basis.
Exactly. How can we make 2.5 million Palestinians in the West Bank to feel that they cannot lift their head up? We will make them understand that we control their lives. The segregated roads and the settlements and so forth, they exist all around the occupied territories. Military activity, home invasions, patrols, digital surveillance, they exist here and they exist all over the West Bank. The difference in Hebron is that in a very short walk, we can see examples of all of it.
All of it.
All of
we
it.
saw all of it.
The United Nations says that 251 Israelis lost their life compared to 5,590 Palestinians that were killed between 2008 and 2020. A member of the European Parliament from Ireland, however, says that the numbers are much higher.
More than 150,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed or injured in Gaza and the West Bank since 2008. 33,000 of those were children.
But what is truly behind the invasion of the land of Palestine and the stealing of the land of millions of people and murdering and torturing them? What is the deeper agenda behind all of this? We find the answer when we look at the entities who are behind the establishing of the State of Israel. It is the family of the Rothschilds. On their own official website, they brag how they are the ones who financed the rebuilding of Israel. They are the ones who made Israel possible. So who are the Rothschilds? And why did they spend billions of dollars to invest in the building of a new political and military state of Israel? The Rothschilds are amongst the most wealthy people in the world. Their fortune is estimated to be several trillions of dollars. That is several thousands of billions of dollars. That makes them basically the most powerful people in the whole financial and banking system of this world. They operate, for example, from within the City of London, not to be confused with London City. London City is the city that we all know. It is London, where people live and where tourists visit. The City of London, however, is a small area of 1 square mile within the heart of London City. The City of London is the financial center of the entire world. And there is something highly significant about the City of London. This small area of 1 square mile is a sovereign state. It is not subject to the laws of England, nor the United Kingdom, nor the royal family. On the contrary, the City of London actually rules supreme over them. The City of London is the continuation of what we all know as the British Empire. The British Empire attempted to gain world domination. They still essentially own a vast portion of the world, like Australia, Canada, New Zealand, several African nations, and many more. The City of London is the headquarters of all the big banks in this world, as well as the headquarters of Freemasonry. The crest or the coat of arms of the City of London shows two dragons, and then the helmet of a knight with a wing of a dragon. The Latin creed, translated into English, means Lord guide us. So they show dragons and they say Lord guide us. The dragon in mythology, but also in spirituality, for example, in the Holy Scriptures, represents the personification of evil that wants to deceive and rule over all of humanity. The ancient dragon is the symbol of Satan or the devil. It is significant that the City of London is surrounded by 14 statues of a dragon. So the dragon is the number one symbol within the City of London. This brings us to another element of the Rothschilds. They are known for their involvement in a religion called Luciferianism or Satanism. Baroness Philippine de Rothschild often wore jewelry that depicts the symbol of Satanism, a horned goat. She even had jewels that simply showed the head of Satan. On this picture we can see Baron Jacob Rothschild posing in front of a famous painting called Satan Calls His Armies Forth from Hell. He poses alongside one of their favorite artists, Marina Abramovich. This lady organizes very strange parties for the elites. Here you see some images of these parties that are called spirit cooking. They basically celebrate the practice of human sacrifice and cannibalism. In the next video you can see a spirit cooking dinner organized by Marina Abramovich, one of the favorite artists of the Rothschilds, who founded the State of Israel. I need to warn you, what you're about to see is extremely graphic and complicit and deeply disturbing. On December 2, 1972, Marie-Hélène de Rothschild organized a surrealist ball at the Château de Ferrières in France, one of their castles. These are some images from their party. It again celebrates human sacrifice, which is at the heart of Satanism. Here you can see more art from Abramovich, a good friend of the Rothschilds. She celebrates all the symbolism of Satanism, the snake, the devil's horns, even child abuse. In 2017, the Rothschilds chose an artist from among thousands of artists in our world to decorate their sailing boat during the Lascaux project. From all the existing artists in our world, they handpicked one particular man, Cleo Peterson. Here you can see some of his art. It always shows dark entities that are torturing white figures. Always darkness torturing the light, evil ruling over good. He shows scenes of violent rape, violent murder, violent slavery, and violent suppression. It is highly significant that the Rothschilds picked this artist to decorate their sailing boat. At the beginning of this video, I warned you that this would be extremely disturbing information. And I'm sure that most people are not aware that Israel was founded by blatant Satanists. But this brings us back to the original question. Why did they invade Palestine? Why did they erect the state of Israel? Everyone who is informed knows that there has always been an agenda for world domination all throughout world history. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is one of the most basic realities of human history. There has been one world empire after the other. And for some weird reason, there are many people in our time who dismiss the reality of an agenda for world domination, which is dazzling. It's almost insane to think that there would no longer be an agenda for world domination in our time, because this has always been the red line all throughout human history. The only question is, who are the people today that aim for world domination? Well, there is, for example, the World Economic Forum, who make it very clear on their own website that they are striving for global governance. They want to control the whole world. They also strive for internet governance and corporate governance. They want to establish governance over every aspect of human society. So here you have it. It is out in the open. Well, the Rothschilds are among the families who are behind the World Economic Forum, which is basically a public entity that is backed up by the City of London and by these high-level financial elites. Now, the past decades, there have been extremely disturbing revelations about what's going on within these financial elites. The main theme that has been exposed by innumerable insiders, and I mean surviving victims or eyewitnesses or former employees, and even former directors of the FBI and the CIA, and former police officers and detectives and commanders from the military, and former agents and officers from intelligence services. All of these people have been revealing one same horrific reality. They have been exposing to our world how there is an organized system of child abuse and child trafficking and even child torture and child ritual sacrifice that is happening within these financial elites. There is, for example, the whistleblower Ronald Bernard. He was operating at the highest level within these financial circles, and he was moving trillions of dollars. He exposed how at the very highest level of these financial elites, there is indeed this religion called Luciferianism. And he joined into their satanic masses for a while because there was a lot of fun. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, you could say. But then he was invited to partake into the ritual of child sacrifice. And he was promised that if he would join into that, he would receive unimaginable financial opportunities. He would become wealthier than his wildest dreams. Here is a short clip from the testimony of Ronald Bernard.
But then at some point, I was invited, which is why I'm telling you all this, to participate in sacrifices abroad. That was the breaking point. Children.
You were asked to do that?
Yes. And I couldn't do that.
Would you like to stop for a moment, by the way?
No. And then I started to slowly break down. I lived through quite a lot as a child myself, and this really touched me deeply. Everything changed. But that is the world I found myself in.
What Ronald Bernard has revealed to our world is confirmed by an incredible large number of other whistleblowers. I am personally in touch with several people who came out of these elites, and all of them say the same thing. And this brings us back to Israel. This brings us back to what is really going on in the Middle East. All these people who came forth from these financial elites testify that their ultimate goal is to set up a one world government, global governance, and they want the headquarters to be in Jerusalem. And this has an ancient spiritual reason. I won't go into that right now, but we have to understand that everything has a background. But they specifically want Jerusalem to be their headquarters. Now, for many Christians, this will be extremely shocking to hear, and I totally understand that, but I ask you to hear me out. Everything I present here is solid evidence. It can be researched by anyone, and all the facts are available for every person who has the courage to look at these facts. So why is nobody aware of this? Why is the entire Christian community worldwide, which consists of roughly 2 billion people, why do they support the state of Israel blindly? Let us go back into history a little bit. For many centuries, Palestine was a very peaceful region where Muslims, Jews, and Christians lived in harmony with one another. There was no hatred, there was no war. This is something unnatural that is created by higher powers in politics and in the financial world. But these people had no issue with one another whatsoever. It's only when the Rothschilds started investing into establishing this state that hatred was artificially incited between different people groups. So after centuries of living happily in peace and in harmony, suddenly there was this invasion by forces that are called Zionists or Zionism. Zionism is indeed the philosophy or the movement of people who want to establish a new Israel as the center of a one world government. In order to accomplish their goal, they, however, had to do one very important thing. They needed the support of the worldwide Christian community. They needed the churches on their side. So in the 19th century, before Israel was founded, the Rothschilds worked closely with several people in Christianity. They attracted a man called Cyrus Scofield. He was a convicted criminal lawyer, an expert in fraud and forgery. He was asked to create a new Bible, the Scofield Study Bible. This was the first Bible in all of history to contain hundreds of footnotes. In these footnotes, a new doctrine was introduced into the American Evangelical Church, which says that there was to come a new political military Israel, and that would be the place where the Messiah would come to rule the world. And they said that would be the fulfillment of the promise that God had made to Abraham, and that would also be the fulfillment of the promise that Christ would return to earth. This Bible was then spread all throughout America through the Moody Bible Institute, and it became the foundation for the current day evangelical theology. Nobody was aware that this Bible was directly funded by Satanists and that it served the agenda to get Christianity on their side for establishing a new Israel that would become the headquarters of their one world government. And again, I know that all this sounds outrageous to many people who have never heard this before, but you can research this. And I encourage you to do your due diligence. I've studied this for decades and I know what I'm talking about, but it's very difficult sometimes when you talk to people who are not informed, who have simply accepted a certain mindset, who have blindly believed that, and who repeat it to everybody else without ever doing their research. But all this is historical fact. The Scofield Study Bible was published by the Oxford University Press, which was owned by the Rothschilds. And this whole theology was first written out by John Darby, whose family owned the most haunted castle in the world, Leap Castle, where 150 dead bodies were found in the cellars and where satanic masses were held. John Darby used all kinds of occult terms in his religious writings. He was involved in many secret societies and occult groups. And he is the one who educated Cyrus Scofield. But John Darby was an employee of the Rothschilds. He worked for the East India Company. The Scofield Study Bible literally said that everyone who supported this new Israel would be blessed by God, and everyone who did not support it would be cursed by God. So fear and intimidation was used to force Christians to be on their side, and they succeeded. In our time, the vast majority of Christianity believes thoroughly that this new political military state of Israel is indeed the fulfillment of God's promise to Abraham. But they haven't got the slightest clue what's really going on here. The whole violent invasion into the land of Palestine, where Muslims and Christians and Jews had been living peacefully together for thousands of years, is based on a misunderstanding of the promise that God made to Abraham in the Old Testament. God told Abraham that he would receive land, that a great people would come forth from him. But one of the experts of the Jewish religion, who later became the Apostle Paul, wrote to the Jews in his time, who were called the Hebrews, that Abraham essentially was not promised and was not looking for a stretch of desert. He was looking for a heavenly land built by the hand of God, something far more beautiful, far more profound, far more glorious. This was confirmed by Jesus Christ, who was the Messiah and who came to fulfill all the promises of God to Abraham and to his descendants. But he surprised everybody by saying, "My kingdom is not of this world." He said, "My kingdom is not visible with the human eye. My kingdom," he said, "doesn't work with weapons. It doesn't wage war." He said, "My kingdom is not on a geographical location on earth." He said, "My kingdom is a heavenly realm. And you can only see it through the Spirit of God. You can only enter it when you are born from above by the Spirit." And he said, "My kingdom is among you. It is inside of you." So God is not interested in a political military nation that wages war and kills people. Jesus Christ is called the Prince of Peace. He's the one who removes all hatred and violence between people and who makes people brothers. That's why in the New Testament it says, in Christ there is neither Jew nor Gentile. There is no more hostility or division. There is one new man, one new creation in Christ. Those who accept Christ, they are the ones who can enter into this kingdom of God. It has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with military warfare. It has nothing to do with hatred between one people group and another people group. That is in fact the exact opposite of this. But we've all been told something entirely different. We've been told by the Rothschilds through the C.I. Scofield Study Bible, which has spread all around the world and which was unquestioningly accepted by all of Christianity, that it is all about a political military nation, which is the opposite of what Christ said. He said, even to the Samaritan women at the well, for those who know what scriptures say, he said, the time is gone, the time is over, where people worship God in the city of Jerusalem. He said, now the true worshippers will worship God in spirit, because God is spirit, and that's the worship that he longs for. And then the Apostle Paul explained to the Galatians, he said, guys, understand this. You guys are not children from the earthly Jerusalem. You are not children from something worldly. You are children, you come forth from the heavenly Jerusalem. The heavenly Jerusalem is your mother. It's a heavenly kingdom, Jesus Christ said. In the old covenant, there was a physical Israel, a physical Jerusalem, a stone temple, but In 70 AD, that was all destroyed. That was judged by the Almighty God. And then in the New Testament, it says that we are now the temple of the living God. He dwells in us. We are his dwelling place, and his spirit builds us as homes where God can dwell. And through us, he brings healing and deliverance to the world. So we have two completely opposite mindsets. In the time of Jesus, the Jews wanted a political and military kingdom. That's why the apostles joined Christ. That's why Jude, who betrayed Christ, followed him. He expected Christ to restore Israel in a military, political way. And when Jesus didn't do that, and when it was clear that he was going to be killed by the Jews, then Jude betrayed him. He thought, this guy is not going to restore a political military Israel. He's in no way anything that I thought he would be. He's not going to be our world leader who will bring peace over all of humanity from Israel. So Jude betrayed him, and that caused Christ to be murdered. The apostles also left Christ. They were disillusioned. But when the Spirit of God came on Pentecost, all the Christians suddenly began to understand, starting with the apostles, what Christ had been explaining to them. This is not about a political military land. This is about a heavenly land. This is about the reign of the Most High God in your heart, where you are transformed on the inside, where heaven comes to dwell in your heart, and you become a completely different person, not through a religion, not through something political or social or military or whatever, but by becoming a child. Christ said, if you become like a little child, you can enter into the kingdom of heaven. So the promises that God had made to Abraham and his descendants were fulfilled in Christ. God never spoke about a stretch of desert that would be his ultimate fulfillment. He had something far more beautiful, far more glorious. He had a heavenly kingdom, a heavenly nation, people all around the world who love God. And here we come to an incredible misunderstanding concerning what it means to be a Jew or an Israelite or a descendant of Abraham. Who was Abraham? What is a real Jew? Listen carefully, even if you're not a Christian, even if you're not religious in any way, this is extremely interesting and fascinating, and it explains the core of what's going on in Israel and the agenda for world domination. So this relates to all of us, no matter our background and beliefs. So please keep watching, because a lot more will be revealed. Abraham was somebody who was faithful to the creator of life. He did not join into the demon worship and the human sacrifice and all the sorcery and magic of his surroundings. He remained faithful to the creator of all life. That's why God revealed himself to Abraham and said, Abraham, you will be the father of all the people throughout all of history who will be just like you. They will walk in your footsteps in a way that they will also love me despite evil surroundings in their culture. They will be faithful to me despite perversion and wickedness in their nation. He said, a great people will come forth from you, and they will come from every tribe, every tongue, every nation. And this will be called Israel. Israel means Prince of God, or in other words, royal child of the creator of heaven and earth. So Israel was never meant to be a political nation. It was that for a short period to show that that doesn't work out, because the people of Israel who came after Abraham, they left the creator. They turned back to darkness, and they went back to worshiping demons and human sacrifice. You can read that all throughout the scriptures. And God kept sending his prophets to call them back to him, but they always rejected and even murdered them. So God showed a political nation is not my idea. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about physical seed. I'm talking about spiritual seed. I'm talking about people who are circumcised in their heart, who walk with me in the midst of darkness, who are faithful to me, surrounded by wickedness, who walk in faith, even though their eyes can't see and their mind can't understand. They keep trusting me. That is what it means to be the seed of Abraham. We are like him. We walk like him. We live like him. We walk in his footsteps. And that's why the prophet Isaiah and the apostle Paul clearly said that only a very small portion of ancient Israel was truly Israel. Only those who were truly faithful to God. The vast majority of ancient Israel turned their back to God and were just as wicked and satanic as the other nations who practiced human sacrifice and demon worship and all kinds of magic and sorcery. So Abraham is the father of faith. His seed is not genetic. His seed is spiritual. That's why Christ said the people who listen to the Creator, who listen to God, and who do what he says, they are the children of God. They are my brothers and sisters. And that's why the Apostle John said it's impossible to become a child of God by ways of genetics or lineage or by the will of a man. You become a child of God by accepting Christ whom he sent, by believing what God says. Well, in the time of Christ, you had Jews who accepted Christ and you had Jews who rejected him. The Jews who rejected Christ were the ones who wanted a military political kingdom. They wanted to defeat the Romans and establish a military nation that would rule the whole world. They interpreted the scriptures in a very earthly way. Why Christ said it's only by the Spirit of God that you can worship God and that you can understand it. And that's why the Apostle Paul also said, we have the mind of Christ. We have the mind of the Spirit who reveals the mysteries of God. And the mystery of God was that the promises that he had been making were fulfilled in Christ. And that's also why it says that all the promises of God are yes and amen in Christ, not in a political military nation. So this is in a nutshell what the Bible really says. This is also the core, the heart of the Christian faith. God dwells in the heart of man. He doesn't dwell in a temple built by man. He dwells in the heart of man, which is built by the Spirit of God. Our life, our mind, our thoughts, our actions, our entire existence becomes a home for the Creator to express his love and to show his love to the rest of humanity. And there is no racism in God. He is not a respecter of persons. The mindset that being a Jew means that you have some kind of a genetic connection to Abraham, that makes you a racist, because people who think that way say the Jews are better than the rest of humanity. They have the right to slaughter and murder and torture and imprison and rob everybody else because they are the chosen people. And that is exactly how the Pharisees were thinking. In scripture we can read that they talked about other nations as being dogs. They said those people are animals. And now with the attack of Hamas on Israel, which is not really Hamas, you know, Hamas is financed by the same people who finance Israel, but the Israeli defense minister literally said those Palestinians, they are human animals. So that is the racist mentality of these people who think that being a Jew means that you are better than other people.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
There is a vast contrast between what Christ and the scriptures say and between what was introduced into Christianity. Basically, the doctrine of Zionism goes back to the time of the ancient Israelites, who wanted a political, military Israel that would rule over the world. That's basically that literal interpretation. And they are the ones who murdered Christ. They are the ones who killed all the Christians. They are the ones who slaughtered the apostles, because they did not want the kingdom of heaven in the heart of man. They wanted the political, military fulfillment of the promises of God. So they rejected Christ. They rejected what the apostles preached. They rejected everything that the scriptures truly said. So this is where we come at the core of the issue. And I hope that you are still with me. I've been real fast explaining this as concise as I can, but I invite all the Christians who are watching this video to study the scriptures sincerely. Read the letter of Paul to the Galatians. Read what Christ in the gospel said about the kingdom. He never spoke about a political military reign. He rejected that fiercely. Okay? And Jude betrayed him for that. the Christian church has been severely subverted. Instead of being faithful to what Jesus Christ said, whom they claim to believe, follow, and worship, they actually completely diverted from everything Christ has said, and they went back to what the Pharisees said. We need a military, political Israel. When we look at the modern day state of Israel, it becomes crystal clear that it has nothing whatsoever in common with the Israel that God is talking about in Scripture. In Scripture, God says that Israel, prince of God, royal children of God, is his family. It's his people, those who love him, those who worship him, those who are faithful to him. It is his kiddos, his beloved ones, the apple of his eye, the people that truly belong to God. When you look at the current state of Israel, it is one of the most atheist states in the whole world. The vast majority of Israel fiercely rejects the existence of God. They say that there is no God. Many of them are Freemasons. Israel, in its short existence, has become one of the capitals of sexual perversion worldwide, with the biggest pride parade in the Middle East. It is a safe haven for pedophiles. People who are wanted by the law for child abuse can flee to Israel and they will not be prosecuted there. So this is very powerful evidence that Israel has nothing to do with the true Israel that God was talking about, which is literally the exact opposite of this. God says, love your enemies. We are all brothers. He calls people to live in peace with one another. Israel is the exact opposite of this. It kills millions of people. It murders them. It tortures children in prison. This is unfathomable. There is no connection between this political military violent state, which was financed by Satanists, and which is a capital in the world of sexual perversion and one of the most atheist nations in the world, and what God says that Israel is. It is literally the exact opposite. Let me show you something. This is a legit $1 note. How do you know that it's real? Well, because it says so here, right? $1. So you can rest assured that this is a genuine $1 note. That's exactly what's going on with Israel. It's not because somebody assumes an identity or uses a certain name that they are the real thing. This is an authentic $1 note. It doesn't only say $1, but it has all the characteristics. When we look at Israel, we need to look at the characteristics, not just be fooled by the name Israel. Anyone can say, I'm an Israelite, I'm a Jew, or whatever. We have to look at what are the hallmarks of the true Israel according to the Torah, according to the Old Testament and the scriptures. And then we have to look if we can see those characteristics. That's how we determine if something is real. You can't just go around and say, look, this is real because it says so. Using the Star of David and using the name Israel doesn't make you Israel. This is something we really have to understand. And then another key insight I need to share with you is that this is being presented to humanity as an everlasting conflict between one people group and another, Israeli and Palestinians. But that's not what's really going on. As we saw, the entities who are behind both Israel and Hamas, they are the ones who have caused this conflict. They are the ones who initiate this war. Essentially, this is a war between the deep state and all of humanity. And both the Israeli and Palestinian people are victim of this. We are all being fooled by a very powerful and very cunning group of people who operate behind the scenes and who pull on the strings. So this is the mystery of Israel that has been solved. It has nothing to do with what the ancient scriptures say about what Israel is. It is diametrically the opposite of that. It was founded and financed by blatant Satanists who have an agenda for world domination and who want to have the support of the billions of Christians from around the world so that they can succeed in their agenda. I understand that it's extremely shocking if you hear this for the first time, but all this information can be researched. You can find more and more evidence for this when you do your due diligence. I want to invite you to become part of building a better world, where we don't support entities that create war and murder hundreds of thousands and even millions of people. We are not here to make this world a place of horror and terror and fear and destruction. We are here to bring love, justice, and goodness amongst all of humanity. This is our purpose. That's why this film was made, to expose an extremely nefarious agenda. Their plan is to incite world war, so that they can use that as an excuse for establishing a one world government, which would then supposedly bring peace. We have the choice to fall into this trap or to open our eyes and have the courage to stand up for what is right and prevent their agenda. I invite you to go to the website stopworldcontrol.com and sign up for our emails. You will learn a lot about the official agenda for world domination and what you can do to be part of preventing this plan. The future is bright and beautiful if we rise up and if we do what it takes to make this world a place of goodness, a place of hope, a place of happiness.
StopWorldControl.com. I thought you guys would appreciate that because, you know, with the things that we've been talking about over these past couple of months now, and gaining an understanding of the reality of what's happening, you know, and it's important that that we see this for what it is and not what other people want to place in front of us. You know, and there is a ton of research that has been done on that site. Well worth going through. I spent about an hour and a half on there this morning, just kind of, you know, browsing through a lot of the things that they have available for us to be able to, you know, provide everything necessary in order to get people onto the right path. You know, the world is the tribes of Israel. You know, we just don't know it yet. We just need to wake up to that. And when we wake up to that, then we begin to really see the evil that is being done by these people. So, okay, let's get on to our next one. You know, that's a great way to start, you know, start our podcast off today, giving you as much information as possible. You know, and, you know, all we can do is move forward. You know, it's just one step at a time kind of thing. And we will do better if we make it a point to, you know, gain as much knowledge as we can to protect ourselves, protect our families, protect our friends, protect our communities, and then in the long run, protect our country. You know, because God made this place for us, and you know, and that's what that's, you know, how we're gonna live with it. So, okay, up next, Nicholas Binyamin. Let's see, where did I put it? There it is, right here. This something to, let's get into the pharmaceutical side for a few minutes. It's a short interview. It's only like 20 minutes long, but very interesting.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Chris Burrus, and today we are going to be discussing how Big Pharma has been hiding the miracle molecule from humanity for many decades now. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin, where you can follow all my newsreels, my daily newsreels. Chris, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
Well, Nicholas, thank you so much for having me. I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm in Houston, and you will laugh at this, but it gets into like the high 60s, and we start throwing on jackets. Literally, I went for a bike ride this morning, and there are people in jackets walking their dogs. And yes, you are laughing because you're in the UK. It's like that's when you put on shorts or something. But yeah, things are going good.
Good. I'm so glad to hear it. Yeah, things are getting cold here, and how long can you be cozy and stay indoors? You start to get bored and you want to go back out, so it is what it is. So let's talk about the Big Pharma now hiding this miracle molecule. I mean, why aren't they interested, of course, in us living longer? And this is something that I tried to get my family and friends to understand, because they trust the healthcare system, unfortunately. Where do we begin with this?
Wow. So you kind of opened up a can of worms there. One of them is, if you look at the medical community, they think of aging as inevitable, right? Like there's just nothing that can be done about it. And there's actually kind of leading thinkers who are out there trying to kind of lobby the medical community and say, listen, if we addressed aging as a disease, one, we could get some funding to really look at it as a disease, and we could actually start to address aging. What tends to happen is the medical community will look at Alzheimer's, or they'll look at arthritis, which is clearly not as bad as Alzheimer's, but like right up there. Alzheimer's being one of the more terrifying diseases. You throw in cancer, you throw in coronary heart disease. Like these are all diseases that we're afraid of, all of the diseases that we're assuming that we're going to encounter as we get older, and we tend to fund them separately. If we could fund them all at once and just really look at aging, because what happens is if you solve the problem of Alzheimer's, you actually don't extend life for that much longer, right? If you solve the problem of cardiovascular disease, you don't extend life for very long, because the next disease just kicks in shortly thereafter, because they're all associated with aging. Now, if you can just solve aging, really you're solving these diseases. How much does Big Pharma make addressing these diseases, right? So that's the first one. There is already a path to profit associated with these diseases of aging. And then the next is you look at, we've just got phenomenal results. So there's a reason that our supplement exists on the market, that everybody's excited about it, that you're excited about it, that you're sharing with your family about it. Like the reason is because, one, how we feel when we're on it, right? Like that's one of the first things, like we notice a difference. And then the other is when you look at the research, here's research that's showing a 90% extension of life. So this was published in 2012. So it's peer reviewed and published. That's the kind of study that you hang your hat on. It was published in 2012. And the 90% extension of life was with this formula, right? So you take ESS60, that's the molecule, if you're going to consume it, that we call it. And the test subject, in this case, it was Wistar rats, lived 90% longer than the control group, right? So part of you is like, well, this should be something that Big Pharma is excited about, right? Because if you can extend life, there's these opportunities that you can sell this particular product. But there are other reasons that they're not that interested in this product. And I don't know if you had any follow-up questions where we can dive into that.
No, I love it. The money's not in the, there's no money in the cure. So there's no humanitarian behavior or activity with Big Pharma. It's all about making money. It's a more than $5 trillion a year company. And they're just making us more ill from the side effects, and then they medicate us for those side effects. But what you're saying is that let's go to the root cause. It's aging. If we don't age, if we can slow that down, then we slow down everything else. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that is one of the directions that we're going. And just to kind of summarize what you just said, for Big Pharma, you're right. Money is not in the cure. Money's in the management, right? Like they're in the managing disease business, right? They're not in the cure the disease business typically. Yeah, aging is this kind of overriding kind of looming challenge that we're not addressing that is ultimately responsible for the diseases of aging. Kind of not surprising. And it's interesting, a lot of people, when they start to think about aging, even maybe some of your audience right now is like, when I ask people, hey, would you be interested in living longer? A lot of people, their answer is no. Like it's just straight up, the answer is no. And it's because what they really hear, right? So I'm asking, would you like to live a lot longer? And what they're hearing is, how long would you like to live in an infirmed state, right? And I think for a lot of people, not everyone, but for a lot of people, like if I'm infirmed, I'm, if I've got challenges, if I can't remember my family, if I'm struggling with my health, then yeah, I'm not really interested in extending life that much longer. Actually, funny story. I bumped into a neighbor. I was riding my bike, and I ride my bike past our old house, bumped into my old neighbor, and he shared this, that he had an uncle who went to the doctor, and the doctor's like, look, if you don't stop drinking and smoking, like it's gonna cut 10 years off of your life. And he was like, well, is that the last 10 years? And he was like, yeah, well, I'm not sure I really want to live those last 10 years, because people's picture of what the last years of life are not great, right? So people automatically think that. Now, if we change the question, and we're like, Nicholas, if you had the same mental capacity that you have today, and you had the same physical capacity that you have today, let's pretend you were in the camp that you didn't want to live longer, would you then be interested in living longer? And that's where the mindset starts to change, right? If we can address these, I kind of facetiously point out the fact that in that original study, where the test subjects lived 90% longer than the control group, there was no notation that these rats were walking around with little rat walkers and little rat oxygen tanks, right? They lived healthy rat lives until they passed, and that was a full 90% longer than they were supposed to survive.
Wow, and the rats usually die of tumors, is that correct? But these ones did not die from tumors.
Yeah, like more specifically, a typical Wistar rat lives 32 months and has a known amount of tumor mass. So the longer they live, the more tumor mass they have in their body. Even though the C60 Evo rats lived out to 62 months, again, 90% extension of life over the control group, none of them died with any tumors. Now, I always have to kind of be cautionary here, because a lot of people hear, oh, they didn't die with tumors, then this is a cure for cancer. And the answer to that is no. Like, no, it's not a cure for cancer. We're not even suggesting that. There's a big difference between handling a cancer that has metastasized and actually being a cancer preventative. We know things as simple as good exercise, good sleep, good nutrition are cancer preventatives. What this does say is we've got to do more research to look at this as a tumor preventative. And then really this can start to sit into the area of inflammation, which we have to, here in the States, we have to be careful when talking about inflammation, that this needs more research to understand its anti-inflammatory properties. In fact, there's a paper that came out this year, and we can jump into that a little bit later, but it is specifically about inflammation and its impact on an animal model. So it's a pretty cool study, but that's
so I love C60 Evo, especially the olive oil. I take that daily. I love it. I feel very healthy. I feel rejuvenated. I love it. Now, it's very interesting because you've carried out the studies with the rats, and you said that, I think you said that they lived. Did you say 60% longer, or was it
90% longer? Yeah.
So they lived 90% longer without tumors, right? So how do we know that that's going to be how do we know that that also applies to humans? How do we measure that?
So you bring up a great question, right? And this is actually a question, really, we started bringing this to market back in 2018. And I would go on to different shows, and I was really kind of on a quest. One, what is the potential mechanism, right? Because I'm new to this industry, and I'm trying to understand how this might be impacting. We've got some really solid theories now. And the next is, what is what is the applicability of what happens or doesn't happen to a rat to what happens or what doesn't happen to a human, right? So if it's not poisonous, what's the likelihood of it not being poisonous in humans? And if it, whatever cures tumors in rats, what is the likelihood of it curing tumors in humans?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was asking questions, and one day I heard my business partner, he's actually talking to a Dr. Paul Kudubek out of, where is it? DePaul University. And so my business partner's on the other side of the wall. We're having this conversation, and I'm hearing him have this conversation. And Dr. Kudubek is the kind of professor who regularly takes rat studies and turns them into human trials, right? So this is the kind of person that's going to know the answer to this question, right? So I run around over to Robert's office, and I'm like, hey, Dr. Kudubek, I want to introduce myself. I've got to ask you this question. What's the percentage of things that happen in rats that do happen in humans? And he gave me this example. Bear with me, it's a little bit long, but I think it's worth it. So he says, most scientists will say as evidence that what happens in rats doesn't happen necessarily in humans, this particular study. And the study is actually a morning sickness drug that they gave to the rats. There were no sicknesses noticed in the rats. And so then they turned it into a human trial. In the human trial, they noticed that there were an unusually high amount of abnormalities in the fetuses, right? So this is obviously extremely bad. And he said, a lot of scientists will say, see, like you just can't take what happens in a rat study and apply it to humans. And then he went on, so Dr. Kudubek went on to say, the challenge is if they had looked at the fetuses of the rats, if they had looked at the right data, they would have noticed the increased abnormalities and they would have never brought it to a human trial. So this is a professor who, unlike me, I don't take rat studies into human trials, right? That's not my area of expertise. This is his area of expertise. And what he's basically saying is the poster child of proving that what happens in rats doesn't happen in humans is actually misinterpreted, a misinterpreted study.
Interesting. So let's talk about the papers that you said that recently came out that you've got with you, you mentioned.
Yeah. So I'll try not to get too geeky, and I'll try only to read like the really key points. The title is Anti-Inflammatory and Antioxidant Effects of Liposomal C60 at the Cellular, Molecular, and Whole Animal Levels. So they're actually doing this study in a number of different ways. They're doing it in a petri dish, right, which is one of the lowest standards. And then they actually end up doing this study in beagles. So the dogs that are beagles, right? And they're saying basically at a cellular level, they mixed C60 dissolved in grapeseed oil, right? So that's an oil that we don't offer. And by the way, we think in terms of C60 being an industrial product, and that ESS60 is for consumption. So they've processed this. We would actually call this ESS60. They investigated the inhibitory effect of ESS60 on the serum inflammatory marker C-reactive protein. So that's CRP. That's a very regularly used test to identify the amount of inflammation in a creature. That's C-reactive protein. So they did that in beagle dogs after the oral administration of that ESS60 dissolved in grapeseed oil. The results showed that those small amounts, because you can actually only get a small amount of the ESS60 molecule to dissolve in grapeseed oil, significantly inhibited, and this is a little geeky here, but TNF alpha release, cell migration, phagocytosis, and respiratory bursts in fresh, isolated human neutrophils. So that was in the petri. That's the piece that was in the petri dish. And let me jump forward. Oral administration of ESS60 dissolved in grapeseed oil markedly reduced the level of the serum inflammatory marker against CRP in beagle dogs. Right. So this is you look for when you're looking at research and trying to draw conclusions that move towards humans. An anti-inflammatory property was certainly noticed in that initial study back in 2012, where they gave ESS60 to the rats and the rats lived 90% longer. Anytime that you can get this in multiple animal models, right? So you'd like it in rats. I'm aware of a mouse study that showed similar response, actually a little bit for a longer extension of life. And then to do that in a beagle, you start to accumulate this data that says, hey, this is going to work for humans. This is, in this case, going to be needs more investigation, of course. And by the way, let me just throw out, the FDA has not evaluated our product. It is not intended to treat, diagnose, cure, or prevent any disease. But this is saying this needs to be investigated as a full-on anti-inflammatory product.
So what data do we have today as to measure that this so far is really having a good effect on humans, as we've seen in rats?
Yeah, so there are no human trials. You're probably aware of this. Human trials are extremely expensive. We are following all the guidelines provided by the FDA. So a lot of people are like, hey, is this FDA approved? Well, the answer is the FDA doesn't approve supplements, right? So this is a nutritional supplement. It is our responsibility, according to the law, and that law is handed down by the FDA, to report any serious adverse side effects that people experience that we find out about. To date, right? So this product has really been on the market since 2013, mid 2013. To date, we have not had to, nor has any of our competitors had to report any serious adverse side effects. So in terms of safety, people ask from time to time, hey, what do you think the toxicity level of this? At what point am I consuming this, right? And it's being is it toxic? And we believe that that's associated with the same toxicity of olive oil, and that involves drowning. So really, you can't consume enough olive oil. Your body would just throw it up. It's not going to become toxic to you. Your body can't hold the amount of olive oil that would be necessary to be toxic. And by the way, this has been a busy day already. I don't know what time is it? It's 3 o'clock. So I'm going to take a little shot here. That's 5 mils. I'm the geeky guy who takes it out of a medicine cup, but cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. Yeah, I like it because it's got a kick to it. You know, it's olive oil. It's really good. You can put it in your salad as well, which I've done. And I do like to take it, you know, in the morning when I wake up with my vitamin C's. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, my routine, and this evolved over time. So it's kind of interesting. In 2018, we really started bringing this to the market. I started taking it on a more regular basis in 2018. And I would notice if it was the middle of the day, right about now, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, that's the time it is here. If I was yawning more, or I was thinking I needed another cup of coffee, or I needed a nap, I could always look back and I hadn't taken the C60 Evo formula that morning. And so then I was like, okay, I got to stop this. I just got to add it to my routine. So my current routine is we've got an MCT version of the product, right? So I put, and you've heard of bulletproof coffee. So I put MCT in my coffee. I put about 1.5 teaspoons in my coffee. Then while that's blending, right? Because it's an oil product and coffee's water. So oil and water don't mix. So you got to blend it. While that's blending, I take the olive oil product. I take about 1.5 teaspoons of that. And then I think we've got an avocado product. I don't have a bottle handy, but I'll put avocado on my salad because I'm usually having a salad for lunch. So that's my typical routine.
No, I love it. It's amazing. I think the olive oils are great. I love them. I'll gladly leave the links below in the description so that people can get them right now and they could educate themselves. Chris, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been absolutely great sharing this information with us. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Well, I think they've got the link. When they go to the link, you can get just one bottle, right? This is I think this is the 16-ounce bottle, one of my favorite. You can get the one bottle of olive oil. That's the one that we recommend. Or you can get it on subscription and you save 20% on subscription. So take advantage of that discount. Our customer service team has like 800 5-star reviews. They're absolutely amazing. And they're not trained to talk you out of your subscription. Just go ahead and take advantage of that discount. And I think you've also got a coupon code. Really make sure you take care of those discounts. We really want everybody to try this and to give us, frankly, the feedback's always been amazing, but to give us the honest feedback that they get from taking the product.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. And we'll speak again very soon. You take care, Chris. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Nicholas.
All right. That was Nicholas Viniamin. Chris Burrs. for our health. At least somebody is, right? Yeah. If we're not looking out for it ourselves, it's good to have some motivation towards looking at other products that could actually help us instead of hinder us. So up next, Melissa Red Pill. Here we go. Freedom Force Battalion.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Melissa Red Pill, and today we are going to be discussing how this is all biblical. Israel last, we've been told, and also we are going to be discussing how, or if, have we been brainwashed that, about the Israeli government. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at Nicholas.Veniamin, where you can follow all of my newsreels every single day. Melissa Red Pill, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
I'm doing great. I'm so glad to see you. I've missed you. I've had people saying, where are you and Nicholas? I thought you guys were going to meet every 2 weeks, but Nicholas has been out and about, and I'm so glad that we're back together. So
Absolutely. I missed you too, and I'm so glad to be doing this again.
Yeah, so today talking about the government in Israel. This is the one group that you're not allowed to talk about. And so this is going to be really hot, you guys. So we want you guys to share it, but be careful how you share it because it could get banned. Okay, so get ready. You ready, everybody?
Understand, okay? We've already been taken down off of Facebook once since I started this podcast today. Okay, I'm not stopping. Okay, this information will get out one way or another. I am not stopping. I will not leave this battlefield. Okay, that was the only instruction that was given to me was get back to work. And that's why I got back to work. Okay, everything else comes in time. Get back to work. Okay, so let's do this.
I'm going to share the screen.
Let's do it.
All right. Okay. So this is my channel for you guys, freedomforce.live. That's my channel where I talk about how this is biblical. And I have a whole playlist on the lost tribes of Israel and who Israel truly is, because we were scattered all over the world because back in the day, it was just too small of a place for people to live. And it also got infested with Baal worship. So the Lord sent them into captivity. And after that, did I say that right? Captivity. And after that, they never came back to the land. Not, most of them did not. And I actually just maybe in a second I'll show you the picture, but I have a video of an image that I've showed where all the tribes moved all over the world. So we've been misled a lot about Israel, a lot. And when you talk about them and you get in big trouble, you realize, hey, maybe that's something's fishy. All right. So before we get started on that, really though, I want to show you talk about the solar eclipse that just happened last Sunday. It was on the 14th of October right at high noon. And so here's a picture of it. It's super cool. Oh, wow.
She had to say hi. Okay. She had to say hi. She said high noon. When do I usually start my podcast? High noon. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh my God. Wow. Like, why am I emotional right now? Oh, there we go. Oh my God. It doesn't look.
So it's right there over Texas, right smack dab, basically in the middle of the United States of America. And what a lot of people didn't. Okay, so the Ring of Fire is very rare to have a full solar eclipse. And this one is the last one we will see until 2046.
Wow.
Very rare. Very rare, and we've seen a lot of signs in the heavens. We've seen lots of blood moons. We've seen lots of, and it says this actually in Luke 21. Let me see a little farther down here. It's awfully small. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, it says verse 25. There'll be strange signs in the sun, moon, and stars. And let me make it a little bit bigger. So I know it's just too small. strange signs in the sun, moon, and stars, and here on earth the nations will be in turmoil, perplexed by the roaring seas and strange tides. People will be terrified at what they see coming upon the earth, for the powers in the heavens, the powers that be, the powerful people, and was what I think it's talking about, will be shaken. Then everyone will see the Son of Man coming on a cloud with power and great glory. So when these things happen, stand and look up, for your salvation is near. I think this is the salvation of all of humanity, to be rescued from these powers that be. And you see, there's not another one of these. So, I'm not trying to set dates, you guys, but I'm just saying, when you look at these signs in the heavens, those set the dates. Those are telling us we are really, really close, because you won't see another solar eclipse until 2046. Okay, so that happened on this past Sunday. And this is where it was in the constellations. This is Virgo, and we've talked about Virgo a lot. Okay, so let me show you, for those of you who are not familiar, this is on my website. You go and you scroll down and you'll see the 3 books that I wrote on end times. They're $2.99 on Amazon, and I break it down real simple, because this is the end times for them and 1,000 years of peace for us. But if you scroll down a little bit farther, you will see this sign also with Virgo, which I've talked about many times, called the sign of the Son of Man. Old Testament calls it the woman in labor. And this sign is basically started on the day President Trump was elected. And it's so that's 7 years coming up November 8th. Okay. So Virgo represents the virgin bride of Christ. In other words, God's people who just want peace on earth and everybody to be happy and healthy and wealthy and everything that they need. Just don't want to be ruled over by a bunch of tyrants. So on the 14th, with this solar eclipse, it was actually a ring. It's a ring. It was a wedding ring for Virgo. A beautiful wedding ring. Isn't that beautiful? And it's actually she's holding a bundle of Omer. So that's kind of like her bridal bouquet. And so she's holding that bundle of grain. So it's right there in her bundle of grain on her finger. Of all the places it could be. And so we're going to the wedding supper is what we're going to. And I'm going to show you what it talks about on that. And on the wedding supper, it talks about in the Bible, it says, I saw an angel standing in the sun, shouting to the vultures flying high in the sky, come gather together for the great banquet God has prepared. In another verse, it says the great supper, the wedding feast. This is a wedding feast. Well, this is not a typical wedding. He says, come gather and eat the flesh of kings, generals, and strong warriors, of horses and their riders, of all humanity, both free and slave, small and great. So on the 14th of October, we have the wedding ring. On the 17th of November, we have this sign right here, November 17th, 2023. You've got Mars in the sun in the scales of justice. There's another one where there's an angel quote is standing in the sun. That's in June, but so it's not terribly rare to have that. But I mean, that's 6 months. But this would be right at 7 years since President Trump was elected, and that sign of the Son of Man started. But this is where I'm talking about here, the angel standing in the sun. So this is the thing. The Lord put in Genesis 1:14. He says, I put these signs in the heavens, the sun, moon, and stars in the heavens for signs for you. And so it's just, do we have the eyes to see it? Do we know the word well enough to be able to pull it out? And that's really my role in this, because I know the word pretty well. Anyway, so I just find this very interesting. Why in the world would we have a beautiful ring of fire on Virgo's finger, a wedding ring, and then we have the wedding supper potentially in November at 7 years? I hope so. So this is the ring of fire I think that it's talking about. And this is where it's going to get to be really difficult to talk about, because there's been so much brainwashing. It talks about this on the board. I should pull up that post. I wonder if I could pull this up. Hang on real quick. Let me see if I can pull this up super quick. There's a post it's post 34. And yeah.
But this is not about, anyway, the Israeli people. This is totally about the government anyway. Because I see every human on this planet, whatever you are, we are all one family. We are God's children, but we have dark people in government that are dividing and conquering us, and we are not going to take it. And this is what we're exposing.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. So
Sure.
well said. Exactly. We're fighting these tyrants. We're not fighting each other or an ethnicity. But there are those who have taken, and actually that reminds me of another passage I should bring up. In Revelation chapter 3, when you go to BibleGateway.com, everybody, and you just type in Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. Let me read to you what it says. There's some people who are not even, they're fake. It says, look, I will force those who belong to Satan's synagogue, those liars who say they are Jews, but are not. They've hijacked the name so they could use this for their evil schemes. And I think they've hijacked the whole land of Israel. I will have them come and bow down at your feet. They will acknowledge that you are the ones I love. You know, of course, God loves those who are for peace and happiness and health and everything for everybody. So yeah, this is what I think is really what we're about to witness on humanity.
Yes.
So yeah, these people have hijacked, and that's what's so hard. But when you look at, I should show this to you also, because I don't know if you've seen this one. Let me see if I can do this one. There's a map of let's see if I can find it. What would I call it? Anyway, I'll have to see if I can find it in a second. But there's a map of Palestine, how it was back in 1948, and then 700,000 Palestinians had to leave their homes, and they've been put in basically the largest prison in the world, the largest open air prison, which is the West Bank and Gaza. And they had to leave everything that they had owned and live basically in this horrible situation. So I'd never really looked into this before. You know, we're all busy raising our kids and doing our thing, and I hadn't really looked into it until now. And you look at how it's been bombed over there. There's no way that you can accept that they would do that over a few terrorists. You just can't, and how no telling what the truth really is. But they're pushing these people completely out. And that was one of the things while we're on the subject. The other neighboring nations won't take the Palestinian refugees, and that doesn't make sense to us. We're like, these people are in a terrible plight. Why won't you take them? And the reason is, since 1948, whatever that is, 70 years ago, 75 years ago, this whole land was to be shared by everybody, Jews and Christians and everyone was supposed to share it. And little by little, it decreased so that they could only live in these two small areas. And what the neighboring nations know is that they take in the Palestinians, then their nation is next, and then they will have their land completely taken from them.
Mm-hmm. So why do they want the land? Obviously, the deep state basically wants the land, yeah?
Right. I don't think it's that different from Maui.
Right.
And it's on the Mediterranean Sea.
So it's just about a power grab.
And it's also because I need to find that picture. See if I can find it. Let me see if I can find this picture. And it's so obvious.
Do you guys remember back about I think it was about 4 years ago on one of the podcasts. I actually had a panel going that day, and somebody brought up the fact that these next 5 to 6 years are going to be the largest land grab ever witnessed on this planet in any lifetime. Okay. And basically that's exactly what she's talking about, is literally the largest land grab ever accomplished. Okay. And we're witnessing it. Okay. Not only did we see it happen in Lahaina, but we've seen it happen in Paradise, California. We saw it happen in that one area of Arizona that burned, and other states, where the state is basically confiscating this land. Okay. But who is the state? What is the state? Okay. Is basically what she's breaking down for you right here is these same people are the ones involved in all of this. They want this land for particular reasons. I said to you guys before, he who controls the holy sites controls all religions. Right? But we were taught, and in what we've learned from, researching the Bible, reading it, spending time with each other, having conversations, that we are the church. Okay? The true church is us, inside us. That first video that I talked about was, Christ wanted a place to dwell inside us, inside each and every one of us. It wasn't about any particular land anywhere. It was about us. Okay. And the thing is, when he talked about a seat at the table, his father wanted to have a feast and he wanted the table full. He wants his table full. Jews, Gentiles, Greeks, everything, all the way Orthodox, whatever you want to call all the different people types of the world. Okay. As long as we all have Christ in our heart, then we are God's children. We are Israel. We are Israel. Not a piece of land. Not a piece of land. So they can take all the land that they want, but they can't take our hearts. And that's what's destroying them. Okay? Because as we awaken, more hearts are joining our family. Right, back to her. Sorry.
They just want exactly the land territory. Let me see if this is the one. No, that's not it. Anyway, yeah, it does say that the 2 million people are on the Gaza Strip. They're just into that, and it's just evil. You want, it's hard for us to think evil. Thank goodness, it's hard for us to think evil, but they enjoy terrorizing people, and they enjoy making people miserable and ruining their lives. Only there's 3 million on the West Bank, but anyway, imagine the whole thing was to be shared by everyone. Everyone was just living just like where you are, and now they've taken it from them, and so they want a place where they can do whatever they want to do, just like the City of London, the Vatican, DC, where there's no laws that apply to them. And so
the other thing is apparently they have Israel have this dome around them, this energy dome, where if you throw a missile in there, it deflects it. It can't go in because they were very well protected.
Right.
So how is it that that Hamas just went in there very easily?
No, there's just no way. And even Charlie Kirk has come out and said, there's something's fishy. Something's very, very wrong. And they're taking responsibility for it, but you can't tell no one believes it took 3 hours for them to get to support the people. Bottom line, they wanted to take Gaza, and this was their way to do it. President Trump has actually posted 4 times something with FF. It was failing Forbes 3 times, and then Fox First another time. What is he doing all this FF for? I think he's saying false flag.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I posted a video on my channel called, I'm going to get you the name of it, stopworldcontrol.com, Stop World Control. And this guy nails it. He goes into the history, all that. So you guys can go and check that out. Really, really good to see. So I was going to show about Mel Gibson. He got into some very, very, very hot water a few years ago when he started blasting this group. And so he apologized and all that. The problem was not enough people were awake to understand what he was saying, but now we are. Enough people are awake to realize what's going on. And what's really, really weird, you guys, is that President Trump is saying to support Israel in this destruction of the people, the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. So why is he doing that? Well, he also said to take the jab. When we know he knew full well. So why is he doing that? And he expects us to be able to see through it and understand that he can't say certain things but he's working behind the scenes, and he's working because, like, right now we have, I think, 4 military ships in, basically with their guns trained toward Israel. So what's really going on?
Mm-hmm.
And what, it could be, instead of protecting them, the good guys might be arresting them. This could be coming up. So on this post 34, I was going to talk about, I forgot about talking about that before I talk about Mel Gibson. He says November 1, a timestamp of November 1. So that could be coming up like this November 1. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you'll undoubtedly realize that we're taking back our great country from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11.3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta. Now, what if it's not just Mr. Podesta, but also all these others, these other criminals, these other tyrants? And 11.3 is on the law of war manual, which they've been talking about that a lot lately. You're like, they can't go in and destroy all these civilians because that's against the law of war manual. Well, it looks like they still are doing a lot of damage to that. But anyway, 11.3 is where the occupation ends. We've always talked about this is an Israeli occupation. Israeli occupation. Well, what if that 11.3 is talking about the end of the occupation?
Mm-hmm.
Confirmation of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. And if what I believe is what he's talking about is that these people, this criminal cabal that runs Israel, if they're being arrested, people won't understand that.
Okay, so again, I want to pause it for a minute just because I want to explain something. Trump stated that when he's reelected, that we're going to federalize Washington, D.C. What does that mean exactly? Okay. Well, our enemy has occupied D.C. for 3 years. And per the law of war, okay, manual, that's how long it takes in order to be able to have any retaliatorial reaction from the people that it was taken from. So when we think about this, okay, we can talk about the city of London inside, that 1 mile square that is in the center of London. Okay, the actual real city. Okay, which is basically the financial sector of London, but not of London. Okay, because it is a separate country, no different than Washington, D.C. is a separate country from the United States. Whoever is in charge there, that little 4x4 flag that they fly, okay, is their country. Okay, so Obama's was a maritime flag for I believe it was a Somalian pirates original standard, from the 1700s and 1800s. Okay, the along the Barbary coast, and but it was also a sign for renegades against the government. Okay, so which is pretty interesting. So the federalization of Washington D.C. means that that Washington D.C. then is forced to become a state, a taxable state. Okay, and because it's federalized, okay, that means it falls under federal laws of whatever country it is designated to be orientated towards. So basically, DC comes back to the states, okay. Or DC comes back to the states controlled by the states forever. Okay. And, personally, the way I feel about it is I'd rather see it surrounded with a big fence and flooded. Okay. But I think I think part of that has already happened. Okay. Because of certain things that have happened, just like we see underground fires coming up through manhole covers, things like that, because something's being burnt out. Okay. Because those same cities, weeks after the fires, were then flooded. Okay, and they had water coming up out of those same fire, out of those manhole covers and sewer grates and everything else. So it's a cleansing going on within the earth, and we're about to begin to see the cleansing on the crust of the earth, on the outside of the earth. Okay, so this is it's kind of just getting an understanding where this is going and understanding what was said, okay, about how things will be restored, okay, and understanding why Washington D.C. can get away with the using the criminal justice system that they're currently using, okay, against Americans, okay, that think of our J6ers, okay. At the same time, think about our financial industry. Our dollar is a captive prisoner to that particular government that's established there right now. Okay, so the federalization of that not only takes the land back, but also forces the immediate return to the original Constitution written in 1776. Okay, instead of the Constitution that replaced it in 1869, which went into effect in 1871. Okay, all right, back to this. Sorry, there's just bits and pieces when it comes to mind. If I don't say it to you now, I'll dang well forget about it, and I don't have any space on my desk to write notes to myself. So here we go. Sorry.
Because of the brainwashing.
But don't you think they should be strategic and explain it first to the public or something like that? Or there should be
Yes, he will.
Or the day after or the week after.
Yes, he says here a little bit farther. He says, let me read the rest of it because you're exactly right. He says that here just in a little bit. He says public rights are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. So they might have, don't be surprised if whenever this happens. I don't know if it's going to be this November or when, but the signs in the heavens make me think it is. But whenever it is, there'll be martial law because we can't have people having all these riots and people put their lives in danger. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the U.S. to prevent extradition and special operator necessity, as in Clinton, as in Obama, that they can't escape to Kenya or wherever they want to go to avoid being arrested. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has been long broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system, EMS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding fake news, to all citizens. So exactly what you just said. They will be doing emergency broadcast system so that they will be able to understand what is going on. Because you can't clearly believe anything that comes out of the fake news. I mean, there could be no hostages, there could be no deaths. Who knows? Because the whole thing could be a wag the dog, made up movie. We don't know. Now, I will say, I've seen these bombed out places and people leaving their homes. I mean, I think that that looks very real. And that's from just citizen journalists who are sending pictures of people where they are in a rebel, just basically rebel. Anyway, organizations that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations. So we would get some information, but still it's hard because we've heard all of our lives, support Israel, support Israel, support Israel. And what if, and of course we support the people,
Exactly. We support everybody, everybody,
Yes, thank you.
everyone.
Yes, it's just we don't, and that's what we'll have to tell people. If this is what happens, if instead of protecting Israel, if they go in and arrest them, then it's going to be really hard for people to understand, and the news is going to come out and say, Lord only knows what. And so we'll have to help people as much as best we can. But we know how hard it is when someone's brainwashed. It's hard to get through to them.
Yeah, of course. Even we are, and we're learning, and we're trying to deprogram all the crap that the deep state have been putting in our brains.
Real. But if you remember, and I know you probably don't remember this movie, but on the when Sleeping Beauty wakes up, it's like the whole nation, and everything starts to be lighter. And in the movie, everything she wakes up, and then everyone wakes up, and everything turns bright. And so it will happen. But President Trump can't say it right now. We're in this highly strategic time, and I think there's going to be like a torpedo that goes back and gets them. But anyway, here's what Mel Gibson is talking about. You kind of catch it in the middle of the conversation where he's saying he's trying to support someone who's maybe been hurt by the Catholic Church. So then he talks about how do you know if they're good guys or bad guys?
How are we supposed to know the good guys from the bad guys? Well, we were given a standard by which to judge them. By their fruits, you'll know them. By their fruits. Anybody seen any good fruit lately? No.
Out of the Vatican.
Tough. And look, I'm a pretty sinful guy. I mean, I'm as venal as the next guy. But I know the difference between a shepherd and a hireling. And I think that the vast majority of these.
Okay, so let me talk about shepherd and hireling. In John chapter 10, the Lord Jesus told us about there are some who are true shepherds who really love the people and he'll want to help the people. And there are some who are just hirelings, and they're just there for the money. Okay? That's what he's talking about.
Bishops are just a bunch of hirelings. And my question is, who's hiring them? I don't think it's Jesus. Is it Francis? Who's hiring Francis? Is it Pachamama? I mean, I think you need to look at the whole institution. And I'll quote Archbishop Vigano again in saying that he believes that there was a parallel counterfeit church set up to eclipse the real one.
I thought that was a really great choice of words. He says a parallel church. What did he say? Parallel church set up to eclipse the real one.
Basically, you're saying that there's a different what they're saying when you say that, those liars say they are Jews but are not.
In both cases, there are fake popes, fake bishops, fake Jews, fake that people will trust that they must be good because they're bishops and popes and whatever, and then they're not. They just hijack the name. And I really do believe that's what the Lord told us. He said not to take the name of the Lord in vain. It's not about cursing. It's not about whatever. It's not about saying a bad word. It's about if you would take a name and then use it for evil. Take the name Jew, take the name Pope, take the name Bishop, take the name Christian, and use it to deceive the people.
To mask their identities.
Exactly. So that's what Mel. I think that's the last. I think he's a little bit more.
He's suggesting usurpation or an inside job. It seems that way. Anyway,
I thought that was really great that he's trying so hard to wake up people, and he's acting like he's asking questions. And that's exactly what Q does. He asks like he's asking questions and just to get someone to think. So it's always good, and you're in a safer place, everybody, if you ask people questions. Really, really good. All right. So this is a picture that we were shown January 18th, 2018, with the Pope kissing the hand of the I think the Rothschilds or whoever it is, some kind of a Jewish leader. So now you know who controls the Vatican.
Well, the Pope, the Pope kneels or bends to him.
Exactly.
Not the other way around.
Exactly. And there was 1832, there was a loan to the Holy See in 1832. So therefore, when the borrower is indebted to the lender to do what they say. It's always that way. So that was a very important clue that we were given. And this one is rough. This one was from April 3rd, 2018. Why do they persecute me so? They got blood on their hands and on the blade. All this Russian and Polish and Hungarian and Ukrainian blood. And they're saying they're being persecuted. This is from the board. That's something. It's very interesting little terms here. The chair serves the master. Who is the master? P equals C. I don't know what it is. I'm wondering that the Pope is the chair and they have to serve the master. If that's the master, they have to do as they're told by their masters. It's what I kind of think it is. Yeah. This is we're getting to this point. It says in the board, saving Israel for last.
Right.
We're again, as you keep reminding everyone, this is the tyrants at the top. This is not the regular people at all. All right. So here's what we're seeing happening, though, and this should give us everyone, encouragement and take heart in this. Liz Crokin posted, the Rothschilds, the Gettys, and the Rockefeller families had been auctioning off their items from their private collections. Pretty cool.
I like that. Yeah.
And it was announced the other day that George Soros closed offices across his $24 billion philanthropy empire. How about that? That's pretty cool. So I'm ready for all those to be gone. Bye-bye. All right. And then one other quick thing. Roseanne said, this is about the money, you guys, and what's going to happen with the money. And so she said something really good. I've got this clip. I just posted it this morning on my Telegram. If you're new to my channel, go right over here. When you scroll up, you see the social media. You'll see all the social media right here under social, and you join with us and you'll see all these videos and the ones I was talking about before and all that. All right. So here's what she talks about, what they're doing with the money.
Oh, a scam, a tired effing scam. These guys are such geniuses, these money geniuses. Here's how smart they are, Abby. They made money obsolete.
I love Roseanne. But yeah, so money obsolete, as in cash obsolete. So it's all digital. Well, how easy is it for us to just go in and flip a switch and it's under the control of President Trump, the White House? And no longer, that's a big deal on the board, that we were told that we won't have these central banks that controlling the money anymore. And check out what it says in the Bible. This is in Habakkuk chapter 2. I should put that down there. It's in Habakkuk chapter 2. What sorrow awaits you who build cities with money gained through murder and corruption? Has not the Lord of heaven's armies promised that the wealth of the New World Order will turn to ashes? All their money, they can have all this play money. It's just fake play money. They can have all the fake play, but we'll have they'll be left holding the bag. Basically, everything that they have done will be worthless, and humanity will be free. They work so hard, but all in vain. I think that's what we're seeing.
Absolutely.
All right. So the last quick thing I'll show is these are my books. If you guys want to go check them out, and you can share them easily. They're, like I said, $2.99. You can just email them to someone so easily on there. But this one is the major clues from minor prophets. That one includes about Habakkuk, where it's talking about the money being turning into their money turning into ashes, and all the things that we've been watching for. If you wanted the actual decode of Revelation, this is it right here. End times in 1,000 years of peace. And then I finally have my audiobooks. This is biblical. All these Bible stories we've heard are being reenacted in our day. And here's the audiobooks right here on freedomforce.live. All right. I think that's everything.
Wow, that's amazing. So Donald Trump says that Joe Biden will be out in 5 months. What do you think about that?
Who said what?
Donald Trump was like, we're going to take the house, we'll get Joe Biden out of there in 5 months. He mentioned in one of his rallies.
Wow. I missed that.
The actual statement was, we have 5 months to get rid of Biden. We have 5 months to win this battle against them. 5 months is what he said.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to ask your opinion, but listen, I mean, it's very interesting. So much information I know going around, and you've taught me a lot today. You've taught me a lot today. I've seen a lot that I didn't know, and thank you so much.
Yes.
So Melissa, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Let's pray together.
Let's do that.
Especially because we might get serious if we bring this information out. You guys, you'll likely be prepared. You might be attacked. Okay, and a lot of people, even well-meaning people, even influencers, even patriots, they just maybe won't understand. So, but everyone needs to face this, and this is what Mel Gibson's trying to do, and Roseanne, and even our president. So let's pray. Thank you so much, Lord, that you are helping us and guiding us into all truth. Thank you so much that you continue to do that, because we can piece it together without your spirit guiding us through. And Lord, we are ready to see this wedding feast. Thank you for the beautiful ring for Virgo, and we know that we are your bride. We are your beautiful people that want to have peace and health and wealth and love and all the good things for the world. And Lord, I thank you for your promise that one day our enemies will be gone. We're so glad that that's the truth, and that we're not going to have this world run by them anymore. We just praise you and we thank you, and we ask you to protect everyone who's listening here. We ask you to help them, guide them how they can share this information, but also that you'll just give them peace and comfort and encourage and bring all their family together and provide everything that they need. And we just pray this in your great name, King Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Melissa Red Pill. I will speak again very soon. You take care and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Love you guys. Bye.
You too.
All right. Melissa Red Pill, Nick Benyamin. It's beginning to understand and compile all the different perspectives, and then realize that they're all talking and saying the exact same dang thing. And these are people from all around the world that are coming to the same consensuses about these things, and opening their eyes and seeing the deception that has been going on. And it's crazy, totally crazy. But the thing is we were told that things would be confirmed, that our voices will become basically we're the news, right? And oh Jesus, buddy, stop already. He took the bed. You're not going to get it back. He's 5 times the size of you, and he's not going to let you have the bed. Okay, so no matter how much you whine about it, he's not going to give it up. He's bigger than you are, and frankly, I don't have time to go chase him out of there for you. After I get the next video going, I'll go kick him out of there for you. Okay, all right. Now just go over there, be quiet for a couple minutes. All right. So let's go ahead, jump into our X22. I'm running both episodes, one after the other. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3189 AM. Today's date is October 17th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Trump Hits the Green New Deal Hard. Timing is everything. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble crew walked me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce Silver America, the beautiful coin, if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private what's the central bank, the World Economic Forum, Trump is showing the people that the Green New Deal does not work, and he hit the Green New Deal very, very hard. And I don't even think he had to do that, but once again, he needs to show the people, look, their policies, they're going to destroy the entire country. Actually, it's going to destroy the entire world. But this is what the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum actually wants. They want the world as we know it today completely destroyed. And they want it rebuilt in a completely new way, which we know is the Great Reset, the central bank digital currency, and reducing the population and allowing the people to live in these small little tiny areas where they're not using the resources of the world. And this is what they've been trying to do. And I think Trump, he needed to show the people their entire agenda. And I do believe this is why during the pandemic, they made the announcement and Trump said, okay, go ahead, show the people what the Green New Deal consists of. Show the people what you're going to do with the Great Reset and the central bank digital currency. Let everyone experience this and go ahead. Bring on the net zero. Show everyone how Germany right now is going to go net zero. Let California do it. Let everyone see it. So this way, everyone could understand exactly what you're planning to do. Now, remember, the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they never, ever, ever wanted to do this while people were awake. They wanted to do this while there was destruction, while there was a pandemic, while people were scared, while people were hiding in their homes, while cities were destroyed. They wanted all this to happen under the cover of an event. And this way they can move forward with the plan. They never expected the entire pandemic to be countered. They never expected the people to go back to work. They never expected the children to go back to school. They never expected any of this, but it was too late. They already started down this path and they couldn't stop. They had to move forward with everything that they were doing. And as you do this, what do the people see? They see what your plan is. They see exactly how this is not going to work for the entire world, especially here in the United States. It's not going to work. And as soon as you change the type of energy and you try to retrofit it to everything that we do today without any type of transition, it's all going to fall apart, especially with the population that we have today. And think about it. Think about how we go about our business today. Trucking all over the country, flights all over the world, diesel trains to pull long train cars. There's no way that these electric motors are going to be able to do this. And now the people can see exactly that. It will not work. And take a look at what they're doing with the economy. Because remember, now they're raising the rates. They're pushing the Green New Deal. And we see Germany, they're continually falling apart. Since free money has been ended, because remember, we had 0 to negative interest rates. Since that is gone, well, Germany is imploding right now. And it looks like that they will not be able to make it if they continue down this path. Now, remember, they ushered in the Green New Deal. They decided, okay, we're going to close nuclear power plants. We're going to close coal-fired plants. We're going to try to go to net zero. At the same time, there was inflation. At the same time, interest rates have started to move up. They started to do all these things. And on top of that, they opened the floodgates to all these illegals coming into the country, which means they had to build more apartments. Now, how can you possibly do this when you're pushing the Green New Deal, when the economy is imploding? You can't. So what happens? Well, under these conditions, falling prices, surging construction costs, higher rates, and difficulties in getting financing, property developers are holding large tracts of land that cannot be economically developed and that could be sold only at much lower prices if buyers can find them at all. And they're working on construction projects whose economic assumptions got wiped out by higher interest rates and falling property prices. All of these factors are leading to liquidity and insolvency issues. So Germany is in trouble right now. And they brought this upon themselves. Now, again, like we said from the very, very beginning, they never expected this to happen while the people are awake. Now, if there was a war and they said, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to usher in the Green New Deal. We're going to usher in the Great Reset, the central bank digital currency. The people, they're too busy, rebuilding or finding their loved ones. There's death and destruction everywhere. And I don't think at this point they would even care what we did or what we say or where we bring them. That's what they were planning on. And now this is all backfiring on them. And every step of the way, what is Trump doing? He's letting everyone know the Green New Deal is going to destroy what we have today. The Green New Deal is not going to work. Electric cars aren't going to work. Windmills aren't going to work. Solar panels aren't going to work. And sometimes you need to show the people because it sounds fantastic on paper. Let's end the pollution of the world. Let's go all green. And it can work. That's what they kept saying. Oh, we can do it. But now the people see it can't be done. And what they're trying to do will not work with this population. It will not work with the world as we know it. It's completely impossible. They would drastically have to change everything. Now, can they just do that? Well, they were trying with the pandemic. They were trying with a war. But if you subtract that and remove it, can they do it? No. So they're trying to retrofit their entire plan into the existing world, which does not work. It cannot support it. They've known this from the very beginning. This is why they wanted to reduce the population. This is why they wanted to bring us into the Great Reset, the central bank digital currency, because this way they would have complete and utter control. And now the people can see this. And actually, Trump, he was out in Iowa and he was talking about electric cars. And he said, electric cars are good if you have a towing company. He said, listen, if I had a towing company, I'd make a fortune because these cars, they can't even go anywhere. They have a certain charge. You can't find a charger. They break down. And I don't mean they physically break down, but they break down because they don't have the energy to keep going. And I can just drive by with my tow truck, either use my gas powered generator or tow them away. So he's letting everyone know that this entire system that they're pushing is not going to work. And as we go through 2024, I do believe they're going to see, and I'm talking about the people of this country and the people of the world, they're going to realize that none of what they're proposing is going to work. And everything that they're saying, the opposite is happening. And that's what people are seeing. I mean, think about it. Since the interest rates have been going up, wages haven't been keeping up, and fuel prices are going up, inflation's going up, people are finding it very, very difficult to make ends meet. Now, when the layoffs start and companies start laying off, because we're heading into a depression, let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble crew walked me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce Silver America, the beautiful coin, if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. This whole thing's going to come crashing down around the Biden administration, around the Federal Reserve, around the Treasury Department. But you can see that things are getting worse as we move forward. Unusual Whales put this out and said, the number of homeowners hit with foreclosure notices in the third quarter of the year jumped 34% from a year ago to nearly 125,000. They were up 28% from the previous quarter, which tells you this is not a good sign. And we're starting to see this not just with real estate, but credit card delinquencies, auto delinquencies, everything's starting to push up because people are finding it very, very difficult to survive in this type of economic situation. And once the people hit the economic precipice, they're going to be screaming and yelling, why isn't anyone doing anything? And who's in charge? The Biden administration? You think they're going to do anything? They're the ones who are causing it. You think the Fed's going to do anything? Well, they're telling you that they're already doing something. Well, we're controlling inflation by raising the rates. No, actually what you're doing, you're destroying the economy, because when you raise the rates in this type of controlled economic system, you don't help it. You actually destroy it.
Real quick, off of this comment here. Okay. So it is now 15 without a speaker, as Jim Jordan lost again today. It was Republican Jim Jordan 199, Democrat Hakeem Jeffries, 212. Now, sure, it is 15 days without a speaker, but it's also 15 days that the purse has been zippered shut and Biden hasn't been able to pull money out to give to anybody. That's what we have to remember. What can't be done when Congress is not in session? The purse is closed. They can't spend no money.
This is what happened back in 2008. They raised the rates up to a certain point. The economy tipped over, and then they dropped it very, very quickly. They tried to do it when Trump was in office, 2018, 2019. They said, okay, we're going to start raising the rates. Why in the world would they start raising the rates? Did we have an inflation problem? No, Trump was bringing inflation down. Did we have fuel prices moving up? No, actually, fuel prices were going the opposite way. So why in the world at that point did the Fed need to start raising rates? Does it make any sense? Because they told us they needed to raise rates this time around to control the inflation. What were they trying to control back then? There was nothing for them to control. All they wanted to do was bring the entire economic system down around Trump. That was their plan. And as they started to do this, Trump called them out on it. Now, Trump reversed all of this, set the deep state up, set the central bank up, set the World Economic Forum up, and now they're the ones who are going to feel the weight of the entire economic system crashing on top of them. So now, as we go into 2024, and I do believe this was all planned, timing is everything, the Green New Deal was set in motion. It's destroying the economy. The stimulus, where they're continually borrowed and borrowed and borrowed, and the Fed continually printed, that is going to cause inflation like we've never seen before, which we're seeing now. And to bring us into the Green New Deal, they decided, okay, we have to make fossil fuels very, very expensive, because how else do we push the people into electric or solar power or windmills? We have to make it so they can't afford fossil fuels. This way we could force them into this. But by doing that, what are they doing? They're actually destroying the economic system, and the people can see this. And as they keep doing this throughout 2024, the entire system is going to implode around them. Everything that they set in motion is not going to work. And the people around this country, around the world, they're realizing that they need to protect themselves. And what's very interesting about all of this is that from the very, very beginning, we had all the different banks and BlackRock and Vanguard. I'm not saying they're good or bad. Most of these places are pretty darn bad because they own a lot of things. They force their policies on certain corporations, and they're pushing certain policies. But what's very interesting, if you go back in time, they all said, even the Treasury, the Fed, and everyone else, that cryptocurrency, well, this was used by criminals, money laundering, and everything else like that. If you go back in time, when Ron Paul was questioning Bernanke, who was the head of the Fed back in 2008, he was asking him about gold. Is that money? And he said, no, that's a barbarous relic. Nobody holds it anymore. It's not important anymore, except, central banks they were trading in their pieces of paper for gold, which is kind of strange. If you think pieces of paper are the way to go, why would you need gold then? You wouldn't. But they pushed people away by using the paper markets and telling everyone that you don't need it. The crypto market, they decided, okay, we're going to tell everyone that it's used by criminals. Now, remember, there was a survey done, and it's like 0.02% that is used by criminals. What's the percentage that criminals use the paper dollar? And I'm not talking about the criminals on the streets. I'm talking about the banks. I'm talking about those people in government. I'm talking about all the insider trading, because they're using the fiat currency. So we're seeing money laundering. I mean, just look at Joe Biden, for example. What did he use? He used fiat currency. He was accepting that. He was laundering the money through the shell companies. So when they talk about laundering money, all you got to do is look at the corrupt politicians, look at the banking systems, and you could see it all. But if you go back in time, like we were saying before, and Genevieve Roque-Decker put this out, the CEO of BlackRock back in 2017, he said, crypto is an index of money laundering. And it wasn't just him. It was many different banks. It was the Treasury. It was the Fed. They were all on the same page. Let's redirect everyone away from cryptocurrency. Let's redirect everyone away from gold and silver. Let's try to direct everyone into the stock market, into the fiat currency. Let's do that. Well, if you fast forward to today, 2023, BlackRock says crypto will play a role as a flight to quality. So why would someone say that? Why did they have a change of heart? Because, again, they see what's going on around the world. In the beginning, they thought they were in control. They thought they were going to bring us into the central bank digital currency. They thought they had the control. So let's move everyone away from that. So now when they realize, hey, we don't have the control anymore, well, we better protect ourselves, because if we don't, our entire business is going to go down the tubes. So now they have to tell people crypto's okay. Gold is okay now. Everything is fine if you go with those things. Crypto is no longer being used by criminals. All of a sudden, everything just changed. No, what they're doing is they're actually protecting themselves because they see what's happening around the world. They understand that their entire agenda is not working the way they thought it was going to work. And from all the polls and everything else that's been going on, the people aren't buying what they're selling. And they're starting to realize this. And as time goes on, people are going to start to understand what's really going on, and they're going to start to protect themselves. It always starts at the institutional level and the very wealthy, where they realize, hey, you know something? Let's move into other types of currency very, very slowly and carefully so we don't ring any alarm bells here. And as they're continually doing this, people really don't take notice. But when you see like inflation, you see high fuel costs, and it's getting worse and worse, and you're seeing a lot more people talk about it, people start to recognize, hey, we need to do something to protect ourselves. And I do believe this is exactly what's going to happen as we go throughout 2024, especially with war and everything else. And as all this builds and the economy implodes, people start to wake up and people start to realize what's really, really happening. And especially when the market comes down, because remember, those people that put a lot into the market, they go, holy crap, look what's happening. The market's, having problems. It might crash. I want to transfer some of this into something else. And I do believe as we go through 2024 and as everything starts to fall apart, people are going to recognize this. And in the end, as people watch all of this play out, because everyone's awake, everyone's thinking logically, everyone can see all of this. And I'm not saying 100% of the people, but they're going to make a completely different decision at the end. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're going to be directing a lot of the people saying, listen, is this the economy that you want? Is this the system that you want to go into? Because they've been lying to you the entire time. We can have a completely different system. And this is what I propose. And I do believe he's going to have we got to go back to sound money. We got to get rid of the Fed. We have to restructure the Fed. We need to break away from the globalist system. I do believe all this is going to start to happen. And we're going to hear a lot of these solutions as we enter 2024 and as we move through 2024. And I do believe when the crisis hits in the end, the people are going to make the final decision. And it'll be very, very easy for the people to make this decision because they've been given the solutions. If you've been given the solutions and you look at them and you research them, the people are going to say, you know something? Yeah, this makes a lot more sense than the people that have been lying to us. So in the end, the people are going to make the final decision. And it's going to be very, very easy for Trump to shift us away. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, we're going to go ahead and stop that one there because we are going directly into part B. So there's no need to run his ending. I kind of wish it was all one report and everything, but it's not. It would make things a lot easier without having to start a second one. But hey, we deal with what we got to deal with, and we make the best of every situation. So let me get these all lined up too, so that way we can move along a little quicker. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3189 BN. Today's date is October 17th, 2023, and the title of the episode is, Did Trump Let Us Know He is the Commander-in-Chief? Patriots will not let the deep state rig the 2024 election. Let's talk about our health. A record number of doctors are applying to become obesity specialists as America's excess weight problem worsens. Nearly 1,900 doctors applied for the annual exam this October, which is a 50% increase from last year and would allow them to be certified in treating obesity and raking in higher salaries. What's worse is that their market is bigger than ever. 40% of the population in 3 states are now obese. This is one reason why so many people have turned to my favorite magic powder used to help manage weight. With its research-backed ingredients, it works by supporting elevated levels of ketone, which mimics a state of fasting and helps promote the weight management benefits that people want. The powder also promotes a fat-burning metabolism, helps curb cravings and appetite, elevates energy levels, and much more. Simply mix a scoop with your favorite morning drink to give your body the nutrients it needs to supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part is you get 51% off the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at over $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to ketowithx22.com. That is ketowithx22.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are losing the narrative amongst the people. And the people are seeing through everything that they've been trying to do. And I do believe this has been the mission of Trump and the Patriots from the very, very beginning, to show the people that these individuals, they're liars, they're cheats, and everything that they're trying to do will destroy this country. And Trump needed to slap everyone in the face and show them just that. And as Trump is running for president in 2024, he's already the commander-in-chief. And by the way, it seems like he might have sent a message letting everyone know that, yeah, this is really his second term, and he is the commander-in-chief of the United States. And he wants everyone to see how his political opponent is going to continually attack him every step of the way, maybe even throw him in jail, which he does mention. Now, if he does mention this, that means this might happen. Because how do you show the people that this is a banana republic? How do you show the people, look, Trump is running for president, Biden is directing everyone, Obama is directing everyone from the basement, he has his other supporters around him, Soros and many others, where they are indicting him every step of the way, and eventually they will try to throw him in prison. And I do believe Trump, he needs everyone to see this, just like you're seeing the border, how it's completely open, like you're seeing the war that is building up, like you're seeing the economy fall apart, like you're seeing the infiltration in this country where they're trying to brainwash our children. You need to see all of this. And as more and more people see this, the people break free from the brainwashing. And you can see that people are breaking free from the entire push for gun control because it doesn't make sense anymore. But it doesn't mean the deep state players aren't going to keep trying. And you want them to try because it proves the case over and over and over. Look what Kamala Harris put out. Weapons of war have no place on the streets of civil society. We need an assault weapons ban. Congress, send it to Joe Biden's desk. Now, she put this out on October 16, 2023. What did everyone just witness in Israel? Everyone saw paragliders. Everyone saw an invasion. What is everyone now seeing in this country? The borders are wide open. So if we have Hamas terrorists in Israel, we have terrorists here in this country. And we don't know where the terrorists are. We don't know where the criminals are. Because remember, the Biden administration, they just let everyone in, they bust them around. And if you look at all the different blue cities and blue states, they've been releasing prisoners. So do you think that people are saying, hey, you know what, this is a really great idea. This is the time to give up my weapon. Actually, these individuals have been countering their own agenda. And I do believe Trump set them up to do exactly that. So people can actually think logically. So when you have Biden out there continually telling you, you don't need a weapon, why do you need 100 rounds? Well, people now are coming up with reasons why you actually need it. When Kamala is coming out saying that there are weapons of war have no place on the streets on a civil society, well, when you see criminals running around, when you see terrorists entering the country, when you see gang members entering the country, people are going, well, we're not in a civil society. And even if we were, we have every right to have the weapon. People now are looking to the Constitution, and the people now are pushing back. And we can see with the entire war out in Gaza, we can see the deep state players, they're trying to push their agenda. Now, I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they set it up just like in Afghanistan, and they knew that Biden, Obama, and the rest, they were going to do something. They weren't going to follow the plan because, again, why would they follow the plan that actually improves the country, that has peace? They wouldn't do it. Trump, the Patriots, they knew this. So they knew that they were going to do something out in Afghanistan. They knew they were going to try to do something out in Israel because they weren't going to follow the peace plan. And they're starting war. They're killing people. That's what they're doing because they decided to do this. And everyone is seeing this because remember, their agenda is to do what? Keep Zelensky funded, to keep him quiet, and to continually get more and more money so they can launder it and pay off individuals. So they weren't getting any money for Ukraine because McCarthy was kicked out. And they were like, holy crap, this is going to dry up. What are we going to do? Well, let's start another war someplace else. Now, this gives Israel the opportunity to go in and wipe out Hamas terrorists once and for all, push them back. And once they do this, everything is going to change. Because once you remove this group and the people of this area take control, well, everything changes. And I do believe this is the direction we're heading in right now. But you could see the deep state players, they're continually pushing their agenda. They want money. Schumer is out there, and he says the Senate must move first to pass aid for Israel. We have Biden out there says, well, we need Congress to give us $100 billion in additional Ukraine-Israel aid. Now they're combining it. You see how this works? This is the game that they're playing. They don't care what's going on in Israel. They don't care who lives or dies. They thought, hey, you know what? Let's start something else. We know that everything was put into place to have peace in Israel with the Palestinian people. Saudi Arabia was working on a deal. We can't allow this to happen because we need wars. We need the money. How are we going to get the money? If they're kicking out McCarthy and they're bringing in someone else like Jim Jordan, we'll be talking about that in just a little bit. How are we going to get this money? Because he's not for Ukraine. Well, we can lump everything together with Israel. We can say, hey, this is a combined package now of Ukraine-Israel. Now, if we can't get the combined package, what we'll say is, okay, we need $100 billion for Israel. And you know what they're going to do. They're going to take the money and they're going to say, okay, $20 billion to Israel. Here you go, Zelensky. Here's the other amount, $180 billion. That is what they're going to do. And they're trying it right now. Is it going to work? I don't think so. I think they're trapped in all of this. And I think the people are now catching on. The other thing that's very interesting is we could see that since there was a terror alert in Belgium where we had two individuals going around killing people, the Belgian authorities, they have raised the terror alert to the highest level. And I do believe we're going to start to see a lot of this throughout the world once again, because remember, this is what the deep state loves. This is what rhinos love. They love terror. They love scaring the people. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew that they were going to go down this route. And actually, this is going to fall right into their entire plan of exposing all of these individuals because all their agendas and everything that they were saying is going to backfire, especially in this country. Not just this country, but Europe too. Because, wait a minute, didn't we just have open borders in Europe? Weren't we just bringing in the refugees? And now we have these major problems in these countries. And now in the United States, they did the same exact thing. They had open borders. And now we have terrorists running all across the United States. All we need is one thing to happen. Everything goes down the tubes. Everything backfires on them. And I do believe that time is coming. And now the people are going to see it all play out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see the Hamas caucus, and this is made up of AOC, Omar, Presley, Tlaib, and the rest. Well, they're all together, and not one of them has asked for the release of American hostages. Unbelievable. Bob France responded to this and said, not a single word of condemnation from the horrific, unprovoked attack on Israel's citizens, but begging for a ceasefire before the find out phase. Savages. And once again, these individuals, they don't care about the American people. All they care about is their agenda. Remember, they were installed into these positions for a specific reason. And if you notice, and you go back in time, you look at the Obama administration of John Brennan, Valerie Jarrett, and the rest, what was their faith? Look at these individuals. Was this all done on purpose? Absolutely. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, it's been 10 days since the hostages have been taken. What has Biden done to this point? Nothing. It seems that nobody's talking about it. Benjamin Weingarten put this out and said, it's day 10 of Biden's hostage crisis that no one seems to want to acknowledge. And his admin has done nothing to pressure Iran, Qatar, Hamas, their allies and partners to force the release of Americans. Here's what U.S. national interest demands. So they're not doing anything. They're not even mentioning it. And Hamas just came out and they put out a statement and they said that the foreign hostages were taken by accident. They will be returned soon. They're being treated like esteemed guests. So wait a minute. How do you take hostages by accident? Because remember, you're taking the person against their will and you're bringing them someplace. It can't be an accident. It's on purpose. And this is what they always say. Hey, no. We're going to release them when the time is right, when the time is safe. And this is exactly what they put out in their statement. They said the prisoners count ranges between 200 and 250 prisoners, with Al-Qassam currently holding 200 prisoners. We keep a diverse group of individuals currently under temporary custody, hailing from different nationalities. These individuals are considered our esteemed guests, and our primary goal is to ensure their safety. We will release individuals from various nationalities under temporary custody when the on-ground conditions permit it. So they took them by accident. They're keeping them there. And when it's all safe and good, that's when we'll start releasing them. Do you really think this is what they're going to do? I mean, this whole thing seems made up. Now, there might be a lot of pressure because of the world is watching all of this, and they might release them, but you don't take hostages by accident. And it seems like one of these things that they just say because all they're doing is dangling the carrot. Don't worry, we're going to release them. Oh, don't worry, they're going to be safe. Oh, wait, can you give us this first? Oh, no, they're going to be safe. Can you give us that first? I do believe most likely that's what they're going to try. And we'll have to see how this all plays out. But again, what has Biden done? Absolutely nothing. Now, while all of this is taking place, Putin flew into China and he's meeting Xi Jinping in Beijing. And once again, you have to remember, China and Russia, they are allies of Iran. I do believe this all goes back to Iran. It goes back to Uranium One. And this is all going to go back to the start of World War III. And right now, China and Russia, they're criticizing Israel in what they have done. But remember, Hamas started all this because they fired the missiles. Instead, they could have had talks. They could have just talked about what they wanted or what needed to be done. And remember, during this period of time, we had Israel and Saudi Arabia working out a deal to help the Palestinian people. So once again, I do believe this entire mission is to wipe Hamas out of Palestine once and for all. And I do believe if you go back in time, you can see this was a mission that was thought up a long time ago. And here we have them doing it. Now, what's very interesting is we know the deep state players, they want to say, okay, you know something? Let's start helping these refugees. Let's bring them into different countries because this is what they've done when the Syria war was going on with Ukraine, many other places like Iraq and Jordan and the others, because they like to blend the entire world. And you can see what blending is doing right now. It's making the countries tilt in a different way. And this is exactly what they want, because how do you infiltrate a country? You do it like you're seeing them do it. Same thing here in the United States. But Jordan is out there and they're saying absolutely no refugees. Egypt is out there saying absolutely no refugees. So what do you think is going to happen next? Well, you're going to hear Biden And others say, we need we should take the refugees. Let's bring them into the United States. We already have Nikki Haley, Bird Brain Haley. She's out there saying that we need to bring 1 million Palestinians to the U.S. from Gaza. I mean, really think about this for a second. And soon you're going to hear many others call for the refugees to come to this country, because what do they need the refugees in here for? They need them to vote in the election. Remember, they need bodies. That's why they're bringing all these people in. So, yes, there are many different agendas associated with this. But we could see that the same thing that happened in Afghanistan is happening in Israel, where all they had to do is follow the path of what Trump and the Patriots set out with the Abraham Accords, with the deal that Israel was making with Saudi Arabia. But again, these deep state players, they don't want peace around the world. They want war. Now, like we said before, Biden, he is preparing 2,000 U.S. military troops to support or advise in the Israeli war. And these troops, they're not going to be going in and fighting and all that other stuff. What they're actually going to do, they're going to be deployed to support Israel. And how are they going to support them? Well, they're going to support them via medical support and other types of tasks. Are they ready for combat? No, not at this point. So we can see they're just there to support what is going on in this area. But when we talk about terror, when we talk about terrorist groups, look what the deep state, look what the rhinos have done, the establishment have done over time. Kaneko the Great explains and says the following. Since 9/11, America's war on terror has had staggering consequences. 37 million people displaced, 4.5 million lives lost, and a jaw-dropping $8 trillion price tag. U.S.-backed wars funneled millions of refugees to the U.S. and Europe. Over his 50-year career, President Biden championed these foreign wars and interventions, including the convention's NATO expansion and U.S. meddling in Ukraine, believed by many to have ignited the ongoing U.S.-Russia proxy war in Ukraine, displacing an extra 6 million refugees since 2014. Polls show that 80% of Americans are concerned Israel's war with Hamas in Palestine will lead to a larger Middle Eastern war. Americans should be worried. Remember, President Trump was the first president in 40 years that did not start a new war. It's no coincidence that a U.S.-Russia proxy war rages in Ukraine while the Middle East stands on the brink of destruction. With President Biden and the U.S. foreign policy establishment once again running the show, President Biden and the U.S. foreign policy establishment are responsible for multiple wars, millions of casualties, and trillions wasted on foreign interventions in the past 2 decades. So basically, the resident and all the others, the establishment, they're doing what they've always done. Can you see the difference? And I think people can actually see the difference. And actually, people are going to see the difference as we move forward, because this is going to lead into World War III. And you're going to have Biden and the establishment, the fake news and the rest, all pushing World War III. Yes, they're going to have an event. They might even use the word red line. Oh, they crossed the red line, and now we have to do something. And when they cross the red line, that means there's some type of an attack or something that's going to happen. And I do believe we're going to see a lot of this in 2024. And I do believe this is part of Trump and the Patriots' plan to, number one, wake the people up. Number two, control the elections. Number three, show the agenda of the deep state players. And I think this is what people are witnessing. Now, it looks like Israel has the upper hand here, because they're reporting that 2 senior Hamas leaders were killed in an Israeli strike. They're saying the highest ranking Hamas official has been killed and another commander has been killed. So Israel is removing these individuals. Now, really think about this and think about how this is all playing out. When the deep state was in control, did they want Hamas taken care of? No, just like ISIS in Syria, the deep state protected them. When Trump came into office, the protection disappeared. Trump gave the bombing, the decision where to bomb, back to the military, because Obama took it away and they were able to eliminate ISIS. I do believe the same thing's happening here in Gaza. The deep state, they are no longer protecting Hamas, and Israel is free to do what they need to do to remove the terrorist group within this area. Just like Trump was free to do the bombing runs out in Syria because the deep state wasn't protecting these individuals anymore. Russia had the ability to go and bomb certain areas because the deep state They weren't protecting these areas anymore because the protection was removed. So you could see all of this happening right now. Trump, he let everyone know. And remember, as you see this play out, he's going to tell you this is not going to happen under my administration. He's going to do the opposite of what they're doing. He was planning to do the opposite. He had everything set up to do the opposite. But again, he knew the playbook. He knew that they wouldn't follow this path. But during his speech out in Iowa, he says, when I'm back in office, we're going to cut every penny of money we send to the Palestinians and the terrorists on day one. Take a listen to what he says.
Oval Office, we will cut off every penny of money that we send to the Palestinians and the terrorists on day one. We will fully support Israel in defeating, dismantling, and permanently destroying the terrorist group known as Hamas. And under my leadership, we not only imposed crushing sanctions on Iran, we unlocked American energy to drastically.
So right there, he's letting you know everything is about to change. And what he's going to do is he's going to allow Israel to remove all the terrorists in this area. And yes, the Palestinians will do whatever Trump says. And I'm not saying he's going to be bossing them around. You want money? Let's have peace. Okay, let's have peace. And I do believe they're going to make a deal. Now, Trump, he also put out his plan to keep jihadists and their sympathizers out of America. He said, reinstate and expand Trump travel ban on entry from terror-plagued countries, territories, and places. Re-implement a full suspension of State Department refugee resettlement. Implement strong ideological screening for all immigrants to the United States. Sympathy for jihadist Hamas or Hamas ideology will be automatically disqualifying. Aggressively deport resident aliens with jihadist sympathies. Revoke the student visa of radical anti-American and anti-Semitic foreigners at colleges and universities. Proactively send ICE to pro-jihadist demonstrations to enforce our immigration laws and remove the violations from our country. Continue and expand denuclearization of criminals, terrorists, and immigration cheats. Invoke the Alien Enemies Act to accelerate domestic deportations. So he's letting you know, as soon as he gets into office, all of this is going to happen. And I do believe that as we go through 2024 and you see the world falling apart, because this is what people are seeing. They're seeing the entire world fall apart because this is the policy of the deep state players. This is what they want. This is part of their 16-year war. This is their plan. He's showing everyone. You want to see what they had in store? Forget the conspiracy theory. Forget I said, he said. You know what? How about you just see it? Because this is what's going to convince you in the end. Now, it doesn't mean everyone's going to be convinced all at once. Some people will be convinced when the border was open and people saw that. Holy crap, now I see it. People are convinced when the economy comes down. Other peoples are convinced when they see terrorists running around the country and we see what's happening out in Israel, in the Middle East. Other people will be convinced when we're on the precipice of war. Everyone is not convinced at the same time. But in the end, everyone, I'm saying the majority, will be convinced. Now, you might have 4 to 10% that might say, you know what, I want to go to war. Well, those people, here's your fatigues, here's your gun. We're sending you right to the front line. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. The rest of us, we're going to talk about peace because we don't want war. And most of these individuals, and especially the youth, what do you think they're going to do in the end when they hear about a draft, when they hear about war? Everything that they've been talking about is going to completely disappear. All they're going to want is to have peace. They're not going to want war. Now, there might be a couple of them that say, let's do it. They should be sent off right away. You want to go? You go. Most of these people will back out. But I do believe this is where all this is leading, and this is all leading up to the 2024 election. And you could see the deep state players, their entire COVID push completely fell apart, that no one believes it anymore, even the Democrats. Rasmussen Reports put this out and is responding to Peter McCullough. And remember, yesterday we talked about how the XBB 1.5 booster uptake at 1.3% public sentiment has swung strongly away from mass vaccination. Well, Rasmussen Reports put this out and responded to this and said 83% of Democrats are vaccinated, and 78 to 79% of them say the vaccine is both safe and effective. 77% of them are concerned about another COVID-19 outbreak, and they are 34% of our national all adults sample. So why aren't they getting their new booster shots? Why aren't they? Because they're starting to figure it out. They're starting to learn that they've been lied to, because now they see people that are getting sick. Now they see people that are dying. Now they see something very, very different, which means the people are waking up, even the D's. And I do believe in the end, this is about bringing the entire country together to show the country who the true enemy is. And in the end, I do believe this is going to work. I do believe people are going to see this and people are going to understand who the enemy is, because the enemy is going to try to bring us to war. The enemy has been letting in terrorists into this country. The enemy is destroying the economy. The enemy is responsible for all of this. And this is what people are going to see in the end. And the people are going to know who the enemy is. And they're not going to be looking at Trump anymore, because Trump is going to be talking about peace. How can he be the enemy if he's saying, listen, your son, your daughter, your cousin, your mother, father, and everyone else, I don't want them to go to war. I want the killing to stop. I want peace. You can't be the enemy if you're talking about peace. Let's talk about our health. Excess belly fat has been deemed the most dangerous fat of them all, as it's linked to so many health issues. Interestingly enough, apple body shapes or large waistlines specifically are at high risk for health issues than other body types. This is essentially because excess belly fat grows deep in the abdominal cavity and puts pressure on some of the body's most vital organs. That's a big reason why myself, along with so many people, are turning to this amazing new substance, which is thoughtfully formulated with science-backed ingredients provided by Mother Earth that promote a reduced fat storage, help to speed up the breakdown of fat, support weight management, reduce cravings, and boost metabolism. Simply take a serving each morning with another serving in the evening to give your body the nutrients it needs to help supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part I love is that you can get it 51% off for the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to trimwithx22.com. That is trimwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. People understand peace when war is shoved in their face, when you're scared about, holy crap, am I going to be drafted? People understand peace then. They might say, I don't care about peace now. I'll go. Yeah, they all act brave until that moment in time. That's when everything changes. Now, Trump, since we're talking about COVID and everything else, remember when he took the funding away from the World Health Organization? Well, we know that the World Health Organization, they were trying to control everything because, again, if you look at the globalists and you look at the establishment, the deep state players, they wanted a one world government, and you could have the World Health Organization call the shots. Now, Trump, once again, he set up Biden in all this. He removed the funding and he never went back to the WHO. Even the WHO was saying, listen, just give us $25-30 million and you can come back into the WHO. And Trump said, no, you know what? Right now, I got to think about this. So he set Biden up. And as soon as the resident came into the White House, he joined back up to the WHO, but for a lot more money. Take a listen to what Trump says.
Health Organization has become nothing more than a corrupt globalist scam paid for by the United States, but owned and controlled by China. When the China virus reached our shores 3 years ago, the World Health Organization disgracefully covered the tracks of the Chinese Communist Party every single step of the way. For this reason, it was my great honor to terminate America's relationship with the World Health Organization. The United States was paying the World Health Organization almost $500 million a year. When I dropped out, I took it out of there. And for 330 million people, even though China was paying only $40 million for 1.4 billion people. So we had 330, they have 1.4, and we're paying more than 10 times the amount. That's typical for the United States because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Unfortunately, crooked Joe Biden foolishly re-entered the World Health Organization at the full price and without any negotiations or reforms. And now Biden is pushing to bypass the United States Senate to enter a pandemic treaty that would surrender American sovereignty to the World Health Organization, again, controlled by China. The draft treaty would require the United States to send vast quantities of medical supplies to other countries in the event of another pandemic, and it would push aggressive censorship of free speech on issues of public health, just like they censored the truth about the Wuhan lab, which I said that's where it came from, remember. Under the next Trump administration, that treaty will be immediately terminated. I would not allow public health to be used as a pretext to advance the march of global government. That's what they're doing, globalists. The United States will withdraw from the corrupt World Health Organization, which, in light of its utter failure on COVID, they had a tremendous disaster on COVID, deserves to be completely abolished and replaced. Then I will work to forge a new coalition of nations that are strongly committed to protecting health while also upholding sovereignty and freedom. I want to thank you very much, but I also want to say this. I could have renegotiated the deal. I could have gone into the World Health Organization for $25 million. Biden didn't take that deal. He's paying almost $500 million. They were so anxious to get the United States back after I terminated the agreement. They were so anxious to get it back that they offered me a deal, $25 to $30 million. And I said, no, I'll wait. Could have gotten it for less, but I didn't want less at that point. We were paying almost $500 million. Could have done it for 25 to 30. Biden took the almost the $500 million deal. He knew he could have gotten back in for less. So why did he pay so much? But that's just one of many things that are wrong with our country. Thank you.
Well, it looks like Trump set them up completely. It looks like they went right back to the WHO and they spent like $500 million of the people's money just to get back into the WHO. And now people can see this very, very clearly. They understand what the WHO was all about. And all the Biden administration had to do was follow what Trump set out, but they didn't again. Everyone can see this very, very clearly. And the people around this country, they're starting to notice that there are installed individuals that don't care about their cities, they don't care about their towns, they don't care about their states, and they're working for a different master. Out in Oakland, California, the residents there, they have moved to recall Alameda County District Attorney Pamela Price as the city has become consumed by violent crime. And now they're getting ready to recall the Soros-backed DA because crime is completely out of control. And you know what the people are doing? They're taking it back. And that's what people need to do out in these other cities. And if the governors can't do it and the mayors can't do it, the people need to start to get together and throw them out of office. We need the country to start to throw these people out of office, because if crime is running rampant, they're not following the Constitution. We do not need these people in office. And we don't have to wait for elections. People can actually sign a petition and have them recalled. And I do believe this needs to happen right away. And I do believe people are going to start moving in that direction, because look what's happening right now. Billionaire investor and longtime Democrat voter Chamath Palihapitiya has publicly admitted that he was wrong about Trump. Not only did he express a newfound appreciation for what Trump was able to accomplish during his tenure, he also went on to say that Trump derangement syndrome did more damage than Trump ever did. So people now are hearing this, and people are starting to say, whoa, wait a minute. Everything that Trump was doing was working for this country. And the fake news and the corrupt politicians who were talking about Trump derangement syndrome and hitting Trump over and over and over, they were wrong. Trump was right. And I do believe this is going to spread, and we could see it's already started. Now, today, we can see that the House members, they were voting, and it looks like Jim Jordan didn't get the vote to be the Speaker of the House, which means they're going to vote again until they get a Speaker of the House, or maybe they'll place a temporary Speaker in position right now until they can work this out. But you can see the establishment right now, they're completely exposed, and the Patriots are giving them a run for their money. And once again, the Patriots, they're not just going to give up. They're going to push and push and push until the very, very end. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, Jim Jordan will be a great Speaker of the House. As everyone knows, I have long ago given him my complete and total endorsement. And yes, they need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until they get him in. Now, what's very interesting is we can see that the attacks on Trump, they are now starting to accelerate. We have Biden, and Trump calls it this, Biden indictments. They're continually happening. They're trying to shut Trump up, and they might even try to throw him in jail. Actually, Trump did mention this. And you could see that they're going to continually push. Now, first, Trump put out a truth about his entire fake case against him. And he's talking about his financial statements. And he says, her fake case against me should be dropped immediately. My financial statements are extremely conservative, and her numbers were way off, including the fact that she undervalued Mar-a-Lago and Doral by billions of dollars. She also didn't reveal the 100% disclaimer clause at the front of the financial statements, and that she sued me under a statute that was never used before, miscarriage of justice and election interference, all wrapped up in one. And that is absolutely true. And Judge Chukin, she released her official gag order on Trump. Technofog explains and said he is prohibited from criticizing the special counsel. The special counsel could engage in the most egregious behavior, threatening witnesses, etc., and Trump couldn't say a thing. At its essence, this prohibition could punish Trump for telling the truth about the special counsel. No falsity required. Also, she didn't state the penalties for violating this order. Theoretically, that would include fines or potential jail time. Think about that for a second. Julie Kelly put this out and said, here's the kicker in the gag order. It applies to what Jack Smith called surrogates in his proposed order. This, in effect, gags Trump campaign spokesman, advisors, and anyone DOJ Chukin views as others tied to Trump. Not a limited gag order, a contempt trap for Team Trump. So basically anybody. That's what she's saying. Rasmussen says, at its essence, this prohibition could punish Trump for telling the truth about the special counsel. Tea leaves. Chukin will be responsible for initiating Trump's 2024 election landslide. And Rasmussen reports is absolutely true, because when people see this, and people see this play out where he can't defend himself against a special counsel and nobody around him can defend himself, well, this is completely unconstitutional. And I do believe what Trump's going to do, and I think he did it already, he's appealing all of this. But if we go back in time, we can see Chukin, she is very, very radical. Julie Kelly once again put this out and said, Judge Chukin is about as radical as they come. In 2017, she ruled against Trump's HHS policy and prevented unaccompanied minor illegals from getting abortions. Her decision was reversed by a 3-judge panel on D.C. Circuit, then upheld by a full court. Judge Chukin believes a 17-year-old illegal immigrant has a constitutional right to an abortion, but does not believe Trump has a constitutional right to criticize the parts of the government. So let's see. Chukin, her decisions were reversed. Jack Smith, his decisions were reversed. Does this tell you everything you need to know? Really think about this. If you're trying to show people how corrupt and dirty the system is, you find the most corrupt, dirty individuals and you show the people and you wake them up. Remember, this is about waking up the population at every step. People are going to wake up when they see different things. I do believe Trump is waking people up, and especially when we get to the election fraud case or January 6th, because again, Trump is the victim. Trump is doing nothing to them. They're attacking him. All he's going to do is defend himself. So when they say he was trying to manipulate the election, he's going to show everyone that they were manipulating the election. They actually rigged the election. When they say that he caused January 6th, he's going to show, because he has to defend himself, that they caused January 6th. What he did is he had them come after him. Optics are very important. If he just went out and attacked everyone, it would look very, very different. The fake news and everyone else would be attacking him. But he wants the people to see this, especially those people that are watching MSNBC, CNN, CNBC. He wants these things televised so people get a front row seat to what the deep state is actually doing. Now, these people are going to think that they're going to put Trump away. But what they're going to experience is something very different, and it's going to be documented. Doesn't mean people are going to believe, A lot of people won't, but a lot of people will. And you're going to see that Democratic number go from 30% that will vote for Trump. That's going to go way, way up. And I do believe as they keep trying to get Trump, the people, they're going to go with Trump. And it looks like Judge Aileen Cannon has smacked down Jack Smith in his Trump classified document case again. Judge Aileen Cannon once again shut down special counsel Jack Smith, and she denied Jack Smith's request to create a secure facility in D.C., which would have forced Trump defendants and lawyers to travel to D.C. to view the classified documents. Jack Smith claimed the owners of a few of the classified documents wanted them back in D.C., and Judge Cannon shut it all down. That is not happening. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: Crooked Joe Biden told the DOJ to indict Trump, hoping that it would help him in his campaign against me and the Republicans. In other words, he indicted his political opponent. They are now called the Biden indictments. Love that. Biden indictments. And now nothing like this has ever happened in the USA before. It hasn't. But you need to show the people. Can you imagine if this was turned around and Trump was going after Biden and he was indicting him over and over and over? Think about that for a second. Because remember, if it happens one way, it could happen the other way. And I think the people are starting to understand this and realize this. Now, Trump, he let everyone know that he might go to jail, and he's willing to go to jail. Now, is he saying that he's not going to follow the rule that Chukin set out with the gag order? Well, he does have the constitutional right to speak freely, and he might say, you know something, I'm not doing this. Let me go to jail. Now, think about the optics in all this. The people see the individual who's running for president go to jail. And this is all because of the Biden indictments. You think the people are going to be on his side? Is he going to win over the people? I mean, if they take a picture of him behind bars, you know how much money he's going to make on shirts and mugs? It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I think he'll triple what he made with the mugshot. And this is what he said. Take a listen.
Gave a gag order today. Did you hear that on speech? Which I believe is totally unconstitutional what she did. A judge gave a gag order. A judge doesn't like me too much. Her whole life is not liking me. But she gave a gag order. You know what a gag order is? You can't speak badly about your opponent. But this is weaponry all being done because Joe Biden is losing the election and losing very, very badly to all of us in the polls. He's losing badly. But what they don't understand is that I am willing to go to jail if that's what it takes for our country to win and become a democracy again.
Now, once again, he's warning everyone that this might happen. Now, he might be put under house arrest or he might spend maybe a couple days in jail. He's just warning the people that something like this might happen. And I do believe to win the people over, he might go to jail for the people because he's going to stick up for his constitutional rights. And he's going to show the people, this is what you do. Actually, if you go back in time, think about all the people that stuck up for their rights and they went to prison. Did they lose the people or did they gain the people? When you look back in history, those people were looked at as heroes. They didn't bend a knee. They didn't capitulate to what the deep state or these people wanted. They held fast and they said, absolutely not. I will not give. I will not bend a knee. You will not force me because I am doing the right thing. And that is exactly what Trump is doing right now. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, the great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first and we will make America great again. And he's absolutely right. The silent majority, it's rising like we've never seen before. People are speaking out. People are now awake. People now understand what's going on. And this is the entire plan. Wake the people up, have them see what's going on, and have the people on Trump's side because it's going to make it a lot easier for Trump to do the things he needs to do once he gets into office. And he's letting everyone know, once he wins, we're going to be going back to paper ballots and voter ID. He said our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. Take a listen to what he said.
I will secure our elections, and our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. One-day voting, paper ballots, and voter ID. But until then, Republicans have to compete and we have to win. Once we win, get me in there. We'll change things around. It'll be so beautiful.
So we know right there that Trump likes one-day voting. He likes ballots. He likes voter ID, which is very interesting. Then he backed all that up, saying that the radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we are not, and not is capitalized, going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. So the deep state will not be able to rig the election. Now, once again, can we have enough voters to outdo their cheating system? Yes, I do believe we can. But is Trump letting us know that no matter what happens, we will have a transparent, secure election on one day? And I do believe he wants to show the deep state, show the world that the people are with him, that he got all the votes and Biden has pretty much nothing, almost what Andrew Jackson did. And I do believe we're heading in that direction. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, as everything starts to come together and the indictments continue on and maybe they throw Trump in jail, the deep state players, they're hoping that the people of this country get very, very angry and they go out and they protest. And I do believe this is why they have the Patriot Front Group or whatever they call themselves. It's really the feds, neo-Nazis, and the rest. They're marching around with flags. They got the tan pants on, the masks on, so you can see who they are. And once again, they're marching around. And I do believe this is all about the narrative because they want the people in the end angry. They want the people out there rioting. And they're trying to convince people, look, these are Trump supporters. They're out there marching around. But I don't believe the people are going to buy this. I don't believe the people are going to say, hey, you know something? Let's go out and riot and burn our own city. Let's go out and loot our own towns. It makes no sense whatsoever. I don't think this is going to work. Now, they're going to try, and I do believe the fake news is going to report on all of this, and they're going to try to convince people that this is really happening, but I think it's going to fall apart just like 2020 when they had the riots where they said it's mostly peaceful. People didn't buy what they were selling. Plus, the Trump supporters didn't go out there and there was no civil war because that's really what they wanted. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, it looks like Trump might have sent a message that he is still the commander-in-chief. Chris D. Jackson put this out, and Misty G on Telegram posted this. It says, Donald Trump truly is delusional. This photo is from an event today. As you can see, he's still using a portfolio with the presidential seal on it with the president emblazoned at the bottom. What a sad man. Misty G responded to this and said, delusional or still president? And I find this very interesting that he's holding this up. I mean, he's not even trying to hide it. He's holding it right in front of him. So we need to go back to 18 U.S. Code, Section 713. Use of likeness of the Great Seal of the United States, the seals of the president and vice president, the seal of the United States Senate, the seal of the United States House of Representatives, and the seal of the United States Congress. Whoever knowingly displays any printed or other likenesses of the Great Seal of the United States, or of the seals of the president or the vice president of the United States, or the seal of the United States Senate, or the seal of the United States House of Representatives, or the seal of the United States Congress, or any facsimile thereof, in or in connection with any advertisement, poster, circular, book, pamphlet, or other publication, public meeting, play, motion picture, telecast, and other production, or any building, monument, or stationery for the purpose of conveying or in a manner reasonably calculated to convey a false impression of sponsorship or approval by the government of the United States or by any department, agency, or instrumentally thereof shall be fined under this title or in prison not more than 6 months or both. So you can also have authorized permission to use this, because if you look at the other points here, it says that there are exceptions where you get permission to use this logo. So the question is Trump sending a message letting everyone know that he's still president, commander-in-chief? I do believe that's exactly what he's doing. He's letting everyone know that, yes, I am the commander in chief. And he put out a very strange truth. And it says the following: perhaps coincidence or perhaps not, but boxing died when they got rid of the championship rounds 13, 14, and 15. In the meantime, we have more important things to think about. So, what's very interesting, he said 13, 14, and 15th round. And if you look at these posts, this is from October 29, 2017, it says the following. Now, think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China, South Korea. I've said too much. God bless patriots. Now, has that actually happened? Is this going to happen in the future? Maybe, maybe not. Post 14, October 31st, 2017. It says military intelligence. So, a military discipline that uses information collection and analysis approaches to provide guidance and direction to commanders in support of their decisions. What is state secrets and how upheld in the Supreme Court? State secret privilege makes it so the president can refuse to present evidence if it's secret information that would harm national security or foreign relation interests. What must be completed to engage military intelligence over three-letter agencies? DoD must have clear and verified reasons to believe the Republic is at risk and must execute their duty to protect POTUS and the Constitution. An execution order is invoked which enables POTUS to mobilize DNI to create a war council of sorts. What must occur to allow the civilian trials? Military law can be applied to civilians, but only in special circumstances. If a nation declares martial law, military authority replaces civilian authority. Under martial law, the military operates the police courts and legislature instead of civilian court. Why is this relevant? If Trump declares martial law, it will be to circumvent the corrupt judicial system. I'm going to read a little bit further down here. Does POTUS have the goods and most bad actor? Yes, Trump has turned the NSA's collection system that has been used by the deep state, as the world learned from Edward Snowden, against them. The extent of this possible data collection and tools for doing it were revealed by WikiLeaks Vault 7. Was Trump asked to run for president? Yes. Why? Because I do believe that they were on the last part of the 16-year plan, and that was going to bring us to war, and Trump needed to stop this, and the military needed to stop this. The other question is, was the election supposed to be rigged? Yes, in 2016, they were supposed to rig it, and Hillary Clinton was supposed to win. Did good people prevent the rigging? Yes, they did. Why did POTUS form a panel to investigate election interference? Because throughout his time in the White House, he was capturing the data every step of the way. What is POTUS in control of? The military. Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not come true? Nope, he has never done that. What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? That is the military. Why is POTUS surrounded by highly respected generals? Well, he's surrounded by highly respected generals and not the TV generals, because these generals, they are following their oath. So now let me move on to post 15. And this one says, this is October 31st, 2017. It says, there are more good people than bad. The wizards and warlocks, and I do believe that's Space Force, inside term, will not allow another satanic evil POS control our country. Realize Soros, Clinton, Obama, Putin, etc. are all controlled by three families. The fourth was removed post-Trump's victory. 11.3, Podesta indicted. 11.6, Huma indicted. Manafort was placed into Trump's camp as well as others. The corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, 7% of elected politicians would be in jail. You are seeing it already begin. A deep cleaning is occurring, and the prevention and defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. They never thought they were going to lose control of the presidency, not just D's, and thought they had control since making past mistakes, JFK, Reagan. Godspeed, patriots. P.S. Soros is targeted. So it sounds like Trump is trying to send a message here, which he just did. And when you start to add all these numbers up and you take all these posts, then you add the numbers up, the numbers come to 42, which I find very interesting. Because when you look at post 42 and you think about all these other posts where, does the military back him? Was he asked to run for the elections? Did they protect the elections and make Trump win because they were supposed to be rigged? Well, post 42 on November 2nd, 2017 says, we serve at the pleasure of the president, Donald J. Trump. Are the patriots in control? Absolutely. Is Trump sending us messages that he's the commander in chief? Absolutely. And I do believe this whole plan is following the path that they wanted. The people are waking up. And yes, the people are going to make that choice during the 2024 election, because the people are going to unite, come together, and they're going to place their vote. And I do believe Trump, like he said, they're going to protect the 2024 election. The deep state will not be able to rig it. And the people are going to show the enemy who's in control. The people at this point are going to signal to Trump, we are taking back our country. And then Trump will have a much easier time going after all of these people. There will be no pushback. And I do believe this is where all of this is leaded. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22 report with Dave. Appreciate you, Dave. Now we will probably end today's program when his next one comes out, but we have a few videos before today's report comes out. So basically, I gave you yesterday's report, and we'll get you today's report a little bit later. Get on to this a financial one here. Nicholas Benjamin and
hello and welcome. Today we've got Rod Steele, and today we are going to be discussing all the new currency revaluation that everyone's been waiting for: the Zim, the Dong, the Iraqi Dinar, and much more. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.benjamin, where you can follow all my news daily reels. Rod Steele, thank you for joining me. How are you, and what have you been up to?
Well, hey, Bear Brother, what time of day is it where you are?
It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in UK time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern time. And
All
today
right.
is the 18th of October.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, we're just rocking and rolling over here in Texas, trying to, the release for the Iraqi Dinar RV is actually based in Houston, Texas. So nobody's going till we go here.
Absolutely. Now, why don't you give us a little summary before we begin with all the information of what is the currency revaluation? What is it?
Well, this has been ongoing actively for a good 12 plus years. And basically, I don't like to be negative about our own country, but and it's mostly the deep state within the country. It's not the country. The U.S. people are wonderful, but you do have some very controlling people that started right there in where you are, and with the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and 13 families that created our Federal Reserve System, which is probably the most corrupt banking system in the world, and they don't want to give that up. The ones that we kind of refer to as the white hats are now been in process for a long time of turning that back around and turning the money back over to the people. So what we tend to do is, in Iraq's case specifically, go in and destroy a country and take it over and wipe out their monetary system so that they have no value or nothing to fight back with financially. And we go in there and do what we want to do, which in this case was get all the oil. And Vice President Cheney at the time had been the CEO of the oil companies' names that you will find all over the tanks, the refinery tanks and holding tanks that are there in Iraq today. There's a lot of politics behind that. 9/11 was totally about that. And there were no weapons of mass destruction. But the point is, we go in and wipe out a country and then do what we want to do with it. And then when we're done, which we've achieved now, bring it back. And when we bring it back, we revalue the currency that we devalued when we went in there. And so we come in and bring it back better usually than what it was to begin with. And that's exactly where we are now. And we'll talk more about Iraq's plans as we go on through the program.
So basically, a lot of people that are holding the Iraqi dinar, dong, the Vietnamese dong, they could be very, very wealthy if the currencies revalue. And the currencies haven't been revalued. They've stopped being revalued through war. Could you please explain 9/11, how I heard, I don't know what you heard, but if you could explain that they tried to stop the Iraqi dinar from revaluing by causing 9/11 and going to war with in Iran.
Well, that
Iraq,
was actually,
Iraq.
Yeah, that was the time that we devalued it when we did 9/11. Before all the currencies came into place, there were some things called prosperity programs. That's what we label them as now. They were individual high yield trade programs and beneficiaries from major trusts around the world. And so essentially, there's a delay on the camera and it's distracting me. Anyway.
Don't worry, don't look at the camera. I can hear your voice perfectly.
Okay, great. So we went in there and 9/11 was not caused by them. That was orchestrated by our own alphabet soup agencies. We did train a lot of the people by our own agency who were involved in the attacks, but we were totally running it from the get-go. I had CEOs and major finance companies that I knew at the time that were contacted the weekend prior to 9/11 and told not to come into work that day. There have been the explosives that were set by teams in every stairwell up and down every floor on the way. And so that was an orchestrated fall of those towers. And one of the evidences of that not only was what they found in the rubble, but also Building 7, which didn't get much attention. You'll notice that one of the news crew reporters was saying that the building had just fallen when the building was still in the background, fully standing, and it didn't fall until toward the end of her report.
Yeah.
And so everything was put up in advance and completely orchestrated.
They were frightened, I think, of Iraq gaining purchasing power because they were going to, revalue their currency. So they had to go to war to keep them down. And we've got currency manipulators that the Federal Reserve puts on. We know the Federal Reserve is owned by this group of people, the deep state, the globalist elites. They hide their identity behind Judaism. And they say they're Jews, but they're not Jews. They're not the real Jews. And the true people of Israel know this, and what do you think about that?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, you've got a small, minutiae group of people that are planted throughout the world and are basically pawns of the people controlling everything that you're exactly talking about. And of course, George Soros was always one of the primary ones that did that. And now his son is taking over, and they say he's more devious than his dad, if that's even possible. But a lot of the people that we have coming over the southern border of the United States are, very carefully selected. They're bussed in out of camera range into Mexico before they get to where we can see them on the border, and then they change clothes and they, they're basically given what they need to come over the border, and it's internal destruction from without.
Yeah. Now, moving forward,
not to mention that we have Chinese all over the northern border in Canada just waiting to come in.
Sure. No, absolutely. I 100% agree. And this is terrible, with what's going on, and we're being distracted, and we're being lied to by the media. Now, moving forward, a lot of people have been waiting for what we're calling the currency revaluation, which is a wealth transfer from the elites to the people. And we know that Trump, the alliance, military are involved in this operation, law and order, to get out the deep state out of the way. There's a military operation going on right now, and the wealth will go back to we the people. Okay, now one of the ways is the currency revaluations. Now, what's the latest intel that you've got with the currency revaluation?
Okay, well, we'll rock and roll through this as quickly as possible. In a brief summary up front, banks in Iraq have cut the flow of dollars, and the United States Treasury has gotten involved as well, cutting the flow of dollars into the banks in Iraq. And that's because you've got crooked people in the parliament. You've got those same crooked people own a lot of the banks. And so the banks are crooked as well. It's very deep within, but they're cleaning it out as we are cleaning ours out presently. We just don't put ours on the news, and they're being more honest about it. But so they're blaming the CBI, but CBI has said, hey, the total cutoff of dollars doesn't take place till January 1st. Well, that's true, but they are actually reversing that and starting that process as we speak. It's already going on because we haven't given them their green light to go ahead and RV yet. So in the meantime, they're doing the steps that they were going to do after the RV, before the RV. And it's leading right up to, it's getting to the point where it's going to force us to release and let them have their RV, because they're in a cash flow crunch right now, Nick. The dollars have been cut off, and so they don't have access to those. The dinar is not worth anything, so even though you've got access to it, you don't have much value there. And so essentially, they don't have the means to operate any longer compared to what they did have. And I can go into all those details if you want to hear them.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to go back and review just a little bit of where we are so people will know where we're leading into where we are today. But Hamas had actually Iran's permission to attack Israel on the day before the RV was supposed to take place last Sunday. Everybody, when I say everybody, I'm talking everybody involved in the RV, the global entities, we're all on the same page. And we're talking about the World Bank, the IMF, the US Treasury, all the banks involved there locally. And so that was supposed to happen this past Sunday. And of course, not this past Sunday a week ago. But anyway, we had the Israeli thing. And that was Israel's 9/11, Nick. That was just as orchestrated as our 9/11 was.
Once again, they're trying to stop it like they did before, because every time they're trying to revalue their currency, they're always going to war to stop it, to make them, to make them need more money, basically.
Exactly. I mean, I actually was in contact with some of the military personnel that said, hey, if a cat gets on a wall in Israel's probably the most protected country in the world as far as sensitivity. They said if a cat gets on one of our border walls, it immediately triggers an alert within the security office, and you've got a team going out there to check on it. So how is it possible that multiple gate entrances along their border wall just happened to be open and everybody just stormed through? That didn't happen by accident. Anyway, I'm diversing where I need to be here. But so Iran's still trying to destabilize the region. They're threatening the U.S. That if we get involved, they will bomb U.S. sites inside Iraq. The banks are holding U.S. dollars to smuggle themselves. The official rate is now below where it was. It was at 1332. It dropped down to 1309. It's not technically showing, but they're trying to say it's at 1100 now. Whereas the street rate or the black market rate was at 1600, which is what most of the merchants operate on. But when they go into the banks now to try to get dinar, they're given the official rate, which they don't like either because it won't buy them as much. And so that therein lies part of the cash flow problem that they've got. I mean, imagine, and we'll talk about this if we have time, shutting off all your debit and credit cards, Nick. How long would you function?
What do you mean about the credit cards, debit cards?
If you're, I mean, that's what we use here. But if your bank shut off all of your credit access and all of your debit access to your bank account, how much cash do you have to run around on? I don't.
We don't, unless you've got silver and gold or
right. Exactly. And so that's what's going on over there now. The CBI told the banks that they were cheating the people out of their dollars because the banks weren't letting them have them in advance. The corrupt are fighting to the very end, and that includes the CBI, Iraq, their banks over there, Iran, of course. They're being exposed in articles daily. Somehow 80% of the money is going to the Bank of Jordan. And in the next 90 days, however, Iraqi banks will begin offering products and services like we do in our banks, and I'm sure you do, for a fee, so they won't, be in a position where they need to cheat with the auction money that they've been diverting from. I mean, Iraq is probably the wealthiest country in the world, certainly in the top 2 or 3, and the people are among the poorest. And so all of that money is going somewhere, but it's not going to the people. And so that's what the purpose of this is to turn that around.
Wow, interesting. So that's the rate. And when it does change around, what potentially what could the rate be for the dinar? How many dollars to one Iraqi dinar?
Yeah, it fluctuates daily. I can tell you that the most obvious sign right now is the hydrocarbon law. Is the dollars from that in Iraq are showing up in people's accounts. I'm being told from my sources $1.16 to $1.18 in those particular situations. We've had contractors from the U.S. over there that are showing $5 on their payment cards, but they're not actually liquid in that $5 yet. But that's what's showing on their statement. That here's what you're going to be paid when we go forward with the revaluation.
And this will, and what is this supposed to be? Is this purposely happening? Because the white hats, the military, are transferring the wealth back to the people, where we can use that money to do good and humanitarian projects. Unlike
Absolutely.
the way it's always been slavery, they're trying to enslave us and keep us down.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what's happening. It'll be world changing. We've been under this, stifling situation our entire lives. Not to say that I didn't benefit from it. My dad was with Lockheed Martin, which used to be General Dynamics, which used to be Convair. They built some of the most advanced fighter planes in the world and bombers as well. And when my dad retired, well, he didn't retire. He died on the job with the same thing I've got. But anyway, we caught mine sooner. Anyway, he was the liaison between Lockheed Martin and every ally foreign country government that we are in business with, basically, here in the United States. And so he was actually on the ground in Israel when he signed the contract from Lockheed Martin over to the Israeli generals for their F-16s when they took receipt of those. And I can tell you, they had the most advanced firepower in that area. Nobody else could match what Israel's got. They could have wiped out Hamas in a day if they wanted to, just like we could have with Vietnam. But because of our politics in Vietnam, we dragged the thing out for 10 years. But I knew military officers at that time that said, "Hey, we can take care of North Vietnam in a day if they wanted to." And Israel has that same capability.
Sure.
It's all politically controlled.
Absolutely, we know it's controlled. I want to focus a little bit more on the currencies, and I want to go over to the dong now. Now, with the dong, the Vietnamese dong, of everything that's happened with China, everything's made in China, and I feel like a lot of the manufacturers, after what's happened in China, have moved over to Vietnam, and it's giving Vietnam a lot of value as their country, which could really result in an increase in their purchasing power, in their currency, and also the gold that's been confiscated by the Vatican, and which the military took, which was 650 airplanes confiscated, gold back to the military. So tell me a bit more about the dong, the Vietnamese dong. It's got currency manipulators by the Federal Reserve. What would happen then? What rates are you getting for the dong?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because we don't get as much daily active information from Vietnam as we do with Iraq, of course, because
Iraq will be the first, right?
They are the linchpin for the entire thing. We've got about 23 countries we know are going to be in the first basket. You've got 200 combination of countries and territories that have signed off back when Trump was in office on the gold-backed currency revaluation agreement. And so it's amazing how none of our news ever covers that, and I'm guessing yours doesn't either. But if you'll notice what's going on in global news, a lot of countries are talking openly about their switch over to a gold-backed currency. And Zimbabwe just announced their new gold-backed coin that they're going to be doing. Vietnam is right in tandem with Iraq. As soon as Iraq goes, Vietnam will go just right on its doorstep. And as far as the rate, let me think here a minute. Gracious. It's will probably, the street rate will be lower. I have heard people that had a lot, that had SKRs that have been into the banks already and made their agreements, got as much as, some got $4 or $5, some got a little more than that, up to $8. I knew one of them got as much as 12. Those were agreements made by the bank. The actual street rate will be much lower in Vietnam when it first opens. I'm going to say probably in the $1 plus to $2 range, but it really depends when you go in. If you're holding that, the amount that you got is the biggest thing. We had heard that some of that depended on your humanitarian ideas, but to be honest, at least in the United States, there's so many holders that they want to get you in and out as quickly as possible. They're not going to have time to really listen to all that. If you want to, discuss that with your wealth manager or whoever you're doing business with at the next appointment, in a few days or a week later, that's fine. But they really aren't going. Everything of everyone we've talked to, what the people received in their SKRs was more volume of ownership based than it was anything humanitarian. And so you'll have your basic street rate at whatever that comes out at. It does fluctuate daily right now, but it is on the screens, Nick. And
so what are you hearing? Are you hearing about, because I'm hearing a mixed figure. Now it's like, I think you get thousands and tens of thousands for very small amounts of money of dong. And then you get like, I'm hearing $3 to a dong up to $12 per one dong.
Exactly.
So people could become, worth tens of millions just from investing pocket change right now because the currency is so weak. So what are you hearing?
Well, that's exactly right. On the low end, I had heard slightly below 3, but on the high end, yeah, you're right. But I would say that is based upon how much you have of it. The normal guy just going in and has a few that he picked up, left over when he was traveling over there, they're not going to see those big rates. But at the lower end that you were talking about will be much more common.
Yeah, sure. You mentioned about the Zimbabwe as well, about their doing their contracts or something you mentioned just now. Can you please explain which are the best notes to get and how close are we to the RV for the Zimbabwe? And apparently they're printed on bond notes, which means they're government bonds and they're going to be used for humanitarian projects. Is that correct?
You are exactly right, Nick, because those you're asking about are the old last issue Zim notes that were done before Zimbabwe gave up trying to do their own currency and started adopting other currencies of other nations around the world. And that's been going on since 2010. 2008, 2009 were the last 2 years that Zimbabwe had their own notes. The ones you're referring to are generally the 50 trillion, 100 trillion Zim notes, the AA notes that, and those are strictly being used for humanitarian purposes. Those notes are totally worthless. You could line your walls with them. You you could carry them anywhere and nobody would give you anything for them, and neither would Zimbabwe for that matter, because they've done away with it. So when we say they have value, that is artificially placed humanitarian value that we are being paid, from what my sources are saying, very handsomely, to do good things with. I don't think they're going to be as dictatorial as what we'd originally heard as to what percentage has to go for humanitarian and so forth. But they may ask you, what your intent for all that money is. And I would have some sort of quality, answer ready. You don't need an entire outline. You don't necessarily need a lot of bullet points. Although if it helps you remember what you want to say, that's fine. But just know that it's going to be a very short meeting initially. And they're just looking for, basically get you in, get you out. They do want to know what your heart and attitude is. I do know of cases in the past where people actually received money from the bank. And it was really the bank's money because it hasn't revalued yet. But they had relationships with those bankers. And first thing they did was go out and buy the mansion and Ferrari and Lamborghini. And those people actually had their money frozen and clawed back. And so you might want to consider holding off on some of those big purchases and just, lay low for a little bit. I mean, I've already got all mine picked out. But the idea is they don't want it being openly accepted and used by selfish people. That's the point.
Absolutely. But at the same time, I mean, I still believe that the system we're moving into is a free system where we have free will and to do what makes us happy as well. We're living on earth on a material world, and we're not living on a spiritual plane in a physical one. So I think, like you said, we have to have our hearts right and our intentions, absolutely, and not to do bad with it for humanity, like what we've had with wars, etc. So what notes would you recommend generally with the Zimbabwe?
Well, the ones you can still find, and the new ones, new digital gold coins that Zimbabwe is actually going to use haven't even been issued yet, but they are showing pictures of them. The ones that we're going to take to the bank, as I mentioned, are the 2008, 2009. I personally don't have any 2009. I've never seen a 2009. I think I saw a picture of it once, but mostly what's out there is the 2008 AA. And 100 trillion is the easiest. There's more demand for it, so it's a little more expensive. There's 50 trillion, and I now understand that they have to accept any denomination below that. But those are the two primary ones that they're looking for: the 50 trillion and the 100 trillion 2008 AA notes.
And when this happens, when do you think it would happen with all this currency? I know it's a silly question because you don't know the dates, and we're seeing now this attack in Israel and they're trying to delay things. But how close really are we? Are we like 1 year away? Are we 6 months away? Do you think it's going to happen in the next 3 years, 2025?
We were supposed to have gone live last Saturday, Nick. They tried to go live again the next day on Sunday, got blocked again. We have everything pretty much in place at this point to go. I know you're on a short system, and I could give you an hour worth of detailed material in between to answer that question, but I'll skip it. The point is, they're expecting, we're on Wednesday now already. On Sunday, I was told we're going to try to get it to go Thursday, Friday. So will that happen?
Let's see.
I don't want to put my money on it, but I'm sure hoping and praying. I don't know how spiritual you are. I personally have some close spiritual contacts with the gift of prophecy. Oh. And one of that gentleman told me that the Lord told him that we would be done with Israel's conflict by the 26th of October. And so
and how would I know? I mean, how would I know that it's gone live? Most people don't know this. You've got your sources, you've got your contacts, you're very into this, and you've been following this for many, many years, probably a decade or longer. So, but how does everyone know? I mean, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't even know. and I would listen to what you guys would have to say. So how would I know it would go live? And I'm ready to go and cash out. And that will be my next question. How do we cash out? But let's go and speak first about how do we know the rate has changed, it's gone live, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, and you better come see me too. All right. It's a little different, I think, in the U.S. Now, I'm told that it'll be available elsewhere, but I know our friend Charlie Ward doesn't agree with the whole 800 number concept, and maybe they're not doing it that way in Spain or England. I don't live there, so I can't be specific, but I know here 800 numbers are going to be given out to all the top gurus, which doesn't include me, but I do actually feed some of them their information. Anyhow, my point was the two top email summary websites, which is Dinar Chronicles and Dinar. Oh man, it's morning. And I see them 3 times a day. Help me out, Nick. Dinar is
There's a website. There's a website we go and check. Can you read those websites out?
That's what I'm trying to review here. Bear with me just a minute here. I did not put that down, and you know how ADD I can be. All right, let's go here. Dinar Recaps, that's it. DinarRecaps.com. Okay. Now, in the United States, at least for me in Central Time, they come in at 10 a.m., 6 p.m., and 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And so those come in every day. You can go online and sign up for their newsletter at DinarRecaps.com. They will send you those summary notices 3 times a day and twice on weekends. And you get a lot of good information from that alone. But they will also, the top 5-tier banks here in the United States have all said they will be notifying Dinar Recaps when they're ready to do that RV information. An 800 number will be supplied. It'll either be hidden inside a link that you would receive in the email, or it may just be published openly. And then that will lead you to operators that will ask you a series of questions, and not details, but they will ask where you're located, where you would like to exchange, and you need to be able to, in the United States, you need to be able to provide them a zip code. You're not absolutely required to do it exactly where you live. It's the hope that you will. In my case, I'll probably do my zip code in Dallas, although I live in Fort Worth, because the property I want to own is in Dallas. So that's how we're doing it here.
I heard that
all the gurus will promote that 800 number as well.
Of course, I think we're being told about the 800 number, but I'm hearing as well that we're going to have a new system, like a quantum system, where everything's going to be digital, and they're making out that it's New World Order, but it's not. It's just optics to get the people to wake up to what they don't want and to take back that responsibility. But I'm hearing that we're going to have quantum wallets. It's going to be a whole different system, nothing like what we've got now, because we know it's deep state created, but something that's completely different. So it could be different, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fight to the bitter end. Here in the U.S., Washington has they're wanting to do a digitized, worthless money, where they basically, if they don't like what I say to you online today, they could freeze my digital account in the bank. There's actually been things done like that. The guy in Canada, Prime Minister up there, when our truckers, not our truckers, but Canadian truckers, were, arguing and protesting against back during the COVID days, their PM up there just had all those truckers' banks accounts frozen. They couldn't do a thing. They couldn't buy fuel. They were shut down in their tracks. That's what they want to do here in the U.S. But it's my understanding, and it's openly discussed now in banks all across the United States, at least, that we are ready for the new system. It's in place. People down to the teller level have been trained on it at this point. Banks are under constant remodeling right now. They're converting the mass long teller windows and stands down to a very narrow amount. And now you're seeing wealth management offices being set up in that same floor space because they're changing their service method. It's no longer going to be, they won't have as much need for retail banking as they've had in the past. And so it's going to be more geared toward you and me than it is toward the standard everyday citizen, because they won't need it. They'll be able to do everything digitally from their phone.
Absolutely. Rod, still, we're running out of time, but listen, I wanted to let the viewers know that I'm getting a lot of emails from people, especially when I do these interviews with you in the past, and John Dowling, who's another very interesting person that follows all of the currencies, which is very interesting. And I get emails, where can I get my currencies? Where can I get my dong? How can I get the Iraqi dinar? The Iraqi government will not allow to sell them outside of their country. So luckily, I know our website. I'm going to leave the link below for everyone to have a look at to get some. This is a wealth transfer, and I'm going to leave the link below in the description. But Rod Steele, thank you so much for sharing all your current views with us. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
I don't know if your viewers are all spiritual across the board, but I would say we just need to pray this in, folks. It's a done deal. It's going to happen. Do I know the exact day? No. I know they are trying to get it done by this weekend if they can. It would always be best internationally to occur on a Sunday night, so that or anytime after 4 o'clock Eastern on Friday here in the U.S., it can happen because the banks are shut down until Monday morning. And so generally, if it's going to happen, we honestly expect it to happen on a weekend. So that when you open up for business, Iraq opens up for business on Sunday. So chances are we would see it it would happen on a Saturday, and we would be notified about it on a Sunday. They can even put it in their Iraqi newspaper, which only operates on Wednesday and Saturday. And that's what makes it official. And that will be the linchpin trigger for the other 23 countries that are in the first basket, and we'll know about it. They can't hide it anymore. They used to be able to, but now we're too global. I do know Iraq wants 72 hours to celebrate in country before it goes international.
Very interesting. Well, Rod Steele, thank you very much. And we'll speak again very soon. You take care. Bye-bye.
In my pleasure, Nick, always.
Well. There's a step in the right direction. It's the idea that we can understand that there is a better future coming, and we just have to pray our way there. We can do this. We can do this. All right, and we know LT. Time for him. Here we go.
Rachel Maddow's gone. Francis Collins gone. Nancy Pelosi's about to be gone. They're all heading for the exits.
You guys know what this represents? Well, maybe it's the calm before the storm.
What's the storm?
Could be the calm before the storm.
Well, this battle continues to remove the chains from our brains, keep us fighting together for our country and others. Arkansas is amazing. You're going to see that today. House Speaker issues, there's border issues, WW3, World War III, police state movie coming out, and a great clip about Israel and a whole video put together by someone. I'll show you that. And Rothschilds, we're going to cover that and some weird things going on the Soros Rothschild side. Here we go. Folks, before we get started, I just wanted to make sure you knew about the At Sea with LT cruise that we have coming up here. It is absolutely amazing. If you go to our website, amweknow.com, it'll actually pop up right there at the front, At Sea with LT, and you just click on it to open. When you click on it, you'll get to this amazing website by Inspiration Travel, and we need to keep them in your prayers also, by the way, because of all of the trips they had to cancel in Israel. Anyway, our sea out is going to be amazing. August 11th through 18th, 2024. We're going to have prayer, searching a way to create an amazing gathering, together. Been looking for this. We're going to be on that cruise for 7 days. We're going to have biblical message, patriotic songs from the Isaacs. We're going to sing worship. We're going to have comedy. And you get a chance to meet my entire family. We're all going to be there. And we look forward to you signing up and getting in there early, before the slots go away, because it's filling up pretty quick. Wanted to make sure that you guys knew about this. Just a quick reminder that you can join us with the Isaacs, Ken Davis, Kirk Elliott, and Banners for Freedom and more. And want to just make sure you guys know how that's playing out. So what we're going to do here is play a clip from President Trump casting a vision for 24 and beyond in Iowa recently. 1 second. Let me get that audio clipped back over here. And here we go.
But what they don't understand is that I am willing to go to jail if that's what it takes for our country to win and become a democracy again.
Yeah. So he's willing to go to jail. What kind of comms is that? It's just absolutely amazing how he would continue to show us exactly what he's willing to do for us. He didn't take a paycheck as the president, not like he needed one. He didn't ask to do this. He could have hung out as a golfer with his billions of dollars, traveled the world and said, you know what, it's all going away. I'm just going to set up all my bunkers and everything, get everything ready, because these guys are going to pretty much take care of the earth and run it down to the ground. And so I'm just going to sit back and relax. He didn't do that. And we talked about that continuously. We do not worship this man. We do not put him up on a pedestal and say that he is replacing our God. We are saying that God can use amazing people, strong leaders, to try to do what they can under the guidance of the Holy Spirit to move and guide us out of the slavery that we've been involved in for so many years. General Flynn says the deep state fears light and truth, and the deep state is not nameless or faceless. With the return of real Donald Trump to the White House, we can once and for all drain the swamp. And he puts a clip of Dinesh D'Souza's Police State movie, and I think I'll play that a little bit later. I thought I was going to play it later. I might go ahead and move with that now. We'll show that in a second, but let's show you this here, this clip from President Trump, another one here.
And with the historic Abraham Accords, we had peace in the Middle East. Can you believe that? We had peace until this character came along. He didn't know what he was doing. His name was Crooked Joe Biden. And under Biden, it's danger, death, and destruction all over the world. That's what it's been. It's been a disaster. Whether it's the borders, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Ukraine, whether everything is broken. The whole world is broken.
Everything is broken. The whole world is broken. It's not just America, but if America falls, they all fall. And we've seen a lot of stuff play out over this weekend. I saw an interview with General Flynn that he had recently where he was very strong in his words about the military. When people say the military is the only way, like the military has some ability to run everything and place President Trump back into office and all this stuff, this what he calls basically dummies for falling for that. I see all this playing out, and I wonder what in the world is going on as we continue to show you over and over again that he is putting boards up in front of us. If you're looking at your screen, you can see it says the president has the seal here. Why would he keep showing us this? MJ Truth says, listen very carefully. Again, note the past 2 years, note the next 6 years. You were told what was going to happen. You were told what battles we face. It's strategic, pre-planned, patriots in control. Who are the patriots? Who are the people that he's referring to? And when all of this is playing out and people are constantly stating things like sometimes I'll even mention military is the only way because those are the comms we receive, doesn't necessarily mean what military, what country, what form is that going to be played out in? Is it disinformation and more? But basically, it's a wake-up call, and General Flynn's been telling us for a long time, look, you got to get local action to create things for us to happen in our own communities, in our own places that we live, places that we worship, places that we work. Get involved. Don't just let things fall apart around you. You know what? That's taking me in a different direction. I'm going to go with this one next. Arkansas becomes the first state to force China to sell American farmland. You see? Local action. You start getting involved in your local governments, and then before you know it, it goes up to state. Before you know it, you've got these particular statements made by more great leaders that are placed into power. Here you go.
I'm announcing that Syngenta, a Chinese state-owned agrochemical company, must give up its land holdings in Arkansas. Syngenta owns 160 acres in northeast Arkansas, which it uses primarily for seed research. The company that owns Syngenta, Chem China, is also on the Department of Defense's list of Chinese military companies posing a clear threat to our state. Seeds are technology. Chinese state-owned corporations filter that technology back to their homeland, stealing American research and telling our enemies how to target American farms. That is a clear threat to our national security and to our great farmers, especially since the Chinese government enacted a law in 2017 requiring Chinese citizens abroad to collaborate with their country's security officials on intelligence work with no questions asked. This isn't about where you're from. We welcome Chinese Americans, Russian Americans, and anyone else who's given up foreign oppression for American freedom. This is about where your loyalties lie. We simply cannot trust those who pledge allegiance to a hostile foreign power. That's why I signed Act 525, sponsored by Representative McKenzie and Senator Boyd, to ban Chinese and Russian-made drones. And it's why I signed Act 758, sponsored by Representative McAlinden and Senator Stubblefield, banning public contracts with the CCP. We will make sure that every company operating in Arkansas is a friend to Arkansas and good to hardworking Arkansans. Secretary Ward has already notified Syngenta about this decision. If they refuse to sell, our Attorney General can move forward with legal proceedings and force them to get out of our state. Arkansas will always protect our farmers and our national security.
Yeah. And so you see this, and we watch this operation play out day after day. And we're seeing local action causing things to happen in ways that we've never even dreamed of. Again, note past 2 years of 2019, then the next 6 years, that's 2025. Strategic. A lot of it's pre-planned. A lot of it's playing out exactly the way it's supposed to. And so when we see interviews and we see things playing out, we know, many of us, how this is working out. We're confused many times. Things don't seem to go the way we want it at all times. But you know what? We don't know every detail of this operation. But we can piece together, based off of intel drops from the Q board, a lot of it. And thanks to that, a lot of us are woke up. We woke up about this. You even saw Truth Hammers talking about this. General Flynn's 100% correct. Our military abides by the U.S. Constitution. Our military acts on the orders of the duly elected. To ask our military to do anything else outside the Constitution, we might as well live in a banana republic. Okay? And so, in a nutshell, we agree and support with Flynn on what he's trying to say, but friendly fire is not good if Q was intended to be a bad psyop. So, I've seen what kinds of people Q has woken up and the domino effect it has had on the world. If Q was intended to be a bad psyop, it wasn't a very successful one, because Q effectively woke up and activated millions of people to become voices, to take action, get involved, and battle the mainstream mockingbird apparatus. Yeah. So as we continue to see this play out, watch what President Trump has been up to, how folks are using their gifts to make sure that there's an impact for all of us to understand how things can play out. We can see day after day more things changing. As a matter of fact, Jim Jordan, they're trying to get him in there. Great Speaker of the House is President Trump. That'd be great if he got in. Well, he only got 200 of the votes. Jeffrey's got 212. But, it's interesting because Jordan only needs 17 more. And guess what? House Democrat lawmakers are floating the idea for George W. Bush for Speaker of the House. Wait a minute. Did he run as a Republican? Yes. Oh, boy. Anyway, so let's play this since I've got it up and running.
Anything like it.
I'd like to go ahead and play this
Other people
trailer
grew up
right
in, but not my
here.
America.
FBI warrant, come to the door now.
There's a heavy
Okay, let me get it
banging.
for you just right. Sorry about that. There's a way that you can do like a pop out of this video, and I'm going to bring it over. policestatefilm.net. I put it in the description box below. We're going to watch this trailer together.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Chief Division Counsel and DOJ have approved a no-knock breach. We want the subject to be on display, doing the walk of shame, full visual impact. Any questions?
Are we becoming a police state?
The government told American citizens they couldn't go to church on Sunday. I've never seen anything like it. It may be the Russia other people grew up in, but not my America.
FBI warrant, come to the door now.
There's a heavy banging at my door. Open up! It's 15 marked units on my property. I got SWAT in the back of my house.
They took a battering ram to my door.
6 a.m. I hear boom, 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 and hear about 6 to 8 military-style soldiers, with the tallest one of them pointing an automatic rifle at my head.
FBI, we have an arrest warrant.
Shot you out of sleep, dragged you out of your house half clothed, refused to give you a warrant, ransacked your house.
Now I'm facing 15 years in federal prison for doing nothing other than exercising my right to free speech.
I had no reason to be attacked.
I hope that you remember Matt's name and the role you played in killing him.
How did we give the state this kind of power?
9/11 changed everything. We're going to expand the Bureau from law enforcement to domestic intelligence. Legal shackles are now off.
It used to be Islamic terrorism. That threat is kind of dissipated.
Our focus is shifting.
They're moving to domestic extremism. Really paints anybody who's right of center. What we need is a person to look at. And then we go find out what crime you did. If you're a pro-life, pro-family Catholic, they define you as radical. The demand for domestic terrorism vastly outstrips the supply. When candidate Trump came down the escalators, the government had a meltdown.
We are going to drain the swamp. We'll see about that.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
The Patriot Act and FISA were used against Donald Trump. Google literally rewrote their news algorithm based upon what Trump was doing so that they could get this guy. You just take out the word Russiagate and you put in COVID origins. You take out COVID origins and you put in Hunter Biden's laptop. You take that out and you put in January 6th. It's a replicated play from the deep state and their partners in the media. They're not just deplatforming you. They are trying to throw people in prison.
If they're coming for me, they're coming for you.
Hands on your head! These are anti-government.
We have freedom of religion and freedom of speech.
Violent extremists, and they must be dealt with. We can do anything we want.
Police State. Exclusively in theaters October 23rd and 25th. Tickets sold only on policestatefilm.net.
How about that, huh? What a trailer. And Dinesh D'Souza, I've been watching him. Every movie he puts out is absolutely brilliant. A lot of work, a lot of effort that goes into that. And he's been obviously subjected to a lot of that, a lot of the stuff that happened with him for putting out the truth. And so I wanted to make sure that you guys knew about this and really quick show you, take a quick break to show you something that we hold on to. Folks, I don't want to nag you about your diet, and I don't always eat healthy either. As a matter of fact, my wife caught me eating a whole bunch of chocolate the other day. Anyway, I'll share that the Mayo Clinic says if you want to help prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure and cholesterol, you got to eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. That's 5 servings. I don't, and you probably don't either. And that's why I take Field of Greens. Yeah, I met with them, talked with them, went through this. I take it. I'm telling you, and like the others, each fruit and each vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support your vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and immune system. Field of Greens works fast. You'll feel better with more energy. I sure do. And you'll notice your skin, hair, and nails will start looking healthier too. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Let's get started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com in the description box below. Use promo code LT, and you'll get 15% off. That's promo code LT at fieldofgreens.com.
The World Health Organization has become nothing more than a corrupt globalist scam paid for by the United States, but owned and controlled by China. When the China virus reached our shores 3 years ago, the World Health Organization disgracefully covered the tracks of the Chinese Communist Party every single step of the way. For this reason, it was my great honor to terminate America's relationship with the World Health Organization. The United States was paying the World Health Organization almost $500 million a year. When I dropped out, I took it out of there. And for 330 million people, even though China was paying only $40 million for 1.4 billion people. So we had 330, they have 1.4, and we're paying more than 10 times the amount. That's typical for the United States because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Unfortunately, crooked Joe Biden foolishly re-entered the World Health Organization at the full price and without any negotiations or reforms. And now Biden is pushing to bypass the United States Senate to enter a pandemic treaty that would surrender American sovereignty to the World Health Organization, again, controlled by China. The draft treaty would require the United States to send vast quantities of medical supplies to other countries in the event of another pandemic, and it would push aggressive censorship of free speech on issues of public health, just like they censored the truth about the Wuhan lab, which I said that's where it came from, remember. Under the next Trump administration, that treaty will be immediately terminated. I would not allow public health to be used as a pretext to advance the march of global government. That's what they're doing, globalists. The United States will withdraw from the corrupt World Health Organization, which, in light of its utter failure on COVID, they had a tremendous disaster on COVID, deserves to be completely abolished and replaced. Then I will work to forge a new coalition of nations that are strongly committed to protecting health while also upholding sovereignty and freedom. I want to thank you very much, but I also want to say this. I could have renegotiated the deal. I could have gone into the World Health Organization for $25 million. Biden didn't take that deal. He's paying almost $500 million. They were so anxious to get the United States back after I terminated the agreement. They were so anxious to get it back that they offered me a deal, $25 to $30 million. And I said, no, I'll wait. Could have gotten it for less, but I didn't want less at that point. We were paying almost $500 million. Could have done it for 25 to 30. Biden took the 500, almost the $500 million deal. He knew he could have gotten back in for less. So why did he pay so much? But that's just one of many things that are wrong with our country. Thank you very much.
A lot of things going wrong with the country, and he's bringing this up. Immediately terminate the treaty, not allow public health to be used as a pretext to advance the march of global government, withdraw from the corrupt World Health Organization, work to forge a new coalition of nations that are strong and committed to protecting health while also upholding sovereignty and freedom. Outstanding, getting these messages across. Most folks are starting to wake up and realize what's really going on, how this is playing out. When he steps back in, everyone's going to be on board with this. 6 years ago, maybe not so much. Now, everybody's starting to realize, just about everybody, we've had enough already. And so going into the local action again, just wanted to make sure you guys knew. You can contact Gina at ld5gop.com. to let them know you can help. Attention, Arizona, Phoenix. Large accounts, please share this. Deadline's 10/24, October 24th. I need leaders to step up to the front if we are going to fix this train wreck. Need GOP precinct committeeman recruitment. Must live in precinct and be registered Republican. Maricopa County, LD5, North Phoenix vacancies. They have needs in Desert Cove, Park Central, Citrus, Westward Ho, Wilshire, Creighton, Yale, Rancho, Shea, Orangewood, and there's a lot more listed there. You can go in the description box below. That means go below the video on Rumble or BitChute or wherever you're watching it. Go below. You'll see the link. Click on it. You'll be able to reach out to them once again. And they've got a lot of serious issues still going on there. Look at this. Look how many ballots came to this house today, Tyler Boyers. Guess how many voters they have at their house? Only 2. But look how many showed up. 4. These people haven't lived in this house for many years. Also, we did not receive their ballots in previous elections. How is this right to send early ballots? How is it right to send these early ballots? Why? The only people that could be okay with this don't take elections seriously at all. And so we've got a lot of issues still. Many are fighting locally. They're doing the best they can to make sure that this plays out the proper way. And we've got to work together to make this happen. And I know you guys are going to answer the call for that. And so, again, when we talk about events, world events, things that are going on, how it's playing out, MJ Truth put this out. I see the pause clip. Remember the quote, pause, like we played in the last video. Clip from President Trump I made in November 2022, where everywhere now. That video clip is everywhere. It's a good sign that people are waking up. They're beginning to believe that something truly amazing is happening. Here's the extended version left out of all the zoomed in edited clips out there for my original clip, which leaves out key context. And what's the context? The voting will be much different in 2024. I'll play the rest and we'll talk about this. Here we go now.
Much criticism is being placed on the fact that the Republican Party should have done better. And frankly, much of this blame is correct. But the citizens of our country have not yet realized the full extent and gravity of the pain our nation is going through. And the total effect of the suffering is just starting to take hold. They don't quite feel it yet, but they will very soon. I have no doubt that by 2024, it will sadly be much worse, and they will see much more clearly what happened and what is happening to our country, and the voting will be much different. 2024. Are you getting ready? And I am too. I am too. And one of the beautiful things of the pause, if there is such a thing as a beautiful thing, but one of the important factors of the pause is that we see how bad they've done. So we will be able to do it properly, and it will be much easier. Everybody will agree with us because everybody sees what a bad job has been done during this 2-year period, and it will be a 4-year period. Everybody sees that. It will be much easier for us to do what has to be done.
The pause. The voting will be much different in 2024. People will better see what happened. You have to show the people. People don't quite feel the suffering yet, but they will very soon. Wow. Are you getting ready? He sips water. I am too. I am too. The pause in relation to executive orders and directives regarding the continuity of government. Trump essentially gave himself a second term as the commander-in-chief. Trump said this will be a 4-year period operation, which will justify and make it easier to do what has to be done. The pains we are experiencing now will get much worse, in my opinion. It needs to, it has to, in order to justify what has to be done next. What needs to happen next are things that normal citizens are not ready mentally to accept, but they will. You got the Nuremberg trials, military tribunals, mass deportation operations to get millions of people out of the country. Remember, you mentioned that. Alphabet agencies and black budget Ops dismantled. Department of Education to be destroyed. Good. Death penalties for human and drug traffickers. Good. Law and order like you've never, ever seen. Going into this, Harrison Smith said, being a conspiracy theorist is often nothing more than understanding that things don't just happen. Normalcy bias has people thinking that wars start, demographics change, and societal standards shift as part of a vast and unknowable process of collective evolution. To most people, the fact that half of all high schoolers identify as LGBT all of the sudden is as mysterious as dew appearing on the grass in the morning. They don't question it because they don't even realize there's something to question. It just is. They regard world events and societal changes like natural phenomena. To them, questioning such things is an exercise in futility. And it's their role to change their own habits and thoughts to fit the inexplicable new circumstances. When it starts to rain, you open an umbrella. When the sun comes out, you put on sunglasses. And when these bad toys start showing up on the shelves of Walgreens, you shrug and just avoid that aisle when you're with your kids. When your awareness shifts from this happened to they made this happen, you're on your way to being a real human being, not just the subject of someone else's design. Once you understand that these changes are the result of human contrivance, you transform from a passive subject of circumstance to an active participant. You suddenly have the choice to engage or not, to mold yourself to fit the will of others, or to assert your own authority. You may choose either, but without awareness, you have no choice. Awareness playing out in so many ways. My username Truth said, my niece voted for Biden in 2020. She called to see how we were doing back then. I told her, congrats, your guy won. Well, she texted me a month after he was installed in office and said, blank Biden. That quickly, she realized Biden was coming for her kids' minds and health that quickly in a month. She is a new conservative now and admits she voted for a fraud. It's amazing how much she's changed. No jabs for her and her family either. I never shut the door on her. I knew she would come around. Kind of reminds me, Ultra Peppy Live are posting to the new Truth Social of Biden-Harris headquarters. Wow, they got a Truth Social. Says, huge shout out to Joe Biden for red pilling the masses through one of the most blatant, idiotic displays ever put forth by a famous person in the history of mankind. You have single-handedly woke up more people than any Anon could possibly do by proving that presidents are mere bumbling puppets for the powers that be. Please continue to tell people more about corn pop and how your you know what hasn't been wiped while you refer to yourself as Joe Biden's husband. You are truly the red pill that keeps on giving. Pretty cool. Guys, you want more of this, you can go to andweknow.com. We've got a lot of information there, a lot of stuff that you can dive into. Andweknow.com. Again, that's where the cruise pops up at Sea with LT. I encourage you to sign up for that. You can do monthly payments, and it makes it a lot easier for you for the August 11th through 18th cruise. Again, you get to meet our entire family. We get to enjoy Alaska together, the scenery, and we get to share a lot of our ideas. You get to watch me put one of my videos together and more. It's going to be so cool. Also, you can become a fellow member. You get merch discounts. You get monthly newsletters from me, and we get to hang out together on Zoom and some other really, really cool things. Also, there's a lot of gear for you available at shop.andweknow.com. It's all below the video. Just click on it. You get your you got all kinds of OC packs. You got signed books. You've got all types of hoodies and shirts and more. They just finished the socks giveaway this past weekend. So I'm showing you an old clip from this past weekend, but still it was really good. Again, if you go to that shop, you can buy all kinds of gear, wear it. And I'm fixing to show you a lot more of our Patriots wearing our gear. Just encourage you to go hang out, get those for you while they last. Here we go.
National Guard has taken over. So it says the, and then the Roosevelt is blacked out. So I walked to the Roosevelt Hotel. I tried to go in, and I was stopped at the door. And a lot of National Guardsmen, they stopped me at the door, and I said, hey, isn't this the Roosevelt Hotel? And they said, no, it's not the Roosevelt Hotel. This is no longer a hotel. I quote, I'm going to walk down the street and show you that the National Guard, the Fed, has taken over the Roosevelt Hotel and several restaurants next to it. And migrants are on the floor, on the sidewalk, children in the rain. It's cold. It's raining in New York tonight. And these people who Americans are told are coming here because they've got family. And they have a place to go. They do not have a place to go. They're currently in the Roosevelt Hotel, which is funded by the taxpayer, by you. And they're only going to be there for so long because there's a line queuing to get in and get resources. And then they're in America, and they will be homeless, and they will be destitute, and they will be hungry. And the children you're about to see will be sold. That's how this happens. When people can't eat, they sell themselves. It's very unfortunate, but it's a part of human trafficking. You're about to see a mechanism that will result in human trafficking, debt bondage, slave labor. See that restaurant? It is migrants only. National Guard at the door. Cannot go in there. Watch, I'm going to try and go in. I'm going to try and go in and say, hey, I just want a meal. I'm queuing up to get into this restaurant. You guys open for public? No. Not open for public? No. No food? No.
So there we are, the National Guard taking over, according to this guy. I didn't see National Guards when I was trying to look for one. If you go to the hatch when it's being opened right about there, I couldn't really tell the uniform or anything. But anyway, they blacked out the name of the hotel, the Roosevelt, on the sign in New York. National Guard stopping Americans saying there's no longer a hotel. It's a migrant center for illegals. That all happening day after day. Wondering how this is all going to play out. Other things where there's some weird, strange actors. You've got General Flynn showing us this clip. Feds up 2, 3, 4. I had a bad Fed and he left, right, left. So these guys, they think that they're fooling everyone, dressing up, wearing masks, and marching. Let's see if I have that clip. Did I have that? I sure do. Here's the video clip right here. Yeah. Oh my goodness, these folks are, you'd think he played a lot better than this. They're so dumb. The tactic that they use, the Patriot drag, it's not compelling at all. Fed boys really need to go back to the drawing board. That's from Eric Spracklin. That is true. They really do. This is just sad when they think they're going to fool the masses. And it's so sad because that's our tax dollars paying for these guys. Anyway, so Truth Hammer says, meanwhile, United States feds and masks conduct more psyops to exaggerate the danger of right-wing extremism and justify their own budgets. And the People's General trolls the feds in the middle of their psyop. Again, feds up 2, 3, 4. I had a bad Fed and he left, right, left. Oh my goodness. We need some other positive activity. Oh yeah, there it is. Did you guys know that the Rothschilds, they're one of the richest families on the earth. They're selling off their private collection of heirlooms, art, and historic pieces when these pieces often serve as a symbol of their high status and power. When you browse the goods, they aren't just selling a few items here and there. They are, it's a 2-week auction giving away their piece after piece. How could a family that once had a net worth of over $1 trillion, how could they be in the need of money if that's what it is? There's something else going on here. Somebody else said, as they're playing all this out, that we're in the ninth inning stretch. Those who are called for the next phase, you are now in your heart. If you are, be ready. Think old world to new world minus their order. Their order, the Soros order too. Soros closes offices across $25 billion philanthropy empire. Yeah. Shorting half of his stuff. Half a dozen locations in Africa. What's going on there? And then Angela just kind of gave us a little reminder here. Barron's intention is to grant to the rich Israelites who are scattered about in different parts of the world portions of that fine country where he proposes to establish signories and to give them, as far as possible, their ancient and sacred laws. Letter from Smyrna. In 1829, that letter, 1829, Baron Rothschild granted land rights to rich Israeli families worldwide. Rothschilds own Israel and Palestine territories. You guys remember that. We've covered it. Balfour Declaration and more. Well, in 2023, the Rothschild treasures, historical artifacts, ancient artworks are auctioned off in a 2-week-long sale. No reason addressed. Kind of takes me to this film, The Mystery of Israel Solved. I was watching it and said, man, it's pretty amazing stuff that this guy's put together. The film exposes something so nefarious, so evil, so mind-blowing that many will find it hard to believe. It's true. The shocking secrets unveiled by this incredible documentary will shine a blazing light on those who have always been hiding behind the state of Israel. This film can deliver a fatal blow to the satanic elites who want to establish a one-world government to enslave all of humanity. And this, when I watched this, I was thinking, man, I can't play it all for you now. It's an hour, but I'm going to start from the clip about the Rothschilds, how they play a major role in all of this. But I wanted to show you, once again, when you watch this, it's important for us to do research on our own to figure out what in the world's going on. Everything we've been told, it seems like, has been a lie. And so I'm going to play this clip about the Rothschilds. He covers in great detail even how they created specific Bibles, I believe the Schofield, just to, remember we talked about the CIA infiltrating these seminaries to bring lies and also deceive a lot of us. So it's a very interesting documentary, and he did a great job. But here's the clip on Rothschilds.
The City of London is the headquarters of all the big banks in this world, as well as the headquarters of Freemasonry. The crest, or the coat of arms of the City of London, shows 2 dragons, and then the helmet of a knight with a wing of a dragon. The Latin creed, translated into English, means Lord guide us. So they show dragons and they say Lord guide us. The dragon in mythology, but also in spirituality, for example, in the Holy Scriptures, represents the personification of evil that wants to deceive and rule over all of humanity. The ancient dragon is the symbol of Satan or the devil. It is significant that the City of London is surrounded by 14 statues of a dragon. So the dragon is the #1 symbol within the City of London. This brings us to another element of the Rothschilds. They are known for their involvement in a religion called Luciferianism or Satanism. Baroness Philippine Rothschild often wore jewelry that depicts the symbol of Satanism, a horned goat. She even had jewels that simply showed the head of Satan. On this picture we can see Baron Jacob Rothschild posing in front of a famous painting called Satan Calls His Armies Forth from Hell. He poses alongside one of their favorite artists, Marina Abramovich. This lady organizes very strange parties for the elites. Here you see some images of these parties that are called spirit cooking. They basically celebrate the practice of human sacrifice and cannibalism. In the next video, you can see a spirit cooking dinner organized by Marina Abramovich, one of the favorite artists of the Rothschilds, who founded the State of Israel. I need to warn you, what you're about to see is extremely graphic and complicit and deeply disturbing. It again celebrates human sacrifice, which is at the heart of Satanism. Here you can see more art from Abramovich, a good friend of the Rothschilds. She celebrates all the symbolism of Satanism, the snake, the devil's horns, even child abuse. In 2017, the Rothschilds chose an artist from among thousands of artists in our world to decorate their sailing boat during the Lascaux project. From all the existing artists in our world, they handpicked one particular man, Cleo Peterson. Here you can see some of his art. It always shows dark entities that are torturing white figures. Always darkness torturing the light, evil ruling over good. He shows scenes of violent rape, violent murder, violent slavery, and violent suppression. It is highly significant that the Rothschilds picked this artist to decorate their sailing boat. At the beginning of this video, I warned you that this would be extremely disturbing information. And I'm sure that most people are not aware that Israel was founded by blatant Satanists. But this brings us back to the original question. Why did they invade Palestine? Why did they erect the state of Israel? Everyone who is informed knows that there has always been an agenda for world domination all throughout world history. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is one of the most basic realities of human history. There has been one world empire after the other. And for some weird reason, there are many people in our time who dismiss the reality of an agenda for world domination, which is dazzling. It's almost insane to think that there would no longer be an agenda for world domination in our time, because this has always been the red line all throughout human history. The only question is, who are the people today that aim for world domination? Well, there is, for example, the World Economic Forum, who make it very clear on their own website that they are striving for global governance. They want to control the whole world. They also strive for internet governance and corporate governance. They want to establish governance over every aspect of human society. So here you have it. It is out in the open. Well, the Rothschilds are among the families who are behind the World Economic Forum, which is basically a public entity that is backed up by the City of London and by these high-level financial elites. Now, the past decades, there have been extremely disturbing revelations about what's going on within these financial elites. The main theme that has been exposed by innumerable insiders, and I mean surviving victims or eyewitnesses or former employees, and even former directors of the FBI and the CIA, and former police officers and detectives and commanders from the military, and former agents and officers from intelligence services. All of these people have been revealing one same horrific reality. They have been exposing to our world how there is an organized system of child abuse and child trafficking and even child torture and child ritual sacrifice that is happening within these financial elites. There is, for example, the whistleblower Ronald Bernard.
And we played Ronald Bernard's videos in the past where he explains what he saw and how he had to get away from it all. Very sickening indeed. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that that's available again below the video. So when you go to our videos, I just want to make sure I show this to you, like our last one that we just played. I'll go there now. You just simply go below the video. You just scroll right below, and you're going to see that we have all of these different things that we have for the video. The links below. We have Etsy with LT, inspiration.com/LTA. And then you click on show more on the bottom there. And you've got Remnant Revolution Tour, Ring of Fire Scotty, all these things. And then all of our different links to our video channels and social media. So just want to make sure you're aware of that if you want to go watch that video. Okay. So it's very, very important. Other things that popped up recently, we had the usdebtclock.org. They've got all types of things popping up now over and over again. We'll work for crossed out food, crossed out fiat currency. We'll work for gold, but I prefer silver. There's another one where they give graphic charts. We showed similar before. Another one with a verse, I was in the spirit on the Lord's day and heard behind me a great voice as of a trumpet. That's on us.debtclock.org. And also, and Jesus went into the temple of God and cast out all of them that sold and bought in the temple and overthrew the tables of the money changers. So a lot of weird stuff going on in that clock. And we talked about it in our recent interview on Sunday. You can go watch that with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Wanted to make sure I play another clip from that. Here we go.
So not what's that you've got on the screen? Every global
Eric Trump, Taiwan is next. Every global conflict we are witnessing is a consequence of the weakness of American leadership.
It is. I mean, I agree with Eric's statement there, because when this is why Putin could get away with saying what he did during the BRICS meetings. It's like, yeah, or Xi in China, or anybody for that matter, when they're trying to strip away the world's reserve currency status of the US dollar, strip away our petrodollar status. They look at our weak leadership here in America and they realize, hey, now is the time to strike.
Yep. And so it's a very good interview. We talk about all types of different scenarios. Israel, oil hitting $150 a barrel and more. And so I definitely encourage you to check that one out. And remind you, we're looking for good leadership. Trump says he will reinstate the terror travel ban. And here we go.
But as I've already said many, many times before, I will immediately reinstate and expand the wildly successful Trump travel ban on entry from terror-plagued countries, territories, and places. We're going to, they ended it. They ended it. And it just kept us safe. We wouldn't let people come in from certain countries where there's tremendous terror. Makes sense, right? If you're coming from somewhere full of people who want to kill Americans, we will not let you in. We worked very hard on.
Another reason they want to remove him. President Trump said, talking about the fake case against him, the fake case against me should be dropped immediately. My financial statements are extremely conservative and her numbers are way off. That's peekaboo. Including the fact that she undervalued Mar-a-Lago and Doral by billions of dollars. She also didn't reveal the 100% disclaimer clause at the front of the financial statements, and that she sued me under a statute that was never used before. Miscarriage of justice and election interference all wrapped up in one. And even with that going on, we had this case with Hunter Biden dropped.
This just in. The judge in the case against Hunter Biden and the federal gun charges has just signed off with the urging of the prosecution. This all happened quietly while we were looking at Israel and Hamas and the attacks. When will the Bidens ever be held accountable?
When will they be held accountable? Why is this happening over and over again? We keep getting this information in. And again, we talk about local action. We talk about the laws that have been established in our country and more. Spirit Sword posted this. I thought it was very, very good clip. I want to play it for you as we get close to the end of this video today.
You there, second desk, blue jacket. What is your name?
My name is Alexis.
Alexis.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
I don't want to see you at one of my lectures ever again.
I don't understand.
I am not going to ask a second time. Thank you. Why are there laws? What are laws for? Anyone?
Social order?
To protect the person's personal rights. So that you can rely on the government?
Justice? Thank you. Tell me, was I unfair to your classmate just now? Indeed, I was. So, why didn't any of you protest? Why didn't any of you try and stop me? Why didn't you want to prevent this injustice? You see, what you have just learned, you wouldn't have understood in 1,000 hours of lectures unless you lived it. You didn't say anything because you weren't affected yourself. And this attitude speaks against you and against life. You think it doesn't concern you, so it's none of your business. Well, I'm here to say, if you don't help bring about justice, then one day you too may experience injustice, and there will be nobody there to stand before you. Truth and justice lives through us all, and we must fight for it. Because in life and work, I mean, we often live next to each other, but not with each other. We console ourselves that the problems of others are nothing to do with us, none of our business. And we go home glad at night that we're spared, but it's about standing up for each other. Every day an injustice happens in business, sport, or on the tram. Relying on someone else to take care of it is not good enough. It is our duty to be there for others, to speak up for others when they cannot. I am here to teach you the power of your voice. I want you to learn critical thinking to empower you to stand up for what is right, even if it means going against what everyone else is doing. Let's begin.
Interesting. Spirit Sword put this scripture of Proverbs 28, 4-5. Those who turn their backs on what they know is right will no longer be able to tell right from wrong. But those who love the truth strengthen their souls. Justice never makes sense to men devoted to darkness, but those tenderly devoted to the Lord can understand justice perfectly. What a great statement. It's been played out in front of us for a long, long time. We've tried to get the word out in many different forms, and we've received more pictures across our country of our billboards going up. Thanks to you, your constant support of our channel. Your viewers have really helped us out with Banners for Freedom. They're doing a great job getting these billboards up. Got photos in from Monroe, Louisiana, attached to a few webcam shots. The one of the upper board on Thomas Road did not come in well because of the sun. Well, that's a picture I'm not showing you. Anyway, I also made some street view photos for you as well. I took a screenshots of the boards from Street View, and there they are. So you got 300 Thomas Road, West Monroe, 300 Thomas Road, and 108 Basic Drive, West Monroe. So just wanted to make sure you guys saw these as so crystal clear. Truth, hope, faith, freedom. Watch now, andweknow.com. Super bold. And that's just absolutely amazing work. Thank the Lord for how he put all of us together to make this happen. We come along each other. We work hard to get our voices out, to share the truth, even when it stands against what most people would even watch or listen to. They just can't, don't want to even check it out. But you know what? This might get folks to pay attention and say, you know what? I want to find out what's going on. I've had enough of the mainstream media and the radio blasting out to me what they think they know, and the propaganda that continues to pour out. It's really sad how it plays out. And we hope that we're able to go around all of that, around the fringes, and get the information that you guys need. I mean, look at the stuff that we covered even today. All of the stuff from the speech from President Trump, the pauses that we talk about. Why would he talk about pauses? Why would he talk about terminating a treaty, getting rid of the National Education Association? Why would the media, want to talk about him holding up the president board folder that he had with him for his speech? Why would he show that to everyone? You're not going to see that in mainstream media. Why would we have a call for action to have everybody go up to Arizona, into Phoenix, and get support where they need it? Where are they going to talk about the Rothschilds on mainstream media? Nowhere. Where are we going to talk about those that stand and realize that the conspiracy theorists' words that come out are just designed to scare you? Where are we going to find out that these guys dressed up as patriots, so-called patriots, are really just a bunch of Fed guys dressed up to cause all types of problems and use propaganda in their way? Where? Where are you going to find it? Nowhere. How are we going to find out about the police state and what movie you can go see October 23rd and 25th? How are we going to find out more about Israel and the debates that are going on in a healthful way, not yelling and fighting with each other way, but finding out, kind of piecing the puzzles together to see what exactly is going on? And that reminds me of why we put this. What does coordination look like? Puzzle coming together. We're working together. And I have Romans 8:28 as our verse. And we know that all things work together for good to those who love the Lord, to those who are called according to his purpose. It's amazing. And that's why we like to close with our scriptures today. I will rejoice and be glad in your steadfast love, because you have seen my affliction. You have known the distress of my soul, and you have not delivered me into the hand of the enemy. You have set my feet in a broad place. Psalm 31, 7-8. And then again, John 14:27. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. Not as the world gives, do I give you. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are so filled with tons of information flying in from so many different directions. We thank you that you've allowed our voices to be heard, those working together to get information out, to put it on platforms out there to share their thoughts, to break us from the system that's been developed by Satan, Lucifer, the Rothschilds, and all these others that are involved in their Satan worship and their continual pummeling of our brains, trying to destroy us day after day through the music, through the movies, and more. We ask that you would just continue to guide us in the right direction. We know that we have a light on our path, and that path is just lit up enough for us to take the next few steps. It doesn't light up the entire road. And we just have enough for today. And we know that, not to worry about tomorrow, you told us, but to worry. And we have enough worries for today. And if we have any burdens, we're told by you to bring them before you, and you will make those burdens light. You made it a promise. And we thank you for that. As we continue on this journey, we just ask that you continue to protect us, protect those that are in harm's way in many different areas of this earth. Again, I'm reminded to pray for Inspiration Tours and Travel, who had to remove a lot of people out of harm's way, had to cancel more than 3,000 folks' visit to Israel. And we know it's just can just cause a sense of angst in many companies and many of those that are involved in tourism in Israel. We know many of them there are affected financially due to this too. And we just lift them all up to you, that they would have the provisions necessary provided by you. We ask for continued guidance in our own minds, our own mouths. May we be challenged to love those that are hard to love, especially this week. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sharing these videos, subscribing, and telling them about it and wearing our gear and more. It's absolutely amazing. And just, a friendly reminder, if you forgot about it, remember to go below the video, click on that link for the @C with LT, and join us. We're going to have a blast. Can't wait. Can't wait for you to meet my family And we've just got a lot entailed, a lot in store for you. Great music, great comedy, and so much more. I just want to close now by saying this is LT saying Semper Fi with them we know. Signing out.
All right, that was Dan We Know with LT. Yeah. We'll go ahead and end that there. And let's get ready to next. So we were actually talking in chat before in regards to Trump stating we had 5 months to defeat Biden. You know, had 5 months. You know. People look at that and they listen to that. They're not getting the gist of what he said. You know, because what would be the normal election would be in November of next year. So why did he say we have 5 months to defeat Joe Biden? So I got it queued up here. I think I got a banner made for it already. Let me double check. Yep, there it is. And yeah, I had already had this queued up and everything before you even mentioned it. So yep, here we go.
Hey there, Patriots. Good morning. I hope you are having a great day. Here it is, October 18th, 2023. Lots to talk about, as always. I want to talk about, of course, what's going on in Israel with this potential war heating up. And I know a lot of people are worried. I'm really thankful that I don't think you guys are, because we are on this in this Freedom Force Battalion together. We've known what has been going on. This is the great day of our deliverance. There's no doubt about it. What I want to show you today is what real Israel is, okay? And I also want to talk about what really I think that President Trump is truly saying. Sometimes we have to read between the lines. I'm also going to show you just a portion of the book that I wrote about how this is biblical and how all these things are happening before our eyes, that the Lord gave us this beautiful roadmap. So buckle up, and I'll be right back after the break. Let's go, Patriots. Check this out, what our president said right here.
So less than 5 months from now, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to make America great again.
So in less than 5 months, that's what I said earlier. Sorry. What exactly does it mean by that?
What? Did you guys hear that? Did you hear what he said? This was when President Trump was in Summerville, South Carolina. Let me show you this one right here. He was in Summerville, South Carolina on September 25th, just not even a month ago.
Okay. Another thing is there's a Q drop that actually coordinates with this that says done in 30. So I'm gonna watch and wait and see, because you know me, I'm not going to give you no timeline or anything like that, because I don't know. She don't know. The only one who knows is God above, so, but yeah, there is a Q post that coincides with that for done in 30. So I thought that was interesting. Let's continue on here.
And this is what he said, and I had missed it. And so I found this on the internet, and I wanted you guys to hear it. Let's play it one more time. Basically, he says, let's see if I can get this to open. Come on, you can do it, little thing. There it is. All right. So he says, so less than 5 months from now, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to make America great again. Okay, 5 months from September, that's February. There's no election, really. What we would normally think of as the presidential election is.
Okay, got to pause it for a second again. March 5th was the original inauguration day.
Not in that time period. And we keep saying we think something's going to happen before the election. something big's going to happen before then. So what does he mean? What does he mean? I'm going to have you hear it. Listen to it one more time.
So less than 5 months from now, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to make America great again.
Yeah, he wouldn't say that if it wasn't true. And why would he say less than 5 months? I mean, so many times we have heard him say it's going to be, next November or whatever. But now he's saying in less than 5 months. Well, we've already been 1 month, and it could be potentially any minute. It doesn't have to be February. And as I remind you all the time about the stolen, when he misspells stolen like countless times, what does that mean? And there's also obviously that Christ stolen bread, which is a Christmas bread, that we'll have a wonderful Christmas. Wouldn't that be great? You guys, I don't know anything. I have no insider information. If you are looking for insider information, you're at the wrong place. But, what we do here on Brighteon.tv and all these wonderful patriots who are over here sharing this information, we dig and we look and we share and we pray and we try to find something that is newsworthy, something that give it us hope. I'm glad I don't have bad news to share. That's not my job. Somebody else can share bad news. I'm sharing the good news. And I'm going to talk about here in a little bit about Jehoshaphat and how they won the victory when they gave praise to the Lord. And that's our job here, is to share the truth, share the good news of the kingdom. And that's where we're headed, is to his kingdom come. All right. So I want you to see that. And also, kind of listening. So whenever you listen to him, try to read between the lines. He also, obviously, you clearly know, you guys have seen this a countless time. What storm, Mr. President? Well, you'll find out.
What storm, Mr. President? You'll find out.
Yes, the world will. Now, what we're going to talk about, as usual, is going to be likely maybe different from what we've heard and all of our lives. And we were told that there's still going to be a lot of disinformation when this comes to the top. And I feel like it's coming very, very soon, especially with all this heating up in the Middle East. So everyone in the world is about to find out. So we have to be ready and to help others to come out of the confusion and to not be in fear when all this happens. It would make sense that Armageddon would be, there'd be a lot of deception and a lot of confusion in it. So I'm really thankful for Brighteon allowing us to speak whatever truth the Lord puts on our heart, whatever research we found, and they don't censor us. I really do appreciate that. So definitely support all the patriots there, because you know that you're getting the uncensored, unfiltered truth, which is so great. All right, so this was something I found on a video where where before the Hamas attack, Hamas, again, I'm going to remind you guys, if you already know this, but Ron Paul brought this out in Congress years ago, that Hamas was created by Israel, not the people of Israel. Of course, it was created by the cabal in Israel, and they created Hamas to do their dirty work and to have someone to blame, just like last night with that hospital being attacked and 500 losing their lives. My heart's broken for these family members. It's awful what's going on in Gaza. It's absolutely awful. They're blaming Hamas this morning. I want to show you a video of that here in just a second. It's very frustrating to watch the fake news, but it's at least less frustrating when you can see through it and realize it's fake news. I'm going to show you that here in just a second. Don't fall victim to being led around by the nose by the fake news, including Fox News, which is faux news. Anyway, he shows a map during the General Assembly of the United Nations. Now, if you look here closely, you'll see that Israel is not divided with the Palestinian territory. This is what it really should look like. The blue with the section, at least, well, I say it should look like, it shouldn't have never looked like this to begin with, but whatever. Where the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Okay, but he has it where it's all one area, basically saying, this is all as if there had no longer had any Palestinians in it, as if they had taken the entire land for themselves. And that's really what most people haven't even researched the history. I will show you real quick. This one, let me see. Yeah, this is the way that the land was originally with Palestine. And again, just like here in America, people living all side by side. And that's what the people who live there want. They were just about to come out on to do protests, tens and hundreds of thousands of people protesting Netanyahu doing some negative things to their constitution, taking away their rights, basically. And so just after that, Hamas attacks. And President Trump, if you listen carefully, he's saying, the attack should never have happened. He's not saying who did it. He's saying, basically Hamas, whatever, the attacks should never have happened. The attacks on Israel, the attacks on the people who live in this land, the people who live here, these attacks were fomented. And we know our enemy is always the cabal. It's always them. It's always, they're always doing these proxy wars. So this is what it now looks like over these years, just the littlest piece of land for the Palestinians to live on. And now what they're trying to do is wipe them completely out, just like I was showing you from his map right here, where the Palestinians are completely gone. And the reason that people won't take the Palestinians in is because they know then their state would be, one that they would come and take away all the land from them, reducing all of these people to have no homeland at all. And that's why they can't do it. And they want to protect the people who live in Palestine. They see what's been happening all these years, and they don't show this on the mainstream news. Again, that's why I really appreciate Brighteon. So definitely go and watch Brighteon. It's really great people over there too. All right, so this is what came out this morning, and Ainsley is really cute, but she's a useful idiot. I'm sorry. She's just says what she's told. She reads the teleprompter. She does what she's told to do, and so she just doesn't understand. And they think most people will buy into whatever she says because she's so cute. All right, so here is where they have this audio. I believe this whole thing was just cooked up. Someone cooked this up and made an audio. Where are they getting this? This whole thing is so manufactured. I was just looking at a video this morning of Lebanon. I'm like, that whole thing looks like Wag the Dog, like a manufactured, created movie to foment support for this war. Okay, so listen, we'll talk about it.
نشوف الصاروخ زي هيك والشظايا هذه فبقول لك تبع الجهاد الصواريخ الجهاد الاسلامي.
Let me see if I can read it to you. Read it for you. This is the first time we're seeing a missile like this falling. That's why we're saying it belongs to the Palestinians. I'm so sorry. You can't hear it if that guy's talking over me. And that's why we are saying it belongs to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Hamas operative says what? We're saying it belongs to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It's from us. It looks like it. Who says that? Okay, so this is, now I'll go back to Ainsley, what she's saying.
The Palestinians that did this, they're saying, they're admitting that. So why is this narrative floating around that it was Israel's fault?
Okay, and you can even look and see, I think this guy, Brian Kilmeade, you can tell he knows that she's just a useful idiot. I think he can tell. And so she's over there, and I think she truly believes what she's saying. I don't think she's being deceptive. I think Brian Kilmeade is being deceptive, but that's just, my opinion. But yeah, she's saying, well, why are they saying that? We have evidence. This is not evidence. And this is just like they did with the 2020 election. They were saying Trump, Biden won. We said it. That makes it true. Whatever we say, that makes it true because we said it on Fox News. This is where it's just like this. They're saying, oh, well, this was not Israel's fault. And so this girl goes on and she says, thank you so much, Ainsley, because we blah, blah, blah. She goes on and on. The reality is Hamas is controlled by Israel. All the horrible things that have happened are because of the cabal. Again, not the people. The people are trying to be set free from this tyrannical regime. But this is unfortunately, this is the very bitter red pill. You guys knew my name was Melissa Red Pill. That's why I'm called Melissa Red Pill. I call myself that because I'm always having to give everyone terrible red pills that are hard to swallow. but this is the truth of what's going on. So just once you know the truth, then you're not duped and led around by the nose as a sheep. We're sheep no more. We're sheep no more. Now, there are a lot of really great patriots who still don't realize what's going on, and they're still part of the fake news, and they don't realize that they're being lied to. So our job here, because we look at how this is biblical, again, this is my channel right here, freedomforce.live. I always look at how this is biblical. And I just had my anniversary of when I gave my life to the Lord. It was September 8th, 1983. So that was 40 years ago. I was just a wee child, right? 40 years ago, I just had my 40th anniversary. And I remember immediately what the Lord had me do. I just became a voracious student of his word. But what this was the difference. I didn't go and learn from the seminaries. I didn't go and learn and get indoctrinated by them. I just listened to the Lord. I just read it and read it and read it and read it to listen to it. And I believe the Lord was preparing me for this day so I could be one of the ones explaining how this is biblical, literally biblical, and not what they have taught. Because, you know, this video right here, I was going to show you, if I could show a little bit of it, this video right here, it's talking about how they've infiltrated the churches with the Schofield Bible and basically saying that Israel is this, you know, the nation state of Israel and is militant and all of that. And this is not truly biblical. That's just the way that they've interpreted. And unfortunately, most people don't read the Word of God enough to be able to understand that that's not really what the Bible's talking about. It's you know, just like if we haven't done our own research on history and known about the Palestinian conflict, we would know, you know, what really is happening over there. In the same way, if we haven't really read the Bible for ourselves over many years, you wouldn't necessarily realize that this is not the truth. And the truth of, and I'm going to play a little bit of this for you, but before I do that, I want to show you what really happened back in the day. And then many people don't know this history of Israel, and I'll get into it a little bit. But anyway, I'll share more after we get back from the break. But what happened with Israel is that there was a huge division in Israel, and so the northern kingdoms were called Israel, the southern kingdoms were called Judah. Now, many of you already know this, but I'm helping for those who do not. This is what how it was divided. 10 of the tribes, right, like Issachar and Gad and Manasseh and all these were in the northern tribes in what they call Samaria. And then the 2 southern tribes they were called Judah. Okay, so they divided, but then unfortunately, because the enemy is so evil, they were taken over by the Baal worship. And then the Lord told them to stop, that they were fooled into doing this and all that, but they believed the fake news, and they believed that they needed to sacrifice these children to appease God. It's outrageous, but that's what they believed. It's just like we have believed a lot of wrong things because the fake news just keeps pummeling it into our brains. So after that, during the time of Jeremiah, the Lord had them removed from the land. He uprooted them from the land. And the honest truth is they only needed this land for this period of time for kind of like an incubator to help them to grow big enough and you know, and to keep from being wiped out by other nations and keep them from being divided. But then what happened when they got scattered, they went into captivity. After that, then they were scattered all over the world. Okay, so I'm going to show you that real quick before we go on. I really want to show you each of the flags because it's really super cool. These are each of the tribes of Israel and their heraldry. If you remember, Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, gave them each a blessing, and though each blessing had with it a symbol. For example, Reuben was a man. Issachar is a donkey. You know, each one of them. Dan actually has 2. One is an eagle, hello, and a snake. Okay, so that's Dan. And Naphtali has a gazelle, like a deer, on the heights, treading on the heights. You know, of course, the one that we're all familiar with is Judah. Judah is a lion, the lion of the tribe of Judah. David has a harp that is now in Ireland, which is really cool. He's not really one of the tribes, but basically that's what they're showing here, a symbol. So you can follow them, each of the tribes, based upon their heraldry, their flags, their symbolism on their flags. So this is how they were able to go throughout and travel. They would have a flag. And so if you were in that tribe, then you would be able to find your people very easily.
Okay, really quick on the David. Okay, Saul had attempted to bring all of the tribes of Judah together to create a nation. Okay, he was unable to do that in his lifetime. David was the one who completed that. Okay, just so that we're on the same page.
This is how they did it all that time, and how they were in the wilderness, and they knew exactly where their tribe was based upon their heraldry. Okay, so then this wonderful man named E. Raymond Capt has been able to identify where the tribes of Israel scattered to. You can go and look even to this day, and you can look at their flags, and you can identify where they went. So when they were scattered, they went. I've been talking about this. I thought it would make it easier if I actually made a little map for you. So here's just in Europe, because they went all over the world. These are our Israelite ancestors. True Israel went all over the world. The earth will be filled with the knowledge of the Lord as the waters fill the sea. So you see here, Benjamin went into Switzerland. Ephraim went into what we know as the United Kingdom, along with Judah. Way up here in Sweden is Reuben. Over here in Russia is Gad and Zebulun. This is not exhaustive. This just gives you an idea and how they spread out, and how you can follow them based upon their heraldry. So, and also their language and their artistry, and various ways you can identify them. And so this is basically, if you are from Europe, you can trace your lineage back to you're the tribe of Israel. How cool is that? And you can even trace it into America. So when I get back, I'll show you the more of that heraldry, because it's super, super interesting. And we'll also talk about, what's going on within Israel right now with the Palestinians, and with this hospital being bombed in Israel, in Gaza, I'm sorry, and what is happening next. Okay, it's what I believe is really happening next. All right, I will tell you more about that when we get back from the break.
Yep. Sorry, Melissa. I'll play everything else, but I'm not going to let you get me a copyright. Yeah. There we go. She's back.
The flags for each of the tribes of Israel. It's super, super cool. And how they went into each of the land. So, for example, here is Reuben. Okay, Reuben, if you remember, it has the symbol of a man. And look at this. Look in Sweden. It has a man on the heraldry in this province. Here in the Netherlands. Here.
Okay. Reuben was the only brother. Well, actually, there was two, Judah and Reuben, but Reuben was the eldest of Jacob's sons. Okay. That he would not allow his 11 other or 10 other brothers to kill Joseph. They dropped him down in a pit first, and then they had to find out by morning. They had to come up with an alternative plan to killing him. And some Syrian slavers were coming through, and they sold him. And then the Syrian slaver ended up selling Joseph to an Egyptian. So Reuben was the one who said, I'll not live with the blood of my brother on my hands. And Judah backed him up. Okay. But Judah was the one who, instead of allowing his brothers to kill him, because Reuben had gone off to be with the herds, Judah was the next eldest, and he stopped Simeon and his brothers from killing Joseph while Reuben was gone, simply by saying, look at those Syrian traders. we can sell Joseph to them, and he'll get taken into Egypt, and slaves from Egypt never escape. Okay, now you got to understand that when Joseph became basically the co-pharaoh of Egypt, because that's basically what it was the pharaoh had turned over all of his power to Joseph. The only thing that separated them was his crown. Okay, and that was it. Okay, so when the brothers came to Egypt, and then Joseph got ill and ended up passing away, and that was like 30 years later. The tribes ended up becoming slaves to the Egyptians because of the taxes that Joseph had alleviated from them. And the new pharaoh says, no, you're going to pay tax just like every other Egyptian. Well, the Israelites refused to pay those taxes, and they kept incurring more and more charges, no different than what we get with our credit cards or lack of a payment. And basically, they worked their way into slavery, is what they did. And that was never God's intent. That was never Joseph's intent. Okay. When he brought the brothers and his father up to Goshen, okay, they gave them the land of Goshen, but there was a tax on the land, and basically that part of that was you had to give us a portion of your flocks every year when younglings are born. Okay, you have to give us a portion of your crops. Okay, you have to give us a portion of your wool, because they spun wool back then. Okay, and the Israelites just said, no, we're not giving it to you. We're not giving it to us. Our brother said we never had to do that. And, well, Joseph wasn't alive anymore, so there was nothing that they could do. They had to, they either had to comply or leave. And they never tried to leave. They tried to stay. And when they tried to stay, that forced the hand of the Egyptians to basically turn them into slaves. And that's it.
In Scotland, here in England, it's a man. Okay, so you're like, okay, well maybe that's just a coincidence, right? Okay, now let's look at one from the heraldry of Gad. Okay, so Gad is a raider. Okay, so like on a horseman. Look at there. There's some in the Shield of Moscow, Russia, is a horseman. Lithuania. Here's one from Jedburgh, in a town in Scotland. This is how they all identified each other. You know exactly. This history's been lost to most people, and that's why I'm so thankful for E. Raymond Capt, who was able to identify all this for us. So we look at all this heraldry. Is here's some in Germany. Here's in Bruceburg town in Czech. Okay, so this is the tribe of Gad. Now here's this one's making it too small. Let me see if I can make that bigger. Issachar is the donkey. Look at this. Who would make a flag? Let's just be honest. Who would make a flag with the heraldry of a donkey? But that makes sense if it was your historical ancestral symbol from your father Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. So you had like this one right here is just one big old donkey face on their symbol right there, on their emblem. How cool is that, right? It makes perfectly good sense now when you look at it of where it came from. Okay, here's Zebulun. He was, as the Bible says, the blessing that he received in Genesis 49:13. Zebulun will dwell at the seashore. He shall be a haven for ships. So his heraldry has ships. So look at there. There's some from Russia and Netherlands and Scotland. All these, Latvia, these are their symbols that they got from their father Israel. All right, so then here's Manasseh. This one's kind of cool because this one has the symbols that are on the Great Seal of the United States. Now you're like, okay, well, Manasseh, who's that? That's just, if you remember, Joseph had two sons that were adopted by Jacob. And so when they were adopted, they were portioned out, just like Joseph always got a double portion. And so their symbols, the symbols of Manasseh are the olive branch and the arrows. Remember how, shooting your arrows to anyway, it's a beautiful symbolism there. But he says Joseph is a fruitful bough by a spring. Its branches run over a wall. The archers bitterly attacked him and shot at him and harassed him. So look at this. Look at what our great seal has is olive branches and arrows. That's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. And then we also have the eagle from the tribe of Dan. I'll get to that one here in just a second. But yeah, this is all these symbols. You also see it in the Lion of Judah and the shield of the royal Dutch coat. You see it here in this borough in Germany. You see it in Hungary, Sweden, because when they moved, they just scattered everywhere. They didn't all go to one certain place in the land. And this is because the king of the world, Cyrus, king of Persia, had told them they could leave. He says, you can go wherever you want in my kingdom. And many of them never returned to the original land in the Middle East, and what we know of now as Israel or Palestine. Okay, they never returned. And if you remember way back, and it says this in your Bible and mine, it says that when Nehemiah brought the captives back, look in Nehemiah, you'll see that it says that many of the people did not return. They liked it. After they'd been over there a while and they became part of this culture, they did not want to come back. Okay, and so they were scattered. This is why James and Peter both write to the lost tribes or the scattered tribes or the dispersion. And this is who we are. And so why do I bring this up? Is because it's so important that we don't get sucked into this narrative that this little group of people in this Middle Eastern land are Israelites. They're not. And some of them are really fake. They've literally taken this name for political purposes. And so this is going to be a very big red pill for people to swallow. And most people, the church is completely infiltrated and duped. And most people, I don't think most preachers even have any idea. Just like Ainsley, they have no idea that they're teaching this wrong. They don't know. Most of them don't, I don't think. I hope. Anyway, okay, so I will show you this real quick. This is the arrangement in the wilderness, and each of them would have their flags, and then you would be able to identify where you were supposed to, have place your tent and where you would be. And so, each of these had their flags around there. So this also goes into this amazing decode that I talk about in the book, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. I know most of you have that book already. For those of you who don't, this is the book, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. This is where one of the things I never understood, what in the world this symbolism was, where one had a face of an eagle, on the other side was a face of a man, the face of a lion, and the face of an ox. They're like, what is that? And it's because it's the heraldry. It goes back to the heraldry of the tribes, the main tribes, north, south, east, and west of the people of Israel when they were encamped in the wilderness. And that, like, for example, here Judah is the lion, Dan is the eagle, Ephraim is the ox, and Reuben is the man. How cool is that? I was so excited when I finally figured that out. So that's the kind of thing that I decode in this book. This is the decode. This End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace is the decode of the book of Revelation and all these beautiful symbols and prophecies. The Lord, like I said, I've been studying His Word, and none of this dawned on me until I woke up almost 7 years ago. Can you believe it's been that long, Patriots? We've been in there fighting for 7 years. That's another reason I think that we're going to have something really great happen in in November. I hope so. President Trump said within 5 months. All right, so then Simeon and Levi have this symbolism of the castle. Okay, so look at that. All these, and he doesn't have the verse on here, but anyway, that gives you an idea what that one is. Oh, here's the verse. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are implements of violence. Their swords are weapons of violence. Okay, so that's where their symbolism comes from. Let's see, Benjamin he's a ravenous wolf. In the morning, he devours the prey, and in the evening, he divides the spoil. Okay, so I'm sure for good. That's what we're fixing to do. Is we're devouring the prey, and we're going to divide the spoil. I'm going to read that to you in just a second if I can get to it, because my time's going to run out on me if I don't watch out. Anyway, so this is Dan. Anyway, I'm going to post these. I'm actually going to put these on freedomforce.live. I need to put these, and I'll actually put them on the social media, because I think you will really, really like these symbols to understand the heraldry. It really helps you to to understand who Israel really is. Isn't that great? Austria has the symbolism of Dan. A lot of other places have symbolism of Dan, like the Danube River, like Denmark, like the Great Danes. This is all from the tribe of Dan. Go figure. How cool is that? And they're a very, very strong tribe. They were the ones that had Samson. Anyway, so here's Austria and Czech and Poland. And now look at this one. This one has like 4 in it because this one had multiple tribes in their one group. So they all wanted to be represented. How cool is that? Anyway, so this goes back to our symbolism in our Great Seal, and our forefathers knew this. Our forefathers knew our destiny, and they gave us these symbols and hoping that we'd be able to piece it together. We finally have. We've known that we had a great destiny. We just didn't know exactly that we were one of the tribes of Israel, really. And we are obviously we're a melting pot. We're a hodgepodge, which is great. And that's the way it really should be. Instead of what they're trying to do in Israel, where it's all just one group that they control. That's what they really would want to do all over the world, is control everyone. Anyway, so here I want you to see that there's a tribe of Dan. Ephraim is. Remember I was showing you the ox, telling you about the ox. This one is, you see this all over in this heraldry here in the United Kingdom and Austria and various places. Naphtali, you see this up in, I think, a lot of in Germany and the Netherlands. You'll see this beautiful gazelle, and this goes back to Naphtali. Naphtali is a doe let loose. He gives beautiful words. Or Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth goodly words. So this is, yeah, clearly that's what it's from. There's just no doubt about it. It's just too much of a coincidence if it's not. All right, so that shows you where the different tribes went. All right, I want you to see that. And also, I want you to hear a little bit of this video. I really encourage you to watch this, Stop World Control. Someone had posted it in the comments section, and it goes into, again, the Schofield Bible and how they use that to mislead us. So I want to play a little bit of that for you.
Their vineyards, their homes, all their possessions. And then ultimately they locked up these people in Gaza, which is the largest open air prison in the world, with the highest suicide rate in the world, because life is so unbearable there. There is something very important that we all need to realize concerning Hamas. Hamas was created so that Israel could play victim. Israel is the actual aggressor who invaded a peaceful region, murdered hundreds of thousands of people, stole all their land, their homes, their farms, their vineyards.
I want you to just remember, again, we're talking about the few at the top, okay? Now, many of the people of course, in Palestine, in Gaza, and the West Bank, but also many of the people who live in Israel they do not want to be a part of this tyranny. They do not want to be a part of what's happening in Gaza. They don't want to be part of it. So I keep saying it, and I know you hear it, but I'm going to keep saying it because I want to make sure that people differentiate the people from the tyrants.
All their possessions, and locked them up in open air prisons and in areas where these people are terrorized every day of their life. Still, a majority of humanity looks at Israel as if they are the victims. That is the success of Hamas.
Hamas, as in this was the planned group that was created by them to deceive and to be the boogeyman and to be the one that is blamed. This is the success of this, and people have fallen for it.
And this is how psychological operations work that are run by intelligence agencies to manipulate mankind. Here you see footage from Palestinian people before the invasion by the Zionists. These are no terrorists. These are no dangerous people. These are just happy families, just like you and me. A former soldier from the Israeli Defense Force.
Okay, I want you to hear this because this guy feels very bad about what he did, and he's explaining. what it was like to be one of the IDF soldiers.
Explains how they literally terrorized these millions of people on a daily basis.
What most haunts you and your conscience about what you did in your time as a soldier?
For me, it's the routine way we control the Palestinians, right? The Palestinian can wake up in the morning and not know if he will be at work on time, go to sleep, not know if soldiers will invade his home. We basically control the most simple and basic elements of life.
It's designed to break down the population of Palestinians and show them who's in charge and humiliate them on a daily basis.
Exactly. How can we make 2.5 million Palestinians in the West Bank to feel that they cannot lift their head up? We will make them understand that we control their lives. The segregated roads and the settlements and so forth, they exist all around the occupied territories. Military activity, home invasions, patrols, digital surveillance, they exist here and they exist all over the West Bank. The difference in Hebron is that in a very short walk, we can see examples of all of it.
All of it.
All of
we
it.
saw all of it.
The United Nations says that 251 is.
Anyway, that's just that was at the 23-minute mark on the video on Stop World Control. I really appreciate that video, and just be real careful where you share it because they're not liking that. I'm kind of catching some flack, but I don't care. I'm gonna speak the truth. That's all I'm gonna do. All right, so I want you to see this real quick before I show you the really fun thing. I'm going to show you what Joe Rogan said. Someone asked him, this guy on the video, what is one of the main things that you have changed your thinking on? And that's a very important, very interesting question to ask someone. Now, some people might not like that question because it would put them in a vulnerable position, whatever. But I would say one of the things that I have recently changed my opinion on, not that I really had an opinion, I just believed what I was told, I guess. I never really looked into the Palestinian conflict in Israel. I never looked into it. And so I think they want you that way, where you just know the littlest bit and all you hear is, oh, how horrible, this is. And now what you hear, whatever Ainsley says on Fox fake news. And so this is one of the things that is a big thing that's changed for me, is because I've dug into what really has happened historically in Palestine and to the Palestinian people. And I'm not a sheep about that anymore. And so Joe Rogan here is talking about the thing that changed for him was understanding that Big Pharma was not who working for the people, and that the doctors have become basically controlled by them, because if you want to be a doctor, you've got to sell this medicine and all that, and the money is just, it's too good to pass up for most of them. So it's very hard to be a holistic doctor and make it now. So anyway, I'll play a little bit of this for you because it's really, really good.
But that idea of that's such an easy fix.
Yeah, it's not.
And
that's it.
Why isn't that just,
But New Zealand's far more restrictive than America. America's insane.
That thing of there's a lot of.
I'm sorry, let me start at the beginning.
What was the last thing, big thing that you went, I used to think that, and now I think this? And it's a really interesting question. What would yours be? What was the last thing that you?
The medical establishment. I used to think that medicine was there purely to heal people and make people better, and that all the doctors were on board with that.
And what do you think now?
Now I think they're captured by an enormous industry, and that this enormous industry, first of all, it starts with dictating where funds go. So there's one group that decides what studies are going to be run, what tests, what research is going to be funded. And so all of those doctors that receive that funding have to step in line. Then you have the enormous impact that we have in this country of pharmaceutical drugs are allowed to advertise on television. We're one of 2 countries in the world.
You in
that
New
allow
Zealand,
that.
right?
Yes, that's it.
Why isn't that just,
But New Zealand's far more restrictive than America. America's insane.
I really appreciate Joe Rogan bringing all this truth out on his huge podcast. So really, really so glad that he did that. And so that's why, and I also love Brighteon. I want you to see this. When you go to my website, freedomforce.live, and you look at all the links, look at the one Melly's Health links right there. And you will see, I think it's going to come up. You'll see the Brighteon store. And I want you to make sure that you know how to get to that, because that's what I love, how Mike is working so hard to make sure that we have this platform, and he's doing this basically from his store that he has right here, bridionstore.com, where he does so much research. You know how we've done all this research? He's been researching for years how to make sure that you have healthy products and not fall into this big pharma. And I'm just really appreciate everything that he does. So definitely check that out. And you can use the promo code Millie if you want to over there, but bridionstore.com. And then he uses all this to fund, what we're doing over here on Bridion.tv. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much, Mike, for all that you're doing on that. So here are more. Let me see if I can refresh it. But yeah, this is where, all these wonderful products that we don't have to follow big pharma. We are out of that whole system. And that's where I find all these wonderful treatments that are literally helping to save people's lives. And I'm just so happy. I love Keto Carry. Definitely go to Keto Carry. Just go to my health page, freedomforce.live/health, and you will see all these. You've got to detox. I detox every day. Now, when I was sick, I did some major detoxes, and you can see them on here. If you go to, Healing the Heart, and I go into everything that I did to get well. And many of those things I'm still doing on a daily basis. But like some of the heavy detoxes, I'm not doing that anymore, but I'm doing this one as a maintenance. And it also helps to, and also the sodium chloride. You got to be careful with that one though, because it's strong and it'll make you have a little tummy, a little queasy if you're not watching out. But this really so good and so great. You got to check out on here on that page. I have, there's a CLO2.tv. They talk about, they give you for a free chat room to discuss it. And also if you have questions about it, and also they there's a testimonials. A link to some testimonials on there, because it's really worth looking and trying some of these things that are alternatives instead of the big pharma stuff, like Joe Rogan was saying. Amazing treatments about how to stop this bleeding. If you know anyone who is having the incessant bleeding after taking the jab, wonderful ways about getting pain-free, getting products that make sure that you are not having any toxins in your house. Please, for goodness sakes, don't use toxic products to clean your house. It's awful. It's awful for your system. It's too much for our bodies. Our bodies are overloaded. And also when you go here, when you go look at the links right here. You've got to definitely check into the CBD. That is helping people to get over this depression. Read on here about lifting depression and bipolar. We have the solution, you guys, now. I'm just amazed that we have the solution, and we don't have to go and be mistreated by big pharma. As he said, they're not really working in our best interests. And that's why I love being able to share this information with you, what I have found. I had another person reach out to me yesterday. He had been really depressed and really not doing well. And so he's been doing the protocol I told, and he just told me he's doing so much better. I think he's going to come and give a testimonial. All right. So I want you to check into that. Here's all, while we're here, this is all the social media. So definitely go and share, like, share, and subscribe to all this so that we can help to get this truth out, because this is important, and it's especially going to be important when all this truth comes out real soon. All right. So now I want you to, oh my goodness, I want you to hear this. Oh, my time is running out on me. This is where, and I'm not gonna play this one for you, but it's on my social media. Arkansas orders Chinese seed producing company Syngenta to sell their U.S. farmland. Isn't that awesome, you guys? Immediately bans all state contracts with this CCP entity. Isn't that awesome? And they're saying they're not only working for the betterment of Arkansas, but also for our national security interests. Awesome. Thank you so much, Arkansas, for leading the way in this, and sell the farmland. And if they don't sell it immediately, then it'll be sold for them. Right? So that's amazing. They are using, this is what's going to happen, y'all. We'll have the righteous will rule. We'll have, talk about this in the book. This is in the book, actually this book, End Times, and this is biblical. I talk about 17 Bible stories, and one of the ones in there is Josiah. I know it's a little bit too small for you to see. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Josiah was a righteous ruler, and that's what's going to happen. We'll have righteous rulers like what they're doing in Arkansas, who will rule righteously, who will do things in a right way. and protect the people, and not allow big pharma to poison us, and not allow all this evil that's been going on, not allow all these wars and all this. We're going to have righteous leaders. That's what's going to happen. That's what happened in the story of Josiah. Most people haven't read that story, but it's awesome. He tore down all the Baal worship completely. The one I was going to talk to you about real quick is the one about Jehoshaphat. And so Jehoshaphat, and this is why I'm so big on us having the truth and faith in the middle of all this, and not to get sucked into the fear. And so what happened in this story about Jehoshaphat, they were going up against an enemy, and it was daunting. They were just a small clan, and they were going to go up against a force that was 100 times bigger than they were. And so this amazing man, I can't remember his name right now, but he came out and he said, listen, the Lord is with us. He's going to see us through. He's actually from the tribe of Asaph. I think I talked about this a while back, but I just love this story. And because here we are, we're in a position where we could be afraid and go hide under the bed and say it's World War III and it's nuclear holocaust. I mean, we could fall into that. We're not going to. We're not going to do it. And so he encouraged them to sing praise to the Lord. And so he said, let's continually have. He said, let me see. At the very moment. Let me read this for you. Let me just go back and read this for you. 2 Chronicles chapter 20. After consulting the people, the king appointed singers to walk ahead of the army, singing to the Lord and praising him for his holy splendor. And this is what they sang. Make it a little bit bigger. There you go. God, give thanks to the Lord. His faithful love endures forever. Right? Have y'all heard that song before, right? I don't know if it's the same song. I don't think so. But anyway, at the very moment they began to sing and give praise, the Lord caused the armies of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir to start fighting among themselves. How about that? How cool is that? Right? I would love to see all that happening. The army, and really right now, Hamas could very easily fight against Israel, say, fight each other and say, no, it was you, no, it was you, no, it was you, that kind of thing. Anyway, but we know they're one and the same. Anyway, the armies of Moab and Ammon turned against their allies from Mount Seir and killed every one of them. After they had destroyed the army of Seir, they began to attack each other. So when the army of Judah arrived at the lookout point in the wilderness, all they saw were dead bodies lying on the ground as far as they could see, and not a single one of the enemy had escaped. And all they had done was sing praise to the Lord. And this is what we're doing. And after it was over, King Jehoshaphat and his men went out to gather the plunder. That's what we're about to do, you guys. We'll gather the plunder, and everyone will have wealth and health and peace all over the world. This amazing plunder, vast amounts of equipment and clothing and valuables, more than they could carry. There was so much plunder that it took 3 days to collect it all. And the fourth day, they gathered in the Valley of Blessing, which got its name that day because the people praised and thanked the Lord there. It's still called the Valley of Blessing today. Oh, goodness, my time is running out. But let's pray and give thanks. Let's continually have this heart of faith. Okay. Thank you so much, Lord, that you are guiding us through. Thank you, Lord, that you've given us this confidence and this faith that we know that you are going to rescue us, and that we're not worried about anything we see. We give you praise and we give you thanks, and we sing all these praise songs to you, and recognizing that you are the King of the world, and we'll have beautiful days of health and wealth and peace, and the righteous will rule. We praise you and we thank you and we give you praise in Jesus' name. I love you guys. Time is out again, but I will see you next Wednesday, 10 a.m. Central on Brighteon.tv.
All right. That was Melissa Redfield. And as I predicted, and X22 has released today's episodes. So we're going to jump right in. Here we go. You know what? I'm going to pause that for a second because there's a conversation going on in chat that I think that I can definitely throw a little bit of light on what that conversation is about with this.
That Syngenta, a Chinese state-owned agrochemical company, must give up its land holdings in Arkansas. Syngenta owns 160 acres in northeast Arkansas, which it uses primarily for seed research. The company that owns Syngenta, Chem China, is also on the Department of Defense's list of Chinese military companies posing a clear threat to our state. Seeds are technology. Chinese state-owned corporations filter that technology back to their homeland, stealing American research and telling our enemies how to target American farms. That is a clear threat to our national security and to our grape farmers, especially since the Chinese government enacted a law in 2017 requiring Chinese citizens abroad to collaborate with their country's security officials on intelligence work with no questions asked. This isn't about where you're from. We welcome Chinese Americans, Russian Americans, and anyone else who's given up foreign oppression for American freedom. This is about where your loyalties lie. We simply cannot trust those who pledge allegiance to a hostile foreign power. That's why I signed Act 525, sponsored by Representative McKenzie and Senator Boyd, to ban Chinese and Russian-made drones. And it's why I signed Act 758, sponsored by Representative McAlinden and Senator Stubblefield, banning public contracts with the CCP. We will make sure that every company operating in Arkansas is a friend to Arkansas and good to hardworking Arkansans. Secretary Ward has already notified Syngenta about this decision. If they refuse to sell, our Attorney General can move forward with legal proceedings and force them to get out of our state. Arkansas will always protect our farmers and our national security interest.
So that's just to give you a little response to the conversation that was going on in chat so everybody understands what they're talking about, where Texas needs to follow suit with Arkansas. Every state should follow suit with Arkansas. Absolutely. Absolutely. No doubt about it. You know, here's we're going to do a couple of these and then we'll get back to the X-22. Here we go.
A picture that one of your staffers got about the people that are down here.
Right. No, so what they want this to look like is they want it to look like that innocent pro-Israel Jewish protesters are being arrested. That is not who they are.
As they're being arrested right now.
And we have a photo of one of their cell phones. One of my staff got it, and if you zoom in, I don't know if you can see it on your screen, but it says Global Intifada. Intifada means Arabic uprising, rebellion. These people do not want peace. They are pro-Hamas. They're the same Antifa, Black Lives Matters type protesters that have caused violence and riots all over the country. And this is a complete setup. It's the beginning of a movement.
And compare it, Marjorie, to what we saw with January 6th. And here's what actually one of the organizers, this was one of the organizers. Let me just show him real quick. He's being arrested, but he was one of the ones coaching people on what to do, how not to get arrested, or how to get arrested slowly, they said. Let's bring it back over here. But these are professional agitators. These are Antifa, BLM. This is the next movement, but it's combined with Islam in support of Hamas. And as you mentioned Rashida Tlaib. That's exactly, we have representatives in our country that have sworn an oath to our Constitution that are outside supporting this.
Absolutely. Of course she's supporting it. She supports Hamas. She hates Israel. Rashida Tlaib, AOC, Ilhan Omar, we call them the Hamas caucus. They hate Israel. They do not want any peace over there. They want that land given to the Palestinian people. They want over 1 million to 2 million so-called refugees brought into America. And they want you people at home to pay for it. And then Joe Biden wants 100 million American tax dollars to go to Gaza. But you know what they're not demanding, Ben? They are not demanding that Hamas be kicked out of Gaza. They are not demanding that Hamas be handed over and tried for war crimes. They aren't demanding any of that. No, this is a movement. It's just beginning. It's going to get a lot worse.
It's going to get a lot worse. And I told you, I've been telling you guys that for the last couple of years, that things are not as they appear, that things are going to get choppy. And we have to make sure that, oh, here we go. Cher says she will leave the U.S. if Donald Trump is reelected. Bitch, you said you were going to leave the first time he was elected, and you didn't go anywhere. Shut your pie hole. And I shouldn't even call her that. I should call her dude, because she's a dude. Look at her Adam's apple. Look at that clear Adam's apple right there. Clear Adam's apple. Not even a woman. Not even a woman. That's all right. And then we got this one here from Mel Gibson.
History tragically repeats itself as we witness the modern-day genocide unfolding. Yet the media's silence on this issue is deafening. The Armenian people who've endured centuries of persecution due to their faith find themselves once again subjected to a brutal campaign of ethnic cleansing. In the grip of Azerbaijan and Turkey, countless Armenians are enduring unspeakable horrors: loss of life, forced displacement, starvation, and isolation from essential supplies. These are the same Armenians whose roots run deep in a land they've called home for generations. I implore the international community across all nations to take swift action, extend a helping hand to the Armenian population, offer them the protection they desperately need, and create a humanitarian corridor for their safe passage. Most importantly, let's engage in immediate diplomatic efforts to ensure that these exiled individuals can return to their rightful homes without delay. To the Armenian people who still suffer, I say, don't lose heart. God is with you.
All right. Well, I'll let you guys just read that one because I've sworn up already. Okay. Let's see. Where's the other ones? Oh, yeah, here's a good one right here. You may support the current thing, but the current thing doesn't support you. Come on now. Seriously. You know what I mean? It's like, let's see, what else is on here? Oh, here was another one here.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have.
Yep, those are your 20 holdouts from a speaker being placed. But like I said before, okay, here's the list of them: Bacon, Buck, Chavez, Diaz-Pizito, Diaz-Batter, Diaz-Balter, Elzy, Garbino, Jimenez, Gonzalez, Granger, James, Kelly, Kiggins, La Lola, La Molfa, Lawler, Rutherford, Simpson, Sparts, and Womack. Okay, they should be primaried. They absolutely should be primaried. However, as long as the Congress cannot go into session, the purse is closed. So that means that bag is sewed up shut or zippered up shut and cannot open until the House reopens. Okay, so that's just a bonus. Here's what the Biden economy year 2 be like. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? On an average, I eat 8 to 12 packs of top ramen noodles a week. That's on an average. That's on a good week. On a bad week, it'll be around 20. Okay, not kidding. Not kidding. My dogs will always eat better than I do. Always. Yeah, here you go. Carly Boone. Gotta love her. Cher says if Trump is reelected, she's leaving. Yep. Yeah, that's what the roaches always say. They scatter and run, but they always come back up. Yep. Okay, so, here we go. And irritable bowel syndrome had a face. Here we go.
He's called me venomous. He's called me disgraceful. He's called me radical. He's called me a racist. And this is only week 3. None of his behavior, which can best be described as performative, will change what's happening in the courtroom. The courtroom, as you know, where we have submitted evidence, and the evidence is clear. And that is, he inflated his statements of financial interests to enrich himself and his family. And nothing will change that. Not the attacks on me or anyone. At the end of the day, we are here to seek justice, and we will seek justice. I look forward to seeing Mr. Trump again. I understand that he will be returning next week for Michael Cohen. But we are here to enforce the law, and nothing will change that. No attacks, no words. I will not give in. I will not give up. I will only serve justice and enforce the law. Thank you.
Honestly, I cannot wait to see that woman go to prison. I really can't. I'm not going to get into Dan Ball. Yeah. Let's see. That's enough for True Social for right now, unless there's something really, really cool up here that we haven't seen yet. We've seen Yuri Bezmenov. Let's see.
Comment on me as a voter.
And what's crazy is those people are not going to get charged the same way as the J6ers did. Just not going to happen, And Rashida Tlaib, the fact that she flies a Pakistani or a Palestinian flag in the White House or in the Capitol building, she should be charged for treason just for that, And all these people who have dual citizenship should never be holding office whatsoever. They should never ever be in office, it's just if they have allegiance to another country, get out of mine. That's how I see it. Here we go.
To support getting humanitarian aid to Gaza, get it to Gaza, and do it quickly.
All right.
Any more for the hospital, sir?
May I?
Well, don't.
Oh.
Yeah, Biden's getting a little short. He's getting a little short. Maybe he knows his time is short. Could be, could be this, could be that, and then why would anybody who wasn't guilty of something change clothes multiple times? So, those pictures are too small and I can't make them bigger. That's just one of the J6ers, walking around perfectly fine up there when he hung the rope up on the gantry. And then, of course, now walking around with a cane in the crowd of Trump supporters. Goes to tell you a lot, Go here.
Mr. President, what are your thoughts on the trial so far?
The government, through its witness, just got caught in a big, fat lie. And frankly, this case should be dismissed. It should have never been brought. This case should have never been brought. And this case should be dismissed. This is ridiculous, what's going on.
Are you coming back
And
tomorrow?
all you have to do is take a look at the record of the people in the room.
Are you coming back tomorrow, sir? Mr. President, are you coming back tomorrow?
You going to dairy on Monday? Dairy on Monday?
That's my president. I don't know about you guys. That's my president. Come out, speak the truth, walk away. Let them sit there, wallow in it, and let them make them research for it. I'm not going to get into Dinesh D'Souza. All right, let's go ahead and get back to X22. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3190 AM. Today's date is October 18th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Corporations Are Trying to Hide Inflation. Central Bank Accelerates the Destruction of the Economy. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble crew walked me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce Silver America the Beautiful coin if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, they are following their path to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew that once they announced their entire plan, they would move forward with the plan, because once you tell everyone you're going to do it, and you put everything into motion, you can't stop. So when you tell the people we have a climate crisis, when we have to go into the Green New Deal, we can't rely on fossil fuels, and we need the central bank digital currency, well, you got to follow through with it. And that's exactly what they're doing. And this is why they're raising the rates. Now, Trump and the Patriots, they knew that they were going to follow this playbook. They allowed them to trap themselves in all of this. Why? Because you never interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves. They're destroying their system. Yes, this is their system. They created it in 1913. They adapted it in 1940, 1971. They took control with the fiat currency, and they took us off the gold standard. 2000, 2009, they went and they took full control of almost everything in this country. And now they're bringing us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they said, you know something? Allow them to do this instead of us destroying their system. How about we have them destroy their own system, and we show the people every step of the way on how they are accomplishing this? We can then use this against them in the end, because the people will be awake, the people will be thinking logically, and the people will understand. So when people are looking at the Green New Deal and they see how crazy this is and how it doesn't work, people will understand. When we show people, look, this is a central bank system. Your fiat currency, it loses value over time. Do you see it? Does the young generation see it? Absolutely. Look, we were energy independent. Now they decided, hey, we're going to bring everyone into the Green New Deal. So we're going to stop the Keystone XL pipeline. We're going to remove regulations. You won't be able to drill, and we'll make fossil fuels very, very expensive. And we'll tell everyone that the Green New Deal is fantastic. Trump, the Patriots, said, yeah, let them do it. Let them experience the electric cars. Let them experience the windmills. Let them experience the solar panels. And now that people are experiencing all of this, what do you think the people are saying? You know something? This really doesn't sound like a great idea. And the people now are backing off of this because they realize that if we go down this path, manufacturing, industry, everything that we know comes to a complete and utter end. But why interfere with those crazy mayors, governors, and the rest who are following what the deep state, the central bank, tells them to do? Just allow them to do it. I mean, look what's happening out in New Mexico. Remember that governor out there, Michelle Grisham, who went after the guns and said, listen, I'm going to take away everyone's guns rights. And then all of a sudden it completely backfired on her. Well, now she's making demands about electric vehicles. She's decided that all the state vehicles in New Mexico must be electric by 2035. So how is she going to make this promise? Is she going to be governor for the next 12 years? Does that make any sense? No, once again, it doesn't. And here we have another blue state. They're unleashing the electric vehicle mandate. And what do you think the people are going to say? This is crazy. Remember, New Mexico, one of the poorest states. Do you think the people in the state go, hey, this is a great idea. Let me go buy that $120,000 electric vehicle. This is going to be fantastic. No, the people are going to say, we can't afford this. This is absolutely crazy. And this is going to completely backfire. I mean, look, she tried to remove the weapons from the people. How did that go? Not too well. The same thing's going to happen with the electric vehicles, just like it's happening all across the country. The people aren't buying the electric vehicles anymore. This is why all these manufacturers are in trouble. They thought everyone was going to rush to them. Nobody's rushing to them because everyone now sees the reality of the electric vehicle. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see corporations right now, they're going to hide inflation for the central bankers. Yes, they're going to try to pretend that everything is fine, that the products are the same price, but you know what they do. It's called shrinking the products. And I think people are starting to realize this, and they're starting to understand that this is how the game is played, especially when they come out with the inflation rates. Now, remember, we discussed this many times before. If they tell you the inflation rate is 2%, 3%, or whatever number that you come up with, the people can see past this because when they go to the store and they fill up their car, they go, really? This is only 2.5%? That's strange because last week I only spent 120 on groceries. This week I spent 150. Last week I spent 70 on fuel. This week I spent 90. My tank didn't change. What's changing? Something is wrong. Actually, out in Canada, they're telling you that the inflation rate has slowed to 3.8%. And they're saying, look, everything's getting back to normal. Well, yeah, except, for all the things that you need to live with. If you go purchase food, if you go to housing, rent, fuel, and everything else, it's not 3.8%. And they could say whatever number they want. People aren't going to buy it. Plus, what the corporations are trying to do now, they're trying to make it look like that their products aren't going up in price, which means the currency is devaluing. So what they're doing, and this is the game they always play, they have started shrinking their products. You're going to see in a loaf of bread, you're not going to get the same number of slices, toilet paper, tissues, you name it. Actually, when you look at vitamins like iron, and Wall Street Silver on X put this out, said shrinkflation. My new iron supplement has 10 fewer tablets. The new bottle has iron deficiency. So the old bottle was 190 tablets. The new bottle is 180. But look, it's the same price. Is it? No, it's not, because you're getting less. So you're going to have to go out and purchase this sooner than you would the other bottle. Now, think about how much money the corporation saves, because if they remove 10 tablets from every single bottle, that's a lot of money. This is how they're covering it up. And you're going to see this with ice cream. You're going to see it with a lot of different products, crackers, you name it. They're going to shrink the products, and they're going to try to tell you that everything is the same. There is no inflation. But now people, they're starting to wake up and they're starting to realize. Now, they've done this in the past. During the Obama administration, this is what they were doing. But now the inflation is a lot worse. And people, they're taking notice and they're realizing, wow, they're really shrinking the products. And the same thing's happening with real estate. People are starting to realize the real estate market is basically imploding on itself. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate right now hit 8%. Now, this is the highest level since mid-2000. So as the rate goes up, what happens to the real estate market? More and more people are kicked out of the real estate market, which means you don't have the buyers. Those people that want to sell, well, why would I sell my home at where I have a 4% or 5% rate mortgage, sell it, and then I have to purchase another home at 8%? It makes no sense. So a lot of people are saying, absolutely not. We're not budging. So it means the real estate market's going to have a very difficult time. This is why you see articles out there saying, hey, don't you think we have too many realtors now working in the real estate market, well, they're coming out with those articles because they realize they understand what's going to happen in the future. As the market starts to crumble under its own weight, a lot of people will not be able to work in the real estate market, and they're trying to build the narrative that we don't need that many people in the market. Well, if you're destroying the market, yes, that will come true. And if you're destroying the entire country with inflation, high fuel costs, let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble crew walked me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce Silver America the Beautiful coin if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. And companies are having a very difficult time and they don't want to hire people at a certain rate. What do? They hire those people that are demanding less. And this is why you see the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum. This is why they're bringing in foreign-born workers. Yes, there's many different agendas associated with it. Yes, they want them to vote. Yes, they want them in this country because they're trying to bring this country into a third world status. And with these people there already, you can actually do this. But Unusual Whales put this out on X and said number of foreign-born workers in the U.S. workforce is at an all-time high right now. And it is an all-time high. And you can see that companies right now, they've already started to lay off people. And we knew that this was going to come and when this is going to accelerate through 2024. Now, we might see a little bump up, a tiny bump up during the holiday season because this is when they hire a lot of people for Christmas and Hanukkah and everything else. But once the holiday season is over, all those part-time workers, they're not going to be coming back. But we're already starting to see the layoffs right now. Genevieve Roque-Decter on X put this out and said, big layoff announcement this week. LinkedIn, 3%. Bank of Nova Scotia, 3%. Rolls-Royce, 6%. Flexport, 20%. Qualcomm, 2.5%. Even the Fed announced layoffs in September for the first time in more than a decade. Buckle up. It's going to get bumpy. Yes. And this is just the beginning. Wait until we get into February, March, April, into the summer months of 2024. You're going to see layoffs really start to pick up because you're going to see inflation. You're going to see high fuel costs. And they'll be talking about how the market might become unstable as we move into the latter part of 2024, very close to the election. And people, they're going to panic. And you know what happens when people panic? They start to take their money out of the market, which means the entire system is going to collapse under its own weight. And yes, on one side, you're going to have Biden and his administration and the Fed and the Treasury all telling you that everything is perfect because this is what they did during 2008. Bernanke, the Fed, was out there saying everything's great. McCain was out there saying everything was great. And I do believe what Trump and the Patriots have done is they turn this on the deep state players, and they're using this same exact tactic on them. They're in the losing seat this time. Trump and the Patriots, they're in the winning seat this time. And as we get closer and closer to the election, Trump and the Patriots, they're going to be dishing out solutions. And people are going to love these solutions. Just like Trump is giving the solution with the auto workers. He knew that this was coming. He knew that the electric car was going to be a complete and utter disaster. He knew that eventually what was going to happen is that the manufacturer was going to move out of this country and into China. And he is behind the auto workers saying, listen, don't let them fool you because this is what's going to happen in the future if you don't fight back. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: the United Auto Workers have no choice. They're not being told the truth by their union heads. The auto industry is dead if they don't vote for Trump. I will triple their jobs within 2 years, immediately authorizing choice of propulsion in all cars and trucks, car choice, school choice. Under the Biden administration, there will be no such thing as a U.S. auto worker within 3 years. All cars and trucks will be made in China and other foreign lands. And he's absolutely right. All you got to do is go back in time. Remember all the manufacturers here pre-1971? Well, once we came off the gold standard and the entire system started to break down, they needed to put their plan into motion. They needed to move the manufacturing out of this country. Why? Because the value of the country currency was declining. Remember, The 2.5, the 3%, the 5%, that's not the real inflation rate. Inflation is cumulative over time. When you look at the cumulative rate, it's around 3,000%. So they knew that this was going to happen over time. And they said, okay, what we got to do is we need to move manufacturing out of this country. We need to go to a place where these individuals in these countries are going to get pennies on the dollar. Plus, there can be no tariffs whatsoever. That's what they did. Because if they kept the manufacturers here, how much do you think clothing would be? How much do you think the products would be in this country? They'd be so expensive that people wouldn't be able to purchase them. And they knew this. And to keep people in the illusion, they needed to fool them. That's what they did. They moved most of it out of this country. And it took them quite a while. They started in the 70s, actually a little bit before that. And that's why they shipped them over to China, to Vietnam, and the rest. Because this way the people wouldn't notice. The people wouldn't understand what was going on. Now they do, because we're at the end of the system. Now the system has been accelerated so you could see the truth. And that's what people are seeing. They're seeing the truth. And the entire central bank system right now, it's been accelerated as they keep raising the rates, as they keep heading down this path with the Green New Deal, the Great Reset. Basically, they're destroying their own system. It's a controlled demolition. And the people are watching this play out. And in the end, this is not going to work out well for them, because remember, they never wanted the American people of the world to see them actually destroy their own system and lie to the people while they were doing it. They wanted death and destruction. They wanted people busy with something else, with their event. They didn't get it. And now they're in trouble. And this is why you see many individuals right now looking at alternatives. This is why you see these people going, you know something? Maybe I should transition my currency into gold. Maybe I should transition my currency into Bitcoin. You're seeing financial institutions do this. You're seeing stores starting to do this. Actually, out in Florida, a gas station in Florida becomes first in the U.S. to accept Bitcoin Lightning payments. Why are they taking this on? If everything's fine, why would they take on Bitcoin Lightning payments? Why would financial institutions tell people that they can transition their fiat into this type of currency, even though the Fed and the rest say it's not currency? Actually, they told us from the very, very beginning that it was going to just implode on itself. Actually, they told us that gold was going to go to 250. They keep telling us these things because this is how they drive everyone away from them. Because whatever they're saying, everyone should do the opposite. That's my personal opinion. And I think a lot of people have started to realize that whatever these individuals say, and I'm not just talking about the central bank, I'm talking about government and everything else. Whatever they tell you, take the vaccine, do the opposite. That's pretty much what it is. Because whatever they're telling you, it's not for your benefit. It's for theirs. That's the difference. The same thing with the economy. Everything they're telling you to do with the economy, it's for their benefit, not yours. And this is why they keep pushing this. But I think the American people, they're starting to realize this. And I think as we go through 2024, as the system starts to break down, the people are going to be brought to the economic precipice. We're already starting to see the layoffs. Remember, you can't fool the people when they don't have jobs. You can't fool the people when the loaf of bread now is, $70. You can't fool the people when you're paying $10, $12 a gallon for gas. You could say, well, we got inflation under control. It's 1% now. It's 2% now. The people won't believe you. The people aren't believing them now. So as we move forward, the entire lie is going to boomerang on them, and Trump is counting on this because he knows as we approach the 2024 election, he's just allowing them to do what they were going to do no matter what. No matter what, they were going to bring down the system. Now, if Trump attacked the central bank, if Trump went after them, straight after them, and tried to destroy them, they would have crashed the entire economic system. So they were going to do this no matter what. And what better optics than to have the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum destroy their own system. And once they end up destroying it, you move in and you take over, because this is when they're going to be at their weakest. You see, they have the strength when they're going to crash the economy. So if you try to attack them, we have the strength, we will crash it, we'll make everyone's lives miserable. But when they're bringing it down, they lose their power. And once the entire system falls apart, they're at their weakest, which means Trump and the Patriots, they can move in at this time and they can start to shift everything. Because why? The people have seen it. The people are with them. The people understand. And it makes it a lot easier for Trump and the Patriots to move everyone into a different system, which is going to be a people system, which is going to go back to the Constitution. And people are going to agree with this, especially when people have no jobs, when people are paying a lot for fuel, when a lot of people are out there saying, I can't even afford groceries, because Trump, all he has to do is go, remember when I was in the White House? Remember how low fuel prices were? Do you remember how low food prices were? Remember when you had a job? Remember when you had extra money? Well, we can go back to that, and actually it can be a lot better. And you know what the people are going to say? Absolutely. That's where we want to go. So in the end, when the central bank and the deep state players are at their weakest, I do believe Trump is going to swoop in, and the people are going to be right behind him. And the people are going to make the final decision of where we go. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, no outro on that because we're jumping right into part B. Here we go. A lot of info today. Lots and lots of info. Oh, it looks like we're going to be going for a while longer. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. We got one of our Q teams, Space Shot, Machiavelli, Lisa P.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3190 BN. Today's date is October 18th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Deep State Begins the Push to World War III. The people are being brought to the precipice. Buckle up. Let's talk about our health. A record number of doctors are applying to become obesity specialists as America's excess weight problem worsens. Nearly 1,900 doctors applied for the annual exam this October, which is a 50% increase from last year and would allow them to be certified in treating obesity and raking in higher salaries. What's worse is that their market is bigger than ever. 40% of the population in 3 states are now obese. This is one reason why so many people have turned to my favorite magic powder used to help manage weight. With its research-backed ingredients, it works by supporting elevated levels of ketone, which mimics a state of fasting and helps promote the weight management benefits that people want. The powder also promotes a fat-burning metabolism, helps curb cravings and appetite, elevates energy levels, and much more. Simply mix a scoop with your favorite morning drink to give your body the nutrients it needs to supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part is you get 51% off the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at over $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to ketowithx22.com. That is ketowithx22.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now bringing us to the precipice. And remember, war doesn't start overnight. They build the narrative up. They need to introduce certain things. They need to get the country riled up. They need to have events. And that's exactly what you're witnessing right now. Remember when Trump said, I see World War III. It's in the shadows right now. Nobody else sees it. And now when you look around the world and you start to realize what's happening, people are saying, you know something? I'm starting to see that we're heading towards war. And I do believe what's going to happen as we go throughout this year and into next year, war is going to accelerate, and we're going to see a lot more events. A lot of people are going to be scared. A lot of people are going to believe that we are headed towards war. And like Trump said from the very, very beginning, he is the only one that can have peace. If he gets elected, he can have peace within 24 hours. Now, I do believe that Trump and the Patriots, they know this entire thing. They know the playbook, and this is going to wake up a lot of people. Remember, through this entire pause, and that's what Trump likes to call it, or he says that's what people like to call it, this is his second term. His second term is waking up the American population. The second term is taking everything that they were trying to do. And remember, when they're trying to do these things, it's very slow, very methodical, and they hide it in the fake news. So if you really look at what Trump has done from when he came into office in 2016, yes, he set continuity of government up. Yes, he set up a lot of executive orders. Yes, he put everything into place to have the deep state players cheat in the election. He wanted to capture them. He made sure he had Space Force. He made sure everything was in place so he could actually take full and utter control. But the other thing that he needed to do, and he did this from day one, he started to call the fake news fake news. And a lot of people started to wake up, and a lot of people started to realize, and they started to do research, and they started to realize that, yes, this is fake news. And as time went on, people started to refer to the news broadcast as fake news. And people started to look away from fake news. So as we move forward, what happened? The ratings went down for CNN, for MSNBC, and now since Tucker is gone, for Fox. People are no longer paying attention to the fake news. And I do believe he needed this to happen so the people would start to wake up and the people would start to think. Because remember, the fake news was put into place, and same thing with the social media companies. They were put into place to block everything the deep state was trying to do. So if they had a plan, which they did, which is the 16-year plan, and they were trying to have open borders, they were trying to destroy the economy, they were trying to infiltrate the school systems and infiltrate universities, they were trying to get rid of the Second Amendment, they were trying to bring us to war. The fake news, they were going to run cover for the deep state players. The social media platforms like YouTube, at the time Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, they were going to run cover for the deep state players. So the people wouldn't even recognize that these things were happening because the fake news, they wouldn't be reporting on what was going on at the border. The social media companies wouldn't allow people to report what was going on at the border. And I do believe this is why Trump, from the very, very beginning, decided, you know something, we need to break free from the propaganda machine, because if this plan is going to work, we need the people to think logically. We need to see, we need them to see the truth. So how are we going to do this? Well, we need digital soldiers. We need people to get onto these platforms and push out the truth as best they can. Yes, they're going to censor. Yes, they're going to try to block them. I'm talking about the social media companies. But we need them to continually push this so people see it. Eventually, what will happen is the deep state players will remove a lot of these accounts, and these accounts will no longer be on these platforms, which we've seen from. We saw it from Facebook, we saw it from YouTube, we saw it from Twitter. And eventually what will happen is we will have to have these individuals go to a different platform and have a home for them. And we're going to have to create these platforms so the truth can continually get out there. Plus, we're going to have to take over one of these platforms. And it looks like Twitter was the platform. So Elon came in and he purchased Twitter, took the control away from X, and started to put out the Twitter files showing how the government was involved in censorship. As this continued, what happened? The fake news ratings continually dropped. And the people stopped listening to them. Now, I'm not saying everyone stopped listening, because if you look at CNBC, CNN, a lot of the Ds still watch those stations. And once they got rid of Tucker on Fox, well, that was the end of Fox. A lot of people started to shift away from there, and they started to look at Real America's Voice and Newsbacks and all these other places, alternative media. And people started to do their own research. They started to wake up and they started to realize what was going on. And once Elon took control of X, the truth started to come out there. Once Trump and his team created Truth Social, people started to see the truth. Rumble came online. People saw videos just because it basically goes against YouTube. So they needed all of this to happen, because without that, the deep state players, they would be able to cover all this up and they would succeed in this 16-year plan. Since Trump came out and broke down the propaganda machine, the people now can see the truth. And that's how his plan needed to work, because as we went into the pause, he needed to accelerate the open border. He needed to accelerate how they were going to crash the economy and how they were going to lie to you, because they lie about everything. They lie about how the borders are secure. They lied about how the economy is doing great. They're going to lie about how we have to go to war when we really don't. They lie about how the schools and the universities weren't infiltrated. They lie about how they are not censoring people. So Trump, to get this information out, to get the people seeing all of this, he needed to remove the blockage. And that's exactly what he did. And this is why you're able to see all of this in 3-4 years. A lot of people are like, holy crap, I can't believe this is happening. This has been happening for a very long time. You're just seeing it because the blinders are off and you're able to actually see what's going on. And now that you're seeing it, people are getting pissed. Now, once again, here we are heading towards war, and people seeing it being built out in the Middle East. People see that it's getting very, very hectic, but you're starting to see propaganda. Now, remember, war always has propaganda on both sides. And yes, with social media, with certain individuals who dig deep into these issues, they can actually show you the truth. So the propaganda isn't working the way the deep state thought it was going to work. Remember, they need a lot of propaganda. They need a lot of fear to bring you to war. And I do believe they're going to up their propaganda because they're going to need people to go to war. And I think in the end, what they're going to do is they're going to actually get to the point where, okay, we can't convince the people with fear. We can't convince the people with the messaging that's coming out on different social media platforms because people are debunking it. So we're going to have to take this to the next level, and we're going to have to use some type of physical event to actually convince people that we have to go to war. And I do believe this is going to build up in the year 2024. And this is why Trump, going way, way back, not just like a couple months ago, but way back, that's why he told everyone he could see the war coming because he knows exactly what's going to happen. The Patriots are in complete and utter control of this. This is about waking the people up and having the people see this. Plus, this is about getting rid of the deep state players in all these areas. And certain countries were assigned certain missions to go ahead and remove terrorists, remove the deep state players, remove their intelligence centers, remove their weaponry, remove their bioweapons. And if you actually listen to Trump, he wants these countries like Israel to do it on their own. You need to do this. China is going to do it with Taiwan. Russia is doing it with Ukraine. Because this is how you clean everything up. At the same time, the deep state players, they become panicked because they see what's happening. And the deep state players say, okay, we're going to have to take this and we're going to have to build this into war. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots knew that they were going to head down this path because this is part of their 16-year plan. He knew the final battle is going to be war because they need a distraction of all distractions. And you can see that this is building up. But actually, when you start to look at the polls right now, you can see the people, they're very worried about the Middle East because they believe that this is going to lead to World War III. And I do believe this is not the end. This is just the beginning. Now, do I believe we're going to have World War III tomorrow? No. I do believe the way the deep state does it is that the narrative is built up over time because they want everyone to think and believe that this is naturally occurring. And this is going to be done in a very short period of time, within a couple of months, actually, if you look at it. Normally, they would like to take a couple of years to make it look like it's naturally occurring. But now they don't have that time, and they know that if Trump wins in the 2024 election, he's coming after them. So they're going to push everything that they have to try to get us into war, and they're going to hope that this war distracts from everything and it stops Trump. Now, I do believe as we get closer and closer to 2024, yes, we're going to see many, many different events to actually, and I'm talking about physical events, to scare the people into war, because people just don't go to war just because someone's telling them to go to war. Something has to happen. There has to be cause and effect. So I do believe that's exactly what's going to happen as we go through 2024. And this is going to scare a lot of people. And I do believe this is going to be a scare event, especially for the young generation and actually the older generation, because the older generation knows that their kids will be going to war. And a lot of the young generation, they're not prepared or ready to go to war. And actually, most of these people, they're going to say absolutely not. And I think in the end, Obama, probably Michelle running for the election, they are going to lose all these young individuals. And this is going to be very, very difficult for them because they've always based their campaign on the young individuals. And I think Trump, every step of the way, he's bringing the different groups to his side. And I do believe the last group will be the young generation as they hear about a draft, as they hear about war. And the young generation is going to say, well, I'm not fighting. I'm not going. This is not what I wanted. And I think they're going to become very, very afraid. And when they hear peace, they can either have it one way or the other. They can either go and fight in the front lines, or they can agree with the person they hate. I want peace. And we could see that we're heading in this direction. And I do believe that this has been planned from the very, very beginning. And it's going to bring the people to the precipice. And the people at this moment, they're going to have to find the will to change. And this is where all this is headed right now. And you can see that the propaganda is picking up. You can see that deep state players, they want chaos throughout the world. And this is the push they're making. Remember, COVID isn't really working. We're in October. We're heading into November. People aren't getting the booster. People aren't buying that this variant is deadly. So they can't use the mail-in drop boxes. They can't use the mail-in ballots. They don't have that ability. Now, it doesn't mean they won't use it or try to use it, but they want bodies now. This is why they want the refugees in here. And with this, there's many different agendas with starting a war. You get the refugees and you could say, okay, let's bring them on over. And they're going to try to use them to counter the people of this country. Is it going to work? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to have the ability to counter the amount of people voting for Trump. And once again, forget about the TV polls and all that. Their internal polls, it's going to tell them that. Trump already knows this too. And I think once they see how many people are on the side of Trump, they're going to be in trouble. And I do believe this is why, in the end, they might try to postpone the elections, because what alternative do they have? They can either allow the elections to play out, and if they do play out, the amount of people will overwhelm their system and they will lose, or they can try to postpone it so they can stop it from happening. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have planned for this. They know that they're going to try to do something like this. And I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and they attack the country with a cyber attack, saying that the election systems are completely offline. We can't use them. We don't know what they infiltrated. There's malware going around. And I don't mean just because they attack one system that it just goes down, but they could say there's malware. We don't know if each system is affected. So maybe we should just postpone it for a little while, and maybe we should just check it all out. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have backup plans for this. We know SISTA does. We know they have backup poll books. We know we can go to paper. Trump has been talking about paper. And he already said that we're not going to allow them to rig the 2024 election. Now, I personally think that Trump wants to win in a landslide, just like Andrew Jackson. He wants to show the deep state, look, you thought you had me. You indicted me. You interfered with the election. You attacked me and attacked the people. And the people fought back, and the people are with me. Look how many people voted for me. Look, I have the people. That is the strength. That is the keystone. Trump, the military, the people, all together. That's the strength of this country. And the deep state, they're going to be left with nothing except their riots, except their war. And I do believe Trump has accounted for all of this, because I do believe he's the commander in chief right now. And he's directing a lot of what's going on. Not him personally, but there are many individuals that are directing what's going on. And they're going to realize that all these indictments and everything else, it's going to backfire on them. And it's actually going to show who's responsible for the election interference and the election fraud of 2020. It's going to show everyone who actually orchestrated January 6th. And people are already starting to see this and notice this. Well, we'll be talking a little bit more about the war and everything else a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with Hunter Biden right now, because it looks like America First Legal, they have filed a motion for summary judgment in their latest lawsuit against the Biden DOJ for failing to require Hunter Biden to register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And right now, they're saying that FARA requires each agent of foreign principal to register with the DOJ and the DOJ to make that registration readily available to the public. To date, Hunter Biden has not registered, despite DOJ's clear awareness of his activities. So remember, they went after Manafort and many other people for FARA violations. So here we have Joe Biden, the resident's son, who didn't file under FARA. And what is the DOJ doing? Absolutely nothing. And this is how you could see the two-tier justice system. You can see it as clear as day. I think you see it every single day now, and I think people are starting to wake up to this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is, remember that leaker who leaked Trump's taxes? Well, this individual worked for the Biden Beltway donor that just won a big new IRS contract. I mean, this is just unbelievable. This is the criminal syndicate that you're watching right now. So the Internal Revenue Service recently awarded a lucrative contract to help modernize its computer database to the same Washington firm, Booz Allen Hamilton, that employed the man who pleaded guilty last week to stealing and leaking thousands of private tax returns of wealthy Americans, including Trump. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You really can't. And it looks like everything that they're trying to do against Trump, it's completely backfiring. Today, Trump was in court and he said the government witness completely lied, and that completely backfired on them. And then also the other case, Trump put this out saying that he has a victory. This is what he said in Truth. Today, we had a total and complete victory against far-left lawyer Roberta Kaplan on a ridiculous ACN class action suit, yet another election interference case. It was ruled that there can be no class action, and certification was denied. So these people keep trying. They don't really have cases, but they keep trying. And Trump, he let everyone know. Eventually what's going to happen, because remember, he's being tried in a deep state court, and they're not going to follow the rule of law. They don't care about the rule of law. Most of these people, they are blackmailed and bribed, so they're doing exactly what Soros and the rest want them to do. And Trump knows eventually what's going to happen is most likely he will be convicted in one of these courts. This is why he said, I would gladly go to jail. Now, does that mean he's going to stay in jail? Most likely not. Does that mean the military is going to swoop in and get him out of jail? Absolutely not. I do believe he'll probably, if this actually happens, go to jail for a very short period of time. The people will see this. There might even be a picture of him behind bars. And then it will be appealed, and the judge will rule, okay, he can be released from jail right now. He is running for president. I looked at the evidence, and right now we're going to release him and not have him spend any more time in jail. And I do believe Trump wants the people to see this. He wants everyone to see how the deep state plays dirty, how they have a two-tier justice system. And that's what this is all about. He's actually showing everyone every step of the way. And I do believe when we get to the court cases that have to do with election fraud, court cases that have to do with January 6th, I think his audience is not the Republicans or the independents that are with him. I do believe his audience is the D's that are watching this at home, who want him to go to jail, who want him to be guilty. And I think that is his audience, because he wants to get those people on his side. And the only way to do this is to put himself front and center and have the people watch him go through the court hearing. Now, people at home are going to be watching MSNBC, CNN, and the D's are going to be watching this going, holy crap, they're going to put him away. He interfered in the election. He tried to manipulate the 2020 election. He was the cause of January 6th. And Trump, he has a platform like no platform he ever had. He's sitting there in court, and he has MSNBC focused on him, CNN focused on him, CNBC focused on him, and Fox, for those people out there who are Republicans who still can't believe, anything that he says, or maybe there's a couple of those people, but everything is going to be focused on him. And remember, he didn't go out and attack all these people. He didn't go and say, okay, I'm going after this person for election, for that person for January 6th. They came after him. He's the victim. And with any victim, the victim gets to defend themselves. And if Trump produces the evidence in front of all these people are going to see something that they've never seen before. This is going to be documented, hard evidence that is going to be released in the courtroom. It's not going to be he said, she said. People are going to see, and they're going to see who is involved in all of this. Because remember, Trump has to defend himself. So the people at home, they're going to see a very different side. I mean, think about how they went about the January 6th Unselect Committee. It was very, very one-sided. Did Trump get to testify? Did anyone get to testify? Or did they just have everything the way they wanted it and they produced it on all these networks? And that's all you saw. You saw one side of it. Trump wants the people to see the other side. And the people are going to start to think, holy crap, I'm seeing something I never thought I would see. And when the evidence comes out, it's going to get worse and worse, especially when they start to subpoena certain individuals who were involved in the election fraud, certain individuals that were involved in January 6th. Oh, yes, there are going to be people that are going to be sitting there who are going to be very angry. It's going to be like the Matrix with Neo. They're going to pop because they're not going to be able to believe that this is happening. A lot of them won't accept it. But as time goes on, that will disappear and people will eventually accept it as we go into the 2024 election. Because I do believe what this is all about is about bringing people together, uniting the country and showing the country, this is your enemy right here. You're staring at them. You thought it was me. It's not. I'm talking about Trump. He's saying, you thought it was me, but it's not. It's actually these people. These are your enemies. Look what they've done to this country. Now they're bringing us to war. Is this where you want the country to go? Do you agree with them? Or do you have the will to change now? And I do believe the people will have the will to change. Now, what's very interesting, since we're moving into the 2024 election, it looks like the Biden-Harris headquarters, they opened up an account on Truth. So why did they do this? This is very interesting. Do they think they're going to be able to control the narrative on Truth Social? No, I don't think so. It seems that they were put there on purpose, almost like it was scripted, where they're going to take shots at Trump. This is going to be very, very interesting. And what does this allow? It allows Trump to respond, doesn't it? Actually, the first post that Biden-Harris headquarters put out is, well, let's see how this goes. Converts welcome. And then we have this other one, DeSantis. Donald Trump owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for inflation that we have now. So every step of the way, Biden-Harris headquarters, they're going to be using DeSantis and many others, and Trump most likely will end up responding to all these. And as he responds, it will destroy everything that they're saying. And this will be passed around, not just on Truth Social, but on X and everything else. This is going to be very, very interesting how this all plays out. But the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see that there are now 136 academics, historians, and journalists, and they're warning that they're censoring social media. Disclosed TV put this out and said, social media censors are using disinformation claims to silence the free speech. 136 academics, historians, and journalists have warned. Social networks, government officials, university, NGOs are attempting to label legitimate opinions as fake news, according to the group of influential thinkers. Yes, this has been going on for quite a while right now. They're bringing this out into the open, and I think people now can accept this. You see, going back in time, people didn't accept censoring. Remember going all the way back in time when Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, people used to say, well, those are private corporations. They can do whatever they want. They can censor people. Well, now they're starting to realize, holy crap, governments, NGOs, they're all involved in this. They're all involved in the censorship. It's not private corporations. It's actually the government who is violating the Constitution, violating the people's rights, and this cannot stand. So everything has now changed right now, and the entire system that they created of censorship has fallen apart, and people are calling them out on it now, which means if you can't censor people, what do? Well, you got to shut them down. You got to shut everything down. So nobody can control the narrative except for the deep state. Now, do you think they're going to be able to shut everything down? Probably. They'll probably shut down communications. Does that mean communications is going to be completely shut down? No, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have countermeasures in place. I do believe they're working with Space Force, with SpaceX, with Elon. I do believe they have certain things in place. Plus, we have the emergency broadcast system where the good guys can bypass the fake news and give people real information. So I do believe they know that this is coming, but I do believe this is all part of their plan. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see the war now is raging with Gaza and Israel. And yes, there's a lot of war propaganda out there, but I do believe it's completely and utterly falling apart. Right now, the U.S., they decided to veto the UN Security Council action on Israel. And other countries like Russia and China, they abstained because the policy that they were pushing for, where they were going to have a temporary humanitarian pause, well, the plan wasn't that great to start off with. But you could see there was another plan that was issued by Russia and others, which was a little bit better. But I think the U.S. is always going to veto this because they don't want the war to stop. I think the deep state players want the war to continue. And you can see they're using this as part of their agenda. Right now, Biden has announced $100 million in aid to Gaza. And remember, when they gave aid to Gaza before, Hamas stole the humanitarian supplies. So he wants to give $100 million. Do you think it's all going to Gaza, or do you think that's going to be siphoned off to go other places? We've said this before. This is part of their agenda. Remember, they're going to continually push aid because right now they're not getting aid for Ukraine. They're trapped in all of this. As the Republicans look for a new speaker and they keep pushing Jim Jordan, he lost again. We'll be talking about that again. I believe this is going to go on for quite a while. Nothing is happening in the House. They're not getting their aid. Who needs something to happen? Is it the Republicans, the Patriots I'm talking about? Or is it the Rhino and the D's that need something to happen? Oh, it's the Rhinos and D's. See, they're the ones who are desperate, not the Patriots. The Patriots, they can say, okay, you know something, we're not giving in because we don't need to do anything right now. It seems like you really need the money for something. So we'll be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. But Rick Grinnell said the following. Joe Biden says he is working with the region's leaders to get the hostages returned. In other news, the region's leaders have canceled meetings with the Biden team. Anyone surprised? Not really. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and Tom Fitton put this out, he said the U.S. government hired a pro-Hamas PLO spokeswoman to handle asylum claims. Well, that goes to the agenda where they want to bring in refugees. Who better to have in this position? Do that is to go in and remove them. The same thing's happening out in Ukraine. I do believe we're going to see Taiwan happen very, very shortly. And it looks like Nikki Haley right now, she's backtracking on supporting resettling Palestinians across the U.S. So she's starting to realize, holy crap, the people aren't agreeing with me. Back in the day, during her Rhino days, she's still a Rhino, she was able to push these agendas. But today, the country's a lot more awake. The people are paying attention, and she's starting to realize she doesn't have the power that she had before. Actually, the Rhinos are starting to realize they don't have the power they had before. The D's are starting to realize they don't have the power they had before. But you know what we're seeing right now? Let's talk about our health. A record number of doctors are applying to become obesity specialists as America's excess weight problem worsens. Nearly 1,900 doctors applied for the annual exam this October, which is a 50% increase from last year and would allow them to be certified in treating obesity and raking in higher salaries. What's worse is that their market is bigger than ever. 40% of the population in 3 states are now obese. This is one reason why so many people have turned to my favorite magic powder used to help manage weight. With its research-backed ingredients, it works by supporting elevated levels of ketone, which mimics a state of fasting and helps promote the weight management benefits that people want. The powder also promotes a fat-burning metabolism, helps curb cravings and appetite, elevates energy levels, and much more. Simply mix a scoop with your favorite morning drink to give your body the nutrients it needs to supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part is you get 51% off the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at over $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to ketowithx22.com. That is ketowithx22.com, or click the link in the description. As this whole thing plays out with Israel and Gaza, all of a sudden, we have Palestinian supporters. They decided to storm the Capitol. They're outside and inside, going into people's offices. This is an insurrection. Every single one of these people should be arrested and thrown into jail, and their trials shouldn't come up until a year later, because isn't that what they did during January 6th? Now, I hear stories, yes, the Capitol Police are making their arrest because some people were violent against the Capitol Police, but what about those people that came in there? What about the people that broke into the offices? What about all these people standing there? Shouldn't these people be arrested? Isn't this an insurrection? Isn't this the same thing that happened on January 6th? And I'm not talking about Antifa that was breaking windows. I'm not talking about the FBI that was removing the barricades. I'm talking about the MAGA people who just walked inside and took pictures, because all those other videos and photographs, that was Antifa. That was the FBI. That was the neo-Nazis. So here we have the same people inside with their phones, with their banners, the same as MAGA. These people should be arrested. Now, if they don't arrest them, you're going to see a two-tier justice system, aren't you? Sometimes you got to show the people. Sometimes you got to show the people the truth here on how it's the same but different. And I think this is what people are going to see after they see this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that since we had this bombing at the hospital in Gaza, as soon as it happened, the news agencies, social media, it lit up. Oh, Israel fired a missile right onto the hospital that killed 500 people, destroyed the entire hospital. Now, we had Trudeau come out there. He was first in there to rush and blamed Israel. The fake news was out there blaming Israel. And Israel continually said, it wasn't us. Now, again, we know during war, there's propaganda on both sides. But when you start to break it down and you start to actually analyze what actually happened, you can see that it was a missile that blew up and pieces came down onto the car parking lot. And when you look during the day after all this, because this happened at night, you see the hospital and everything. Well, the buildings weren't damaged and they're still standing. So when you see all this, you can see what the deep state is trying to do. They were trying to get everyone riled up, and they like to use the propaganda to have their protests across the world, because this is how you build up to war. I mean, protests have broke out at the U.S. Embassy across the Middle East. They're having protests in Turkey. There's protests out in Jordan, and it's almost everywhere. Syria, Iraq, Qatar, Tehran. The Middle East now is no longer quiet. Isn't that what the Biden administration said? Now, the Abraham Accords, everything that Trump put into place is completely gone. There's no peace in the Middle East because now they're pushing their entire agenda. And it looks like the deep state, they want World War III. And this is how you start it. Now, what's very interesting is that Israel, they put out a video showing how the missile was fired and from the launch site in Gaza, and just a couple miles away, pieces fell off and hit the cars around the hospital. And there is an actual video showing this. Then Israel also put up a video saying, listen, remember, they make their missiles out of the water pipes that was donated to them to hook the water systems together to have drainage. And Hamas, what they did was they dug them up, They cut them and they make missiles out of them. And a lot of their missiles, well, they have problems because they fire and sometimes they turn around and they go back where they came from and they hit something, or they spin out of control and they hit something else. And you can see many, many videos of this. And it shows you that their technology is not perfect. And to back all this up, if you don't believe Israel, to back all this up, Geo confirmed, and they're pretty good at doing this. They looked at the entire thing, and their conclusion is that a missile launched by a Palestinian group exploded midair, reason unknown, and one piece fell on the hospital, causing an explosion. The geolocation and timing of the footage is conclusive. And they looked at this, and they looked at other footage of the strike, and they have the coordinates, and they say, yes, this is how it happened. And we could see right now, there's a lot of people out there showing pictures and showing evidence of that. This is how it happened. The missile pieces broke off, came down. But again, the fake news, the installed individuals in government around the world, they just jumped on this and they went crazy. So when daylight came, everyone could see the hospital. Everyone could see what happened. And there was video of it. And well, it looks like everything that they were talking about, Rashid Tlaib and the rest, it's not true. Robbie Starbuck put this out and said, so after all the drama yesterday, it turns out the Gaza hospital wasn't bombed. The parking lot was, and 500 people didn't die. Oh, and the rocket wasn't from Israel. It was from a failed rocket that Palestinian terrorists shot at Israel. Absolutely insane. AG put this out on X and says, we now have a video of the scene showing the explosion is from the parking lot and the buildings are intact. There is no crater, no building demolished. This is inconsistent with the type of bomb many were suggesting yesterday. So it wasn't a bomb. It wasn't anything that they said it was not. So the deep state players tried to spark a holy war by claiming Israel bombed the hospital. And it wasn't a rocket, wasn't a bomb. Gaza fired the missile. The actual hospital is still standing. And there's no proof of massive 500-person death. When you make your rockets out of pillaged water pipes, or you dig up the water pipes, some of them aren't going to work. Some of them aren't going to fly the way you want them. Some of them are going to explode in midair. But look how many people just jumped on this instead of letting the investigators investigate or seeing exactly what happened, because they don't want people to see what happened. See, back in the day when the fake news was in control and they have the footage and they had everything else, this information wouldn't have gotten out there. They would have had a holy war. But now, since we have other platforms and they don't control X, they don't control Truth Social, they don't control Rumble, the truth is getting out there, and it's getting more and more difficult for them to start a war. Now, what's very interesting is we could see Saudi Arabia, they have told the Saudis in Lebanon they must leave immediately, because I do believe we're going to see a lot more happen in the Middle East, and this is going to just going to erupt into an all-out war. And remember, a world war involves the world, not just one location. So this is the beginning of all this. And when you look out at Iraq, we have another story that says U.S. forces in Iraq thwart a drone attack at an air base housing American troops. So we could see that the deep state players, they're going to try to push war very, very hard. And it looks like this is the beginning of it, and it's going to spread probably to Ukraine, probably to Taiwan, because we know that's going to happen. And they're going to try to use all of this to push their war. Now, remember, Trump told us he saw all this coming. He saw the open borders. He saw the economy crashing, actually a depression. He saw all of this happening, and he's letting the people down. Now, he could tell you and continually tell you, but until you see it, until you experience it, you're not going to believe it. And when you start to see certain pictures, you start to see certain posts, everyone needs to take a step back just for a sec. And I'm not saying everyone is perfect, and if you do take a step back, but you need to look at it and say, okay, is this really true? And just take a pause for a sec. And it might be true, it might not be true. And you're going to see a lot of images of children, because this is what they use. They use children. They show them in rubble. They show them, hurt. And you can see that Rashid Tlaib, they were putting out fake information about children where they were killed, but it was from an old picture. Andy No is out there saying that this child in Palestine, in Gaza, where this child is in Rumble, actually, it looks fake, but they put it out there and they're trying to convince everyone that this is a real child. And he says this is an AI generated image. And when you start to look closely at it, the child has too many fingers on its left hand. And actually, when you look at it, it does kind of look like an AI image. Sometimes when you look at it, AI has a certain look to it. And I do believe that you're going to see a lot more of these pictures and you're going to see a lot more of this type of propaganda. Why? Because they need to push emotion. See, the deep state players, to get you into a war, to have you say, yes, we must fight, what do they have to do? They have to use emotions. They have to use fear. They have to use an attack to create the fear into thinking, wow, we were attacked. And I do believe that is coming. But in the very beginning, they have to use emotions to get you all riled up to think that you have to go to war. Now, remember, they're going to get you, they're going to try to push everyone into war. I'm talking about the deep state players, the fake news, and the rest. Trump is going to say, no, we shouldn't have war. We should end the killing. No one else should die. We should have peace. And you're going to see the battle of the peacemaker and the war maker throughout 2024. Now, the people of this country, they're going to see polls from The Hill, from CNN, from Fox, telling everyone that war is on its way. And they're going to put out all different polls. And yes, the people are going to be afraid. The people are, as they see all of this, and they see propaganda, and they're only looking at CNN, they're only looking at MSNBC or Fox, they're going to believe war is coming. But they're going to back it all up with polls. I mean, remember going all the way back to 2016 when Trump was running for the first time for the presidential election? I don't think it was the first time. I think it was, he tried before, but it didn't work out. And they kept saying that Hillary Clinton was in the lead. Trump was trailing way, way behind. There's no way that he can catch up. She's going to win. And everyone thought, oh, yes, we got the illegals. We got the cheating system. And we're going to back this up with all these different poll numbers. And people are going to believe it. And they're going to say, you know what? She's already won, so I might as well just vote for her. I think the same thing is going to happen now. You're going to hear all the war talk, the propaganda, and everything else day in, day out. And they're going to back it up with polls. The Hill, they put out an article, and this is coming from a Quinnipiac poll. It's found that 85% of voters said that they are either very concerned or somewhat concerned that the fighting will expand into a war in the Middle East. 13% are either not so concerned or not concerned at all. So they're going to try to build this up over time. Remember, they're not just going to have an attack. They need everyone to see what's happening out in the Middle East, out in Ukraine, out in Taiwan, in all these different places, because they need to build this up, thinking that the world is falling apart. Actually, what I think is actually happening right now is a cleanup operation by the Patriots. Yes, the deep state, they're going to try to use it for war, but I do believe it's an actual cleanup operation of the deep state players. So as we see this play out, and also Trump has already let us know that he can have peace in 24 hours. How does he know he can have peace in 24 hours if this is going to be a world war? I mean, how can he do it and nobody else do it? Really think about that for a second, because I do believe he's working with certain individuals. This is a cleanup operation that we're witnessing. And yes, war is dirty. War is scary. Cleanup operation is scary. It's not going to be perfectly clean where, oh, the military just comes in, rounds everyone up, and everything is perfectly hunky-dory. Everything's fine. No, these are evil people. They're going to fight back. People are going to get hurt. This is war. We've always been in war. Trump, when he told everyone from the very, very beginning that he was going after the deep state, he was going after Hillary Clinton, he was going after all these people, he was going to put them in jail. The war started. You might not see it with bullets and blood and everything else, but we're in war. Now the war is ramping up. We were in an information war, which we're still in because they're still using information, but it's moving into a physical war where these individuals are rounding up deep state players and destroying their intelligence centers, destroying their bases, removing certain leaders, the bioweapons, whatever they have in place. So now you're seeing this ramp up into a physical war, and it looks scary. But like we've said from the very beginning, this is war. And Trump said, we are headed towards a nuclear war. He said actually the N word, which is nuclear. How does he know that? How did he see the war what nobody else saw? And he's telling us that war that nobody saw is going to be nuclear. And here we are today. I think he almost said this a year ago. Did anyone say, oh my God, you're right? No, most of the people said, oh, he's just talking. This is going to be no war. But here we are today. What are you seeing? You're seeing everything ramp up. And what is Putin doing right now? He is ordering fighter jets armed with hypersonic missiles to begin round-the-clock patrols over the Black Sea. So really think about this. Now he has jets armed with hypersonic missiles to patrol the Black Sea. What can go wrong? Yeah, probably nothing. No, this is the path to war. This is going to bring the people to the precipice. And when you're at that precipice, you finally say, enough is enough. I can't, I don't want my family to die. I don't want my town to be destroyed. I don't want a nuclear war. No matter how much I hate Trump, he's talking about peace. And I rather have peace than destruction, death. And I think the people are going to have finally that will to say, I have to go against the deep state. I have to go against you because I don't want this. And I think that's where we're headed right now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the COVID push, well, that kind of fell apart on them. And no one really is buying what they're selling. And what's very interesting is that a new study was done, and scientists are now shocked and alarmed at what's in the mRNA shots. Robin Monetti put this out and said, early in 2023, scientist Kevin McKernan made an accidental discovery. While running an experiment in his Boston lab, McKernan used some vials of mRNA Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines as controls. He was shocked to find that they were allegedly contaminated with tiny fragments of plasmid DNA. McKernan, who has a 25 years experience in his field, ran the experiment again, confirming that the vials contain up to, in his opinion, 18 to 70 times more DNA contamination than the legal limits allowed by the European Medicines Agency and the Food Drug Administration. In particular, McKernan was alarmed to find the presence of an SV40 promoter in the Pfizer vaccine vials. This is a sequence that is used to drive DNA into the nucleus, especially in gene therapies. This is something that regulatory agencies around the world have specifically said is not possible with mRNA vaccines. Now, McKernan and Dr. Buchholz and other scientists are calling for urgent research to test whether the DNA contamination is lingering in the cells of mRNA vaccinated people and whether the human genome has in fact been altered by mRNA COVID vaccines. Now, didn't we hear about this? Didn't we hear that this might change the sequence of genes? I mean, look at all the ailments that we're seeing today. This is not by accident. It's not a coincidence. This is why they wanted to hide the side effects of the bioweapon. They didn't want people to see it. Rasmussen Reports responded to all of this on X and said, it's safe, it's effective, it protects you, your family, and others. It's free. It's your responsibility to society to take it. It's the only way to restore the economy. It's irresponsible to question the science. It's time for Nuremberg-style criminal trials. And Rasmussen Reports is absolutely right, because now the evidence is coming out and the people are seeing the truth. And it's getting worse and worse. And this is why Fauci has bodyguards around him, because he says he needs them because of the threat of the right. Well, when you decide to inject the entire country with a bioweapon and you lie to the people are going to be pretty darn pissed off. And you're not an elected person. Why should we be paying for your protection? That makes no sense. If you want protection, pay for it yourself. I mean, you lied to the American people. You lied to Congress. And soon these people won't be able to walk down the street. Now, the other liar is Randy Weingarten. And it's funny how once COVID is over, all these people try to backtrack on what they did or what they said. And you could see it all over the world. All these individuals that told you, you must get the vaccine. We never said you need to get the vaccine. Trudeau said it. We had European installed idiots out there saying it. They're all over the place. Libs of TikTok put this out and said, Randy Weingarten is again attempting to rewrite history by claiming she advocated for schools to reopen. The fact is she campaigned to keep schools closed and was influential in halting the CDC's plans for reopening. And she's absolutely right. This is exactly what she did. And while they kept the kids home, they had to use Zoom. The entire education of the next generation completely imploded. Unusual Whales put this out and said, ACT test scores fall to lowest level in 32 years. Now, why would that be? They started to fall around 2020. Coincidence? I think not. And everything that we're witnessing today in all these different blue cities with the crime and everything else, well, we know that they're releasing criminals. We know that they're using these criminals because they're going to use them later for the chaos. But the people, they're seeing this, and they're seeing the difference between a Democratic controlled city or state and a Republican controlled city or state. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said 49% of voters trust Republicans more to handle crime and law enforcement issues, while 38% trust Democrats more. 14% are not sure. Well, as time goes on and you start to see the chaos and you see the criminals running around the streets, which I do believe is going to happen in 2024, I think these percentage numbers are going to completely change. And people are going to see something completely different. Now, we know that we're seeing something completely different in the House of Representatives. The Patriots are going up against the deep state players. They're going up against the Rhinos, the D's. And remember, the Patriots, they're not suffering by not having a speaker right now. Who's panicked? Who's suffering? Who needs something right now? It's the Rhinos and the D's. What do they need? They need money. They want the money because everything's come to a screeching halt and they're panicking. This is why they want this to be over with. The Patriots are saying, listen, we could take as long as we want. We don't need $100 billion. We don't need to send it to Ukraine. We don't need to do anything, actually. And you can see this is why the deep state is panicked. Now, they're going to try to hold out as long as they possibly can. But remember, those people that need the money to launder, those people that need to give certain individuals the money, well, in the end, who's going to win in the game of chicken? You think it's going to be the Rhinos and the D's, or do you think it's going to be the Patriots that say, we can go on forever? Who do you think will fold first? I think it's going to be the D's and the Rhinos because eventually they're going to say, okay, we got to do something. I'm getting a lot of heat. We need to get some money. We need to do something. We just can't go on like this. And I do believe that is what's going to happen. Now, before we get to Jim Jordan and everything like that, I just have to refer to Adam Schiff for a sec here. And he put this out on X and he said, today, Republicans may make Jim Jordan the speaker. Jordan would preside over the counting of electoral votes in the next election after he was deeply involved in trying to overturn the last one. Just when you think they can't be more irresponsible, they prove you wrong. Wait a minute. Who counts the electoral votes? Wasn't that the vice president? Isn't this why they changed the law? So the vice president wouldn't be involved in counting the electoral votes? Absolutely. Actually, readers added context, and it says the vice president, not the speaker, presides over counting of electoral college votes. And whoever is chosen as speaker in October 2023 will only be speaker during the January 6, 2025 electoral count if House R's retain majority in November 2024. So this is very interesting. And once again, people are looking at Adam Schiff going, okay, what is he saying? It makes no sense. Or is he saying that they're the Republicans, the Patriots, they're still going to be in power after 2024? Really think about that for a sec. Now, we know that Jim Jordan, he's pushing to be Speaker of the House. He was nominated. This is the second vote. And it looks like 22 Rhinos, they voted against him. And once again, Jordan didn't win. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh my God, look what's happening. This is a disaster. No, this is the way a republic works. You don't just fold just because you lost twice. Actually, if you remember Trump's speech, never, ever give up. Ever. Remember with McCarthy? How many rounds did that go? 15 rounds. So why would everyone give up now? Actually, Who has more to lose? Is it the D's? Is it the rhinos? Who wants the money? Biden. You know what? Let's go 17 rounds and let's keep pushing and let's make them fold because they're the ones who need their money. They're the ones who need the laundering to be done. So I do believe in the end, as the Patriots are sitting back, they're going to say, holy crap. Okay, this is the 14th round now. This is going on way too long. And we're going to, we just need somebody. Now, once again, until we get there, we might have a temporary speaker. And it's very interesting because Newt Gingrich and Boehner, they're both out there saying that maybe McHenry should be an interim speaker. Maybe we should give him a little bit more power. Now, I think the interim speaker, if they're going to appoint the interim speaker, this individual should just sit there and do pretty much nothing until they find a real speaker. Now, Trump did mention this. He did say that we might have a temporary person and it might be a very short period of time. Now, as this moves forward, this might happen. Let's see how this all plays out. But again, the Patriots, I do believe they have the upper hand here. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is as we approach the 2024 elections, we know that the deep state players are going to be interfering with the election, and they're going to use everything they possibly have to try to derail Trump's campaign and try to convince the MAGA people that, hey, you got to vote for someone else. And you could see that they've already started with their 4 a.m. drops once again. And remember, they're going to use as much propaganda to try to convince the American people, the MAGA people, to actually vote for someone else and don't vote for Trump. This is why they brought 4 indictments. This is why they had the mugshot. This is why Trump is talking about jail time, because they're going to try all of this to try to convince the people that this cannot be the candidate. But I think Trump, he's using all this to his advantage, and the people aren't moving away from him. They're moving towards him, the opposite. But look what Patriots Are in Control put out on X and said, looks like the narrative is already being seeded. With RFK Jr. in the race, it was too much for Trump to overcome, just as our pre-election polls predicted. Is this how they're trying to seal 2024? And Newsweek put this out, Huffington Post, Media Light, National Review. RFK Jr. poll spells disaster for Trump. Will Robert F. Kennedy Jr. spoil the election for Biden or Trump? Poll with RFK Jr. in the race, Trump loses to Biden by 7 points. So they're going to try to convince everyone, since RFK Jr. went to be an independent, that he's going to ruin Trump's chances. Actually, I do believe it's going to be the opposite. Rasmussen Report put this out and said, and is responding to Marty Murray, who put this out, this is huge. A poll of Dems say 33% will vote for RFK and 30% will vote for Trump. Those are incredible numbers. I would like to see the independent numbers because they make or break national elections. I especially would like to see the number of frustrated voters like myself. Rasmussen Reports responded to this and said, I would like to see the independent numbers because they make or break national elections. 28% of independents will vote for RFK Jr. as an independent. 50% of independents now say they will vote for Trump. That is very interesting. And I think as we move towards 2024, these tactics are going to completely fail because everything the deep state is going to be doing to Trump is just going to push more and more people towards him, especially with the economy failing, especially with open borders, especially with if there is a terrorist attack or something, especially as they push war and Trump is talking to peace. All of this other stuff won't even matter because the people will see the truth. Because when they see everything happening, Trump was right, Trump was right, Trump was right. So I don't believe the deep state players have the upper hand here. I think Trump has the upper hand. I think the Patriots are in complete and utter control, and they're bringing us down this path to wake the American people up, to have them see who the true enemy is. And everything that they try to do is backfiring on them, and it's helping Trump, especially if they put him in jail. Just like the mugshot. Did that help or hurt? That helped him. Putting him in jail is going to help him because people are going to say, holy crap, Biden just threw Trump in prison, his political opponent. So now he indicted him and threw him in prison. This is a banana republic. And let me see the case. Oh, wait, there is no case. They have nothing on him, especially when Trump goes to trial with election fraud on January 6th and people see the truth there. It's game over for Biden. Trump is going to have more and more people to his side. And when Trump continually says the economy is going to be in a depression and Biden continually says the economy is going to be great and the economy crashes, what do you think the people are going to do? Holy crap. Biden lied to us again. Same thing with war. Biden is trying to push us into war. He lied about the economy. He lied about the borders. He lied about that there aren't terrorists in here and we had a terrorist attack. And now he's saying we need to go to war. Who do you think the people are going to go with? They're going to go with the truth teller, the peacemaker. This is how you bring the people to your side. And I do believe as we move forward, it's going to be a very, very bumpy ride. And the people, they're going to be scared. The people are going to see a lot happen. And I do believe this post 4902, October 19, 2020, just sums it all up. There's a link to military.com. It shows an AC-130 gunship. It lights up the night sky and says, buckle up. And I think everyone's going to need to buckle up because it's going to be a rough, bumpy ride through 2024. But those people that have been awake, those people that know what's going on, they will see it all play out. And they'll realize that the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was Dave with X22. Oh boy, let me tell you, this is gonna be something. This is gonna be something. Hey, young man, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, Hawk. How you doing today? It sounds like you're doing great, brother. Going all these hours and everything.
Oh, I got no fear.
I
got no
that.
fear. Yep. Only thing I fear is God, and I'm hoping that I'm doing His work and putting everything out there in a perspective to enlighten my brothers and sisters to the truth and push forward from there. So I'm at the 7-minute 50 or 7-hour 52 mark. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drop Facebook for right now. Those of you on Facebook, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop you for right now, and I'm going to kick you right back on. Okay, so just be ready for a new podcast to be starting right now with Ronnie Cash. I'll be right back with you. Hang on. Okay, folks. So we're dropping Facebook for a minute because they have a 4-hour limit or an 8-hour limit, and I want to make sure that we got everybody with us. Whoop. 3 and get this on real quick. Save changes. What did I do? Oh, it's there. It's there. Okay. It's there. Okay, so Facebook should be back with us now, starting at the 7-hour 54-minute mark. So Ronnie, good to see you, brother.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, Hawk.
Yeah. We can run some hours. I have absolutely no problem with that. I presume you probably have stuff that you'd like to show. So, all you have to do is do the screen share thing and we can pull up what you want to show. I also have Lisa B and Machiavelli and Space Shot to play. It's about 1 hour and 37 minutes. And actually, if I give you control of the video, then you can stop and talk about, you can stop us and talk about things, because I know you like to pause and say hi to people and everything else. Yeah, we can go for a few hours if you like.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm still trying to make up my mind here, to be honest with you. But hey, that may be just exactly what we do. Ben, as it's a new experience for both of us here.
Oh no, I've had co-hosts before, so it's.
I mean, with each other though, we.
Oh yeah. It's that's why I said, if I give you the link to if I give you the link to the video, then you can pull the video up on your side, do the presentation from your side. That way there, when you want to pause it for a minute and talk about what they're talking about, you know, then we're going at your pace. And I have absolutely no problem with doing that for you.
Okay. And I got several videos I was going to show tonight myself, but I can save them till tomorrow night. That's no big
Oh,
deal.
no. If you got them ready to go, let's go ahead and pull them up. We can pull up Machiavelli and Lisa B later on. It doesn't need to be right now. So
okay. Well, let me ask you something. How do you feel about the Trump sword dance song?
Well, I have absolutely no problem with that. It's you know, to me, you know, capitulation was made back then, and you know, that's one of the reasons why X22 is on the radar for, you know, as being one of the real serious truther channels. That and X20 or and we know and SGT report and stuff. What I like about the SGT report is he gives everybody a fair shot, and if you prove to be a false person, they never bring you back on again. You know, so it's like you got one time to impress people, and you know, and basically, you know, it works out. You know, he weeds out the bad ones right off the bat. And hang on one second.
I used to watch Dave all the time. I mean, when he was on YouTube, and he's like everybody else. He got took down so many times, he finally just gave up. And where is he at now, on Rumble, or where is he?
Well, he's on Rumble, and he's got the X22 report.com. He's on he's not on Bradeon. I think he's on Pilled. I know he's posting his links to his videos up on True Social now. So is LT, which is great, you know, because people want to know when new stuff comes out, you know. You know, it makes it a lot easier to keep up with everybody when you know, when they're relatively in the same neighborhood, you know, of you know, where their location is.
Well, I know he has some awful good podcast. He still does. I mean, I don't get to listen to him much anymore, but you know, he's had some very big, you know, personalities on, Cash Patel amongst them. And I know many others, but I can't name them now. He just had so many on, but I have watched one or two of them with Cash Patel.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know he's a big time guy, no doubt about it.
Yep. Yeah, and the thing is, you know, it's like, you know, that's one of the cool things about them never showing their faces or anything. It's never been about their own notoriety. It's always been about the truth being there. Period.
Yeah.
You know. Me putting my face on here was because on YouTube it's a lot harder to not show yourself.
Yeah,
you know, because people want to know who's talking to them and you know, and everything else. And plus, I was showing the dogs all the time anyway, so I might as well, you know, it's you know, you know, a couple of our videos really got kicked off because of the fact that my long streams kicked off, because I used to only do X22 and we know, and then I'd stop there. And what ended up happening was when the girls were old enough to start kicking out pups, then I had to broadcast the puppies live. So then the puppies turned into a long truther period, and then everybody got to watch, you know, each pup be born and everything else. So you know, so yeah, it was kind of interesting.
I guess so,
to say the least.
But I just now saw the private chat. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's for later. That's for later. I just put it in there so I didn't forget to put it in there. Because I'll do that sometimes. I'll be so preoccupied I'll forget to pass the link along. You know, so yeah. No, that goes. You know, and you can also, if you want to, you can email that link to Big Chap if he wants to come up too.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Chap, do you want to come up? If you don't, save me the trouble of emailing this. Oh, Chap. Oh, Chap.
Yeah.
You know, I think Chap is the one that got me the strike last night, though, Hawk, because he's wearing that crazy. Well, he turned into a wolf man. Is what it was.
Well, you saw what my comment was, right? if he starts licking his balls, I'm out of here.
I didn't see that. I wish I would have.
I was like, that's it. I'm not going there, guys. I'm not going there, and you're not making me.
Don't blame you. Well, I tell you what, let me go ahead and email him the link, and then I'll be right back.
Okay. Trying to remember what was that. After these messages, we'll be right back. It was like a Saturday morning cartoon thing. If I'm not mistaken, it was. Yeah.
Well, he should have it. Well, it depends on how fast the Pony Express is running today. Sometimes they run real fast, and depending on the pony that they're on. And I'm talking, Gmail. So.
Yep. Yeah. And some ponies just don't get out of the box. Yeah. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Chap says if he could, he wouldn't. Don't lie, Chap. Well, that was something else that came up last night. That dog suit, whatever it was, suit in on there. I mean,
yeah,
it kind of cracked me.
Yeah, that's the thing about a married man is if he could lick his own balls, he'd never cheat on his wife.
No kidding, man.
Don't think it's funny when I say that, but hey, come on, guys, you gotta, what is.
Yeah, well, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's whatever floats your boat,
Yeah, some people are strange. Makes me think of that Jim Morrison song there. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange.
Got Hawk singing already here by George.
I've actually, it was funny. I was playing a couple of videos earlier, and while the video was going, because I had already watched it, I was singing to the little puppies and got them all to go back to sleep. I sang them some old Ray Price, and they just went right to sleep. And I was like, yeah, I like that.
So you finally got the piece of that puzzle, huh?
Yeah. It's well, I mean, they're not bad. For the most part, they're actually pretty quiet so far. It's a little bit later in the night they start kicking off a little bit more noise, and driving me just a little bit crazy. Generally, as soon as I'm ready to go to sleep, they're ready to wake up. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that makes it kind of hard to sleep around there sometimes, don't it?
Oh, you're so not kidding. Yeah, you are so not kidding.
Hey, there's dogs around me here, not close by, but I can hear them barking at night.
Yeah.
And just it don't take much to keep me awake, though. I have hell going to sleep most times anyway. And when the dogs start barking, I mean, there's no chance of me going to sleep.
Yeah, there's and the thing is I got some homeless people living up in my camper up on the hill. And honestly, the dogs just don't care for them.
Really?
They just don't. It's they just don't care for them. They're constantly if they walk out of the camper, and it all began with the first day they were here, the dogs were fine with them. After that, they'd come out of the camper and they'd try to slam the door shut. Now it's a big old fifth wheel, and you got to hold the handle to close the door. It doesn't just click on its own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you show it to them a couple of times, and they should have it down. But they've been here for 2.5 months now, and they're still doing the same damn thing. And the dogs react to that. They go running up there. And then they're like, oh my God, the dogs, and they get all freaky stupid about it. And the dogs realize that they're freaky stupid about it. And so they do it even more. It's funny. Miss Mindersu and her husband were here visiting yesterday. And normally my 8-month-old Gunner would get behind her and would, he'd just do one bark and she'd jump and then he'd run off. Right. It's like he did his job kind of thing, but then he'd sneak back down and, like 10 minutes later, me and her be talking. He just let that one bark go again. And so last night, Samson did it to her. And Gunner was right in front of her. She was actually petting Gunner, and Samson did it to her. And but the thing is it's, she, even being up in my age and, our age, I should say, because I think you're about 10 years older than I am.
Well,
I'm
13. Yeah, the unlucky number 13. You're 60, right?
No, I'm 59.
Okay, well, 14 then.
Yeah. So, we're kind of all in the same age range, and it's like when they're older, the pups just get a kick out of it. They're like, yeah, this is fun, and so Gunner finally stopped doing that, and she's like petting Gunner in front of her, and she's like, dang it, Gunner, and she turned around and it was Samson. She's like, oh, wait a minute, who are you? Why'd you do that? And it's you have to you kind of develop a relationship, but her and her husband come down every couple of months from Washington State and hang out, and we talk, and they bring me stuff either for the dogs or for the farm here, and we hang out and have great conversation, because her and her husband are both totally awake, 100%.
Oh, I figured they had to be watching you. I mean, no doubt.
I do have a couple of people who come out here that are like major asleep still, and they're they just started sending me messages and calling me and saying, okay, you got to, I guess you do know what's going on. Why don't you tell me? But they're still in that unbelief stage. I can't believe this is going on, kind of thing, and it makes it difficult for people to retain information when you're constantly doubting, because when you actually believe in it and you're awake and you're seeing it, and you also know that God's working on the side, at the same time.
Oh, absolutely.
Then the retention of more information becomes available to you. It's like it just increased the size of your hard drive. Okay. Every time you get into a narrative and you're able to figure out the narrative and process the narrative, and then all the information that goes with it, you're boosting up the size of your hard drive. It's and let me tell you, my hard drive has been boosted so many times that if I was a computer porn game, I would be the best game in the world. No.
Well, you know what? You've been at this longer than I have, and so I that's why when I see a comment from you in my chat, I always put it up there. If I see it, I put it up there. Yep. Because I know that you're pretty much on the ball with this stuff. So I put it up there. I've got some stuff to learn. My drive has got quite a bit of space left on it as far as that part goes. But
yeah. But the thing is you're open to it.
Oh, you ain't a kid? No, believe me, I'm a Trump lover from way back, and I don't care who knows it.
One of the other things is that you're learning the same time that your crowd is learning. You've seen part of the video and then realize, okay, this is something I got to share with everybody, and then you bring it in and you watch it all together. So at that point there, then you have that conversation going on in chat about the same topic. And, that's why I said I like the way you pause things and make comments and stuff. You actually kind of got me started to do that, because I used to just let the whole damn thing go, and then when it was done playing, then I'd bitch and moan and complain about what I thought was wrong.
I can't help it. I mean, when I hear something that either that bothers me, whether it's good or bad, then I have to say something. I mean, I just can't keep my mouth shut. It's always got me in trouble too, Hawk, not being able to keep my mouth shut. But hey, I can't help it. It's just me,
Yep. Totally get it.
I have to speak what little of opinion. I got a bunch of opinions, A lot of people don't agree with them, but I still got a lot of opinions. Now I know you were listening Sunday with Steve and I.
Yep.
And now Ghetto, to me, believe me, I have absolutely nothing against Ghetto or anyone else as far as that goes. But he just seems to be, a very confused young man and about what is going on and everything. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way, when I thought about it all after the show was over, it's the way it kind of sunk in on me. And
Well, the thing about Ghetto, Ronnie, is we've seen where we grew up in an era, okay, because you got to remember the age that you grew up in, the age that I grew up in, and then the age that he's grown up in.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
I think he's like only in his late 30s or maybe early 40s at the most.
Yeah.
So he was brought in the era that it was time to really just did not trust your government whatsoever for anything. If you don't have friends or neighbors that you can rely on, you have nobody to rely on.
And
That's
also
the era that he grew up in. And
of course,
I kind of can't blame him for that.
Me either. I mean, and he said he was he just moved from the ghetto. Now I don't know exactly what he meant by ghetto, but if he grew up in a place that my mind says it's ghetto, then I get it even better. But I wanted so much to change his mind, but there's just sometimes you can't do it.
Yeah,
and I understand that.
You and I grew up in a time where whites lived on one side of the tracks, the blacks lived on the other side of the tracks.
Absolutely.
And there was one group of people that if you crossed those tracks, you were no better than those people that were on the other side of the tracks.
Yes, you're right.
But then at the same time, we had a larger part of our communities that if you crossed those tracks, people respected you. And especially if you were going over there to help, and it didn't matter what side of the tracks it was, there was always that one, I would say 1/3 that was, oh, you're a traitor to us because of the fact that you went over there and helped. Okay. And then the other 2/3 were, hey, I'm glad to see that you went over there to do that. Good job, kind of thing. And that was on both sides of the track.
Yeah, you were always pissing somebody off and making somebody happy either way.
Oh, exactly. But it was one of those things where there was one comment maybe or two comments that were made about it, and then it was never brought up again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now he was raised in an era where it was thrown in your face every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Because you dared to try to help or you dared to care. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so, that's why I said I can't blame him in any way, shape, or form because of the fact of the community that he had to grow up in and the neighborhood that he had to live in, and that he started to have to, begin his marriage in, and then begin to raise his kids in, and it's like, whoa, this isn't the way my kids should be growing up. And I know that it's my government that's done it. And I can't argue with him, not one bit,
The only place I would argue with him at Hawk would be, I mean, I didn't argue the other day because that's just not what I'm going to do, to the best of my ability anyway, would be that, when you've lived through the Clintons and the Obamas and the Bushes, and I'm pretty sure he's lived through at least those few, then, and then to have someone like Trump come along, you're bound to understand. I would think, I don't see how you don't get it, that Trump was doing nothing but helping the country with everything that he did. He didn't, like I told him, there wasn't one promise that he didn't fulfill. He didn't get us into any more wars. He took us out of wars, except for when he bombed the crap out of ISIS, which it had to be done. I mean, it just had to be. I just don't. I can't understand why, if you're paying attention at all, why a person wouldn't get that. But then I'm not him. I haven't had his life experiences. So.
Yeah. And the thing is it's just each of us respecting that.
Yes.
And I know it's not easy. I know it's absolutely not easy in any way, shape, or form. But we have to try.
Absolutely do. I know I do, and that's what I was doing. I may not be very good at presenting the arguments for my side. I don't know if I am or not, but man, I love to try. I just wasn't. It took me by surprise that day that he wanted to come up and discuss things, which was fine with me, because I want people that.
I think it was a great discussion.
It was, and that's what I like. I don't want people that necessarily agree with me all the time. The one thing I don't get though, and I've got to say this while we're on his subject more or less, is that I don't understand people that don't get Q, or that think Q is a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a counter psyop.
Exactly. Exactly.
But the thing was, this is the big thing, is it wasn't designed for guys like you and me, or even like him. When the Q team put that together, it was for the young people, the kids who were into those the big video games and things like that, and for autists, because when they become so engrossed into the computer IRL, in real life type scenarios, it requires critical thinking and trying to figure out puzzles and things like that. Right.
Well, and if you remember, Mr. B, our other guest, and I like the crap out of Mr. B. He's a great guy, but he don't like you because others have, he don't like the way others have taken the posts that Q had and used them, for whatever, and on their own shows. But I don't understand how you blame Q for what other people have done.
Yeah, you can't.
It just don't. It's like blaming me for something a guy did that lives 1,000 miles away and 1,000 years ago. I just don't get it. I thought, to me, Q was a great research place. It was. I just thought it was great for everything. And I read every post that I could. I didn't read them all by a long shot, but I read the vast majority of them. So I just don't get it. But anyway, that's just me. People they can think about however they want to about things. It's fine with me, but I'm just saying, that for me, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy. It's not an easy thing. It's just not. It's. Let's see. Let me see here if I can find this. Okay, is this it? Okay, so there used to be a site up called magapill.com, and at magapill.com you could go there and it would list all of the accomplishments that he made since he went into office. Okay, well, a group of college students went through it, found out that it was accurate, that he did accomplish all these things, and then they basically hacked into the server and destroyed the server. So the page is no longer up, but it's the full list of President Trump's accomplishments was on that site with categorically breaking everything down. Breaking everything down. Each piece of the agenda, one after the next. So there was at least a 15 to a 30 word explanation as to the thing that he did. for each and everything that he accomplished. And that was a great site, but the fact that it's gone now is extremely irritating.
Yeah, I wish I'd have known about it so I could have jumped, on there and and read about it. But I didn't know it existed till just now.
Yeah, iHeart did one of the DJs of iHeart, 1310 News Talk, WIBA, did a comprehensive shortcut of of that list. Took away a lot of the explanations and things like that. They just listed the accomplishments.
Yeah.
So but it's a complete list of Trump's accomplishments and everything, and it's not a small page. This is well,
It couldn't be. I mean, if they're listing all of his accomplishments,
Oh, I put it backstage for you.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I put it in the private for you, so you can click on it and pull that up, and and it's basically when people read it, they begin to understand. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff.
Heard that.
and it changes everything. And the thing is they took this from the whitehouse.gov website instead of the magapill.com.
Yeah.
So it makes it even more legit because of the fact that it came from whitehouse.gov and not magapill. I mean, the list it's crazy. It's crazy.
And that's a big problem, I think, for all of us, because the plan that we're going through now with Trump and all this stuff, it's extremely hard. I don't care how good a researcher you are or anything to find stuff that you can say this is absolutely true. You kind of got to read between the lines and just show all the information you got and let people make up their minds from there. I don't know what else to do. I mean, believe me, I'm all over everywhere trying to find stuff most times, and it's just you can't find anything. I mean, President Trump's not going to say, "Hey, this happened today. I was in on it, and I authorized it." Or what? You're not going to find that.
No.
So you just got to do what you can do.
For him, it's not about him getting credit for the work that all the people that are behind the scenes doing it.
No, absolutely not.
It's letting people understand I'm not doing this alone. Now standing up to the government, in the face of the courts and everything else, and trying to win back the presidency, everything all the way down the line, that he's got to do by himself with his close knit team. But in the overall, with the Q team is there's so much going on behind the scenes, and we're beginning to see so many signs of it that it's at this point, it's no longer deniable.
Exactly.
It's no longer deniable.
Yes, with Israel and all, absolutely. I mean, hey, Q said Israel would be last. Well, here we are in Israel. So is this the last thing? Well, I think it very well could be, but then again, we got a place called Switzerland that might still need to have something done with. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, because I mean, we gotta look at the crooks and the cronies there that are doing and have been doing us wrong here for this period of time. It's they have to be taken care of.
Absolutely, they do,
and Schwab and all of them. It's we just know that they're crooked. It's as plain as day. It cannot be denied. It's, but I know it's a pain in the hoo-ha, in order to get everybody on the same page. But I think that by the time this is over, everybody's going to be so on the same page that they're going to wish that they never knew anything, but at the same time, those of us who've been following and tracking this from the beginning are going to be the ones who are calm and peaceful and going through it and finishing this out without all the same stress and, worries and fears that everybody else has got, because in the Bible, it tells you 365 times, be not afraid.
That's right. Yeah, and if I'm glad you brought that up, because fear, and that's what I say in my little opening thing every night. Fear is a Satan. If you let fear rule your life, well, then, you're falling right into Satan's trap.
Yep.
So you've got to take a big step away from that and just, put your trust in God that He, well, it's like I'm always telling people, God, even in the Old Testament, all through the Bible, God worked through men. He didn't come right down on earth and do everything, straighten out things, in person himself. He did it through men. So,
yeah,
and I think that's the same thing that's going on right now with President Trump. I could be wrong, but it's definitely my opinion of things.
Yeah, Rob, you're right. There, we still have yet to see Taiwan. So I think that the beginning of Israel is what's going on now. And this is the thing is this creates a distraction, okay, so that when China does move into Taiwan, okay, then it's a big shock to people. Oh my God, we got this and this going on, and we got this and this going on. It's my people shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
That's right. That's right.
In disasters and so many other things, so so it's having to look at the whole picture and understand and comprehend, and it's and there's a lot there. Debbie King, that's 100% correct. She says, remember, follow the wives.
Absolutely.
See, and the thing is I don't know which one's the wife, because most of them look like they're married to men. They're dressed up like women.
That's for sure.
And the relationship could be a total flip flop on the other side of that. All right, so we're not even going to go there. We're not going to touch that. Okay, I'm definitely not touching it.
Well, you're talking about Taiwan. Wouldn't this be the perfect place if China is going to go into Taiwan? If being as we're supposedly now tied up in Ukraine,
this would be the perfect time.
It certainly would.
We have our eggs in two baskets. We can't have them in a third. But what was what's her name? Yellen, the lady in charge of the
Janet
Fed,
Yellen.
She's like on TV saying, "Oh yeah, we can support. We can financially support Ukraine. We can financially support Israel too." That woman is out of her flipping mind.
No kidding.
Out of her flipping mind.
Well, I guess if you got the printing presses going 24 hours a day and all around the world, of course it's going to destroy the dollar, but it's destroyed anyway. So why not go ahead and do it a little bit faster? But yeah, man, I mean, she is, well, they're all other minds. Every Democrat that I know of that's in control, I'm not the kind of guy that's running down every Democrat in the country. I'm just saying, when I say Democrats, I'm talking about the ones in control, or when I'm talking about the people controlling Israel and, being Jews, I'm talking about the ones in control, not the people that are under them. A lot of people in the state, get me wrong sometimes, but that's not the way I mean it at all.
Tennessee Ridge Runner, you're lost, pal. You are lost. He says, Hawk, Janet Yellen's real first name is James.
James Yellens.
Yeah. It's, all the sharks smell the blood in the water. China, North Korea, Iran, etc. Yep, exactly. It's because of, and if you think about it, all of our, our largest portion of our Navy right now is they're off the coast of Israel. They're in striking distance, of all of Palestine. So, it's you can almost see something happening. And the thing is you don't have to look far.
I feel like I need to throw this in there right here. Is that with since Ukraine and everything started, and I've been reading reports from a bunch of different people about how they've been in the process. Ukraine was really a process, according to people I've read over the past several months, where NATO was being destroyed. So if NATO is destroyed, and I don't know how much of it, if it has been destroyed, how much of it was destroyed, or from where. And I don't think they do either, to be honest with you. But I'm just saying, that if it has been, well, then that leaves us really, really weak when it comes to China or anyone else.
Yep.
I mean, who knows right now what is actually and truly going on? We can just, all I do, Hawk, is I just put out the information, and let people make up their own minds about it. I'm hardly ever saying, yeah, I think, or this is true. I'm just putting it out there for people to digest and make up their own minds with.
Yeah. Well, I'll throw it out there and say this is true if it's biblical.
Yeah.
If it's biblical, I throw it out there because God confirmed it, not because man confirmed it, but because God
absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Yep. Yeah. What if they threw a war and nobody showed up? Great comment. Yeah. Wouldn't that be something? Would that not be something? Yeah.
Well, that may be kind of what's going on right now, because I mean, at least the way I look at it is with, going by what Q said and trust the plan and everything, and about the nuclear war that's going to, scare the crap out of a lot of people anyway. Well, it seems to me like that's what this is building up to, is that nuclear war that Q talked about. I mean, Trump's been saying, nuclear war is coming. If something ain't done, nuclear war is coming. Well, it seems to me like, he's trying to prepare people for that very thing. Then again, maybe it's just a talking point. I don't think it's just a talking point, but then I don't know. But I just know that right now, with things going the way they are going, it don't appear to me like if there is going to be a gigantic nuclear scare, it don't look to me like it's going to be long in coming.
Yeah.
I agree, Cindy Fuller Stevens. NATO is not a friend of the U.S. They're not to be trusted. Believe me, I agree with you 1,000%. In my opinion, they're nothing but a bunch of crooks, like a lot of other things around the world nowadays.
So I want to show a. Okay. You see. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to show this real quick. So we're talking about war here. Okay. And, this is going to be a shock to certain communities.
Thank you. Listen to this. At least 9 Army bases will be renamed as Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin pushes to cut any ties to the Confederacy. But critics slam the military's focus on the names after the Army fell short of its recruiting goal by 15,000 soldiers, with other branches also missing the mark. Here to react is Army veteran and U.S. congressional candidate John James. John, good morning to you. This is new. So we have Fort Lee in Virginia. It's going to be Fort Greg Adams. Fort Bragg in North Carolina, renamed to Fort Liberty. What do you think about this?
Well, look, I'm a Republican. Let's not forget that Republicans, the party of Lincoln, erased the Confederacy and ended slavery the first time. I have no problem with renaming posts to get rid of that legacy. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget our history. We should learn from it. What I'm most concerned with is those soldiers on Fort Bragg in the past 2 years. There have been over 14 fentanyl overdoses. That's what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with this administration's lax agenda that's leaving our borders open, that's letting this Chinese-made fentanyl come into our communities and poison our communities. I'm actually so focused on doing what it takes to keep our nation safe, our community safe, our soldiers safe. We need to focus on our combat power. And it looks like this administration is more concerned with renaming posts than taking care of the folks on it. I applaud the Army's efforts on substance abuse and anti-suicide efforts, and I'm looking forward to getting to Washington and supporting those efforts.
So you think that the military should be focused on other things. And one of the things that is a big concern among many is that the Army just missed its recruiting goal by 15,000 soldiers. that's not all. National Guard just lost 7,500 service members. The Navy only met 10% of its goal. Marine Corps only met 30% of its goal. The Air Force also only met 10% of its recruiting goal. Why are we falling so far behind, John, and what needs to change here?
Yeah, a couple big reasons, and I used to work at the Lansing Military Entrance Processing Station, an institution that the front door of freedom that processes young men and women into the military. I saw this firsthand. I saw that. We're not preparing our young men and women physically, mentally, and emotionally. And the pandemic has had an even more dire effect. Falling short of physical goals, like the Army, I applaud their ingenuity for a 90-day pre-boot camp training. But when I was growing up, we called that gym class. We need to focus on the basics: reading, writing, arithmetic, skilled trades, and patriotism. But the root of this, I believe, is you have the left that's teaching our young children, our young kids, that this country is a country of racist colonizers, and the number one threat is voting for Donald Trump. And we're surprised. We're surprised that when the left tells you that you shouldn't stand for the flag, and now we're surprised when our young people won't stand up to defend freedom. I think that we have to address the root cause.
John,
we have to be proud of our nation. That's why I want to go serve my country, because we live in an amazing nation, and we need to stand up to defend her.
Yeah, and we still have the greatest military in the world, but you have to wonder what the future of our military will look like if losing recruits and that trend line there continues. John, thank you so much for this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
So that's part one of this, okay? And then the other one was, let's see. There we go. Trans women must register for draft. Trans men don't have to. Under President Joe Biden's administration, transgender women who are born male must register for selective service, which provides the Defense Department with troops in the event of a military draft. Transgender men who are born female do not have to register for the selective service. While the policy was established before Biden took office, the Biden administration has not changed the standard. So it's like, because according to the selective service system worldwide, or nearly all U.S. male citizens and male immigrants who are 18 through 25 are required to register for selective service. The website states that all biological males must register for the draft, including U.S. citizens or immigrants who are born male and have changed their gender to female. So they want to steal the sports from the women, and take that notoriety. But in this process, hey, if you were born a dude, guess what? You got to sign up for a selective service. And let me tell you, you better select a service now before it's too late and you get drafted and you're stuck wherever the heck they put you.
Man, it just don't make any sense at all what they're doing with our military. I mean, I don't care if you had to go fight a teenage baseball team, you might lose. The way things are going right now. If you give them the same kind of ammunition, everything you've got, it just don't make any sense at all to me how you can say we've got a military and at the same time do everything in your power to destroy it.
Yep.
I mean, it's just so dumb.
So you said you had some videos to play. Why don't you go ahead and cue them up and start them going?
I can certainly do that. Here we go. Let's see now. And I always start with a sword dance, but I don't have to do that. It's just
you can. I have no problem with it. No problem with it. I'm just going to go ahead and mute myself and let you go.
All right. Here we go. Oh, there it is. Okay. I love it there where he pulls that guy back and steps in front of him. I bet that pissed that guy off so bad.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm
That's
sorry,
part of
Hawkins.
capitulation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, but that's part of capitulation.
It certainly is. I bet that guy thought, "What in the world?" And then he turned around and looked at, "Oh, I better keep my mouth shut." I think
Yeah,
you was right.
That was probably after he dropped a stack of folders on his desk before walking out there and said, "You guys are gonna go wrong with this, or all of this is going to get published now."
Absolutely. And I would just love to see what all he had in those folders, man. I mean, that had to be some ass kicking stuff.
I think that there's some of it that is going to be revealed, but there's going to be parts of it that will never ever be revealed, but they'll be punished for them.
Yes, exactly. I don't think they could reveal it all because of the horror.
Yeah,
that it would cause people. But anyway, here goes the rest of it. Uh-oh. What happened? Somebody messing with my video. Well, don't know what happened to it.
It looks like it's paused. Just hit play again.
Yeah, it's not working.
Oh, it froze. You might have to go up there.
There it goes. And did you notice the plane that Biden was in when he supposedly went to Israel? And maybe he did. I mean, I don't know, but the Air Force One that he was supposedly on, you seen that big old stairway that Trump was going up? The one that Biden came down had maybe 4, 5, 10 steps, whatever. It was much smaller than that. And the door was under the wing. That door is above the wing. So I'm just saying, something strange is going on with our man Biden.
Yep. Yep.
Dark to light. I love that video. And you know, the reason I play that, Hawk, is because Trump retruthed it twice. This was I got the second retruth. I was just making sure, that it was what he wanted to do. So I'm just kind of following his lead,
It's all we can do.
That's right.
Yeah. It's not that he's a savior, but the fact that he's a leader at a time where we need leaders, that's the thing, the people stood up to fight behind who? George Washington, up until then, so many people were questioning as to whether or not there was a battle that they wanted to take on.
Yes, and like in the Bible with Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt.
Yep.
David led them in while they were in Israel, and so on and so forth. I mean, you've got to have a leader.
Yep.
If we didn't have a leader somewhere of some kind, can you imagine all the crazy? I mean, it's crazy now, but it'd be really crazy if there wasn't some kind of a leader around.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. You don't have to close that present window. Present window. You can go ahead and leave it up there and then just switch tabs as to what you're playing.
I don't think I know how to do that. I'll try, see how it works out. But okay, here we go again. Let's see. I got these up here to show. I got to figure out which one came first, though. Let's see. I'm not sure which one it was. I'll start with this one because I don't remember which one came first.
Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to the Great War. The peace settlements after 1918 had divided up the former Ottoman territories in the Middle East into British and French mandates. Britain took control of mandatory Palestine, but the territory would prove very difficult to govern. One of the flashpoints was Zionist Jewish settlement of the Holy Land, a controversial topic today and back in 1921. So in this episode, we'll take a look at the practical implications of Jewish settlement in Palestine after 1918 and the violence that resulted. And it all happened exactly 100 years ago. To understand the clashes in Palestine in 1921, we've got to go back to 19th century Europe and the idea of Zionism. Nationalist concepts often excluded Jews, and in Russia and parts of Eastern Europe, there were regular outbreaks of anti-Semitic violence. These became more intense after the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881, even though his assassin was not Jewish. Faced with discrimination and pogroms, Jewish thinkers like Theodor Herzl began to theorize about a Jewish national home where Jews could live in peace and security. This was the origin of the modern Zionist movement, which at first considered numerous places around the world for a possible Jewish homeland before Ottoman Palestine became the most popular option. In 1896, Herzl published The Jewish State, an attempt at a modern solution to the Jewish question, in which he envisioned a sovereign Jewish state formed by migration in Palestine or possibly Argentina. Not all Jews supported Zionism, but it gained influence quickly. Jews had lived in Palestine from ancient times, and 19th century European Jews had been migrating before Zionism, but it wasn't a national movement. Most migrants were elderly Jews who wanted to live out their final years in the holy cities. But by the eve of the First World War, many younger Jews who identified as Zionists began to arrive. Some of them brought socialist ideas from Europe and formed communal settlements known as kibbutz. Although exact numbers are disputed, around 40,000 Jews arrived between 1909 and 1918, which nearly doubled the Jewish population to 85,000. Jews represented about 10% of the population, while the other 90% was mostly Arab Muslims and Christians. Some Zionists weren't worried about the Arab majority. In fact, in 1909, Zionist activist David Ben-Gurion thought that Arabs would benefit as well. The Jewish settlement is not designed to undermine the position of the Arab community. On the contrary, it will salvage it from its economic misery, lift it from its social decline, and rescue it from physical and moral degeneration. Our renaissance in Palestine will come through the country's regeneration, that is, the renaissance of its Arab inhabitants. Many Arabs felt otherwise, like the editors of the Philistine newspaper in 1914. We are a nation threatened with disappearance by the Zionist tide in this Palestinian land, a nation which is threatened in its very being with expulsion from its homeland. So by 1914, 19th century European nationalism and anti-Semitism had caused some Jews to seek a new homeland in Arab-majority Palestine. The outbreak of the First World War stopped Jewish migration for a few years, but British wartime promises set the stage for more conflict. From 1914 to 1918, people in Palestine suffered from wartime shortages, and the region became a battlefield in the last 2 years of the war. It also became a focus of international politics thanks to the Balfour Declaration of November 1917. British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour sent a one-sentence telegram to the Zionist Federation of Great Britain that would have a lasting impact. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. The Zionist movement appeared to have gained Britain's support, but although some British ministers were sympathetic, the declaration was about wartime strategy. Many Britons believed Jews were influential in the United States and in revolutionary Russia, and hoped that the declaration might help the war effort against Germany. British anti-Semites also supported the declaration in the hopes it might reduce the Jewish presence in Britain. Some prominent British Jews, like Chaim Weizmann, helped bring about the declaration as well. Weizmann was an important chemist for British war production, and he convinced Balfour, Prime Minister David Lloyd George, and Winston Churchill of the Zionist cause. The British government, however, had also made other promises for Palestine. They discussed a pan-Arab state with the Hashemite dynasty and post-war League of Nations mandates with the French. The British tried to untie this Gordian knot at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. Weizmann met with Hashemite heir Faisal, and both issued statements supporting the Balfour Declaration. Faisal had this to say: "We Arabs, especially the educated among us, look with the deepest sympathy on the Zionist movement. Our deputation here in Paris is fully acquainted with the proposals submitted yesterday by the Zionist organization to the Peace Conference, and we regard them as moderate and proper. We will do our best, insofar as we are concerned, to help them through. We will wish the Jews a most hearty welcome home. It seemed that Zionists and Arabs might both get what the British had promised them, but things changed quickly. Once the peace conference came to an end, British support for a pan-Arab state disappeared, and they took control of Palestine via the League of Nations. A US commission found that the vast majority of Palestinian Arabs opposed Zionist settlement, but the British authorities began to act on the declaration anyway. Jewish migration and settlement in Mandatory Palestine resumed and expanded under the British regime. 35,000 Jews arrived between 1919 and 1923, mostly.
And by the way, I just want to say right quick that the reason I wanted to show these tonight was just, I know a lot of people don't understand how Israel came to be, and so that's why I'm showing these. I was going to show these tonight, but anyway, thank you, Hawk, for letting me show them.
not a problem. You have 92 people watching.
Oh, wonderful.
So, yep. So between both YouTube and Facebook. So
great.
Oh, by the way, those of you on Facebook, let me pop this up real quick here, just so that they, put that on there so that people realize that there's a large group of people over here chatting, and it'd be great if they came over and got involved in that themselves instead of staying on Facebook.
Certainly would. Come on over, folks.
Yep, absolutely. So that's the channel right there, Hawks Mustard Seeds, number 22. And come and join us.
And remember, Hawk's got a mustard seed, and he ain't afraid to use it.
Damn Skippy.
I like that.
Farmers from Eastern Europe. In 1920, the British reopened the old Ottoman land registry, which once again allowed land to be purchased. Jewish settlers bought large tracts of land, often helped by international organizations like the Jewish National Fund, the Palestinian Colonization Association, and the World Zionist Organization. Throughout the 1920s, Jewish financial inflows were on average 40% higher than Palestine's actual domestic product. But this land did not come cheap. In Ottoman times, local peasant farmers often didn't register the land in their own names because they were afraid of extra taxes or military service. Wealthier city residents registered the land in their name in exchange for tools or animals for the peasants. Now the landowners in Damascus or Beirut sold their holdings to Jewish settlers for exorbitant prices. Much of the land bought by settlers was sparsely populated and undesirable swamps or marshland. In September 1921, for example, settlers acquired around 72,000 square kilometers of the Israel Valley from the Lebanese Sursuk family for £726,000. Within months, numerous settlements were founded, and the swamp was turned into fertile farmland. Other areas settled by Jews were also inhabited by Arab families, some of whom had been there for centuries. The socialist Zionists brought with them the ideology of Hebrew labor, in which only Jewish farmers could tend the land of Jewish settlements. Since hiring Arab labor constituted a forbidden hierarchical relationship, Zionists introduced a system of segregation in which Arab farmers were dispossessed and evicted. Although some received compensation, those who refused were often ejected by British forces at the request of the settlers. Even pro-Zionist Britons in the mandatory government realized that such actions would lead to conflict, like the legal official who made this observation. The settlements created a policy of economic apartheid, which was bound to strengthen the resistance of Arabs to Jewish immigration. So the British mandatory government in Palestine was in theory objective, but in practice, it supported Jewish migration and passed laws which made it harder for Arabs to expand the lands that they owned. But not all British leaders were in favor of cooperating with Zionist organizations. Groups like the Zionist Commission had been working with the British since the beginning of the mandate, while Weizmann promoted their cause in London. But they couldn't convince all British leaders to support them. Chief Administrator in Palestine, General Louis Bowles, complained to Lloyd George about Zionist activities in March 1920. My own authority and that of every department of my administration is claimed or impinged upon by the Zionist Commission. It is of no use saying to the Muslim and Christian elements of the population that our declaration as to the maintenance of the status quo on our entry into Jerusalem has been observed. Facts witness otherwise. On the other hand, the Zionist Commission accuses me and my officers of being anti-Zionism. The situation is intolerable. It is manifestly impossible to please partisans who officially claim nothing more than a national home, but in reality will be satisfied with nothing less than a Jewish state, and all that politically implies. Eventually, Bowles called for the Balfour Declaration to be revoked, but his military administration was replaced by a civilian one led by High Commissioner Sir Herbert Samuel in July 1920. Samuel was a British Jew and an enthusiastic Zionist. The policy of His Majesty's government that I had come here to execute is to encourage the immigration of Jews until a point shall be reached at which their interests shall be sufficiently predominant to warrant the establishment of Jewish government in Palestine. Most Arabs were dismayed with an openly Zionist British High Commissioner, but Zionist groups celebrated his arrival, and Weizmann even took credit for it. I was mainly responsible for the appointment of Sir Herbert Samuel to Palestine. Sir Herbert Samuel is our friend. At our request, he accepted that difficult position. We put him in that position. He is our Samuel. So by mid-1920, the pro-Zionist British Mandatory Government increased cooperation with Zionist groups like the Jewish Assembly of Representatives. At the same time, the British denied similar access to Arab groups like the Palestine Arab Congress. Palestinian leaders and intellectuals complained bitterly about British policy. They pointed to the lack of progress towards the promised pan-Arab state and felt that Palestine was treated differently than the other mandates because of Zionist interference. Writer Musa Kazim al-Husseini was part of a delegation that met with Colonial Minister Winston Churchill in August 1921. Since Palestine opened its doors to Jewish settlers, its trade has gradually drifted into their hands. They depreciate the value of land and property, and at the same time manipulate a financial crisis in order that landlords under the stress of need should sell out at ruinous prices. Can Europe then expect the Arabs to live and work with such a neighbor? Had not England better find a country for them in the vast, uninhabited regions of her great empire? Churchill reiterated that Zionism should also benefit the Arabs, but he made it clear that British policy would not change. The British government means to carry out the Balfour Declaration. I have told you so again and again. I told you so at Jerusalem. I told you so at the House of Commons the other day. I tell you so now. We intend to bring more Jews in. We do not intend you to be allowed to stop more from coming in. During the early years of the British Mandate, conditions in Palestine like education, life expectancy, and agriculture had improved, which also fueled Arab immigration from neighboring areas. But it's debated to what extent these improvements in the quality of life were due to Jewish development, which was mostly limited to areas they settled. Conditions had already been improving under the Ottomans before the war, and infrastructure improvements in the Mandate were funded by the British. But some Jews, like Palestinian-born Yitzhak Epstein, felt that material improvements could not heal the rift with the Arabs. Indeed, the Jewish Yishuv has already bestowed considerable bounty on the country's inhabitants. But all of this will not compensate for what we have subverted. How strong is the envy of people who have been swept off their land? The British administration did eventually offer Palestinian Arab leaders a representative assembly with a Muslim majority, but it would be purely advisory and have no actual powers. The Palestinians refused because they felt that accepting would be a tacit acceptance of the Balfour Declaration. Palestinian political opposition to Zionism failed to stop Jewish migration for different reasons. The British refused to accredit Arab congresses, the Palestinians were divided on whether they wanted a Palestinian or pan-Arab state and along tribal lines, and the British mandatory government gradually removed pro-Arab administrators. So Palestinian Arabs were unhappy with British support for Zionism and the lack of Arab representation. The tension soon turned violent, and riots broke out in February and May 1920. But events in May 1921 overshadowed all previous incidents. Like the British and the Arab Palestinians, Zionist Jewish settlers were also divided amongst themselves. Relations were especially bad between two socialist parties. The mostly Russian Jewish Socialist Workers' Party wanted a Soviet Palestine, an idea opposed by the much larger Labour Unity Party. On May 1st, 1921, demonstrators from the two parties collided in a mixed Arab-Jewish quarter of the town of Jaffa. Scuffles broke out around the Hassan Bek Mosque, which brought concerned Muslim Arabs into the streets as well. Not only were most of the Arabs opposed to Jewish migration, but also to the anti-religious teachings of Bolshevism, and police struggled to keep the three groups apart. A shot was fired, probably by a British officer trying.
I don't know why they keep freezing.
Might just be connection. You were having problems with your connection the other night too, so
yeah,
that's all right. People have patience, you know.
Trying to disperse the crowd, and the riot turned deadly. Groups of Arabs, including some policemen, targeted Jewish homes and families in the neighborhood, killing and looting as they went. A British officer who was on holiday and witnessed the scene reflected on the dilemma for British troops on the ground. When we found it was a question between the Jews and the Arabs, we did not think it was for us to interfere. Which were we to stop? By the end of the day, 27 Jews were killed and more than 100 wounded. On May 2nd, the violence continued, including an armed response by Jews. Underground defense groups known as Haganah that had been formed in 1920 now sprang into action. Arab accounts of Jewish attacks on May 2nd read much like Jewish accounts of Arab attacks the previous day. Although the Haganah officially forbade acts of revenge, Jewish groups beat and shot Arabs who they thought were involved in the previous day's violence. Over the next few days, the rioting spread to neighboring villages. When a large group of Bedouin Arabs attacked the Jewish town of Petah Tikva, the British sent in aircraft to break up the attack. British reinforcements arrived and ended the riots within a week. By then, 47 Jews and 48 Arabs had been killed. Most of the Jews had been killed by Arabs, and most of the Arabs killed by British forces. The Jaffa riots shocked the Jewish community and British authorities and revealed just how fragile mandatory Palestine had become. On May 7th, High Commissioner Samuel ordered the first of what would become many commissions into Arab-Jewish violence. The Haycraft Commission of Inquiry lasted 10 weeks and heard 300 witnesses. The Chief Justice for Palestine's final report criticized the Arab community for their, quote, brutality and savagery. It also judged that Jews had acted in similar fashion, although, quote, they had much to revenge. Overall, Haycraft blamed the Arabs, though he did express some understanding for their motives. The primary cause of the disturbances was Arab discontent over the political and economic consequences of continued Jewish immigration, as well as a perceived pro-Jewish bias by the mandatory authorities. Jaffa was a likely flashpoint since about 1/3 of the town was Jewish, and it was the main port of entry for settlers. The report also warned and reminded British administrators that Palestinians were politically active. A small Muslim center of this sort of people are more politically minded than in a small English country town. and the discussions of politics is their chief, if not their only, intellectual occupation. Even though Haycraft blamed the Arabs for the riots, Arab leaders generally responded positively to the report because it appeared to legitimize their grievances. Zionists were mostly dismayed by the inquiry because its findings undermined their argument that Jews and Arabs could coexist peacefully. Some international Jewish newspapers, like the London Jewish Chronicle, criticized the British for holding the inquiry in the first place. Imagine the wild animals in a zoological garden springing out of their cages and killing a number of spectators, and a commission appointed to inquire into the causes of the disaster, reporting first and foremost that the animals were discontented with and hostile to the visitors who'd come to see them. As if it were not the first business of the keepers to keep, to know the habits and disposition of the animals, and to be sure that the cages were secure. The riots caused Samuel to temporarily suspend immigration and make some conciliatory gestures towards the Arabs, which appalled his fellow Zionists like David Ada. The word traitor crossed my lips. Jewish settlers feared more Arab attacks and worried that the British might abandon them, so some groups began to stockpile weapons. Back in London, Lloyd George, Churchill, and Balfour met with Weizmann in July and assured him the Balfour Declaration would remain in place. When Weizmann alluded to Jewish gun running, Churchill responded, "We don't mind it, but don't speak of it." British support for Zionism in Palestine and the Jaffa riots in 1921 were signs of things to come. In 1922, Churchill wrote that the British did not intend to make Palestine, quote, as Jewish as England is English, and that Jewish migration would be limited to the, quote, economic absorptive capacity of the land. For Arabs, these vague promises were cold comfort. 1922 also saw the official start of the British mandate in Palestine, the wording of which included the Balfour Declaration verbatim and granted Zionist organizations quasi-governmental responsibilities. British protection had helped the Zionist movement achieve a degree of international legitimacy, but Palestine was becoming unstable and violent. Haganah founder Ze'ev Jabotinsky felt that the time had come to build a metaphorical wall around the settlers. Zionist colonization can proceed and develop only under the protection of a power that is independent of the native population, behind an iron wall, which the native population cannot breach. The years to come would put that idea to the test.
And I think that's the end of that one.
Yeah, it looks like that's all the way over there. Yep, and then just switch to the next tab after you shrink it down.
Oh, I got to shrink it down. Okay.
Yeah.
Right here,
click where that. Yep. Click that thing there. Yep. And then you just go to your next tab up at the top.
Got you. All right. Can you see the next one?
I can't.
Oh, okay. I got to present.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, what the crap happened? Man, I hope we get the right one now. Let's
okay.
see.
You'll get it. Take your time.
How about now? Can you see it now?
Yep.
Wonderful. All right. Oh, there's somebody asked a question there about, let's see, it's an anonymous anomaly. It says, do you know anything about Demona and Kennedy? I don't. Hawk might. Do you know anything about that, Hawk? Hawk might be taking care of his dog. So.
No, I was talking. I just forgot to click on my mic. It's Demona was one of the people from that region. Something was going on between him and Kennedy, as far as I know. I haven't dug deeply into it.
Gotcha. Okay. I just thought I would go ahead and try to answer that while I had it stopped. Okay, back we go.
Between 1917 and 1948, Britain controlled the area of the Middle East then known as Palestine. This chapter of history was to have a profound effect on both Arabs and Jews. Yet most British people know little about it. This film is a simple outline of a very complex story.
Hawk, I'm going to run to the little boy's room right quick. I'll be right back.
Yep, go ahead.
So what took Britain to Palestine in the first place? For centuries, the region had been ruled by the Ottoman Turks. But when the First World War broke out in 1914, the Turks allied with Britain's enemies, Germany, and the other Central Powers. Palestine and the Middle East were regarded as highly strategic to the British Empire because of oil, and also because the Suez Canal controlled the sea route to India. The Middle East was now under the control of Britain's enemies, so Britain considered it vital to defeat the Turks and gain control for the Allies. In 1917, General Allenby and his troops advanced across southern Palestine. And in December, they captured Jerusalem. By the following year, all of Palestine had come under British control. Her troops were to remain there for the next 30 years. As the First World War came to an end, Britain and France issued a proclamation promising that former subjects of the Ottoman Empire would be able to determine their own futures. Briefly, freedom was in the air. However, a different reality lay behind the words. Long before the end of the war, the Allies had been planning who would control the Ottoman Empire when the Turks were defeated. These conflicting plans are often referred to as the contradictory promises. Firstly, in October 1915, Sir Henry McMahon, British High Commissioner in Egypt, had promised the Arabs in the person of Sharif Hussein of Mecca that they could have an independent Arab state after the war if they would rise up against their overlords, the Turks. Believing that they were fighting for their freedom, some Arabs joined the Allied war effort and, assisted by Lawrence of Arabia, helped the Allies drive the Turks from their lands. However, for the last 100 years, there has been controversy over how McMahon's letter to Hussein should be interpreted. Did he implicitly include Palestine in the proposed independent Arab state, or did he not? Many Arabs and senior British figures have consistently maintained that Palestine was included, while British governments since 1920 have argued that it was excluded. But meanwhile, Britain had become party to two further wartime agreements, both of which seemed to contradict the undertaking to Hussein. In 1916, the secret Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France allocated what is now Syria and Lebanon to France, and what is now Jordan and Iraq to Britain, whilst proposing to keep Palestine under international control. Then, a year later, Britain made yet another undertaking concerning Palestine. In November 1917, the British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour wrote to Lord Rothschild, a leader of the Jewish community. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. This promise became known as the Balfour Declaration. The idea that the Jewish people should be restored to the Holy Land so that biblical prophecies could be fulfilled had been promoted by some Christians since the 1600s. Then, from the 1890s, the idea of Zionism began to take hold amongst some Jews, as Theodor Herzl argued that the Jewish people needed a political homeland of their own if they were to escape the horrific anti-Semitic persecution that was rife, particularly in Russia and Central Europe. By the early 1900s, Herzl's successor, Chaim Weizmann, saw Britain as the power with the global influence to make the Zionist goal a reality. So he set out to convince leading politicians that the Jewish people needed a homeland in Palestine, where they had deep spiritual and historical bonds. The Balfour Declaration was the result. Why did the War Cabinet respond to Zionist pressure in this way? Foreign Secretary Balfour was one of the highly placed Christians in British society who believed that the Jewish people should be restored to the Holy Land. Prime Minister Lloyd George, who also came from a restorationist background, dreamt of putting Israel back on the map. Yet, at the same time, there were strategic calculations for issuing the Balfour Declaration. At this desperate point in the European conflict, the War Cabinet hoped that the promise of a Jewish homeland would win the Allies the sympathies of Jews and their supporters worldwide. However, the British government did not consult the people then living in Palestine about its plans to create a Jewish homeland there. 90% of the population of Palestine were Arabs who lived together with a small Jewish community. Palestine had been predominantly Arab in culture and language for many centuries. Yet, in private, Balfour wrote, "In Palestine, we do not propose even to go to the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants." The major powers were now committed to Zionism, which he described as being of far profounder import than the desires of the Arab inhabitants. The Balfour Declaration simply stated that the civil and religious rights of the non-Jewish population should not be prejudiced. So when the war came to an end, how would all these complex undertakings work out in practice? As the Western powers met in Paris to negotiate the peace settlement, Sharif Hussein sent his son Faisal to make sure Britain's promise of independence for the Arabs was not forgotten. But instead, the newly formed League of Nations handed control of Palestine to Britain. Under the terms of the League of Nations' mandate for Palestine, Britain was required to implement the Balfour Declaration by supporting the creation of a Jewish national home, and at the same time, to prepare the people of Palestine for eventual self-government. The League of Nations stated that mandatory powers held a sacred trust to ensure the well-being and development of people in their care. What happened to the other areas that Sharif Hussein anticipated would gain independence? Transjordan, now Jordan, was made an autonomous emirate under Hussein's son, Abdullah. In the same way, the new kingdom of Iraq was given to his brother, Faisal. These were the rewards Hussein received for his loyalty to the British war effort, but they did not include Syria or Palestine. Angry Arab crowds soon massed in Jerusalem, denouncing the Balfour Declaration and demanding the self-determination that had been promised by Britain and France in 1918. Having made conflicting promises, Britain now had to face up to their consequences. She had created a contradiction. Just how unworkable this situation was, it took her 30 years to accept. Both communities, Jews and Arabs, believed they had been promised the land. As the Zionists swiftly began to implement their objectives, the Arabs were the first to conclude they had been deceived. Riots broke out in 1920. In 1921, there was even greater violence as Arabs attacked Jews and the British tried to regain order. After a period of relative calm, mutual suspicion between the Arab and Jewish communities flared up again in 1929 and rapidly escalated into mob violence with horrific consequences. 133 Jews and 116 Arabs were killed. Britain's response was slow and inadequate. Calm was finally restored by a show of British force. Meanwhile, the Jewish community was forging ahead under the umbrella of the British Mandate, securing major economic concessions and establishing its own elected assembly and institutions of government. The Arab majority, on the other hand, felt left behind economically and politically. To be granted democratic representation, they were effectively required to accept the Balfour Declaration. But the Arabs rejected this, fearing that a Jewish national home would lead to the creation of a Jewish state in their land. For their part, the British feared that an elected Arab majority would oppose Jewish demands for land and immigration. And so they held back the democratic progress they were supposed to foster under the Mandate. Britain was upholding the first part of the Declaration, to establish a home for the Jewish people. But the second undertaking in the Declaration, to protect the rights of the Arab population, proved to be hollow. Arab alarm grew still further in the 1930s, when increasing numbers of Jews sought sanctuary in Palestine as the specter of anti-Semitism grew in Nazi Germany. As more and more land passed into Jewish hands, the sense of Arab dispossession grew. By May 1936, Palestine was in open rebellion, and it was not just Jewish communities who were being attacked, it was the British too. Increasingly losing control, the British authorities resorted to ruthless methods to put down the revolt, including hangings, house demolitions, and the use of civilians as human shields. For a period, British and Jewish men fought the Arabs jointly in a counter-insurgency force known as the Special Night Squads. By 1939, the rebellion was suppressed, leaving the Palestinian leadership weakened for years to come. To try to address the underlying deadlock between Arabs and Jews, London had responded with a succession of inquiries and commissions through the 1930s.
Here we go again with the freezing.
That's all right.
Their dilemma was that any attempt to placate one community would provoke the anger of the other. At a loss for a solution, the Peel Commission of 1937 proposed to partition Jews and Arabs into two states. But Arab opinion, led by the vehemently anti-Zionist Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin al-Husseini, denounced any idea of conceding territory to Jews as unthinkable. However, as Europe slid towards war, the British government changed course. A government white paper of 1939 abandoned partition and proposed that in 10 years Palestine would become independent, representatively governed by Arabs and Jews. Controls were now put in place over how many Jews could immigrate to Palestine. and how much land could pass into Jewish hands. For the first time, Arabs were to be given a say over Jewish immigration. The reason Neville Chamberlain's government swung in favor of Arab opinion at this point was the prospect of war. London feared that in a global conflict, the Arab world might turn against Britain, whilst the support of Jews would be guaranteed in view of their persecution by the Nazis. Jewish opinion immediately condemned the White Paper as an act of British betrayal and a retreat from the Balfour Declaration. There was fury that Jewish people would be restricted from finding sanctuary at their hour of greatest need. Nevertheless, Britain upheld the limits on Jewish immigration into Palestine right through the war. As refugees fleeing the Holocaust were arrested trying to enter Palestine, or were even sent back to Germany, as in the case of the Exodus, the Jewish community turned against Britain and the mandate. Sections of Jewish opinion became increasingly militant and violent, and Britain suffered heavy losses from terrorist atrocities. In February 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin stated that Britain was referring responsibility for the Palestinian problem to the United Nations. By September, as the situation continued to worsen, Britain announced that she would terminate her mandate for Palestine in May 1948. The UN solution to the Palestine problem was partition, but this was again rejected by the Arabs. As British forces beat an ungainly retreat and the mandate came to an end, partition was abandoned, leaving Jews and Arabs to an undeclared war for domination. On the 14th of May 1948, Israel declared itself a state and was immediately recognized by America. The events of this time are known to some as the War of Independence and to others as the Nakba, or the catastrophe, when about 60% of the Palestinian population became refugees as they fled or were expelled. Today's conflict between Israelis and Palestinians had begun. Britain's direct involvement in Palestine ended in 1948. But how should British people today respond to the story of Britain in Palestine?
Yeah, it looks like you were at the end of that one there anyways. They were giving the credits. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I was talking and had myself muted. Now, I was just saying, there's so much I could say there that I'm not going to, because I'm pretty sure it's probably what got me a strike last night, or today, whenever it happened. But man, it's just sad for these people, both sides, the Jewish people and the Palestinians, all the way around, that this crap had to happen. Well, it didn't really have to happen, but through the powers that be at the time, they made it happen. So, we're at where we're at today, and we just the whole world's got to figure out how to handle this.
Yep.
I'll go on to the next one now. Let's see. Now, this one, I really don't know what it's about. This next one here, I hadn't had a chance to watch it, but it's from a lady that I know pretty well, and so I trust her. But we can always we can always stop it if it gets out of hand or whatever, but I don't think it will.
No problem. No problem.
All right, let's see here. Oh, is it up there? I can't tell if it's the one I put up there or not. Yeah, it is. All right. So we're ready to roll.
Are being redirected. We are living in an artificially induced state of consciousness that resembles sleep.
Hi, Steve here. History can't be changed. Once something is past, all the events that have transpired are done. They can never be changed. Only the future can be altered in any direction. But history can be covered up, altered, or hidden. And history can also be erased in libraries and now even online. It doesn't change it, but neither does it allow you to learn from it when it's hidden. American philosopher George Santayana said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." That's what he wrote in his The Life of Reason, Reason in Common Sense series. The past is history. History is the past events and moments in time that have shaped and sent societies down the path they end up on for the future. And those who want to shape our future know very well that our learning from the past may not aid their cause and agenda at all. This world has a very hard time of seeing what's right in front of their face sometimes. Just like when Jesus was brought before Pontius Pilate. He said, "My kingship does not derive its authority from this world's order of things. If it did, my men would have fought to keep me from being arrested by the Judeans. But my kingship does not come from here." So then Pilate said, he says, "You're a king after all?" Jesus said, "You say I am a king. The reason I have been born, the reason I have come into the world is to bear witness to the truth. Everyone who belongs to the truth listens to me." Pilate says, "What is truth?" Jesus already answered that when he prayed to God the Father for his disciples and those who would believe on him. And he said, "Set them apart for holiness by means of the truth. Your word is truth."
Say, did you know that every U.S. state has at least 5 natural nuclear bunkers that are also EMP-proof?
Think about it.
Once you start waking up from the hypnotic trance of the official lie, the word "they" is often used to lay blame on the perpetrators. This is usually followed by the question, who are they? According to ancient history, religion, mythology, and occult tradition, they are not human. And they have been manipulating humanity from the shadows for millennia. The Gods of Eden by William Bramley does an excellent job of tracing this back through all of recorded history. But let's just start from the late 19th century. Just over a century ago, it was known that giants with red hair and double rows of teeth once inhabited America. These 9-foot-tall giants were written about casually in 1874 by Abraham Lincoln. A few years later, the Smithsonian Institute began confiscating giant mummies and skeletons by the thousands. In 1886, the exclusive Jekyll Island Club was founded and built upon an ancient burial site of the Timucua tribe, who were said to be giants. In 1910, the Federal Reserve banking conspiracy was hatched on Jekyll Island between the Rothschild banking dynasty and the Rockefeller family, whose cabin there was known as Mound Cottage and said to have been built upon a sacrificial altar. These powerful families worked together to hide the truth of our mysterious past, and they built a modern society with poison to keep us dumb and lies to keep us confused. The Rothschild dynasty and the Federal Reserve banking system funded all sides of the First and Second World Wars, which paved the way for the creation of the United Nations in 1945. Funded by the Rockefellers, the UN was the beginning of today's de facto world government. The Nuremberg trials resulted with only 12 sentenced to death and 7 sent to prison. The majority were allowed to professionally continue their criminal activities. Nazis who were tried for medical experiments involving cruelty and murder were later brought into Big Pharma through Operation Paperclip, and an entire team of Nazi rocket scientists were brought in to start NASA. While the Nuremberg trials may have been mostly theater, they had their revelations. It was revealed that the Nazi eugenics program stemmed from organizations in America funded by the Rockefeller Foundation and its offshoots. And it was revealed that many high-ranking Nazis believed they were in contact with an alien race known as the Aryans, the same mythical race that allegedly created Hinduism as it is known today. While many Hindu scholars dismissed the claim, the Nazis believed it. It is why they adopted the popular Hindu swastika. They also studied the Vedas, and their most classified project, the Bell, had the same design as the Vimana spacecraft described in these ancient texts. In 1971, a young Klaus Schwab, son of a Nazi nuclear scientist, was placed as the head of what is now known as the World Economic Forum by his mentor, Henry Kissinger. In 1974, Rockefeller protege Henry Kissinger wrote National Security Memorandum 200 for the United Nations. This is popularly known as the Kissinger Report and is one of the foundational documents of the agenda unfolding today, with Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum acting as the tip of the spear. And so who are they? Several will say it's the Rothschild family, but they seem to work for the crown. Others argue that the Vatican holds more sway. Many people insist it's the Jesuits, and some swear it's the Jews. According to occult records, a character named Sanat Kumara rules over the world from inside the earth, along with a group known as the Great White Brotherhood, 7 in total. Helena Blavatsky says these 7 Kumaras are the same as the 7 Dhyanis, the 7 archangels, and the 7 Elohim, the 7 representing the 7 sisters, also known as the Pleiades star cluster. NASA, which was started by Nazis, Freemasons, and Satanists, has been obsessed with both Pleiades and Orion ever since the Apollo moon missions. According to hundreds of alien abductees, that is where most aliens claim to be from. 2 different factions, one to help liberate humanity and the other to enslave us. It is the oldest story on Earth, good versus evil, the darkness and the light, the white hats and the black hats. It is a struggle within each one of us and is unfolding in the world around us for all to see. A more beneficial inquiry might be, who am I? But either way, do not be surprised if the fake alien invasion features real aliens.
Ding. 1 ringy dingy, 2 ringy dingies.
Yeah, I don't doubt him doing anything. It's just knowing that those aliens are actually demons. That's what people need to know. You know, don't fall for their ruse. You know, fear is their intent, and when we see past it, they have nothing else to fall back on. Yeah.
I agree, and believe me, I'm like I said a while ago. I don't fear. I literally don't fear anything that I can think of in my brain. You know, so whatever happens is if there was a gazillion stars out there that have aliens on them and they all want to come here and wipe us out, what can we do about it anyway? Nothing.
Yep.
So what's the point in being worried or scared about it? But yeah,
very true.
Demons, I can go along with that real easily. And most of these that I've got left, Hawk, are kind of short here. Well, very short. So but I got several of them. So, okay, I think that's big enough. Oh, nope, I already had it big.
The stem cell technology that Peter and I are investing in is called SCNT, which takes the
Wait a minute, what the heck is going on here?
perfect woman.
Darn, I don't know if that's where it's supposed to be playing or not. There we go. There we go. Lord, I don't know how that happened.
Takes the egg and takes out the nucleus and puts our DNA in the nucleus. They just go ahead and take it out. A4? Huh? And this is part of this genetic greatness that we don't see in any other race on the planet. These curvy, sexy black women from Africa. Negroes have a kind of a monopoly on this genetic perfection, and we want some of that. So, girls, for $100, we will pay you for your egg.
I pay you $100?
So how much do you want for it? Let's bid. I bid $500 for you. Whatever I bid, he's gonna outbid me. That's wonderful. $60,000 for the eggs. Yeah. If they have abortion, that's very valuable. Umbilical cord, placenta, your period blood is so rich with stem cells. When you regard it as waste, then it actually should be. It should be captured as recycled, and it should go to waste. It's life for somebody else. It's life for mankind. They're the best eggs are 16 to 18 years old. Those are the best eggs. As you get older, your eggs get weaker and weaker.
Yeah, thank you.
So you may not be our candidate.
No, that's fine. I think I was my business anyway.
And yet, this last video was from Lara Logan, and it was Peter Nygaard is what it was. In case,
Yep. I was just going to say his name.
All right, and so I'll get that one on out of the way, and go here, and here, and here.
Over the course of the 12th and 13th century into the 14th century, a form of evil which is directly traced by the Venetians themselves to the ancient Canaanite city of Tyre had risen to great power in the north of the Adriatic Sea, the city of Venice.
I think I played this one last night, but we're on your channel. If you don't mind, Hawk, I'll do it again.
No worries. Go for it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Which has been in recent time, until he moved to London, the residence of Satan on earth. These people, great power, they built a maritime power in the image of ancient Phoenicia, which is Canaan. Phoenicia is a Greek word. The people of that region were called the Canaanites. And the center of evil was Tyre. Tyre was destroyed by a great man, Alexander the Great. But the principle of Tyre lived on. And it came through the Roman Empire, it came to reside in Venice. And from about 800 AD on, Venice was an increasing power in the Mediterranean. It became a great sea power, which became a dictatorship over the Mediterranean over the period from the course of the 12th century into the beginning of the 13th century with the so-called Fourth Crusade. And I can tell you all the Crusades were frauds. They were all run by the Venetians. Nothing to do with Christianity, they had to do with something else. The Fourth Crusade was organized by Venice to conquer and loot Byzantium, which is its major competitor. And the Latin Empire in Byzantium was set up from 1204 to 1261, when a fellow called Michael Palaeon overthrew it on behalf of the Greeks. But Venice became a great looting power. It crushed every element of civilization. It imposed evil cults. It spread the cult of Aristotle throughout the Mediterranean and other cults. It looted everything. It imposed its debt every place. It manipulated nations into making war on one another. They weren't real nations, but they were whatever passed for at that time. They plunged Europe into war and usury and looting and bestiality and cruelty. And nothing could seem to stop it. The political institutions of Europe collapsed at about 1250, or over the period 1250 to 1267, in a series of wars. A leading figure of the late 13th century and early 14th century, Dante Alighieri, typified those who fought desperately to save civilization from this pestilence of Venice and the Venetians' Mongol allies, who are attacking Europe from the west, from the east. Venice's power grew. Dante was probably murdered by the Venetians after a trip into Venice and its area. The ideas of Dante lived on through various networks. Not only Dante, but there were great Franciscans and others who continued the tradition, the Augustinian tradition, and developed it then as before. Then in the middle of the century, the 14th century, the whole system collapsed in a chain reaction of bankruptcy, starting with the King of England discovering by checking with his priest that not only was usury a mortal sin, but that he, as the King of England, by continuing to pay his debts to usury, was actually contributing to the eternal damnation of the soul of his creditors. So the King of England repudiated his debts to the houses of Bardi and Peruzzi, which were Florentine-based, but they were key bankers of the period, who had looted every part of Europe through this bank. It's very much like the IMF conditionalities today. As a matter of fact, the IMF conditionalities are a repetition, a continuation of the Venetian tradition. They are evil. The people who run the IMF are evil. The bureaucrats of the IMF as a collectivity are purely evil. They are mass murderers. They have already killed far more people on this planet than Adolf Hitler succeeded in doing. They are wiping out the people of developing countries. What they've contributed to with their English masters, including Linda Chalker, who is the colonial minister, they call it overseas development now, but she's really the colonial minister from the House of Lords, who was given to us by Lady Thatcher, who was reputed to be a witch because she succeeded in transforming a merely bankrupt England into a rubbish heap. And also because of the way she handled her pet cat, George Bush. Who, by the way, is no friend of mine. So, these people were crushed, and their political power was crushed by their bankruptcy. There's an analogy today. I'm not Plutarch, and I'm not a priest of the cult of Apollo, as he was. But comparisons are sometimes permitted. Today, as then, in the middle of the 14th century, the new Venetian Empire, which is the British Empire, or the Anglo-Dutch Empire, or whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing, is based on financial power. All finance and monetary systems today are divorced entirely from trade and production. They're engaged in pure speculation, in usury, debt as a form of usury, the looting of countries, of whole regions of the world, the power of the ruling oligarchy, which are like Venetian families, Ford Foundation, this foundation, that foundation. This is what runs the United States, not the government. This is what runs the world, not the governments. The governments are run by these powerful families and their oligarchical connections, who control the Washington Post. They control the New York Times. They control the 3 TV networks. They control Jane Fonda. She might not admit it, but she's a real right-wing fascist, that Jane. They are looting the world. They have great power. People are afraid of them. They're afraid of the press. The Congress is afraid of the press. The Justice Department is controlled by these families. Everything is rotten is controlled by these families. People say, be smart, don't get into trouble. Don't attack them. Don't attack the Queen of England. How can you not attack her? She's killing all those people. You're going to keep quiet about it? What are you going to involve in misprision of a felony by not attacking the Queen of England?
Did you notice that black eye he had?
Yeah.
I just want to see if you noticed it. So did I.
So the time has come. You say, well, what if these people suddenly lose their financial power? What if these banks go bankrupt? What if the IMF is liquidated? What if the international monetary institutions don't function? What if there's no facility by which these institutions can exert their power over society? Something like that which happened during the 14th century, the so-called Dark Age.
The Dark Age and Renaissances. In fact, Renaissances have always started during Dark Ages. And, contrary to what many people believe, history is not an automatic process. Both Dark Ages and Renaissances are man-made. Dark Ages happen owing to the evil intent of some, and the stupidity of many. Renaissances are the outcome of the conscious good intention of certain individuals with good ideas, and of their relevant activities. To organize the needed support for these ideas among their contemporaries, and to implement them. What is a Dark Age? Dark Ages are characterized by a spiral of economic collapse and endless war, deteriorating living conditions for the general population, which shrinks in numbers, and a breakdown of education and culture generally. Each generation knows and comprehends less than the generation before it, and after a while certain skills and arts may disappear and be forgotten altogether. In a Renaissance, this process is reversed, and more than that. Starting from the realm of ideas, those reconvert from the past, plus new ones, culture and economy, education and the political organization of society, are put back on track. And, if it is a real Renaissance, the level of culture and civilization will reach a much higher level than ever before.
And let me go ahead and shrink her down. Oh, I'm not muted. I was thinking I was muted, but I wasn't. All right.
It's all right.
Go ahead and get rid of that one while I'm here. Do you want to say anything, Hawk, before I go on to the next ones, or?
No, you're doing just fine. I do need to step away for about 5 minutes here. I got to go and feed the little itty bitty puppies, and it'll take me and get the other ones bedded down, and I'll be back. So go ahead and pull up what you're going to play next, and I'll go ahead and cue that or give you the permissions on that, and then I'll run and do that real quick. I'll only be gone for a couple minutes, as long as traveling with 14, full-size German Shepherds. What should take me like 2 minutes to get to takes me 5.
I can imagine, brother.
They all get in the way. It's you got to pay attention to me. No, I need to go feed the puppies. And they don't listen.
Yeah, they want you to feed them first.
They've already been fed.
They want you to feed them again then.
Yeah, the little pups, I give them. They get a little bit in the morning, then they get a little bit in the afternoon, and then they get a whopper at about 9 o'clock in the evening. And it's it's a good feeding schedule. They get big pretty quick, and it's it's quick and easy cleanup for me.
I hear you. Well, I'm glad you got them dogs to love, brother. I mean, I really am.
They drive me nuts.
You love them though, don't you?
Want some?
I wouldn't mind having one.
You guys, you're all going to Ronnie's tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep. It's a long trip.
They probably wouldn't like it here very much because it's such a. I don't know how big your place is, but mine's pretty tiny.
Could you imagine if I pulled up in your driveway and I got out and then 14 German Shepherds jumped out with me?
Oh well, Lord.
It'd be like
no, I can't imagine. They'd definitely have the run of the park here, that's for sure.
Dude, I made the 7-mile walk to the grocery store down at Safeway, and when I left, the dogs were all inside and locked in, right? And I was at the cash register paying, and she said, "You have such beautiful dogs." I said, "Have you been to my farm? I've never. I don't remember you." She says, "No, they're all sitting outside."
How the heck they get out?
They were all sitting right outside the door waiting for me to come out.
And I
walked 7 miles to the grocery store. They followed my ass, you know. And I'm like, oh boy, it was. And let me tell you, it was hard to keep them all in a straight line coming back because everybody had to smell the bags in my hand. You know,
well, didn't you say they were locked in, or did I misunderstand you there?
Yeah, they were locked in. I have a big, lock on the gate, but they jumped over the fence.
Oh, okay, I got you. I was wondering how they got out.
They got over a 6-foot fence.
Dang, yeah, I tell you, I had a little dog one time, Hawk. We called him Casper because he was completely white. And this dog, at the time we lived out in the country, and it had a fenced-in front yard. And it had one of the corner posts where it had a board. I think it was a 2x4 coming down, bracing the fence post up. And whoever built the fence, which wasn't me, had left it up there. It should have been taken down. But anyway, this little white dog, one day climbed up this. Seriously, he climbed up this 2x4 and went over the fence.
Yeah,
I never seen anything like it in my life. I thought, dang, has he got cat in him or what? That was one of the meanest little dogs I've ever seen in my life. I mean, he would. Oh God, he was totally hard headed.
Yeah, they can be that. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So, all right, let's go ahead and get your next video up here, and then I'll run and take care of them.
All right, sir. Let's see. I guess it'll be this one here. Nope, that ain't it. There we go.
Gotcha. All right, and I'll be back in just a minute or two.
Alrighty.
A final thought to all those that wanted all the refugees to come through the border. Think of it this way. They're going to drag us into this war by creating a terrorist attack, using those migrants that they hustled in through the southern border with your bleeding hearts. Our very own selected individuals, both Democrat and Republican, have been working against us. The military industrial complex makes too much money. And the only way to cull the population is through spread of disease and war. They become rich and we become less. It's about time that we stop playing these games and we hold them accountable, both on the left and the right. We've been saying this for a long time, but people have been so self-centered. No one's really paying attention to what's really happening. We've been distracted with drag queen nights and LGBTQ months and Juneteenths and George Floyd, who was a rapist yet killed, right? So we have been so distracted that they've been orchestrating this war with PMCs, private military companies, and here we are. They're going to drag us into this war because they're going to make sure there's blood spilt on our soil so that people say, we want blood back. Do not bloodlust. Pray. God will intervene. He always does. And don't forget the Speaker of the House race. See, right now, everyone's supporting Jim Jordan. Nobody likes Jim Jordan, but he's the best they got. Well, the Democrats are going to bring Gavin Newsom and watch them all jump on that train. The only way we can mitigate Gavin Newsom and a Michelle Obama so Michelle Obama can continue Barack Obama's legacy is if we bring in Alveda King. I'd love to see the Democrats trash Martin Luther King Jr.'s niece. She's more than capable, sound, is a centrist. And we need more of that. People that meet people in the middle. God forgive us.
You never get free, lamb to the slaughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? The price of your greed is your son and your daughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? Look me in my eyes, tell me everything's not fine. All the people ain't happy, and the river has run dry. You thought you could go free, but the system is done for. If you listen real closely, there's a knock at your front door. You'll never get free, lamb to the slaughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? The price of your greed is your son and your daughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? When there's blood in the beg me for mercy, admit you were toxic. You poisoned me just for another dollar in your pocket. Now I am the violence, I am the sickness. Won't accept your silence, beg me for forgiveness. We'll never get free, lamb to the slaughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? The price of your greed, your son and your daughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? When there's blood in the water. When there's blood in the I am the people, I am the storm, I am the riot, I am the swarm. When the last trees fall in the animal can't hide, money won't solve it. What's your alibi? What's your alibi? What's your alibi? What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? When there's blood in the water. When there's blood in the When there's blood in the water.
I am here
So,
with Alan and Nick. Alan is a falconer, Alan Perot, and Nick Noe is a, did I say your name right?
Just say no, like those
Nick,
commercials.
Nick No, Benghazi whistleblower. So thank you for being with me, both of you. I'm going to just start by saying that the Islamic Republic of Iran extorted $152 billion from President Barack Obama in a quid pro quo exchange for Iran's secrecy about the staged trophy kill and bin Laden's return to Iran. So that kind of sets the stage.
While we play checkers, they play chess. Oh, excuse me, no, they don't play chess. They invented chess. And they pulled bin Laden out at the last minute, after the DNA was provided to the CIA station chief by Pakistan ISI officers who are Iranian agents. That is the weak link that was missed by John Brennan and by Seymour Hersh, a great Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. His facts, as he reported them in Killing bin Laden, are perfect, beyond reproach, unimpeachable. His analysis of those facts are erroneous because he failed to realize that the two Pakistan ISI officers, one who reported bin Laden to the station chief and the other who supplied the blood sample, he failed to recognize that they were operating as Iranian agents, double agents. And they were gray men, retired Pakistan ISI, so that Musharraf would not be blamed. He had plausible deniability built in, baked into the cake. The Pakistan Prime Minister Musharraf can say, well, these were retired ISI. I had nothing to do with it.
So if it was the body double and it comes to light, why not cop to the error? Why cover it up? I mean, that might sound like a silly question or an obvious answer.
In the game of, oh yes, Nick, what were you going to say?
I think I might have the answer to that. If they have an error, then people ask, how did the error occur? And the error occurred because they had a transfer from Iran to Pakistan with bin Laden. When they did that, people would say, wait a minute, how did that happen? And then when they find out how that happened, then they'll realize that he'd been in Iran the whole time, and we had the power to do this at any time, to go get him, capture, kill, anytime. And I'll let Alan go ahead.
Yeah, Nick, 100% correct. You're 100% correct. And also let us remember there is precedent in Iran with Jimmy Carter and the helicopters that, do you remember, when they were going to release the hostages? They were going to recover the American hostages. That was a failed mission that was lethal to the political career of Jimmy Carter. And so that if it were publicly known that this mission was a fraud, the cascade effect, the political blowback on the U.S. administration would have been unsustainable, and President Barack Obama would not have survived. He was an unwitting victim of his own staff. This was not a mutiny. This was a takeover by Hillary, Brennan, and Biden, who all thought they knew better than President Obama. He was very reluctant to greenlight this operation.
Why is that?
I don't know all the details. We have a witness, a CIA man who was there when Hillary Clinton and Leon Panetta was threatening President Obama and telling him that if he would not greenlight the kill mission, not survive politically. They had an argument. They blew a gasket.
Can you explain a little bit about what happened to SEAL Team 6 as a result?
Along the way of researching everything and coming in contact with witnesses, I'm not just reading things online. I found firsthand witnesses. So the Army Rangers that were in the city that they were supposedly going to rescue, when they went there, they had never called for help. As a matter of fact, they were told not to go there when they're en route, and they still went there, or at least the woman that was overhead in a plane was saying that basically there's no reason for them to be there. And on top of that, they had received reports from over a week in advance, about a week in advance, that the Taliban were planning on shooting down aircraft, American aircraft, in that exact same location. So they knew about that ahead of time.
Okay.
Okay, so they had people set up with the Stinger missiles, the Manpad. I think they're called that, right? So, and then there are also 6 IEDs set up below for whenever they landed. So this was a pre-planned attack. They knew about them going there. So the real question is, how did they know that the SEAL team would be going there and they would not be called in? They didn't even get called there, and then they arrived there, and that's how they got shot down. So it makes you wonder what actually happened there, because they weren't called for help. They don't want to call them for help. They showed up to help. They knew that there was going to be an air attack with one of these missiles that they have. I mean, this is all documented. I'll give you the documents for it. And Charles Strange gave them to me. So another inconsistency with this is that they told the families that the bodies were burned so badly that they had to cremate them. And they made a mistake. They gave Charles Strange, they gave him his autopsy report on a disc, and he saw photos of
It's okay. Just talk them through it.
Right.
Oh, looks like it's back. Or was back. Is it back? If you're talking, Ronnie, you're muted.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about being muted because I can't see the screen, so sorry about that. No, I was just answering Miss Minor Sue's question there about what's the lady's name on the left, and I was just saying I have no idea what her name is. That's basically it.
like that. So they lied to him. What were they lying about? You just got to start asking questions, okay? So at this point, a lot of things that are completely outside of the norm. Normally, SEALs don't go in Chinook helicopters like that. They go in fast-moving helicopters for egress and I can't remember. So to go in quickly and leave quickly, all right? So this is completely out of the ordinary. And then not to mention they knew that there's going to be an attack in that same spot, and they had read the cables about this. So I also heard, I don't know if this is true, I'll have to see if I can find documentation that they switched out the pilots. There were Afghans on there, and they switched them out and had different ones flying at that time. So maybe someone was just good enough to get him there to get shot down. It's part of the plan. I don't know, but I certainly have a lot of questions. And, so it's the fact that that happened. And then there's someone named Kesterson, Scott, or not Kesterson. I don't know why I goofed on that. It's because they have very unique names. His name is Tim. You know him, Alan. Tim, what is his name? He's Tim.
Here we go. Kick back in anytime now. Well, I don't know if it's going to finish playing or not.
You can always
Ken Timmerman.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah. Ken Timmerman.
The author?
Yes,
Yeah.
Ken Timmerman wrote a book about this. He has I forget what page it's on. Let me find the page really quick. So
Is it the page that was sent to Ryan Artig?
Yeah, that's right. It's
I just read it before getting on the phone with you. Yeah.
What page is this?
How about-
220, page 225 of his book called Dark Forces. On there, he explains, and he is very thorough with his investigations. All right. he explains that they came from a Qatari's weapons cache. It was turned over in early 2011, initially intended for anti-Gaddafi forces. And so they delivered those to the Taliban, it's believed, in early 2012. So at that time, we had a covert weapons program, and Mark Turry was running it. And Hillary Clinton told him, "You're not doing that anymore." And it's small arms. She told him, "You're not doing that anymore. I am." And then she took over and started selling weapons with her and her friends. And she's the head of the State Department. So obviously the State Department doesn't sell weapons. She would have never been authorized to take over a CIA program. She's Secretary of State. And then she gave it to her friends, just willy-nilly. You guys go ahead and sell these things. And then they sold Stinger missiles. And the rumor is that people objected to this, and because the Stinger missiles, I mean, sure, whatever, send some weapons through, they're probably their mentality. But then the Stinger missiles were an issue because those can shoot down jetliners. A very weakly trained person, I don't know, like a 14-year-old, 13-year-old kid, if they were strong enough, could put this on their shoulder, point it, and shoot down a jetliner. That's how sophisticated these weapons are. So Hillary decided to sell those, and she sold them through Benghazi. She sold them. That's where they were running the weapons through originally, right? And it's my belief that they had to shoot down SEAL Team 6 as a warning to the others that if they talk about the Bin Laden raid, then it'll be them, or they could have mistakenly thought it was them. Many people die, more than 6.
It's just called SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, it's just called SEAL Team 6. There are several teams sub-teams within SEAL Team 6 that do specialty jobs, and they'll be used for certain parts of missions or certain missions, whatever. Just tactical things that they need for specific missions. They got a specialty in this, they got a specialty in this. They go after and do their job and come home. So there are a lot of questions about that. As I said, they were not asked for support. They did not ask for support, and they still went there. Then they had reports that there were going to be someone there to shoot down American aircraft, and that there was tons of Taliban waiting for them, and they had IEDs waiting for them as well. So
ostensibly, isn't it Americans killing Americans?
I think it's fair to make that conclusion with the assessment. It's a fair assessment.
And then you have, as of late, this Rob O'Neill man who's come forth that had an article in the Daily Mail stating that no, he did indeed kill Osama, and then it was others said that he's lying. That's right. fairly recent.
Yeah, they were interviewed. There were things written by several news places. One of them said that basically it wasn't appreciated they talked in the first place, because SEALs don't talk about, no matter what the circumstance, they don't talk about what they've done and what they were going to do in most cases. So the fact that he came out and said that was against their code of ethics in the first place, and he was publicly there's letters written and admonished about it. So then there's someone else that had also claimed to be on the raid, and he said that they did not even recognize Bin Laden. Bin Laden is 6'5" tall, very tall Arab man, right? Very tall, and he looks like Bin Laden. How can you miss him? They said, we didn't recognize him. What do you mean you didn't recognize him? He's America's most wanted for a decade, and you don't know what he looks like? It's probably one of the reasons they joined the military. Are you kidding me? I mean, because they saw that, and they wanted, they're patriotic and they want to serve their country, and they know that one day they'll probably come across him. I'm sure that's in their mind. And then they don't recognize him? I don't know.
In the the notion that the body double was killed and not the real Osama, is that something that came from you, Alan?
Well, yes, because I have a confirmed delivery of a letter to Leon Panetta before Abbottabad warning him against a trophy kill in Pakistan. I warned him against moving bin Laden out of Iran to Pakistan for a trophy kill. And there is a witness to the to confirm the delivery of that letter to the CIA director.
And so someone like Rob O'Neill recently coming out, that seems like an attempt to discredit you and discredit what you're presenting.
Rob O'Neill is a person who can be expected to continue his storyline, because otherwise the whole house of cards comes falling down. And so Rob O'Neill is a good bet for the opposition. There are some anomalies I'm noticing about Mr. O'Neill. He was contracted as a talking head on Fox News, which is generally conservative. And these contracts tend to be exclusive. And yet Rob O'Neill is leveraging his attacks against the president from CNN, which brings into question his genuine political loyalties at a time when he's being weaponized to be the tip of the spear against the president. These are just questions I have. You know, he could be a lovely person, but I am suspicious when there are two people claiming to have shot bin Laden, one saying he held bin Laden's head in his hand and posed for a photograph, and the other one saying he didn't recognize the man that he shot. You know, the one who didn't recognize the man that he shot sounds like a man who shot a double and who's reluctant to admit that he shot a double and that he was very distressed at what he saw. That would be my deductive analysis of his statements, but he's the only one that can tell us the truth behind his statements. But to your question, I'm in possession of a letter and correspondence to prove that Leon Panetta, I warned him against moving bin Laden out of Iran to Pakistan for a trophy kill.
Well, I don't know if it froze again or what. And it did. Well, we just have to be patient till it kicks back in.
Those are the words I used. It is a reasonably long letter. I think it's 2 or 3 pages. And I was, Leon Panetta did not heed my warning. He used my letter as a roadmap through the foggy battlefield.
Now, when this information was presented on the last day of the American Priority Conference, since then, it's been Sunday, that happened Sunday, today is Friday. Right away, Alex Jones and others disputed, said this is phony story, without, at least from my understanding, speaking to you or maybe writing you off just because you're a Sikh and you wear a turban, which, I mean, this is America. We embrace each other's differences. So I found that strange too, for someone who says that they're a patriot. Why not even give you the benefit of the doubt and speak? Did they try to speak with you?
No. And I love Alex Jones. I did listen to part of his broadcast. It was about 3 hours. I did keep hearing a mantra, the man's wearing a wizard suit. I thought it was a bit peculiar because, there are 1.8 billion Muslims. Perhaps half of them wear robes. The Pope wears a robe. In Pakistan, they wear shalwar kameez. All the men wear shalwar kameez. And I'm a Sikh, the fifth largest religion in the world, maybe 50 million people. And I'm considered to be a devout Sikh. I dress like a Sikh. I look like a Sikh. But to Alex Jones, I was a man in a wizard outfit. God bless him. I can forgive ignorance. But I think that he might want to look a little deeper than skin deep when he's reporting on something this significant.
Absolutely.
And furthermore, personal attacks detract from the message. The message is not the messenger. I'm just the mailman. Yeah. And I'm really unimportant and irrelevant here. However I look or whatever my religion is irrelevant. I have an unusual way of working, and I have a lot of information which cannot be shared in public. It's illegal for me to share it in public. There's a proscribed protocol called misprision of treason, which I think has never been invoked.
Yeah,
to
you say that.
Yes. And so Alex Jones, if he wants to get a message across, I think he would be well advised to drop the wizard suit stuff.
Well, I also appreciate Alex. I'm not one to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I mean, anyone who listens to Alex knows that he has some pretty far out notions, whether I agree with them or not. Many of them I do agree, but he's pretty out there as far as hyperdimensional entities or aliens or so. And to engage in ad hominem attacks is what we're trying to fight against.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. But, the other thing is, I think when a person makes an assessment, see, Alex Jones and a lot of these people haven't even listened to the tapes or looked at the first of many documents and tapes. Yeah. Huh? And they come to a final conclusion, and then they get on top of the rooftop and they're shouting their opinion. But do you really want to know what these people are like? They're like a blind man feeling the tail of an elephant, and another man's feeling the leg, and another man's feeling the trunk, and they're trying to describe it. The only person who sees this elephant is going to be President Trump. And the elephant is a Democrat elephant called Joe Biden and John Brennan and Leon Panetta. There's quite a few of these elephants that only the president will see under the terms of misprision of treason. Everybody else is talking about the tail or the nose or the hoof. And that's the way it has to be until the president has the full spectrum of information to use as he sees fit as the commander-in-chief, because his predecessor was commandeered and commanded by the Iranians. And this shall never happen again in this administration. It won't let it happen once or ever.
Let us talk a little bit about Joe Biden and Brian Ettinger, his confidant and attorney. Where, if you can speak a little about Biden's role, and where is Brian Ettinger presently?
I don't know. I think he's I don't know exactly where he is. I suspect he might be in Texas. What was your question about, Brian?
Well, yeah, what is Joe Biden's role in this, given Brian Ettinger's, the fact he's his confidant, and that he was sending him on a mission that wasn't, from my understanding, on the books?
Well, in the words of Congressman Kurt Weldon, the vice president sends Joe Biden on quote unquote secret missions without the State Department involved.
You mean Ettinger, right, Alan?
I'm sorry, Ettinger, pardon me. Yes, Ettinger is sent on secret missions without the State Department involved.
Kurt, it's Alan Perot.
I'm going to put you on the phone with myself and Brian Ettinger. I told you who Brian is. He's a good friend and a trusted partner of mine. He has access. He doesn't get paid. He does this as a favor for Biden with the interagency organized crime task force that works with our agencies.
Yes.
But he's also very close to Biden on a number of issues. He was his former staffer. I trust him with my life, and we're business partners. So I'm going to have you. I've told him about you. You don't have to go through all the background about who you are.
Okay.
But I want you to tell him the most recent situation, and then Brian and I are going to talk about it because we're going to have to New York together. So we'd like to put you on speakerphone now and introduce you.
Yes.
Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let me put the volume up. All right, you've got to speak loudly. This is Brian Ettinger. Yes, sir. How are you?
Very well, sir. How are you, Brian?
Good. Speak very loud, Alan, so we can hear you. We're in a car. And Kurt told me about, I guess, the latest incident was with Governor Richardson, and he went through your background and who you are and the people that you previously contacted, and he indicated that you were going to try to get Susan Collins and Lieberman united together to go in and see to brief the president or the vice president about the situation.
You are correct.
And I understand you're into the preservation of falcons. I'm sure you do know most of the royal members of the royal family because that's what they hunt with, is falcons, as well as Ben Laden used to hunt with falcons. So
Well, sir, I worked exclusively for President Sheikh Zayed, the late president of the United Arab Emirates. I lived with him and his family for 20 years. I also trained falcons for the Saudi crown prince before he became King Abdullah. Yes, falconry is the Rosetta Stone for Al Qaeda. I met Victor Boot in Sheikh Zayed's falconry camps, and recently, between November 2004 and up until recently, my team members have met Osama bin Laden 6 times inside Iran. We have repeatedly notified the U.S. government and only received, first we were ignored, then we were obstructed, and then we were threatened.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. There's a friend of mine who's an international hunter, and he hunts with falcons with the royal family of the UAE, and his name is Saeed Khan Karacha.
Yes.
I don't know if you know Saeed, but he takes them in the Himalayas to go this mountain goat. They go hunting with the royal family there.
Yes.
And he told me about a year ago that because he has a house also in Quetta, he told me that he knew recently that bin Laden was in northern Iran, and he's an American citizen, and told people at the embassy, and they ignored him like the plague. I haven't told you this, but on my most recent trip to Kuwait, I was with my 2 closest friends there, Sheikh Mohammed, who's the foreign minister, deputy prime minister, and former U.S. ambassador, and Sheikh Saud, who was the ambassador during Desert Storm.
Yes.
Who is George Bush, the father's closest friend in the Middle East.
Yes.
He's a very close friend of mine, and we were having a private dinner with his son Noah, who's another really close friend of mine. And we got to talking about bin Laden. I said, Sheikh Saud, where do you think he is? He said, oh, Kurt,
He said, there's no doubt he's in Iran. Yeah, I just told Kurt, I said, no, the better way of doing it, if Susan Collins and Lieberman are on board, I wouldn't go see Obama, I'd go see Biden. And Brian can arrange that. Brian can arrange that directly, Alan.
Here's the problem, sir. We have identified with documentation 3 mechanisms used by the Bush administration to covertly engineer bin Laden's house arrest inside Iran. We have identified 2 mechanisms used by this administration to continue the legacy. And Hillary Clinton's fingerprints are all over this, and Leon Panetta's fingerprints are all over this. We will have tremendous opposition.
But yeah, because I told Kurt that he is being protected by us. We don't really want to get him. We want him under the radar screen because he basically made a deal that he's not going to hit us here in the U.S.
Well, that's quite a mouthful of marbles right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a lot of illegal stuff right there, to my understanding. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but we have oversight control protocols in our government. The Senate Intelligence Committee is the successor to the Church Commission. Its purpose is to have oversight control over the CIA and the FBI. And we have a system of checks and balances. And when a person subverts the system of checks and balances, they go down a slippery slope. And at the bottom of that slope is the big T word that nobody wants to hear: treason. And Joe Biden sent his attorney on secret missions without the State Department involved. The most recent of which, according to Kurt Weldon, was to Pakistan. Before January 6, 2011, he went to Pakistan. Osama bin Laden arrived in Pakistan in August of 2010.
Mm.
This raises many questions.
And as far as proof that you've provided, I think there were 2 calls with Kurt, the congressman. Is it representative of Pennsylvania, Kurt Weldon?
Yes, yes.
And Brian Edinger?
Yes.
And is there any other evidence in your possession to implicate Joe Biden?
The president's going to get everything.
Okay. But just for the people that might have a question of when will they get this terror?
The evidence is in a safe place.
Okay.
And the president will receive everything.
Okay. Do you want to say anything to that, Nick? Do you have anything to add?
I know that Alan is truthful because he's been kind enough to share some things that I will not share with you right now.
Maybe take a moment now to just clarify. I don't know how it started that you are not a CIA whistleblower. We said it the other day, but if just on record, you can reiterate that.
Thank you so much for clarifying that, because that's caused no end of misconceptions and irritation to me, and about me and to me. I've never been paid by the CIA. I've never been hired by the CIA. I've never been paid by any government, foreign or domestic.
I think that was it.
Yeah, it looks like it on the screen there.
Yes, sir. Okay, let me get that one out of the way. And well, that was a fairly informative video, I thought. What'd you think about that one, Hawk?
Good information, but the dude looks like a lady.
Oh, I hear you, man. Yeah, I was noticing you talking about the
mustache.
woman?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was noticing in chat a while ago.
Shadow.
Yeah.
So
Man, I agree. She wasn't easy on the eyes, or he wasn't easy on the eyes. That's for sure.
I can't tell. Yeah.
Me either. Well, the very least it could have done was scooted back a little bit from the camera.
Yeah, it'd have been nice.
It certainly would have. I was just noticing, Hawk, you've been going for almost 11 hours, brother.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. What time was that? Was what? Dang.
Started at 11:30. No, started at 11 o'clock.
My goodness. I'll tell you what, you got a heck of a lot more staying power than I've got. I mean, by leaps and bounds. I just happened to glance up there at the ticker a while ago, and I thought, Lord have mercy, he's been on that long.
Yep. Once we get rolling, we don't stop.
I heard that. Do you ever fall asleep at the controls?
I have once or twice. Yeah,
I can understand it.
Yeah.
All I can say is congrats, brother. Man, after for me, 5 hours is about as much as I can go. I mean, that's my limit, and I'm stretching it to go that far. But good for you. You ready for another video?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm just jumping around. They're not in any certain order, so
not a worry.
And most of them aren't very long, so all right. Let's see here. Okay, it's different. I'm so used to going back over and checking, all the time to make sure they're showing that I'm not used to anybody else having, being here with me to control it. So, well, I still got to put the darn thing up. I got to figure out which one's which now. Okay, that's got to be it. Let me go back and do this all over again.
Has a right to exist and to defend itself. That is an indisputable fact. But so do Palestinians, and that's a fact that's often ignored. Palestinians are, at best, third-class citizens in the nation of their birth. The idea that it's even remotely controversial to call what Israel has imposed on Palestinians a form of apartheid is laughable. One look at a current map of Israel, Gaza, and the occupied territories conjures up only one other example: apartheid-era South Africa. The Israeli government, on an ongoing basis, declares parcels of land on which Palestinians live to be either of military or archaeological importance, causing residents to be evicted. Sometimes there's a court case, and almost always the Palestinians lose. Yet months or weeks later, that same important land suddenly becomes home to a brand new Israeli settlement. As more and more Jewish settlers take over land on which Arabs live, the occupied West Bank becomes de facto more Israeli and, in the explicit hopes of the Israeli government, more Jewish. This is a long-standing attempt and a deliberate attempt to force Arabs who have lived in that land, sometimes for hundreds of years, out. It's an attempt to dilute their presence, because to have Arabs as full participants is, in the opinion of the Israeli government and their courts, diluting Israel. Just prior to the pandemic, I toured many of the contested areas and homes from which Arabs are being pushed out, both in Israel proper and in the occupied territories. Palestinians don't control the important parts of their lives. Palestinian families are refused permits to build or renovate their homes. When they connect their homes to the municipal water supply, Israeli soldiers sometimes cut the pipes. When they attempt to harness solar energy because their homes are not on the grid, Israeli soldiers literally come and remove solar panels from their homes. I spent an hour and a half traveling alongside an elderly Palestinian woman who was being transferred between 3 ambulances from Gaza to the no man's land in between and then into Israel to get cancer treatment. 3 ambulances over the course of 1 mile, more than an hour to cross the border. That's how Gazans live. Without medical treatment because Israel prevents it. Without electricity much of the time because Israel prevents it. Without the ability to fish in the Mediterranean Ocean because Israel prevents it. Without an airport or a seaport because Israel prevents it. Like Israelis, Palestinians also have a right to exist and to defend themselves. But there is no one willing to help them do that. Not the Israeli courts and not the U.S. government. What the U.S. also shares with Israel is the belief that Hamas, the political party that governs Gaza, is a terrorist organization that calls for the destruction of Israel. Hamas is supported by the majority of Palestinians in Gaza. Hamas may not be in the best long-term interests of the Gazans, but peace hasn't really worked out for them. Faced with an Israeli government which pens them into what has been called the world's largest open-air prison, they have chosen a government that most of us wouldn't prefer, one that is not given to negotiation and moderation and respect for its neighbor. Israel needs a new approach to the Palestinians, and America needs a new approach to Israel. After more than 7 decades of not just being deprived of land from which they were evicted, Palestinian frustration runs deep. It may be worth going deeper than what you may hear inside your bubble and understanding the depth to which the Palestinian people are subject to apartheid in their own land, deprived of basic necessities, and subject to relentless civil rights violations. This is not a secret. It's out there for you to see. You just have to look for it.
You know, it's amazing to me that they took anyone's, or that him, MSNBC, or CNN, anyone took any other side than the Israeli side. But there it is, you know.
It's 1 in 100.
It is. It's absolutely amazing. I'm going to get that one out of the way. And crap.
That's all right. There you go.
Started too soon, didn't I?
No, yeah, you started too soon. Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
I was busy looking. Miss Mendersley brought me a bag of M&Ms yesterday.
Oh,
so
sure.
I was looking at the bag and opening the bag, sticking my hand in the bag, and then I was like, "Whoops!" He pulled up a video.
No, you're not going to share the M&Ms? I mean,
I'll open the bag, but if you think you can reach through, then you can feel free to do so. But
I hear you.
I can't say you get your hand back.
Now I heard that. I heard that plainly.
Enough to destroy the entire Middle East, and nobody has done anything about it since.
Intelligence reports reached Washington that Israel was building an atom bomb. Despite claims that Dimona was for peaceful purposes only, Israel's leader Ben-Gurion was summoned to Washington. President Kennedy feared...
This is amazing, Ben, is I forgot who it was a while ago asked the question about Dimona, and here it is. Now, I didn't even know that's what this, I didn't connect the two. But
yep, there you go.
Here we go.
An arms race in the Middle East and demanded inspections. But when inspectors finally entered the plant in May 1961, they were tricked. They were shown a fake control room on the ground floor. They were unaware of the 6 floors below where the plutonium was made.
Well, this was something of great pride and almost a legendary story in Dimona, according to Vanunu. When the Americans came, they were completely hoodwinked. All the entrances, including the lift shafts, were bricked up and plastered over, so it was impossible for anyone to find their way down to the lower floors.
After Kennedy's assassination, the pressure on Israel was off. His successor, Lyndon Johnson, turned a blind eye. Today, proliferation experts report Israel has the world's 6th largest nuclear arsenal, with small tactical nuclear weapons, nuclear landmines, as well as medium-range nuclear missiles launchable from air, land, or sea. It's thought plutonium is made in Dimona. Nuclear weapons are assembled at Yodafat and stored at Zechariah and El Abun. 3 nuclear submarines are based in Haifa, and Israel's biological and chemical warfare laboratories are at Ness Ziona. Israel never comments on such reports. But evidence continues to emerge. In 1992, an Israeli cargo plane crashed in Amsterdam, killing 43 people. The Israelis claimed it was carrying flowers and perfume. It took 6 years and a Dutch parliamentary inquiry before they admitted it was carrying DMMP, a key component for sarin nerve gas.
Short but sweet.
Yeah. People are beginning to see who's been trying to rule the world all this time.
If they aren't, then I don't know what it's going to take. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, my
It's
goodness.
like, how much more do you got to see before you realize?
Absolutely. I mean, really, there's, and the thing of it is too, is it's not that hard to find the evidence but most people just, for whatever reason, I say most people, a lot of people just don't want to go look, for anything.
Yeah.
And I guess I have to admit, there's probably a time in my life when I was that way. I had other things on my mind. Well, this is back before I ever realized, that I guess that what was going on was going on. But man, once I started to get it, and I always felt, and you probably felt the same way, Hawk. I've always felt that there was something very wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly what it was.
Yeah, it's I spent a little time over in the Middle East in a little time. Well, and the things that I saw, things didn't add up. Things did not add up at all.
Where were you at over there?
Can't say.
Oh, okay, I got you. I should have known that right off the bat when you just said Middle East, but
I can say I paid a visit to Anwar, Providence. That much I can tell you. Other places I can't. It's basically a NDA with the government, and someday I'll do a tell-all.
I got those things. The NDAs, they run on forever. How do they?
I think after all this is done, I think that it's not going to matter. I think it's going to be something that can be broken. But I understood what was going on. I understood that that there was an entity in control that was. It was deception from the outset. But I was field artillery. That much I can tell you. And I was I worked with 195s, 198 howitzers, and then 777s. It's.
What years were you in?
I went in 1980 and got out in 2004.
Okay. I was just wondering, where'd you take your training at?
Parris Island. And then I went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma
That's what I was getting at. I was at Fort Sill. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I was at Fort Sill. I actually went back there a second time as an instructor. I spent time at Fort Sill. Then from there went to Camp Pendleton, then to Okinawa, Japan, and then back to Camp Pendleton. From there on, it was.
So you were a Marine that was at Fort Sill.
Yep.
Okay, I got because we went through when I was up there, which was several years before you, but when I was there, we was training with Marines too. They were always, and I felt so sorry for them guys, man. I mean, they went through hell. I thought, man, if I was in the Marines, I think I'd go AWOL. I mean, I ain't kidding. They would get in trouble for the least little thing. I mean, when you're there, for us or for me, it was my second, what we called AIT, advanced individual training.
Yeah.
But and for them, I don't know, maybe it was their first, but even if it's the first, they in the Army, they let up on you a lot, when you go to your training.
Yeah, but even your boot camp is like a walk in the park compared to Marine Corps boot camp.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
But when you're on an Army post, You are representation of the United States Marine Corps, and anything that you do that can somehow alter the appearance of what the Marine Corps is about, you are up Poops Creek without a paddle.
Well, let me tell you, at Fort Sill, when I was there, it was so cold, man. I mean, it's snowing, wind blowing so hard. It felt like it's 40 below zero. Now, I'm sure it wasn't that cold, but it felt like it.
Yeah.
And, us Army guys, we had our coats and on. I had my collar up. I don't know if anybody else did or not, but, cap on, all kind, staying warm, gloves on. Here's these Marines over here.
Shorts
right beside us now.
T-shirts and sneakers.
Oh man, I'm telling you, I couldn't believe how they was treating these guys. For the least little thing now, they would make them put a bucket over their head and run around the whole company or whatever. I think it was a company of them, maybe a platoon.
Platoon, yeah.
But I'm telling you, these guys just went through. Oh man, I thought, well, if they can go through all that, they ought to be some tough motor scooters. Is all I can say. For nothing, I think one of them one day had his collar up or something, and they made him it was very little that they made him put this bucket over his head for him run around. Thank God I wasn't in the Marines. That's all I can say. And thank God for the Marines, though.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a few times that I was not too hip about the Marine Corps, but it's the thing is you work through everything, and you realize that you signed up for this, and it is your responsibility to follow through with it. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. You got no choice. So you just gotta go with the flow.
Oh, absolutely. But it's just that what I was doing when I was watching them is just comparing their lives to ours, and on top of all that, when we got out of, like, at lunchtime, when we come back and have lunch and go back to our classes, these guys would have to march in formation, just like in basic training, march in that formation, and they would let us, break up into little groups and, walk along however we wanted to do it. Not the Marines. And had I guess it was a drill sergeant. I'm not sure what they had over them, but they weren't going to get out of line. I can tell you that.
No, that's you don't mess around in the Corps. It's you're Johnny on the spot, or you're Johnny on the ground on your back. I was in at a time that a drill instructor or a sergeant or gunnery sergeant could flat out knock you out, and there wasn't nothing anybody could do about it.
Yeah, and that's where it was in basic training with me. I mean, golly, but there were some rotten. Oh, we had one DI that was just big old. I mean, this guy was he looked 7 foot tall to me. A white guy. He wasn't that tall, but I'm just saying, being in basic training, it was what it appeared. And this guy would just kick the crap out of for nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, he was, but he did get demoted, and got his whatever they do with a DI after they take him out of being a DI, because he was just too darn mean, at least for the Army.
He goes back to whatever job he had before he became an instructor.
He didn't need to be there. I think this guy could have very easily been a murderer. I mean, okay.
Some guys are driven out of the military after when you pull that kind of stuff, because again, reflects on whatever service you're on, and when when you get that kind of reflection coming back, it's an embarrassment to whatever service, and it's just unacceptable.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, this is a story that I'll shut up. We were in, I think it was either the first or second day we got to our basic training company, and they had us sitting in this big empty barracks. It was the whole company now sitting in this big old empty barracks. or empty building. I don't remember if it was a barracks or not, but they were having us to get up and sit down, get up and sit down. And this one guy that was just a couple of guys over from me, he didn't get up quick enough for this big DI. And I mean, he drew back and hit this dude so hard, and he wasn't expecting it, you know. The guy that got hit wasn't. And he knocked a couple of us down. The guy hit him something. We wasn't expecting it either.
Yeah.
But I mean, he just knocked a total crap out of him. Like I said, this guy was huge. But, you know.
Yeah, it takes a special breed.
That was when I knew I didn't want to be a DI. You know, if you had to be, I could never be that rotten to people myself. So, you know, it wasn't for me. You ready for this next one, Hawk?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Fake silhouette, avoiding every threat. I wanna stay like a silhouette, but I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Hey, Internet friends, as we continue to chronicle the strange happenings of 2020 on this channel, between riots and coughs, a rather curious case has emerged, and no, we're not talking about the fake alien invasion, which is certainly scheduled for later this year. Rather, I'm talking about the latest update on Ghislaine Maxwell, who was arrested by the FBI within the last week. I'll be blunt with you, I'm not ready to make a video on the latest updates because this script is one we've all seen before and it was baloney the first time too. So instead, we're talking about bloodlines, specifically the bloodline of spook royalty, the Maxwells. The mainstream media has rarely covered this ancestral context, and while alternative media has, you know how I am, I just want it simplified in like 15 minutes or less. Because I need some context from the past to navigate the present, but I also don't want to go cross-eyed staring at my computer screen for hours. So today, we're talking about the House of Maxwell. And we're starting with Big Papa Maxwell. Originally born as Abraham Lieb in Czechoslovakia in 1923, the official origin story of the House of Maxwell begins in squalor. In an impoverished village where winters were cold, food was scarce, and apparently, a few dozen name changes were par for the course. Soon, Abraham Lieb's name transformed to Jan Abraham Ludwig, and with this name, at age 16, he left his village, dyeing his hair an unnatural black color, marching off with his mother's advice. Act like an Englishman. The English are successful. Don't screw this up, twerp. And so he followed his mother's advice. If he were ever to achieve his family's dream of a Jewish homeland in Palestine, there were sacrifices to be made, especially as whispers of war traveled across Europe. And with those whispers, waves of what was dubbed anti-Semitic messages spread over radio stations. Upon hearing this talk, Abraham Lieb or Jan Abraham Ludwig or whatever the heck Robert Maxwell's name was at that time, took it upon himself to cast a better depiction of his people. So before World War II had even started, Robert Maxwell became a storyteller, telling those who would listen that he'd lied about his age so he could join the local Czech resistance movement in Budapest. A tale which he would relay to the BBC decades later, but it was a lie. There was no Czech resistance at that time in Budapest because there were no German soldiers in the city. But the facts didn't matter. It was the emotion from the story that mattered, which is perhaps why Robert Maxwell went on to become such a successful media mogul. By the time he requested to join the British Army's Pioneer Corps, he was going by the name Jan Hotch, perhaps because it sounded a little more English and a little less, well, you know, not English, because he certainly didn't speak any at the time. He kept pushing to enlist in the English ranks, setting his sights on the 6th Battalion of the North Staffordshire Regiment. And with a few character endorsements, Jan Hotch found himself in the 17th Infantry Brigade Intelligence Unit. But this time, he changed his name to Leslie Dumouriez, Dumouriez being a popular cigarette brand. And Leslie Dumouriez was popular with British soldiers too, so much so that he became a second lieutenant shortly after his 21st birthday. But the commanding officer took him aside, saying that Dumouriez wasn't an acceptable name for an officer in the North Staffs. So he suggested a Scottish alias instead, Ian Robert Maxwell. And from then on, this was the Robert Maxwell, a man from nowhere that would take on the world. All that was missing was a wife. Maxwell no longer had to brag about battles he'd never fought. He was seeing plenty of action in 1944 when he arrived in the newly liberated Paris for a few days of rest and relaxation, where an arranged pairing between Allied servicemen and Parisians was orchestrated by the Paris Welcome Committee. And among the eager ladies was a woman named Elizabeth Maynard, the underfed and frail 23-year-old daughter of a silk merchant with a Protestant middle-class background, who was immediately taken by Maxwell's presence. They were married, and together they had 9 children over the span of 16 years. But unlike their post-wartime counterparts, they weren't looking to settle in their newfound peaceful life. Robert had other ideas. While Elizabeth found purpose in fostering relations between Christians and Jews throughout her career, focusing on Holocaust history and organizing conferences around the goal of combating anti-Semitism, her husband chased power and influence. One of the outcomes of World War II was the establishment of the State of Israel within the region known as Palestine, a place that the newly formed United Nations had allocated as the Jewish state. Maxwell was key in the creation of Israel, given that he used his contacts to help smuggle aircraft parts to Israel during the 1948 War of Independence. Officially established in 1949, Mossad became the National Intelligence Agency of Israel, aimed at intelligence collection, covert operations, and counterterrorism, sort of like the Israeli equivalent of the CIA. It's assumed that shortly after the establishment of the State of Israel and Maxwell's rise to power, that Maxwell was recruited by Mossad. In 1964, with Maxwell representing the left-leaning Socialist Labor Party, he was elected as a member of parliament for Buckingham and re-elected in 1966. After his government run, Maxwell had used his contacts in the Allied occupation to build his business empire, becoming a distributor for a scientific book company and then eventually buying a controlling stake in a publisher by the name of Butterworth Springer, whose name was changed to Pergamon Press and then catapulted to prolific greatness. Pergamon, which would have been located in modern-day Turkey, was an ancient Greek city known for its altar, the Pergamon altar, also known as the seat of Satan, that was brought over to Berlin in 1930. I thought that was an interesting aside, but moving right along, not only did Israeli intelligence take an interest in Maxwell's publishing companies, specifically the scientific journals he published, but the KGB also took notice, as did MI6. Intelligence agencies of every country did deal in one thing after all: information, the flow and collection of it. As electronic communications became more refined over the decades, a software called Pharma software was developed for the specific purpose of monitoring and managing federal government databases and was bankrolled by the U.S. Department of Justice. It was licensed under the condition that the U.S. did not modify or distribute the software. Well, that promise didn't last long because, as the story goes, it was realized that the program had more capabilities than the original intended use, which was to monitor court cases. But someone figured out if they sold the software to banks, the program could actually electronically spy on folks in real time, specifically monitoring the flow of money. Under the guise of protecting U.S. national interests, U.S. intelligence took the program to an Indian reservation, and the program was altered to create a backdoor to allow government spying. As the story goes, Israel wanted to buy the software but couldn't afford it, so they stole it and became a vendor for the software. Well, guess who had access to Promise and the back door? You guessed it, Robert Maxwell. One of Promise's stories was that it was sold to Middle Eastern arms dealers and even allegedly used by Osama bin Laden to obtain intel on the U.S. that led to the attacks of 9/11, if you believe that official story. In 1984, Maxwell acquired Mirror Group newspapers, which included the Daily Mirror. And pretty much everyone who worked at Mirror Group said Robert Maxwell was a crook and a liar. To say that this guy was a media mogul at this point would be an understatement. He had his hands in everything. MTV, New York Daily News, Macmillan Publishers, Nimbus Records, European newspapers, tabloids, and even a home computer company. So when I look at this guy, I see someone who is firstly privy to the latest information and he collects it. And two, he's a guy who is uniquely able to control the flow of information to the public, whether that be through educational texts, gossip columns, or even biographies about world leaders. It's a perfect job for an operative, a perfect job for a spy. All that's missing are sharks with laser beams. In 1991, Maxwell died a mysterious death off the Canary Islands, where his naked body was found floating off his yacht, named the Lady Glenn after his daughter. There is much debate over the cause of his death, whether it was a result of a heart attack, suicide, or hit job. Either way, he had a lavish funeral in Israel. And the Israeli Prime Minister eulogized him, saying that Maxwell had done more for Israel than can today be said. It's debated whether Maxwell was Mossad or Israeli military intelligence, and where his actual loyalty rested, as the billionaire publisher was rumored to have spoken 8 languages fluently and was an asset for MI6, KGB, and Mossad. It appears his main loyalty was to Israel, but when you behave the way Maxwell did, I wonder if your only loyalty is really to yourself. It later came out that Maxwell was responsible for stealing £460 million from the Mira Group pension fund, amounting to about $1.1 billion to finance his operations and his lifestyle. All right, and that, my friends, was my super fast summary of Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy by Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon. But all this spy business didn't end there. In fact, it stayed in the family. It's theorized that Ghislaine was heavily affected by her father's death and demise of his reputation. Her status and fortune had taken a hit, and thus Epstein provided her re-entry to the society to which she was accustomed, even though the key to that society was blackmail. I, however, suspect she was much less prey and altogether more predator, being spook family royalty and all. Ghislaine's twin sisters, Christine and Isabel, were apparently internet pioneers who founded Magellan Web Search Service. Magellan was one of the very first search engines that was live on the internet from 1995 to 2001. Imagine the data collection potential of manning a search engine. Find out an important person's IP address and keep a log of their inquiries, or perhaps even their darkest desires. Excellent blackmail potential, but I digress. The search engine was very popular amongst users. It really had the momentum to become Google, but the company sold out, only for Ghislaine's sisters to chase a spooky new endeavor. Christine founded Kiliad, which is a data analytics company who managed to obtain big-time government contracts, ranging from the FBI, CIA, and the software was likely even preloaded onto HP servers going back to the early 2000s. The firm's software was behind the data search technology used by the FBI's counterterrorism data warehouse. And the company's advisory board includes Alan Wade, former CIO of the CIA. So at this juncture, since we've seen it before and history repeats, we ask, does Kiliad have a backdoor much like Promise software that Papa Maxwell used and it was sold to foreign governments? Christine is not an American, and a quick Google search and understanding of her family background would lead you to believe that her loyalty lies with Israel. So how and why did Kiliad get contracts with the United States government to surveil individuals under the guise of counterterrorism? The line of questioning becomes even more damning when we factor in Our Lady of the Hour, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the accusations of running a sexual blackmail operation with the abuse of underage victims, then turning around to weaponize that abuse to blackmail individuals for, presumably, political gain, as she's been accused numerous times of being a Mossad operative. Seriously, the continuous thread here is Mossad, so what do you Mossad people want? Can you just come out with your list of demands already and get it over with? What are normal people supposed to do with the idea that some of the most powerful people in the world, the people who run their governments, their media, whatever, people with access to the nuclear codes, are controlled by sexual blackmail with minors? And am I really supposed to buy this whole story about Ghislaine Maxwell being arrested by the FBI with no footage of the arrest, no mugshot, no nothing? It took a long time to arrest her. Did this time afford her enough space to delete or move or whatever blackmail or evidence she had on others? Now we have reports that she's on suicide watch in a New York jail rife with COVID. So how's this exit strategy gonna go? The way of Epstein? By suicide or by plague? And is any of it real? How convenient is it that the Maxwell sisters are pioneers of the modern internet, completely intertwined with US intelligence agencies? I would define myself as a slightly optimistic realist, so as much as I want to ride the hype wave that justice is around the corner, I feel like we're getting a bit hoodwinked here. A family of foreign spies who've influenced United States policy, intelligence agencies, news media, and even the internet? Well, they seem like a tricky bunch. What do you think, internet friends? You know, I always look forward to your comments. Thank you so much for watching, subscribing, and supporting me on Patreon. Bye.
I'm just a fake silhouette, avoiding every threat.
And that's all of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole Maxwell family is a piece of work.
Ain't that the truth? And you know, I think that woman nailed it. They only had the Maxwell family had feelings for themselves. They only cared about themselves. They didn't care about their country or anyone else.
Yep. Yep, very true.
So you get that another way. And I got one more to present here, Hawk, and then I think I'm going to step down, brother.
All right, man.
And I'll tell you what, I got to give you a hand. I mean, I don't know how in the crap you've been on so long, but I'm serious, man. But like
sometimes the longer your videos are, the longer they'll stay up online too, because they find it hard to censor you if they have to go through 8 to 12 hours worth of video.
I hadn't never thought of that, but I guess you're right. But I mean, most of mine are, I think last night was going on 4 hours, a little over 4 hours. I don't remember, but it didn't do any good. They still nailed me.
Yeah, it's one of the big things is like Scotty Marr videos. Although they're super informative, when it comes to time for the music to come on, you just got to mute that music.
Yeah, and I knew that, and I thought the heck with it, you know.
Yeah, just mute and talk over the top of it. You know what I mean? That way, then you're reducing. That's 50% of your risk reduced right there.
Well, they said it was for in one of the videos. I don't know which one they were talking about because I couldn't go back and look because I take them down.
Right.
They said it was in one of the videos that was bullying. I don't know what the crap they're talking about because I can't look.
Oh, and it's probably that black woman that I sent you. That I sent you.
Hey, it may be.
If that's the case, I'm sorry.
No, man, no. But you know, the thing of it is, once you take them down, I didn't know this till today. When you take them down, at least now, you can't appeal because there's no way for you to go back and look at your video.
Yep.
To know what they're talking about.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's just a total crock, you know, that we can't speak our minds and, you know, and like we're supposed to have freedom of speech in this country, but we don't, not on here, that's for sure. I'll put up this last one. I've got a Scotty Martin, but I'm not going to play it because, like I said, it's got the singing in it and everything, so I don't want to take a chance, you know, getting you in trouble.
I get myself into all kinds of trouble as it is. I'm actually surprised I haven't been whacked yet.
Yeah, me too. Because I'm telling you, have some videos that are, you know, more butt kicking than mine.
Yeah.
But I hope you don't get nailed. I mean, I hate to see any of us get nailed like that. But
yeah, I should have a new channel set up here in a couple of days, just in case.
Yeah, I need to get me another phone number and set up another one too.
That's what I'm waiting on. I ordered a track phone. They're like $18. I'm just waiting on it to get to me.
Yes, sir. And you know, that may be exactly what I do. But I've also thought about getting a computer number. I've thought about that too. I may go that way. I don't know, but I've got to get another channel here. I mean, this is just.
Yep, a Google phone number.
Yes, exactly. All right. Well, here we go with the last one. Dang. Okay, yeah, that's it. I just want to make sure I was at the right place. Can you sit over there, Hawk?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Judaism is a religion, a spirituality to serve God, thousands of years old. Zionism is only around 100 years old. It is the transformation from religion to nationalism, to materialism created by non-religious Jews who hated the religion, and they really didn't want Judaism. They didn't even want to make their state in Palestine, only in Uganda at the first meetings. The reason they used the name Israel, the Star of David, hijacking, stealing the identity of Judaism and the Jewish people, is in order to get a legitimacy for their existence, that people should say, oh, it's God given to them, and that they should put fear and intimidate people from speaking up against their actions because they'll call them anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It couldn't be anything further from the truth. As I say, the best friends of the Jewish people is Turkey. The best friends of the Jewish people is all the Muslim countries who've helped the Jews all the time when they ran away from their problems in other lands. So how could you say this? It's something totally different. It's a political, selfish, flawed movement called Zionism that has no legitimacy to exist. It's against the Torah. Maybe just say one thing. It's against the Torah in its essence. The concept for Jews to have a state is expressly forbidden in the Torah, in the Jewish teaching, since the destruction of the temple 2,000 years ago. We were told by the Almighty in a prophecy of King Solomon, and that we are forbidden to have our own entity, our own state, our own kingdom, even in an uninhabited land. And this was held by all Jews around the world for thousands of years. And it makes it worse, compounds the sin, the crime in having the state, because this state of Israel that these nationalists made it in Palestine, made it in a land that was inhabited by the majority Muslim people, by the Palestinian people. So to steal their land, to kill, to oppress, to banish them from the homes, it flies in the face and contradicts everything of the Torah that says thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, that one has to emulate God, be compassionate. So they've used our identity to rebel against God and to desecrate God's name, and to create a rift between Jews and Muslims, and to make a river, an endless river of blood for the Muslims, for the Palestinian people, and anti-Semitism for the Jews, and death for the Jews also. This is unfathomable and unacceptable in no manner.
Is it true that you are against the whole concept of Israel as a state?
That is not only, when you say I am, this means the Jews who are true to the Torah across the board in every part of the world. All the rabbinical authorities opposed Zionism from day one. As soon as they came up with the concept, the chief rabbis, we have documents, historic documents, the chief rabbi of
Historical
Palestine,
documents, yeah.
historical documents, the chief rabbi of Palestine was approached by the United Nations in 1947, and he wrote, "We furthermore wish to express our definite opposition to a Jewish state in any part of Palestine." And this was in 1947, July. And then 3 months later, they saw that they're being ignored by the United Nations. Yeah. And so he sent another letter to the Secretary General Lake Success, and he said, "We plead with you, at least leave us to the Secretary General, the Jewish Orthodox community comprising 60,000 souls in Jerusalem, who objects to the plea of including Jerusalem in the Jewish state that they want to create. Our community demands that Jerusalem be an international zone under your protection, and its residents be free citizens of the international zone." So they said, at least leave us this path. And they were ignored till today. Jews demonstrate, and I think it's important to see, Jews demonstrate, and they're getting constantly, till today, they made demonstrations, and they're getting beaten by the Zionist police. People can see this is an ongoing, people being beaten by the demonstrations. We have many on NKUSA, you can see the ongoing beating by the Zionist police because they demonstrate against the state, and because they demonstrate against the states willfully ignoring the laws of the Torah. They dig up graves. They want a highway, they dig up graves. It doesn't bother. It's against God, against the holiness of the soul. Muslim countries, they don't do that. Muslim countries respect the Jewish graves. They dig up graves now of thousands of years old, and because they don't believe in the soul, they don't believe in God.
Yeah.
And what they're doing to the people in Gaza and Palestine is because they've taken God out of the equation. They are ready to sacrifice on the altar of Zionism to attain their goal of a land, anything that stands in the way. So the Jewish people's souls are snatched. They con people into supporting them, and they're doing what they're doing, the Nakba, to the people of Gaza and Palestine. We sent a delegation of rabbis to Palestine, to Gaza. Just this summer, we went there. We brought them aid and we embraced them and said, our hearts are with you. We feel your suffering. This is against God, against the Torah, and against the will of the Jewish people who are true to God. We pray for speedy and peaceful dismantlement of this impediment to peace, the state of Israel that has no legitimacy.
Man, when these videos end, they don't mess around. They end. I mean, boom, that's it.
Yep. Yeah, that's the thing about them TikTok ones, you know.
Yeah, I guess they use all the time they're allotted. And when it's out, it's just, boop, that's it.
Yep.
Hey, Hawk, man, I want to thank you for letting me come up today and hang out on this great channel you got with all these wonderful folks here. I mean, I really appreciate it.
Anytime. I pretty much do one every other day. So my next one is going to be on Friday. So
on Friday.
Yep. So I'll send you an email when I know that I'm about halfway through with my videos, and then you just join me when you're ready.
All right, sound like a deal to me.
Yeah. That way there we can keep you going. Do one on Rumble tomorrow. Let everybody know that on Friday they can catch you here. And we'll go until we both get kicked off.
What time you coming on Friday?
Friday, normally I start around between 11 and 12.
Okay.
My time. So I'm like an hour behind you.
All right, sounds good, brother, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you having me up and inviting me back. You know, cause I mean, this has been great.
Not a problem.
So
not a problem. These guys, if I keep going, they'll stick around.
Are you going to keep going?
Oh yeah, I got that space shot video ready to go.
Oh, well, great.
Yep.
Well, once again, congratulations to you for the staying power, man. I mean, seriously, I don't know how the hell you do it, but whatever it is.
Yeah, no, it's I'm going to turn on Space Shot, Machiavelli, and Lisa B, and they'll go through everything that's been going on, and they'll give different perspectives of it from different countries, looking in towards towards it all. And it makes a huge difference when you have that ability to bring people together from all walks of life and everywhere around the world, pretty much, and everybody's inputting their opinions. It really makes gives you the ability to just really lay out a whole bunch of really good stuff for people, and that's what it's all about.
It is, and I don't know about you, but I sincerely enjoy what I do on here, and if I didn't, I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
that's just all there is to it, man. It's just, to me, and I think I heard you said a while ago too, earlier today too. I think you said it's a calling of God, is what it is. It's what I feel like in my heart, anyway.
Yep, it's what's put upon you, and you feel like, okay, yeah, this is what He wants me to do, and and as you're doing it, you feel His presence there, and that He's guiding you to keep going.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's how I feel, and that's what I say all the time. And I mean it. It's I don't know what else to say, but anyway, thank you, sir, and
absolutely
have a great night, Hawk, and thanks to everyone in the chat. You too, beautiful V. Got to give V a hard time when I can.
Oh, I hear you. I have a couple that I pick on too.
But anyway, to everybody that normally is on my channel here, I'll be on tomorrow night on Rumble about 9 o'clock, and then with Hawk Friday again.
Yep.
Unless he changes his mind.
No, I ain't gonna change my mind. You ain't gotta worry about that.
All right.
Gotta worry about that. I'm pretty solid, pretty stable. So
no, I know. I was just joshing with you there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Hawk. Have a great night, brother.
All right, man. You have a great night too. Get some rest.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good night. Okay.
All right, folks. Let's get into this last one that I got. Unless something else bigger than that comes out, then we'll be kind of stuck, and we'll have to keep going. You know me. Ain't no stop. Okay. Bang. Here we go.
shot.
This is a pretty big con.
How is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? It is indeed Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're on episode 89 here of Hold the Line. Yes, indeed, 89. And of course, we have Mac and Lisa. And of course, Mac always insists ladies first. It's been a couple weeks. How's it going, Miss Lisa?
Fine. I'm just, drowning in all of the events. I'm not going to go into detail. We can do that during the show, but there's such a lot happening. It's like, oh, my head is just spinning all of the time. There's just so much, so much to focus on, so much to take note. Good stuff too.
Absolutely. And Mr. Mac, sir, how's it going over there?
It's going great. Thanks for having us always. Space Shot and Lisa, always a pleasure. Really enjoy these Wednesdays where we get to discuss all this stuff. So I'm looking forward to diving into all this information. Like Lisa said, my head's on a swivel as well. So thanks to everybody that tunes in. Thanks to the mods, and let's rock and roll.
So yeah, this is, we see all the ex-presidents rolling around like this, right? With massive amounts of detail with him, right? And I think we did it before, maybe a month or two ago, where we showed Obama show up to court somewhere, and he had I think it was 3 or 4 total SUVs. But it seems everywhere President Trump goes, he is rolling like 30 deep. He's got all sorts of roads blocked off, and you just don't see that with any other former president. Is it because he's so polarizing? I don't know, but I think we maybe do know what's going on out there. But interesting times we're dealing with right now. We got so much going on. We got Israel, Palestine. What happened to that other thing? What was that called? Oh, Ukraine and Russia. If you guys haven't seen, there's t-shirts 50% off, free Ukraine. So that's going out the window. So many other things that we can kind of delve into. But let's go with actually, Mac. Was this the post that you wanted to talk about too? That was kind of reposted, or was that a different one?
There's another one to go along with it, with Biden getting on short bus one, as I call it. But yeah,
let's play the video then. If you go down the channel, you'll see there's a post and it's got the link on there. Go down to the bottom, it's got the seals and the link. The link for the video is on there.
Oh, okay, right there. Booms. Oh, okay. Let's take a look, see what we got here. The short bus. Yeah, let's do that again.
There's somebody that hasn't got the visuals.
There you go, Lisa. He finally got the salute off here, but at the end. But you're right. Doesn't he typically do it at the beginning here? Aren't they usually like uniformed individuals, military guys? And people have commented in the past too. They're like, "What are these guys wearing? It doesn't seem to make sense." And nothing seemed right about any of this like literally for almost the last 3 years. Nothing seems right about anything going on in our existence here. So who wanted to take this one from here?
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh yeah, this was your post, right, Matt?
Yeah, I'll just, and I know what Lisa's going to talk about, so because it's very interesting. So when I saw this video, it just completely shocked me. I was just like, "Where's the military guys at the bottom?" And he's supposed to be saluting them too. And these guys got their hands in their front at the front. It might be just Secret Service. It might be a bunch of clown actors. But he also is not. It's not. That's not how you. That's not how Air Force One works and how you enter the plane. So to me, this whole thing is like seems like a total staged event. But I'll hand it over to Lisa, and she can go into some other details that we noticed.
It doesn't look like Air Force One. Yeah, there's a lot of things that aren't right about that. But also, you know, when you look at the seal which is coming up on the left there. Oh, is it? Have a look. What you can do is compare. Oh, it is actually. Maybe I've got that wrong. I did a post at the bottom. If you could just bring up the seals. Hopefully there is a difference. 1776 Patriot. Just want to say thank you. 1776 pointed this out right at the bottom of the channel. So that's Trump's presidential seal. Yeah, the President of the United States. That looks like the real one to me. And then now let's have a look at Biden's residential seal. There's a big difference between the two. And I don't think I have to go into an explanation there. Presidential seal, residential seal. I think it's plainly obvious.
Yeah, you can see some subtle differences there for sure. Even
definitely over the eagle. Yeah, over the eagle there.
If you have a look at Barack Obama's, you know, like there's a little icon on his on the Barack Obama Twitter account, and again, you know, there's subtle differences between that seal there and the seal that President Trump uses.
Interesting. And
so that.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Just a recap real quick. It reminds me of in history where we had two presidents, and it was 1863 with Abraham Lincoln. So you're seeing probably the corporate seal, and then you have the republic seal, in my opinion. And they're very good at trying to hide the subtleties as well, because Obama tried to change our flag so that they essentially would overtake the Republic of the United States, and that's a whole other topic.
Very interesting. Yeah, and do you guys remember too, like early on, they were like blurring out things on the screen a lot, and there was something about the FCC where you weren't allowed to use, you know, a seal in a certain, I don't know if it was like advertisement for elections or whatever, but I remember for a time they were actually blurring out the one that he was posting whenever they were posted on Twitter. So I don't know if maybe they got around it by changing it up a little bit, but very, very interesting. So President Trump's court case today. I'll show you a little stupid video here I put together, just having a little fun, and then we'll get into a little bit of the skullduggery about, I guess. With the case today, you know, they make up all these scenarios, and they want everything to make, you know, everything to seem absolutely worse as possible. So where is this? All right, guys, we have two witnesses here, or two stories, I guess we could say. One would be Fox 32 Chicago, and then we have a CBS reporter. So both are really not pro-President Trump, right? President Trump was scolded, and I'll read you the second part when we get to it here.
President Donald Trump is back inside a New York courtroom. Today, he was scolded by a judge after speaking loudly to his lawyers during witness testimony.
Wow, guys, he was scolded after talking loudly to his attorneys while this was going on. Why? Because he thought the guy was lying. But in any event, Kevin Wallace, a lawyer for the New York Attorney General Letitia James, remember the one that she had hired because apparently she can't do her job right and has to hire outside counsel to help her out. implied Trump's behavior was tantamount to witness intimidation and asked the judge to instruct Trump to refrain from commenting. All right, here's the scolding, guys. You ready? Judge Arthur Engoron appeared unconcerned, but obliged. And here comes the actual part where he puts it into action. Okay, I'll ask everybody to be quiet. So you guys see how they just absolutely push, you know, the most ridiculous nonsense. Everything's got to be against President Trump. And why would that be? Well, because they don't want you to have like the lead coming out, which is this one right here. And of course, they're going to have stupid commercials. But Trump's frustration builds as New York civil fraud trial as lawyer asks witnesses if he lied. So the long and short of it is about the appraisal going on here. Shaking his head, throwing his hands in the air, whispering, former President Donald Trump appeared frustrated Wednesday in a New York City courtroom during his ongoing civil trial. Trump had already been found liable for fraud. He could spend up to, 250, lose his businesses, blah, blah, blah. Okay. No. All right. Attorney Lazaro Fields repeatedly asked during his cross-examination of the executive Doug Larson if he incorrectly appraised a building that ultimately brought in more income than predicted. Larson, who years ago appraised the building for a bank, repeatedly said no. Trump's team had argued the valuations and appraisals are subjective opinions varying from one person to the next, giving a property owner leeway to craft their own numbers far afield of what even an expert might say. As Larson insisted he correctly appraised Trump's building, Trump's head bobbed quickly from side to side, his whispers growing to loud rasps. Kevin Wallace, a lawyer for New York Attorney General Letitia James, we just read this part, guys. Engoron appeared unconcerned, but he obliged. All right, everybody be quiet. Fields showed Larson a series of nearly decade-old emails from a Trump Organization executive asking about valuation, seemingly contradicting Larson's sworn testimony on Tuesday when he said he didn't assist with that in 2013. Fields asked Larson if he lied. Before he could answer, Fields' own teammate, Trump attorney Chris Kise, jumped up and interrupted as Larson had begun to say he couldn't recall the emails. Before Larson answers, he should consult his own attorney, said Kise, a former Solicitor General for the state of Florida. Wallace once again accused the Trump team of witness intimidation. Larson was led out of the room. Kise then clarified why he believed Larson should have been allowed to consult with his attorney. Quote, I just want the witness to be aware of his Fifth Amendment rights because, in my opinion, he perjured himself yesterday, Kise said. To Kise's left, Trump appeared intensely interested. Wallace appeared appalled, but not as much as he would be a moment later. Quote, this is some kind of performance. I'll take it for the press, Wallace said. Kise fired back, saying he was looking out for Larson, the government's witness. Quote, unlike the government, I take his rights seriously, said Kise. A chorus of attorney general's lawyers responded, yelling, referring to Kise by his first name. Chris, come on. Chris, stop. By that point, Larson's own attorney wanted to speak with him since Kise raised the prospect of perjury. The judge, who had repeatedly said he wants to question the questioning to be more efficient, said no. So what? If he perjured himself, then he's perjured himself, Engoron said. Get him back on the stand. When Larson returned, he maintained that he didn't recall the emails from a decade ago, but looking at them now, it appeared he had indeed consulted with the Trump Organization executive about valuation methods. Later, a lawyer for the Attorney General showed deposition transcripts and emails that appeared to suggest Larson had been consistent and truthful in his testimony. Of course, they have to finish up with that. But this guy, you can basically throw this guy out the window, and President Trump was happy about this case. I think you're going to find as we go down the line, if everything that President Trump has told us, and I can't really find much fault in things that he's told us in the past, these all legally should be thrown out. Now, what does that lawyer mean to you guys? We'll go Lisa first. Like, what does that mean for you? If he perjured himself, he perjured himself. Does that mean like maybe we'll charge this guy down the line, or I don't care, let's just move on with this case? But President Trump has a pretty ironclad case here because of the stipulation that he put within the documents. But anything you want to add to that, Lisa? I mean, of course, they're just piling on President Trump.
Yeah, obviously President Trump's got a point. This whole case is a complete setup. You know, we know that Mar-a-Lago is worth more than 18 to 28 billion. You know, it's just ridiculous. And I think they're doing anything and everything possible to put on a good show, dare I say it. You know, it feels like Letitia James and Gorham, they're trying to put on, you know, like we used to watch something called Rumpole of the Old Bailey or something. It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. It's all about nothing, and it's obviously like a personal attack on President Trump and his organizations. Letitia James trying to follow through on her campaign on she's going to get Trump, and they're going to try and get Trump any which way they can. That's all I've got to say on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Maxer?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the witness perjured him or herself, I think it's a him, would then, like you said, cancel out the testimony. I mean, then he will be prosecuted maybe down the line, but the fact that they're just kind of like ignoring it and just letting him continue to testify, that then discredits the witness. So that witness and that testimony is null and void, but they keep doing it. And what we're seeing in this, I don't know, yeah, it is a lot on, majority of it is on Trump, that our constitutional rights are being deconstructed by these deep state uniparty communists, globalists, whatever you want to call them, and they're trying to do it. And what I like about this is that it's being all exposed in the court of law. So we know that we have judges that are corrupt, you know, Obama appointed judges and so forth, that do not follow the Constitution. And we are now seeing that play out to the public, and people are starting to wake up to it, and they're really understanding that our rights are in jeopardy if a lot of this stuff, any of this stuff goes through. Once they chip away at the Constitution just a little bit, it'll snowball from there. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this all plays out.
No, you're absolutely right. Oh, go ahead, Lisa.
I was just going to say, the other thing is that, you know, remember that this is a case that is being tried by a judge, and there is no jury. So, like, say, if that guy was lying in court in front of, I don't know, 9 jurors or however many it is, it's like, you know, he'd be absolutely caught out. Now it's just down to the judge whether he accepts it, pays attention to it or not. And we also already know that the judge is an anti-Trumper. You know, he seems like a plan. So let's not forget that there's no real due process here, you know?
And that's extremely important. And this is where the nickname kangaroo court comes from, is not having due process. So that's what we're seeing.
Yep, these people will stop at nothing. But you know what? There are people that are seeing it, and, you know, don't kill the messenger or whatever, but there are a lot of people that I think are starting to see this. And did I just put this in the wrong freaking place here? Oh yeah, here we go. This is interesting. My old buddy Joe Rogan, you know, I UFC, he's a very good UFC announcer. I'm not gonna, you know, go hang out on the weekends, nor do I think he wants to hang out with me either. But remember, millions and millions, probably hundreds of millions of views this guy gets a month, right? And he's always kind of clowned on Trump and kind of, you know, shied away, but you're starting to see where they're actually leaning towards and starting to come around and basically seeing the forest for the trees. So quick 20-second view.
It seems like if this shit keeps getting crazier and crazier, there's going to be a lot of liberals that'll vote for him. He was the one in the beginning. We got to stop people from dying. Like, do you want Ukraine to win this war? Remember that conversation? He's like, I want people to stop dying. Like, which is the best answer any politician has ever given. It seems like if this shit keeps getting crazier and crazier,
so many views per month. Let's see, Joe Rogan monthly listeners. Just click January. Oh, we're talking about January 15. 190 million downloads each month in April of 2019. So 190 million downloads. That was 2019, and he's probably only grown since then. So this is the type of thing that we kind of need to keep seeing. And I'm not really too worried about playing something that I played yesterday, but I think this is worth showing. Basically worth showing again, because
Hey,
yeah, go ahead, buddy. If you guys want to comment on this, go ahead. But I'm going to show another video along the same line. But go ahead, bud.
yeah. We'll transition into this, but the fact that he's quoting Trump about, he's always said it, he doesn't want wars. So anybody that's like pro wars, and then they a situation like Israel and Hamas, and we'll get to this. It's people are picking sides so quickly without all the proper information coming out. And I feel bad for the people both sides because they're innocent, but you got other entities actually causing war. So, thank God Joe Rogan woke up a little bit. I don't know if he's actually going to be voting for Trump, but at least he's seeing the truth a little bit and able to extend the message.
Absolutely. Lisa, do you want to say anything before I click on? I'm going to